Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 1 of what if Naruto was in Star Wars and got a harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Tension rising. While meditating, Jedi Master Yoda receives a vision of a young hero who will turn the tide for many battles in the future. Now, he's on his way to find the hero from his vision before it's too late. The Galaxy, 28 BBY. A small humanoid alien walked through the forest. He has long pointed ears, balding gray hair, large green eyes, and has 3 fingers with claw-like fingernails, wearing brown tunic, light tan robes, and holding a wooden cane. He eventually came to a clearing where he saw a teen boy about 13 years of age. He has spiky blonde hair, fair skin, and has 3 whisker marks on each cheek. He's wearing only a mesh shirt with 2 holes in his chest, a necklace with a green gem, and orange pants with tears in them. As well as a forehead protector was beside him and open-toed sandals. Still alive he is. The alien spoke, seeing ragged breaths before lifting his left hand. The boy suddenly lifted off the ground before the alien walked back to a ship, the teen following after in the air. Coruscant, Temple Council Room. On the top of a temple was a large room with open walls where the alien that found the teen along with a group of other aliens and 2 men sat in a circle on circular cushioned chairs. Found him near death, I did. The alien said as a hologram of the teen being treated was in the middle of the room. And he's healing at a rapid pace. One alien said, noticing steam coming off the stitches as the cuts were healing. He's an alien wearing an antiox breath mask and protective goggles. He has thick orange-brown skin. He's wearing a simple brown cloak with a light tan tunic. This is Plo Koon. Any ID on him? Or anyone else there, Yoda? A male asked, leaning forward. He's a human with dark skin and is bald, wearing a light tan tunic and a brown cloak. This is Mace Windu. No, alone he was. A big part of the future he has. Told me, the Force did. Yoda spoke, holding his cane as another alien stroked his beard. He's a humanoid alien with pale skin and a large head with white hair pulled in a ponytail and a goatee, wearing the same tunic. This is Ki-Adi-Mundi. And what's that? He asked, looking to the small alien. A Jedi, he will be. Isn't he too old to be started in training? A woman asked. She looks like a human with bluish skin pigmentation, scaled cranium, and white tendrils coming out of her skull cap, and is wearing a tan tunic and brown robes. This is Adi Gallia. So was young Skywalker. Another alien said from his seat. He's a humanoid alien with 2 large, curved horns protruding downwards from his head. He has an orange skin tone, a battering ram forehead with hardened, dense skin, and big, fleshy hands. He's wearing a light brown tunic and brown robes. This is Saci Tyan. But he's the chosen one, isn't he? Another male alien asked. He's a humanoid alien with light skin color and brown hair with small horns on his forehead and 2 slightly larger ones on the top of his head. He's wearing a light tan tunic with forearm protectors. This is Eth Koth. That is still up for debate. A female alien spoke from her seat. She's a humanoid alien with rusty red skin tone, white pigmentation on her face, and grayish lips. She has montrals on top of her head with 2 horns protruding down to her waist, as well as 1 on her back, all being blue and white striped. She also has a headpiece with a jeweled chain between her eyes. This is Shakti. And he's rebellious, always disobeying Obi-Wan. This one could be the same way. Should we really start training another who's already too old to start in the Jedi way? Another male alien spoke up. He's a snake-like alien with a thick white beard and hair, wearing brown robes. This is Oppo Rancisis. That's because young Skywalker didn't start out training at a young age to not think with his emotions. The last male alien spoke. He's a reptilian alien with green skin and a bony crest sitting atop his head. This is Coleman Trebor. Troubling times ahead, I saw. Turn the tide for many battles, this one will. Yoda spoke up. Train him, we will. Yoda then got up and walked to the elevator. A few minutes went by before he reached the bottom, having it open, revealing a female alien. She's a humanoid alien with blue skin, and 2 tails on her head going down her lower back with white speckles on them, hazel eyes, and dark blue fingernails. She's standing at 5 feet 6 inches and wearing wraps around her leku and forehead. She's also wearing a red top with a small brick pattern, a long sleeve on her left arm, and sleeveless on her right, revealing her cleavage and midriff. She's also wearing tight dark red pants with flaps on the front and back, and knee-high boots and a circular metal sword hilt clipped to a belt on her left waist via D-ring. This is Ayla Sakura. Master Yoda. Hello, young Padawan. Yoda greeted, walking out and turned to the left. Where are you going? Ayla asked Yoda to stop and turn to her. Halls of Healing. A youngling in bad shape, I found. See if he's awake. I am. Welcome to come, you are. Hall of Healing. In a small room, the boy was laying on a bed. Several flying robots flew by as a female doctor looked at a screen beside the bed. She's a humanoid alien with yellow skin, gold eyes with green eyeshadow. She's wearing a headdress and a purple dress outfit. This is Rig Nima. How is he? Turning, Rig saw Yoda and Ayla walking in. He's healing at a rapid pace, and the holes in his chest when you brought him in are almost non-existent, and are just small scars that are also healing. Did you find out anything about him? Ayla asked, crossing her arms. No, nothing is in our database, nor is his DNA, so I don't know where his homeworld is or what race he belongs to. Rig spoke as Yoda looked down in thought. Rare, that is. Remember last time medical records were not in the database, I cannot. I've done all I can do for him. Rig said, looking at a tablet and typing on it. The rest is up to him. A few minutes went by before the boy stirred and opened his eyes. Oh, what the hell? He asked, seeing a high ceiling. Where am I? Safe, you are, Hall of Healing, I have brought you. Blinking, the boy turned to see the two aliens before screaming and fell out of his bed. Ah, son of a bitch. Getting back up, the boy looked at the two. Who are you? What are you? Yoda, I am. Ayla, the Padawan beside me is, Yoda said before looking to the boy. And you? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Am I anywhere near Konoha? Konoha. Ayla asked Naruto to turn to her. Yeah, my home village. In the land of fire, am I far away from it? Naruto asked as Yoda looked up at him. Not heard of Konoha or the land of fire, I have. In an unmapped part of the galaxy, it must be. Galaxy. Ayla nodded before speaking. Yes, you are on Coruscant. Never heard of it. How'd I get here? Naruto asked, sitting up on the bed. The last thing I remember was trying to bring the bastard back. There was a flash of light when our attacks collided, and the next thing I knew, I woke up here. While meditating, go to you, the Force told me, Yoda explained as Naruto blinked at that. The Force? Yes. Never heard of anything called the Force, Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head before Ayla raised her hand. I'll explain, Master Yoda. Getting a nod from the tiny alien, she continued. Well, the Force is what gives a Jedi their power. It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us, it binds the galaxy together. Still not getting it. And what's a Jedi? Naruto asked as Ayla blinked at that. How have you never heard of the Jedi? From a world not mapped, he's from, Yoda explained. Sense makes if no Jedi went there, Yoda said before turning to Naruto. Inside yourself, the Force is, Yoda explained, pointing the last bit at Naruto. Oh, you mean chakra? Chakra? Ayla asked as Naruto nodded. Yeah, if you're talking about an energy inside of me, it must be chakra. Chakra they must call the Force where he's from, not uncommon. For unmapped places to call it something different, Yoda said as Naruto held his hand out. Yes, see, Naruto said, closing his eyes, and after a moment Ayla spoke up. What are we supposed to be seeing? Opening his eyes, Naruto looked to see nothing happened. Whoa, wait, there's supposed to be a blue ball there. Blue ball? Yoda asked as Naruto nodded. Yeah, you were talking about chakra, right? So you can make attacks, stick to a wall, create illusions. He explained as the two looked a little confused. No, the Force doesn't do that. With the Force, you can move things, jump higher, move faster, slow stuff down. Ayla explained as Naruto looked at her confused. What? Ayla lifted her hand and had a table beside the bed lift up in the air. How are you doing that? With the Force, Ayla replied as Naruto looked at his hand. I'm starting to think I'm not home anymore. Possibly another planet you are from, Yoda said before seeing that his wounds were healed. Take him to get new clothes, will you, Padawan? Maybe something to eat. Sure, Master Yoda. After getting checked out, the two then walked out and into the large hallway of the temple. As they walked, Naruto noticed various aliens and humans wearing robes of different shades of tan or brown. Why is everyone wearing the same outfit? That's the popular outfit for a Jedi, Ayla replied as they came to a room. What is a Jedi exactly? I'll explain later, right now, pick out some clothes to wear. A few minutes went by before Naruto walked out with black pants, brown boots, a jacket with a red stripe, and his forehead protector on a black strap. Okay, another question. Why did you call Yoda, Master? That's the term you give to the Jedi who teach you and are of a higher rank, Ayla replied as they came to a door leading outside. Naruto stretched as they walked outside of the temple. So where to? He stopped as a blue hoverbike almost hit him. What the hell is that? A speeder bike, Ayla replied as Naruto looked around the very large city at various aliens and humans walking or flying around on bikes or hover cars. Yeah, I'm definitely not home, he said before walking down the street. They walked down the street and came up to a diner before walking inside. So, what did you say you all were? Naruto asked as they got into a booth. A Jedi, Ayla replied. Okay, what are the Jedi, really? The Jedi is an ancient order of protectors united by their ability to harness the power of the Force. And adhering to the light side of the Force, the Jedi aspired to attain a state of inner tranquility through calmness and meditation while avoiding emotions affiliated with the dark side of the Force, such as anger and hatred. She started explaining. But, the Jedi philosophy does not forbid a Jedi from acting in self-defense or in the defense of others. The Jedi are guardians of peace and justice in the Galactic Republic. Our commitment to peace and democracy brings us into conflict with an order of dark side wielders known as the Sith, who want power and dominion over the galaxy. Yeah, those Siths sound like nice people, Naruto said before glancing out. So you're a Jedi? No, I'm a Padawan, Ayla replied, gesturing to a beaded chain on the right side of her head. This symbolizes that I'm a Padawan. Tough if you have hair, you just grow that part out and braid it. I believe I've heard someone call it a rat's tail. Padawan. Yes, for the Order, we have ranks, a Jedi youngling, those who begin their learning to be a Jedi. Then you become a Padawan, where you begin your training with a teacher. The teacher is usually a Jedi Knight, those that completed their training and passed the Jedi trials to become a full member of the Order. Then there are the Jedi Masters, the strongest of the Jedi. And it's the Masters who make up the Council. Council. Naruto asked a robot female with one wheel rolled over and dropped the menus down for them. Yes, the Jedi High Council. They are the ruling body of the Jedi Order. Situated in one of the 4 towers in the temple where we came from, the council consisted of 12 Jedi Masters who oversee and govern the Order as a whole, with one being the leader of them called the Grand Master. Some choose a different path, such as guarding the temple, focus on teaching or research, helping police, or finding those who are Force-sensitive. And one who guards our archives and holocron. She finished as Naruto picked up the menu. And sweat dropped as he couldn't make anything out. Sigh, it sounds similar to my planet for ninjas. We have an academy student, those who start their lessons before graduating to Genin. But then we have Chunin, who, while not Jonin, is our equivalent to a knight. Do take leadership roles with other Chunin, or go to teach the academy students. Then we have a Tokubetsu Jonin, or a Chunin who are a master level in one area, like in interrogation, or healing. While not full Jonin, they can get a team to teach. And there's the mentioned Jonin who are the knights and can take a team of 3 Genin at first and only keep them until all 3 become Chunin, and even then would still team up for missions from time to time. Our masters were the Anbu who took the most important and/or dangerous missions. And then our leader, the Hokage, Fire Shadow. Who would be your Grand Master? It sounds like an interesting world, Ayla said as the robot waitress rolled over as Naruto saw a male alien in the kitchen. He's a humanoid alien with 4 arms and green skin. He has large hands and feet both ended in 4 digits and large brown nails. He's overweight and has a bony, 3-pronged head crest, and a wide mouth. Yours is as well. Well, with all that happened, I could use some ramen. Ramen? Ayla asked as he nodded. Yeah, I could use a large bowl. I've never heard of it. Naruto blinked at that. What? Yeah, no planet I've been on has had anything called ramen. I guess if your planet is unmapped it may be the only place that has it. No, that's not true. That's impossible. Naruto yelled out as his companion just raised an eyebrow. No place I've traveled to has ever had ramen. No. In the temple, Yoda was walking the halls before stopping as a faint scream was heard. Such great sorrow. Sorry for them I feel. Back at the diner, Naruto had his head on the table, a cloud of depression hanging over him. It's not that bad, Naruto. You're only saying that because you don't know the awesomeness of ramen. Ayla sighed as she ordered food and a drink for them. Okay. So, can anyone join the Jedi? Naruto asked her to shake her head. No, you must be force sensitive and come in around 2 to 5 years of age. Isn't it the same for your planet? Kinda. You need to start training when you're young to learn how to use chakra, but we also had ninjas. That's what we called our order, with females being called kunoichis. Anyway, we had members who couldn't use it or preferred not to use it. But anyone who wants to be a ninja can be one if they want to. Naruto explained before looking out at the window. Were you a police force? No, not really. Each village on my home had its own ninja force and police force for any crime that didn't have a ninja involved. So what did you do? Naruto sighed at that before speaking. We perform missions for a fee. These missions can include doing manual labor, especially if you were a genin or on a team with any. Acting as escorts, gathering secret information, retrieving stolen items, carrying out assassinations, etc. And in times of war, ninjas will come together to defend their villages and land against other villages or another army. Shinobi are expected to be loyal to their villages for life, and any defectors are considered to be missing nin, and will be marked for death or capture if they're from a clan or hold any important information about their village. Naruto finished before seeing Ayla's confusion at the word clan. Clans are families who have extra power only unique to them. Like one clan could see 360 degrees around them with just one very small blind spot. Another clan who could copy any style by viewing them once and could see slightly into the future. A clan that can attack the mind. One who could communicate and fight with dogs, another who did the same to insects. Another clan could control their shadows to attack or capture people, and one who could grow to giant size. Naruto finished as a bowl of food and a glass of green liquid dropped in front of him. Well, this is the weirdest thing I've seen yet. After eating, and having Ayla pay with small, narrow, golden rectangles chips, the duo left to go back to the temple. I've wanted to ask, what's that pipe on your waist? Naruto asked as Ayla used the force to bring it up to her hand. A lightsaber, the weapon of the Jedi. Doesn't look like much. Naruto stopped as she hit a button and a blue blade of energy came out, taking the circular shape of the hilt. This is a lightsaber. It can cut through virtually anything, from flesh to blast doors. The only way to block it is with a weapon that uses energy or another lightsaber. Ayla explained before shutting it off and clipped it to her belt. There are other variations like a staff version. And some use 2 blades or a smaller one called a shoto. Okay, and you use that to fight. Well, we're more guardians of peace. The alien explained as they walked down the street. We only use them if there's no choice or if we're fighting a Sith or a person who stole it or bought it on the black market. She finished as they came to the temple. Once getting inside, they saw 2 females walking in the halls, one who looked to be around Ayla's age. The older woman has green-yellow skin and large blue eyes. Black diamonds are tattooed on her chin and hands. She's wearing dark gray robes with a patterned sash and a headdress similar to a hijab. This is Luminara Unduli. Beside her, the younger woman also has green-yellow skin and large blue eyes. She has black diamonds tattooed on her cheeks. She's wearing dark brown robes with a heart-shaped belt buckle and a headdress similar to a hijab. This is Barris Afi. Hello, Master Luminara. Ayla greeted as the 2 got near them. Hello, Barris. Hello, Ayla. Luminara greeted her before looking at Naruto. Who's your friend? This is Naruto. He was found by Master Yoda and is from off-world. I was taking him to get something to eat and show him around. Ayla explained as Naruto waved. Hello, how are you? I'm doing good, Luminara said as Barris nodded. As am I, thanks. How are you? Enjoying Coruscant? I am, thank you. Padawan, Naruto. Looking past the two women, they saw Yoda by the wall. Need to talk. Join me, will you? Sure, master. Naruto and Ayla spoke up as they followed the diminutive alien to a room. Inside, Naruto saw the room was circular with 3 circular cushioned seats with blinds on the large window on the other side of the room. What did you want to talk to us about, Master Yoda? In training young Uzumaki to be a Jedi. What? Naruto asked as he sat on one of the chairs. But I'm already a ninja, my planet's version of the Jedi. He said to Yoda, who nodded. But not in the real ways of the Force were you trained in. Saw you turning tides of many battles I did. Need to train you, we do. We? Ayla asked, crossing her arms, having Yoda nod his head. Since too old he is to start training, multiple Jedi will help him. Needed in those battles he soon will be. I don't know, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Many lives, you will save, Naruto Uzumaki, Yoda said as Naruto clasped his hands together for a moment before looking up. Okay, since I have no idea how to get back home and even ask for permission, I'll help. Besides, I'm not one to turn down any training. Good, take him to the dormitories, will you, young Sakura? Yoda asked Ayla, who nodded. Of course, Master Yoda. They then stood up and left as Yoda sighed and closed his eyes to meditate. On the other side of the temple, Ayla took Naruto to another building connected to it. This is the Knight's Billet, where Jedi and younglings live and train, Ayla said as Naruto looked at the place. The billet was made up of several floors for private sleeping chambers. She took him to the 10th floor for the tour to a conversation salon, a snack galley, and an exercise pen. The salon contained several tables and chairs. The exercise pen is located at the end of the main hallway and has a transparisteel window giving those in the hall a view of those training inside. This will be your room. Ayla finished opening one of the doors, having Naruto see a small room with a bed and another door that was open revealing a bathroom with a stand-up shower. At least the restrooms are the same, Naruto said as Ayla looked at him. This one is modeled for humans and those who share the same biology. She explained before pointing to a device. If you want to listen to music, just press the button. Thanks for showing me around, Ayla. No problem. I'll see you later. Bye, Naruto said as the door closed, leaving him with his thoughts before laying down to rest. A few months later, Knight's Billet, training room. Naruto, shirtless with tan pants and boots, was in a large room with sections of the floor and wall popped out for obstacle training. Good, you are doing. Looking over his shoulder, he saw Yoda in a backpack on his back. You gonna be okay? Of course. Worried you are. Worried that you'll throw up on me. Thwack. Ow. Naruto yelled as Yoda's cane hit him in the back of the head. Sharp tongue, you have. If only that goes to your training. Naruto then started running around the room, flipping over the popped-up floors and wall, running across the wall sections. Up in the viewing area, Ayla watched the new trainee run around the room. Watching our newest Jedi in training. Turning to the side, Ayla saw Shakti walking in. I'm curious, I'll admit, I thought that Anakin was some sort of special case. Now we've got another one who's older than Anakin was when he started his training. Shak watched Naruto jump over a pillar before speaking. Yoda says the Force has a plan for Naruto, that he'll be a driving force with the Trade Federation's attack, and there are star systems who are removing themselves from the Senate. So he could help with all of that. Down below, after going a lap on the obstacles, Yoda spoke up. Good, strong, the Force is with you. The Force, I've been wondering. Is the dark side stronger? No. Quicker, easier, more seductive. How do you tell the good from the bad? Naruto asked before looking up to see his audience. You will know. When you are calm, at peace, passive. A Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense. Never attack. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. The laser swords say different. Thwack. Ow. Hurt you, that smart mouth will start, Yoda said before looking down. Take a break, we shall. Clear your mind, Naruto. Naruto knelt down and took off the backpack, having Yoda step out and use the Force to lift a pillar to sit down on. Has anyone ever fallen to the dark side? Naruto asked, sitting on the floor. Fell to it, too many have, Yoda said looking down. It's that code. Not with that, you start again. Hey, look, I agree not murdering out of anger, or just to attack for the love of attack. But the whole no emotions nor no bonds. What makes a Jedi different than those droids you're facing all the time? Bonds can make you stronger, having a loved one to fight for can make you stronger. Naruto said as Yoda looked down before looking up. Over, the break is. Start force training, we will. Naruto sighed at Yoda dodging the discussion before standing. Okay, what's next? Concentration, multiple tasks you will do, Yoda said before having Naruto get into a handstand and jumped on his feet. Try using the force. Now, the ball. Focusing as Yoda told him on how to use the force, Naruto lifted his hand as several small metal balls with cuts in them came up by them before one was lifted on top of another. Feel it. Naruto then did the same to another metal ball as Yoda moved to sit on one foot. Concentrate. Up above the two aliens watched Naruto train. Going a little advanced, isn't he? Ayla asked as Shakti brought a hand to her chin. Again, Yoda says he'll be important. I think Yoda's going a little faster to get him ready in time for what the Force told him. But he's been a prodigy in learning. If we met him first, I think he would have been. She trailed off as Ayla glanced at her. Been what? Would have been Qui-Gon's or Obi-Wan's Padawan instead of Anakin. Shakti lied knowing she almost slipped up. Down below, Yoda flipped off of Naruto who dropped to his feet. Next, move that, you will. Yoda pointed behind Naruto with his cane. Naruto turned and his eyes widened. You want me to move that? Naruto asked, looking at the large metal ball in front of him. Is that even possible for me at this time? That thing must weigh like a couple of 100 pounds at least. So certain, are you? Hear you nothing that I say. Sight master, moving small stuff and small balls around is one thing, but this is a little different, a little harder. Naruto said to call Yoda by what teachers are called. No different. Only different in your mind. You must unlearn what you have learned. Naruto leaned his head back before looking at his trainer. I've only been in this place for a short while, I don't have any learning to unlearn, but, alright, I'll give it a try. Yoda then slams his cane on the ground. No, try not. Do, or do not. There is no try. A real fortune cookie, you are, Naruto said in the way Yoda talks before turning. And had Yoda's cane hit the back of his head. Naruto sighed before raising both hands. Do I lift with my legs? He asked using the fire on the large ball. Naruto planted his feet and sweat started building upon his forehead as the ball lifted several inches off the ground. How long, or how far up? It's too big for me to hold any longer. Yoda then leaned forward at that as Naruto was able to move the ball 6 inches up. Size matters not. Look at me. Judge me by my size, do you? And well you should not. For my ally is the Force, and a powerful ally it is. Life creates it, makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. Yoda explained as Naruto moved the ball up to his waist. You must feel the Force around you, here, between you, me, the people, the trees, the ground, everywhere, yes. Even between the floor and the ball. Naruto moved the ball several feet away before it dropped. Best I can do here, asking me to do any more is a little impossible until I get more training, Naruto said before the ball lifted to the ceiling. Looking back, he saw Yoda effortlessly lift the ball before dropping it. I kinda don't believe that, Naruto said as Yoda stood up and looked up at him. That is why you fail. Naruto rolled his eyes at that. And you call me a smart ass, he said, picking up a matching shirt as they walked out. If being a Jedi doesn't work out for you, you can always try being a comedian. Putting the shirt on, Naruto saw Ayla at the end of the hall. Hey, Ayla. Hey, Naruto. I was just heading to the saloon. Care to join me? Sure. They walked down the hall before coming up to the saloon where a few of the older Padawans and knights were eating, drinking, and talking to each other. They ordered a drink before sitting at one of the tables before engaging in small talk. So, why don't you tell me about yourself Ayla, or your people? I'm a Twi'lek, and my first master was Quinlan Vos. First. Yes, sadly, something happened to both of us on a mission that caused him to retrain in the Jedi, so another Jedi took over for him. My people are from the planet Ryloth. We also have various clans that serve as the basic family unit of Twi'lek society. Each clan is in charge of its own city, and each clan was in turn ruled by a council of 5 leaders. Each 5-member council was led by a single male, should this leader die. Twi'lek tradition demanded that the other 4 walked into the desert to the certain death that awaited those who were banished to the Bright Lands, an intense desert region on Ryloth. That's rather extreme. Are those tails on your head important? Naruto said as she nodded before continuing. Mine is called Leku due to having 2 of them. Usually, the men have one called Lek. They contain a part of our brain at the base of the skull. They can store fat and other qualities. Our native language uses a combination of words and subtle movements of the Leku. They are highly sensitive, and grabbing them forcefully was so painful that it can easily incapacitate almost any Twi'lek. She explained as a waitress brought them their drinks before Naruto took a sip of his. But with a light touch and massage, the Leku can also induce pleasure and is seen as the ultimate expression of trust and by extension love between a Twi'lek and their lover. Naruto blinked at that before she continued. And some Twi'leks have been known to cover their Leku with elaborate tattoos, alternatively, they would be glitter-painted. Since the top portion of the Leku near the head housed parts of our brain and can house repressed subconscious memories. They can also be bent around the neck or shoulders in varying combinations for aesthetic purposes, more or less compared to other species that cultivate and arrange the shape of their hair. Ayla then took a drink before continuing. Long or multiple Leku are considered to be great status symbols, and often go hand in hand with respect, influence, and wealth. Most male Twi'leks have longer Leku than the average females. Males also featured large bumps on their brows above each eye. The brow deposits on some truly corpulent males developed into a second pair of anterior Leku. Both the increased weight and the extra Leku are also signs of wealth and status. Naruto took another sip as he leaned on the table. They're a source of great pride to us, especially when confronted by other species. We also call them Chun Chin, Chun being left Lek while Tchin is the right. In casual conversation, we'll refer to them as Chun or Chin. Even though Twi'leks are not native to the Republic space, they're a common fixture across the galaxy, with many Twi'leks joining the Jedi Order. Twi'lek females were commonly used as slaves or dancers by bars and adult places. Why don't the authorities or the Jedi do anything about it? Naruto asked as she looked down. The police try, but it's hard to stop. As for the Jedi, it's just really widespread that they can't stop it, but some do help if they can if they come across a ring of slavers. She finished before Barris sat down at the table. Mind if I sat here? No, go right ahead. I don't mind. What are you two talking about? Barris asked as Ayla looked at her. Since Naruto's from an unmapped world and doesn't know anything outside of it. I've been teaching him when he's not being taught by Yoda or another master who's more knowledgeable on a subject. I was just finishing up on me and my planet. Yeah, how about you, Barris? Why don't you tell me about yourself? Naruto asked as Barris picked up her utensil. Well, I'm a Mirielon, we're known for our spirituality and strong connection with the world around us. We have a natural belief in and practiced in, for lack of a better word, a primitive understanding of the Force. Our homeworld is a cold and dry planet called Miriel. It's a tradition among my people that if any were to join the Jedi Order, they are compelled to take fellow Mirielans as their own Padawans. Although, a Mirielon by the name of Sislin Mer chose Master Windu as her Padawan. So that's unusual. Yes, Barris said, taking a bite of her meal. And the facial tattoos? Naruto asked, having Barris look at him. They're to commemorate a Mirielon completing a special task or achievement and express the achievements or expertise unique to each Mirielon. Some appreciative of their species' culture considered the tattoos as merely status symbols. And usually, the Mirielon who are more traditional to them. Some opt not to. Naruto, I hear you're starting your lightsaber training, Ayla spoke up as Naruto nodded. Yeah, any tips? No, the training sabers don't do anything outside of a bad sunburn if they're turned on all the way. You really just use them to practice the forms. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Forms? He asked as Barris nodded. There are several schools of martial arts specialized in, though not limited to, fighting with a lightsaber. Such fighting forms were required to compensate for or take advantage of the unique attributes of lightsabers, notably the odd balance of the weapon, all of the weight being in the hilt. She explained before continuing. Form I, also known as Shi-Cho, the Way of the Sarlacc, or the Determination form, is the oldest and most rudimentary form of lightsaber combat developed by the Jedi Order and is taught to all members of the Jedi Order. Form 2, also known as Makashi, is the second form. It's a graceful combat style, and relies on careful and controlled strikes instead of power and strength. Form 3, also known as Sorazu, or the Resilience form, is the third form, focusing more on defense than attack. Form IV, also known as Ataru, or the Aggression form, is the fourth form of lightsaber combat. It's an acrobatic combat style. Barris continued before taking a drink from her glass. Form V, also known by its two primary disciplines of Shin and Gem So, is the fifth form of lightsaber combat. You start by defending with solid blocks and parries, then immediately countering with strong counterattacks and ripostes. It's geared toward and created for lightsaber to lightsaber combat. Form V, also known as Nieman, is the sixth form of lightsaber combat used by members of the Jedi Order. It's used to combine double-bladed lightsaber combat with other force abilities, like pushes and lifts. Form 7, known by its two primary disciplines of Juyo and Vaipad, and also known as the Ferocity form, is the seventh form of lightsaber combat. It's considered the most aggressive and unpredictable form. Why is that? Naruto asked as Barris and Ayla looked down before Ayla picked up. Because of the emotional state it fosters and even requires. Form 7 is known as the Ferocity form with good reason. Not only did Juyo utilize a highly aggressive offense, but it required the practitioner to actively draw upon their anger and negative emotions to fuel the relentless assault. But Vaipad is the sole Form 7 variant to have gained recognition by the Jedi Council. The only master of it is Master Windu, who developed the form to address his own weakness by controlling his inner darkness and channeling into worthy ends. For this purpose, he refined advances from the preceding centuries and in the minds of some, finally perfected Form 7 as a true lightsaber form in line with the tenets of the Jedi Code. Ayla finished as Naruto took a drink from his glass. Does anyone else know it? Only a handful of Jedi have trained in Vaipad. Even Windu himself is wary of allowing others to study the form, outside of his own Padawan pupil, Depa Billaba. 3 months later, training chamber. Naruto in his robes held a lightsaber hilt before looking to see Yoda standing in front of him in a room that has a Japanese aesthetic. You, sure about going to this so soon? Naruto asked as Yoda nodded. Yes, training lightsabers these are. No serious wounds from them, they will leave. Only bruises and first-degree burns, no worse, they will leave. Right, Naruto said before Yoda bowed, having him follow suit. Leaning back up, Naruto turned his on, having a blue blade come on as Yoda brought his smaller Shoto lightsaber out and had a green blade come out. Naruto finally noticed the humming coming from his blade before Yoda suddenly leapt at him, quickly spinning. Holy shit! Naruto cursed, quickly blocking a strike before Yoda jumped over him and hit him in the back. Ow! Yoda jumped off the wall and Naruto quickly blocked several strikes before being hit in the knee. Ow! Why do you even need that damn cane? That's deceiving. Slow, you are young Padawan. I didn't expect you to be so fast. Naruto yelled out as he dodged a swipe at his head. Judge me, I told you not to, Yoda said as he landed before jumping at Naruto again. Naruto continued to block the strikes as Yoda quickly attacked before flipping away. Yoda turned his lightsaber off before bowing as Naruto followed suit before they straightened up. Good, you did, Naruto. Teaching you about the forms will fall to Sindralig. Yoda said as a door slid open revealing a human man with long dark blonde hair and blue eyes wearing dark brown robes. Hello Naruto, I'll be handling the rest of your training for today while Master Yoda talks to the council. Talk to you later, I will, Yoda said before pulling his cane to him and walked out. I still say that's deceiving. Naruto yelled, turning around and swore he heard an amused chuckle. 26 BBY, Jedi High Council. How is his training going? Mace asked Yoda who walked in as several of the Jedi who made up the council were blue-tinted holograms sitting at their assigned seats. Good, good. Fast learner he is. Cannot remember the last person to learn as well Naruto, I cannot. Yoda said walking to his chair. An experienced Padawan, he could be if no better I did not. And the other Padawans really like him. Shakti spoke up. Anakin likes that there was another person his age starting to train. Yoda nodded at that. Talks about the code, he still does. Again, Appo yelled out clasping his hands together. I knew he would be trouble. Now, let's not go that far. Shakti said, raising her hand. Remember, he didn't know about Jedi until Yoda brought him here. He's just acting like most who talk to one of us to learn more as they knew little. Plus as he's said, he always fought stronger when he was fighting to protect someone. So our way of no attachment seems alien to him since he's joining us. Seishi leaned forward in his seat before speaking. I know we've talked about it because of Naruto but I'll just say that I'll be against changing it as I don't think it'll work out. Yes, a debate we've had, Yoda said as he sat in his chair. Talked about it many times before during the discussions we have. A good point Naruto makes, on those falling to the dark side. What's that? Eth asked as Yoda looked at him. When training, brought up those who fell to the dark side he did. Says no bonds forced them down that path. Adi then spoke up after that. Yes, I talked to him when checking up on the younglings training. Another good point he brought up is when younglings and Padawans feel any emotions, good and negative. We tell them to get rid of them. And that could cause them to repress and bottle those emotions until they explode. Attacking or lashing out at anyone nearby. And from reading on old records, any Sith around those times tempted younglings and Padawans when that did happen. Coleman spoke up as Mace looked to the others. We'll talk about it later with Naruto since he brought up good points and he should be here if we're to discuss this. Shakti, Naruto's next master, I want you to be, Yoda said as Shakti looked to him. What? Yoda nodded at that. Yes, refining on diplomacy, he still needs a master to be a Padawan, he does. Believe you to be the best for him, I do. Okay, I'll accept him as my Padawan. Shakti replied as Yoda nodded. Diplomacy failing. Naruto, having met up with Shakti, learns she will be his Jedi master. Now, they're on their way to Ilum, the Jedi's sacred place for receiving Kyber crystals. The power source for a lightsaber so he can forge his own is the first step to becoming a full-fledged Jedi. Ilum 26 BBY. Do we really have to go out in that? A 15-year-old Naruto asked with a coat on. His hair is slightly longer with two bangs framing his face and ending at his cheeks. He's wearing his dark orange pants, a tan tunic, and a pouched belt. Shakti, also in a coat with a hood up nodded as Naruto zipped his coat. They're both in a spaceship that's landing on an icy planet with a snowstorm. Yes, it's time to get your crystal and build your lightsaber. Be careful young Padawan. There's no place more sacred to the Jedi than here. Okay, I know I never really asked, but lightsabers are powered by a crystal. Naruto asked as his new master nodded again before she started to explain. Kyber crystals are force-attuned crystals that grow rarely but throughout the galaxy, with some areas having a greater abundance than others. The crystals uniquely concentrated energy through the force, resonating with it. The crystals have a collective consciousness, verging on sentience, and could non-verbally communicate with both one another and living beings. So, they're alive in a way. Yes, Shakti answered before they landed and walked out. Walking several feet from the ship, they came up to a cliffside before Shakti held her hands out. Together. Naruto held both of his hands out as the cliff started opening up by the ice falling into the ground revealing a wall with an opening inside. Walking in the ice cave, they saw Yoda meditating on a platform as a light shone down on him. Master Yoda. The Force made physical, a Jedi is, Yoda said, opening his eyes and looking at the two before Shakti walked to stand beside him. Great responsibility with that, yes. Protect others, how does a Jedi, Yoda asked standing up and used the Force to bring his real lightsaber up having it spun as he turned it on. Build your lightsaber, you shall. But first, harvest your crystal you must. The heart of the lightsaber, the crystal is. Yoda turned his saber off and touched the handle with his other hand. Focus the force from the Jedi, it does. Putting his saber away, he raised his hands as a window opened on the tall wall, having the sun hit a large crystal before a smaller one on a metal pole moved over and directed the light to the back wall, having the ice melt, revealing a metal wall with a regular door opening at the bottom. If a Jedi, you are to become. Enter the crystal cave, you must. Yoda said, gesturing to the door. Once you have your crystal, do not remain inside. Shakti said as they walked over and Naruto stopped at the door. Why? As daylight ends, the door will freeze over and you will be trapped for one rotation. Shakti replied as Naruto sighed and walked in. Okay. Walking in, Naruto reached in a pouch and pulled out a glow stick before snapping it, having an orange light brighten up the dark tunnel. And the ice reformed as the sunlight started to lower slowly. After walking for a moment, Naruto came to a round spot that splits into multiple sections before closing his eyes. He felt something pulling him to the right before walking down another tunnel. After walking for several minutes, he suddenly stopped as a mist covered the tunnel before it cleared. He then saw a robot army with long heads pointing rifle blasters at him in a coliseum, as well as muscular ones with guns on their arms and others who unfolded from a ball and created a shield. Naruto looked at them before appearing in a gunship with men in white armor. Some have color on their helmets and shoulders. He saw he was in a desert as Jedi led groups of the men against the droids who also had tanks before seeing a large tower get destroyed when the fuel tanks got hit. Guess that was a vision. Don't get those very much, even if I meditate. Naruto said as the mist disappeared before walking down the tunnel. He then saw another battle with two human Jedi men in front of him on a bridge fighting droids, both Caucasian with brown hair, and one with a beard. The bearded one is wearing tan robes with white armor on him and the other one is wearing red and black robes with black armor as well as a black glove over his right hand before seeing a Teen Togruta girl run in with a green lightsaber held in a reverse grip. He then saw another battle but with two sides of the men in armor fighting each other in a forest of large plants. Wonder what that was. Naruto then came up to a room before a bat flew in front of him. Ah! He screamed before two more sets of wings flapped at him. Raising his glow stick he saw the bat was black with a gray owl and a greenish-white bird. They flew around him for a moment before they all landed on him. The bat and bird land on his shoulders, and the owl on his head. Naruto could sense the force in the bird, and what feels like darkness from the bat, and a balance of both from the owl. After a few moments, they then disappear. That was weird. Naruto shook his head before continuing as he saw a light sparkle at the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, mist filled the tunnel before flashes of light came up as lightsabers of various colors dropped and rolled to him before turning off. Naruto then stopped as he heard raspy breathing before looking to see a man walking in the mist wearing a black armored outfit that reminded him of samurai armor he read in a book back in his homeworld with a black skull-like mask and a small computer device on his chest. The man then turned on a red lightsaber before disappearing. Naruto narrowed his eyes before going to a room and saw a light on an ice pole before taking a step. And screamed as he was flying above a village with a wall around it in the woods with 4 male stone faces on the mountain behind it. Konoha, Naruto said before he was in the room again. Taking another step, he saw mist on the far wall as a shadowy figure surrounded by 9 large animals with tails raining from 1 to 9 before being replaced by purple eyes with rings on them. As he got close to the pillar of ice, Naruto then saw a table appear before seeing a paper on it that had a red swirl on it with 2 crossed lightsabers at its center and seal markings surrounding the whole picture. Naruto could also see tiny seal markings in the swirl and lightsabers. Naruto then got to the pillar before reaching out and seeing a very blurry image of Konoha with what looks like a Jedi temple behind it on the mountain. Outside with the masters, Naruto ran out as the water froze just at the top of the door. "Find your crystal, did you?" Yoda asked as Naruto held out his hand and showed 2 crystals, one looking like 2 entwined on top of each other. "2 of them," Shakti said before looking down at the long one. "I never saw one like that before." "Long time as well for me," Yoda said before they walked out to the ship and had it start to fly into the air and then into space. Shakti then took Naruto to the back of the ship without their coats where Naruto saw a storage room with a counter in front of him. He also saw drawers with hilts hanging up on the walls. You've successfully passed the gathering. And harvested your crystals, she explained as she walked behind the counter. Place your crystals on the table, your lesson begins now. Naruto did that before she moved out of the way and gestured behind her. May I introduce you to architect and lightsaber designer, Huyang. Naruto saw a droid with his hands behind his back and yellow eyes with a loop on his forehead and a storage port on his chest. Huyang also has a pack on his back with 2 extra arms and a kilt. This is him, Huyang asked, bringing a hand to his chin. A little older than the normal. Naruto didn't know if he should take that as an insult or compliment before Huyang spoke again. He has passed the gathering. Yes. Are you sure? I know I don't look like much due to being older, but I did pass the gathering, Naruto said, bringing the droid's attention to him. Okay, in my memory banks are the designs of every lightsaber ever built, and the Jedi who built them, Huyang said as he hit a button behind the counter and had multiple design lightsabers come up in a hologram. Now, which one will you choose? A simple grip, the curved approach, one inlaid with the bone of the Carthusian whale, Pastilian ore, or black ankh. Well, from the battles of Rashfan to the peacekeeping of Parlaic, the lightsaber is a Jedi's only true ally. But how do they work? Huyang asked before picking up Naruto's double crystal and brought his loop down to view it. Yes, you have brought me crystals, but they're useless unless you give them life. Hold out your hand. Naruto did that as Huyang grabbed it. Describe what you see your saber to be. Not what you imagine, but what you feel. Naruto closed his eyes before closing his hand like he was grabbing a hilt. I see, a solid hilt and an emitter shroud. The hilt is covered with an interwoven fabric wrapping. And another one that's slightly longer than the Shoto size, a shiny black and gold metal with red swirls engraved on it, and it's also a double blade. The emitters look like a pommel. 1. Good, Huyang said, walking to the drawers and quickly looking around them as his backhands helped by pulling out the drawers he was moving to next. Here we go. Pulling out a drawer, he carried it over to Naruto and dropped parts onto the counter before bringing a large hologram that showed how a lightsaber was put together. Putting down the pieces, Shakti then spoke. Quiet your mind, concentrate, the design will become clear. Naruto closed his eyes before lifting his hands, having the parts for his regular saber lift in front of him with the crystal. He then slowly put the lightsaber together around the crystal before having wrappings wrap around the hilt with a shroud on the emitter. Good. Trust the force. Dropping the saber on the counter, Naruto followed with a black and gold smaller handle before putting it together with a flat pommel-looking emitter. Opening his eyes, Naruto stood up and turned on his regular lightsaber first, having an orange blade come out. Orange, that's not a color we see often, Shakti said as Yoda walked in just as Naruto turned on the top blade of his Shoto, having a blue blade pop out before the other came out, revealing it to be red. Red for a Jedi, rare it is, Yoda said as all looked at the red blade. Yeah, I thought only the Sith used red, Naruto said, looking at the blades before turning all 3 off and clipping them to his belt, regular on his right and the Shoto on his left. They usually use synthetic crystals. But red isn't solely for them. As evident to your blade, Shakti commented before a small droid rolled in on 3-wheeled legs. The droid's circular in design with a black body, and a clear dome head with gold accents. This is R4C5 or RC, Naruto's, and Shakti's astromech droid. Hey, RC, Naruto greeted as the droid beeped. I guess we should be heading back, Shakti said before they went to the cockpit and sat down. Getting ready for hyperdrive, she hit a couple of buttons before the ship shot forward, having a blue tunnel form around the ship. Coruscant. A few months later, Jedi Temple Hangar. Naruto walked with Shakti in the Jedi Temple Hangar, now having his Padawan braid that was near his shoulder. You're sure about that tip from Dex? Shakti asked her Padawan. Yes, Dex never steered me wrong before when bringing info to you all. Plus Obi-Wan trusts him. Obi-Wan can be a little too trusting, Shakti said, coming up to their semicircular ship supported by a trio of landing gear. The cockpit is somewhat conical in shape, with the 3 engines. The craft had one loading ramp, located on the port side of the engine where they saw RC. Hey, RC, ready? Naruto asked as the droid beeps before turning to follow them into the ship. When sitting in the cockpit, Shakti turned to Naruto. "You wanna pilot?" Naruto gained a slight tick mark at that. "No," he said, as being too busy training to be a Jedi, he didn't have the time to learn everything on the tech the new worlds had and still didn't know how to fly. Shakti smiled slightly at that before turning the ship on. When they started hovering, the cockpit and the engine block rotated 90 degrees, having the wings be vertical. They flew out and over the city before coming to space. Setting the hyperdrive, Shakti said, and once they got far enough away from the planet, sped off. Dantoin. The ship then landed in a grassy field before they walked out. "Wanna stay here, RC? At least until we find the town." RC rolled to him and beeped as he turned his head. "Okay, we'll come back when finding the farm." RC rolled back into the ship as Shakti and Naruto started to walk out into the fields. And had a group of men and women pop out from the tall grass pointing rifles and pistols. They're wearing armor that consists of a helmet with a T-shaped visor, shoulder pauldrons, vambraces, breastplate, knee pads, thigh, and shin guards clasped over a body stocking. Naruto looked at one of the women who was wearing the armor but with designs painted on it with speckles of paint on her gloves and boots. Her helmet is purple-pink at the top with black lines on the sides around the visor. She has a checkerboard design on the right pauldron, purple-pink shoulder pauldrons, and an animal on her left pauldron. Her breastplate is painted purple-pink with two stripes on the top right and with a phoenix design on the left corner. Her shirt is black with short sleeves showing her tan skin with tight tan pants. She also has a belt with two holsters on each thigh while she's holding two blaster pistols that are flat and colored as well. "Who are you?" Shakti asked as she and Naruto pulled their sabers up in their hands. "We are Mandalorians," one of the women said in yellow armor, walking up before pulling her helmet off showing she had tan skin, short brown hair, and brown eyes. The others followed showing similar skin tones with different hair colors. Naruto saw the woman he looked at a few minutes ago take off her helmet showing she was about his age with brown eyes, short blue hair with orange bangs swept to the right. "I'm Ursa Ren of Clan Ren. This is my sister Sabine." Sabine nodded to them before Ursa spoke again. "We've been hired by the farmers to deal with a pirate problem." "That's why we're here," Naruto said before Ursa turned to him. "We are more than enough to handle the pirates. Still, we were sent by our order to check on things," Shakti said, having Ursa turn her attention back to her. "Okay, we'll take you to look at the farm." "Good, we'll take our ship then." Shakti gestured to their ship, having the Mandalorians put their helmets back on and walk to the ship, revealing they had jetpacks on. Farm. Getting to the farm of humans, the leader of them, Enoch, explained to the Jedi that they paid the Mandalorians for protection against pirates who raid their village, demanding it as a tribute, but he also said that with the Jedi now there, the Mandalorians can fight the pirates off. "We can handle the pirates," Sabine said as they sat at a table. "But with the Jedi, we can tip the scales more in our favor," Enoch said as Ursa looked to Shakti. "What do you want?" "Nothing. We require nothing," she replied, sitting beside Naruto. Later in the evening, Naruto and Shakti stood outside of one of the metal houses before a kid ran past them. "Pirates! Pirates!" A group of aliens rode down on speedster bikes and stopped in front of the village as Naruto, Shakti and the Mandalorians stood at the gate with a fire in front of them. Naruto saw that the pirates were several alien species. Two were reptilian humanoids. They have large pupil-less eyes, slender snouts, pointed ears, twin saucer-like antennae atop their heads, and a ridge of spines cresting their skulls. Both have green scales covered their bodies, and their skin has a rough, pebbly texture, except on the snout and hands. Their hands have 5 long, dexterous fingers with suction cups at the ends. Both are wearing cargo pants and vests with rifles over their backs. Another 2 are also humanoids with thick, leathery skin. Their faces are lipless, with a frill along each of their jowls. They're both wearing black pants and white sleeveless shirts. Another 2 had red-tinted skin and a pair of large horns growing from their head before smiling, showing sharp teeth, wearing tan pants and black jackets. And the final 2 are also reptilian humanoids with mottled green skin, ridged skulls, and long, black hair pulled in ponytails. They are wearing jeans with black shirts with vambraces and shin guards. "That's far enough," Ursa said to them. I speak for the people of this village. State your name and business. Ursa. Jadra, Ursa said to the alien with long hair who stepped forward. 2. You know him? Shakti asked Ursa, who glanced back. I've run into him several times. He's part of the newly formed Black Sun, a criminal origination. We haven't heard anything about them, Shakti said as Ursa turned back. They're just now forming because of the political fighting and planets leaving the Republic are taking attention off of criminal activity. Shakti brought a hand to her chin before looking at Jadra. I can pay you double what you would get from selling these crops, all you have to do is leave them alone. Jadra looked at her before speaking. How do you plan to pay me? A funds transfer when we go to a nearby town or a different planet if you wish. Jadra chuckled before speaking. Republic credit. Huh. My associates don't accept that kind of currency. I'm offering a deal that benefits us all, Jadra. Shakti said, taking a step forward. Don't let greed blind you. I'm starting to like you, Jedi, Jadra said, noticing their lightsabers. But no one leaves until I get my crops. Then you won't leave as you're not getting them, Ursa said, reaching for her pistols as her group followed. The crop hasn't been harvested yet, you better hurry, old man. Jadra said to Enoch before smiling and turned to leave. Or things might start to die on you. The pirates left before the Jedi and Mandalorians went into a room. The attacks will come from 2 directions, Naruto said, looking at a hollow map of the farm with a mountain ridge surrounding it. The forest from the south, and this ridge from the north. We should have enough people to keep both at bay if we use the electrified fence to make a smaller opening to funnel them in. Shakti looked at the map, having heard from his other teachers Naruto was great at coming up with plans. Before Naruto spoke again. 2 sniper teams should be at the ridge and one of the higher buildings facing the south to pick anyone off. Naruto looked up to the Mandalorians before continuing. You guys have sniper rifles. In the ship that we have in their barn, Sabine spoke up, having Naruto nod. Then at the north, hide behind the buildings and take them by surprise, same for the south but using camouflage to hide with the foliage. A few days later. Over the next few days, they got the defenses ready as well as harvesting their crops to hide within the barn. A scout, Sabine yelled, seeing one of the pirates standing up on a ridge by the farmland. One of the male Mandalorians quickly took out a sniper rifle and shot the alien, having him fall off the ridge as he got to a speedster bike. They'll know something's up when he doesn't report to them, Naruto said as they ran over. We should get ready now. Later, they turned on a yellow electric fence as groups of pirates ran out from the woods just as the Mandalorians started shooting them from the treetops and the buildings. Naruto turned on both his sabers without the red blade as Shakti turned on hers, revealing it to be blue as they ran to each side, Naruto going to the south. Naruto jumped over the fence and sliced one pirate as he was about to shoot Sabine. She looked to see Naruto blocking several blasts and sent them back to the ones who shot at him before smiling under her mask when they started fighting together. You're pretty good, she said as he ducked when she pointed over him to shoot another pirate as he blocked a blast with his shoto. So are you. Naruto then threw his shoto, having the red blade come out to spin and hit several pirates before calling it back. He then saw Jadra on the ridge in a tank before using the force to run fast through the farm, attacking pirates as he passed them. Naruto then started jumping up the cliff before landing on the tank as Jadra held a staff with electric ends. Naruto attacked with his saber only for Jadra to block with his end, showing it was resistant to the blade before Naruto blocked several attacks and parried several more. Naruto noticed the tank start to aim before tossing his shoto through the opening, turning it on mid-throw, and hit the pirate who was driving before the tank started moving forward. Naruto then called his blade back under Jadra's feet and cut his right foot off before he used the force to push Jadra off. He then jumped off and used the force to push the tank off the cliff and had it explode before aiming his saber at Jadra's neck. It's over. Later, Naruto stood outside his ship as several more landed to arrest the pirates before seeing Sabine. Hey, it was nice meeting you, she said as he nodded. Same here, maybe we'll meet again, the universe isn't that big. I'd like that, Sabine replied before Shakti walked over to them. You did well, Padawan. Thank you, Master. Now if only your diplomacy was that good. Naruto sighed at the jab at his diplomacy skills due to not always reading the room or saying the wrong thing in meetings. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Naruto and Ayla were in the sparring room before they bowed. Leaning back up, Naruto turned his saber on as Ayla followed before they started practicing. They clashed blades several times before Ayla leaned back and then rolled over Naruto's back before hitting the red blade of his Shoto when he turned it on to deflect her attack. "You've gotten better, Naruto." "Thanks," Naruto replied before they continued striking each other's sabers before Naruto turned around and blocked a hit from behind. They continued trading blows for several minutes before ending and turned their lightsabers off before bowing to one another. "Ayla, I've been wondering, what are your thoughts on the Jedi having no relations?" "Why do you want to know?" Naruto shrugged before answering. "You're my first friend here and you're the only one our age here at the moment." "Well, I've never given it much thought," Ayla replied as they walked the halls. "As I explained, we're brought here at a young age and we've never had relationships. And of course, we're taught that attachment and possession lead to jealousy and fear of loss, and ultimately the dark side of the Force. Never had that problem with that in my world," Naruto said looking out a window they passed. "As I said, the people in my village who used chakra got married all the time and not once did losing a spouse cause them to betray the village. Of course, having a spouse didn't stop any from betraying the village, but those people wanted more power for themselves, so you could say they were already on the path to the dark side." They then walked to another hall before Naruto continued. "So do you punish any who might have feelings for someone else?" "No, at least not that I'm aware," Ayla replied before glancing at him. "Although, I find myself conflicted at times." "You do?" "Yes, with my first master, he was like a father to me. And it did hurt a little to let him go." "Yeah, I can relate to not seeing my teachers," Naruto replied before looking over. "But I do keep bringing up bonds to make a person stronger. And I'll also admit that I've been confused recently," Ayla said, having Naruto look at her and raise an eyebrow. "How so?" "I've come to care for you a great deal, and as I said earlier, that goes against what we're taught about relationships and attachments." Naruto stared at her before seeing Shakti walking toward him. "Naruto, the council would like to see you." "Okay, master." Jedi Council. Naruto stood in front of the Jedi Council. "So, what's this about?" he asked, looking at each of the masters. "Your view on relationships, we want to discuss," Yoda said sitting in his chair. "Yes, we voted on having a discussion seeing as some of us think that goes against our tradition," Mace said, picking up after Yoda. "Yes, feelings can lead to jealousy or loss that can send one to the dark side," Appo said as Naruto looked at him. "And yet you have people fall to it anyway. Look here. Let's continue with the discussion," Shakti said from her seat. "Padawan, please continue." "Okay, outside of that going to the dark side, why do you not allow relationships?" Naruto asked as Kiadi leaned forward. "There are dangers for that, as Appo stated. It can lead to betrayal, anger, jealousy." "Then what's the difference between you and the droids you fight? You both have no emotions and work for a larger body, the Trade Federation and Senate. Look, as I told Master Yoda when we talk about this, I agree with not attacking just out of anger, jealousy, or envy. But we do have those feelings for a reason, just don't let one be your life focus." "What would you know? You're still young," Appo stated as Naruto sighed. "So, age is not a factor in wisdom, as someone younger can bring forth new ideas, points of view, a different way of looking at a situation. I've read plenty of reports on how people came back from the dark side because of a family member or other loved ones. I remember reading about Revan and Bastila Shan and them having a descendant named Satel Shan. She was one of the greatest and strongest Jedi Grand Masters the Order has had. And as Padawan and later knight, she was able to not only hold her own but overpower Darth Malgus, who is among the top 5 strongest Sith of that time, a Sith who effortlessly killed her former master who was the Jedi's battlemaster. And tradition. Are you forgetting thousands of years ago Jedi did get married and have families? And even to this day that was when you were at your strongest in both numbers and individuals who were strong with the Force," Naruto said, turning to each member before continuing. "Look, how about a trial run? Have me be in a relationship with another Jedi. If one or both of us seem to be stronger than the average Jedi, then that proves what I've said about relationships." After a moment Mace then spoke up. We'll vote on it. Can you give us a moment? Naruto shrugged at that. Sure. Going outside, Naruto looked out a window looking at the large city that made the planet before being called in. So. To a trial run, we voted for, Yoda said as Naruto looked at him. Anyone in particular you have? Only one close to my age that I've had the most time so it wouldn't be awkward as Ayla Sakura, Naruto replied before Mace Windu called for Ayla who walked in after several minutes. Yes. Ayla, we just voted on doing a trial run with something and you were chosen to be a part of it. Shakti spoke as Ayla blinked. Oh, what is it? We're trying what Naruto has been proposing, we're going to allow him to test out being in a relationship. Mace said, getting Ayla's attention. And he's chosen you to have one with. Her eyes widened at that. Really, why? You're the one closest to my age I know really well, so I thought it would make it easier for us, Naruto replied, having Ayla look at him. Okay, I accept. Over the next several months, Naruto and Ayla started on the trial run with their relationship causing some confusion to their fellow Padawans and young knights until the council went to the Knights' Billet to explain to them about Naruto's proposal run. And that, for the moment at least, it will be only Naruto and Ayla who'll be in a relationship in case it doesn't work out. A couple of months later, Jedi Council. Shakti was standing in front of the other master talking about Naruto. I believe my Padawan is ready to be promoted. He's a prodigy with a lightsaber and has mastered all 7 forms, so he passed the test of skill. By saving the farm I think he's passed the trial of courage. And I think we all agree he's passed the test of the flesh when Master Yoda found him and he had 2 holes in his chest. He beat the darkness inside him for the test of spirit. And for the test of insight, he decoded the broken text we gave him in record time. He is still a little young, Adi said, hand on her chin. But I must admit I've never seen anyone excel in our teaching as fast as he did. As Shakti has stated before, if we found Naruto first I would have thought he was the chosen one. We don't know if Anakin is the chosen one. Or if Naruto is either. Mace said as Yoda had his eye closed. A just debate this always is. But in the times I have seen, a knight Naruto needs to become. Trust in the Force I do. A knight he shall be. Yoda said, opening his eyes. Naruto and Ayla. Naruto was walking with Ayla holding her hand as they walked out of Dex's diner, getting some strange looks from a few people when they recognized their lightsabers. Beep. Bringing his left wrist up, Naruto revealed he had a watch before a small hologram of Shakti came up. Young one, the council requires your presence immediately. Be right there, master, Naruto said before walking with Ayla to the temple. Once getting to the temple, Naruto was met by Shakti who escorted him to a dark room before blue and green lightsabers lit up revealing the Yoda standing in front of him as the other council members stood in a circle around him with hoods up. Yeah, this isn't ominous at all, Naruto said before Yoda pointed in front of him with his lightsaber. Step forward, young Padawan. Walking up, Naruto then knelt as Yoda brought his saber to Naruto's right shoulder as the others brought theirs down as well. Naruto Uzumaki, by the right of the council. Yoda then brought his saber to Naruto's left shoulder. By the will of the Force. Yoda then brought his saber back to Naruto's right shoulder. Dub the I do, Jedi. He then sliced Naruto's braid off. Knight of the Republic. Outside, Ayla was waiting for Naruto before seeing him walk out, with singed hair where his braid was before jumping in his arms and kissing him. The galaxy stands on the brink of war. It is a dark time for the galaxy. Under the leadership of the mysterious Count Dooku, a growing number of worlds threaten to leave the Galactic Republic. As Dooku gains loyal followers, the Jedi Knights struggle to maintain peace and order. Meanwhile, Jedi Knight Naruto has started a spy ring to help the Jedi keep peace and justice throughout the galaxy. Coruscant, 24 BBY. A 17-year-old Naruto was walking to a building wearing his robes. Walking inside, he saw he was in the Republic Navy building where he saw people wearing olive drab-colored uniforms. Hello, can I help you? Stiffening, Naruto turned to see a humanoid male with blue skin, hair, and red eyes wearing the same uniform. Yes, I'm here to study up on space tactics. Ah, you must be that Jedi coming today, I'll be the one teaching you that. I'm Captain Thrawn. Nice to meet you, Naruto said, shaking his hand. Naruto spent the day learning about space tactics, impressing Thrawn with how quickly he learned what he was teaching before challenging him to a game of chess. I don't know how to play chess, Naruto said, walking with Thrawn to a room where two other aliens were playing the game. After watching a couple of games, Naruto and Thrawn sat down. Okay, I think I understand. I have a similar game in my world that's played with tiles called shogi. After a few minutes, they drew a crowd, impressing them that someone was able to play as well against the captain. A few months later, Naruto and Thrawn were playing another chess game before Thrawn spoke up, explaining to Naruto about his culture and people. The ruling class of the Chiss ascendancy was known as the aristocra. Most Chiss names were multisyllabic and consisted of three distinct parts, like my name of Mithra Anuruado. The first portion identified an individual's family, the second was the given name, and the third indicated other social factors. We use shortened variants of our names as most other species have a hard time pronouncing our names. These short-form names are called core names. Our home planet is Scylla, a planet located in the so-called unknown regions of the galaxy. The legend goes, our homeworld was once a warm and tropical planet. However, the planet was later locked in an ice age with profound glaciation encompassing the terrestrial world. Naruto took a bishop before he explained his world and people as well. Coruscant Underworld 23 BBY. Naruto walked down the streets of what was commonly known as the Coruscant Underworld. He's wearing his tunic as well as a black strap over his left shoulder with a thin one connected to the bottoms on the right that went over his right shoulder. Looking up, he saw what looked like a roof due to this part of the world being under the large city that made up the surface of the planet. And notice when looking down to more floors that due to its enclosure by the larger buildings, the air was trapped in the lower levels, creating a microclimate of which there were at least 3 layers. He saw that due to no sunlight, they used artificial illumination to light up the streets, and that the streets were haunted by exploiters and thugs, and its walls are riddled with vermin. He continued walking and looked around again to see the under levels harbored a larger population than many star sectors, leaving millions beyond the protection of the world's security force with only vigilantes, who chose to defend the people on their own land from criminals. Walking past a bar, Naruto noticed the artificial lighting barely brightened the dark and sorrowful levels. He also saw various obviously mutant species. Beep. Hearing a beep, Naruto brought his watch up and had an image of Shakti come up. Hello, master. I don't know why you hang out down there, she said as Naruto rolled his eyes. The people we go after hang out down here, or their associates do. Where do you think I got the info for our last mission? I've gotten the trust of some of the stores here that I'm more welcome than other Jedi. I'm starting to regret giving you that diplomacy training, Shakti said before sighing. The council has a mission for you. You'll be expanding that spy ring of yours, but you need to be undercover, so no lightsaber. And I guess I can't use a ship the Jedi commonly use either, huh? Okay, I'm visiting my club now. I'll ask Oola if there are any pilots there to use. Okay, that'd be for the best as you're not the best flyer out there. May the Force be with you. And with you too, master, Naruto said with a sigh before turning off his transmission. Walking down several blocks, Naruto came up to a nightclub before walking inside. He saw several alien species and humans sitting at tables, booths, and a bar before seeing several female Twi'lek dancers on several tables, all wearing a mesh bodysuit that left their sides bare down to their thighs and showed they weren't wearing bras. Some waved at Naruto as he walked up to the bar and saw a female green-skinned Twi'lek. She also has eyeshadow on and is wearing a skin-tight catsuit with a zipper that's pulled down to show her cleavage and sports a collar on the top back. She also has black high-heeled boots. This is Oola, owner of the club and Naruto's first informant for the spy ring he's putting together. Hey, Naruto, I've got nothing for you today, she said as Naruto leaned up on the bar. That's okay, I've got another reason for stopping by. Oh, to see little ol' me? She asked, leaning on the bar, flashing him her cleavage. Naruto smiled at that. Okay, 2 reasons. I need a pilot, is there any here? Oola nodded her head to the right before answering. The woman over there is. Looking over, Naruto saw a Caucasian woman with blonde hair pulled in a short ponytail standing at 5 feet 7 inches wearing an open leather jacket with the sleeves pulled up to her elbows, over a side-buttoned shirt with the top button open to reveal slight cleavage and another dark gray shirt underneath and gloves. She's also wearing blue pants with 2 yellow lines on each side, 2 holsters on each side of her waist, a snap-clip belt, and knee-high boots. 1. Okay thanks, Oola, Naruto said, dropping a couple of credits on the bar for her before walking to the woman. Hello, I was told you're a pilot. Depends on who's asking, she said looking up. I've got a mission where I have to be discreet and need a craft where I won't be recognized. The woman glanced down and noticed his lightsabers before speaking. Okay, I'm Juno. Juno Eclipse. Are you able to pay? I don't do that Republic credit. Naruto reached behind him and pulled a bag out before dropping it on the table, having gold credits fall out. Yes, I can pay. Since I don't buy much outside of food and I usually have to take these kinds of missions, I keep some credits handy. Okay, let's go to the hangars, Juno said, taking the bag and standing up. I'll meet you there, I gotta get some supplies as I have to stay hidden for this, Naruto said before walking to the door. He walked out of the club and started walking down the street, going past merchants selling various food, weapons, clothing, and gear before seeing something on a table not that far from him. He saw a small droid jumping up and down as people passed the stand he was standing on. The droid is bipedal and is crimson red with 2 gold vertical stripes on its head and looked like a small square plate was missing on top of its head as well as a slot missing on the left side of his head. 2. Naruto walked up as the droid was looking down when someone passed over him for something else. Hey, little guy. The droid looked up and bounced on its feet. What kind of droid is this? A BD unit. Looking up, he saw a human male merchant. He's a companion droid designed to assist operations in remote or dangerous locations across the galaxy. BDs have an enthusiasm for data collection. They're programmed to be the ideal assistant to a researcher or explorer operating alone in the field with their ability to traverse all types of terrain. He's BD4. Okay, I know a Jedi who uses one. I just never saw one before. Naruto said, looking at BD4. I heard the company just folded, so there's not that many out there. How much? 1,000 credits, I have all his missing pieces here, just couldn't put him back together. Naruto smiled before looking down at BD4. What do you say? Wanna come with me? Beep. BD beeped and jumped before Naruto handed the merchant the credits. The man then handed a bag to Naruto, who took it before reaching down for BD. Only for BD to run up his arm and go onto his back to grab on the strap and look over Naruto's right shoulder. I guess you found a spot, huh? Boop beep. Naruto smiled as he turned before noticing a pistol on the stand that looked like a large revolver with a black handle. 3. I'll take that as well. Paying for the weapon in a holster, a blue light came on over Naruto's shoulder before he looked to see BD scanning it before the light turned red. Naruto started walking away as BD looked around from his spot on his back, scanning several droids and aliens they passed. Waking to a hangar, Naruto saw Juno at a large black rectangle ship with 2 wings on the side and the ball cockpit near the back in the middle with a split open area in the middle for better viewing. That's your ship. Yes, the Rogue Shadow has an advanced hyperdrive, cutting-edge sensory arrays, a fully functional medical bay, crew quarters, and a workshop. It also had the fastest sublight drives on any ship you'll find. It also has a cloaking device that'll hide us from even the most powerful scanners for short periods. Juno explained as Naruto walked to the landing ramp. Boop. BD then jumped off of Naruto, ran to the pilot, and scanned her. Hey. Don't worry, he's just curious about you, Naruto said as BD jumped up on his back before walking inside the ship. Where's your workstation? I gotta fix BD here. Juno walked in just as the ramp pulled up. It's down the hall. Walking down the hall, Naruto came to a door and opened it, showing the lights were off. Reaching for the light switch, Naruto stopped as a light came out of BD's eyes and lit the room before he flipped the switch, showing a small room with a work table and tools on a pegboard. Let's get you fixed, BD. BD jumped off of Naruto and ran to the table before jumping and had thrusters come on his legs to hover up before landing. Walking over, Naruto picked up a small soldering gun before opening the bag and saw a black square piece with wires on it and a long black drawer with 10 slots in it. Hey, it looks like you can have stim canisters. BD beeps before having a small circular hole open up on the left side of his head over where the drawer would be. Going to work, Naruto soldered the black chip and connected the wires from it to under BD's head before screwing the drawer back in place. There we go, better. Beep. BD beeped before having a hollow map come out of his eye showing a map of Coruscant's underworld. Oh cool. I guess that's what that chip on your head is for. Okay, let's get you some stims for that drawer. BD jumped onto Naruto's back as he turned and walked out to see the medical room before going inside and opened a cabinet revealing small green syringes before taking 10 of them. BD then jumped on the counter and opened his drawer having Naruto put a syringe in each slot. Alright, let's get to Juno. BD had a stim shot out of his head before catching it back inside and jumping before running up Naruto's arm. They walked out and went into the cockpit where Naruto saw 3 chairs, 2 in front at the console, and 1 in the back. BD then jumped off of Naruto and ran to stand on top of the console and looked out the windshield. He then turned to look at the buttons and tilted his head. Don't touch anything, Juno said to BD as while he was looking down, he tried to hit one with his right foot. BD jolted back slightly and looked at Juno before turning to look out the window as she started to fly out of the hangar and up to the opening. Where to? Ryloth, I'm actually starting a spy ring for information. And that planet is where my girlfriend is from, so I figure I'd start there. Juno raised an eyebrow as they flew out of the atmosphere. I thought Jedi didn't have relationships. It's a trial run for me to show that having a relationship isn't bad, Naruto replied sitting down before they got into space and went into hyperspace. Ryloth. The rogue shadow appeared in front of Ryloth. It's a planet that's orbited by 5 moons. As they got into the atmosphere, Naruto saw it had little or no surface water on the side he was facing. And he noticed dry, rocky landscapes of deserts, mountain ranges with mist-covered peaks, shadowy valleys, alternated with snowy wastes, joined by lush temperate bands. So where to? Juno asked as Naruto looked down at the area. Closest hangar, Naruto replied standing up as they got to a building. Once landing, Naruto saw a group of Twi'leks on a landing deck before waking out as BD got on his back. Hey, I was wondering if one of you could tell me where your boss Chom is. Why do you want to know? A green-skinned female Twi'lek asked wearing a pilot uniform. Naruto Uzumaki, I would like to talk to him, Naruto replied as BD looked over his shoulder before glancing at him and then at the Twi'lek. He's this way, she said before BD ran down and scanned several plants in the area before running back up Naruto's back. Going inside the building, Naruto saw a male Twi'lek with orange skin wearing a blue jumpsuit with a black coat, boots, and vambraces looking at papers by crates. This is Chom Syndulla. Chom. Looking over, Chom saw Naruto before walking over. Hello, how can I help you? I'm Naruto Uzumaki, I was wondering if I could have a moment of your time. Going inside an office, Naruto told him of his idea for a spy ring, and since Chom was starting to see corruption in the Senate, Naruto thought he would be perfect to tell him anything that would happen on the planet that his ambassador would either do or ignore to gain more power. As they were finishing up, a female ran in. Mr. Syndulla, your daughter's been taken by slave traders. Jolting up, Chom ran out of the office as a large ship a mile away was starting to fly into the air. Come on, we'll take my ship, Naruto yelled, running to the rogue shadow and ran in as BD jumped on the console when getting into the cockpit. Follow that ship, they're slavers, Naruto yelled as Juno started the ship and started flying after the larger ship before hitting another button and fired at the ship with an ion cannon. Boom. Juno flew beside the ship and had a bridge connect both at the hole she created before Naruto and Chom ran into Chom holding a pistol as Naruto brought his sabers up as BD looked over his shoulder. Inside they saw a bipedal sentient humanoid species. Feline in appearance, they possess strong, angular features and large, pointed ears. They also have long fangs that jutted from their jaws and claws that extended from their hands. Some have their faces and ears entirely covered with fur, each different color. And either blue or yellow eyes. Zygerians, Chom said before the aliens fired at them. Naruto blocked the attacks with his saber and by spinning his shoto having several blasts ricochet back and hit the Zygerians. Naruto and Chom then ducked behind a wall as more started shooting at them before Naruto saw he was beside a door. Going into the room, he saw it was a dead end. Damn, I was hoping there was another door. Boom. The ship shook before Naruto heard Juno over an earpiece. Hey, Jedi. The ship's starting to blow up, hurry. Another explosion rocked the ship before the wall in front of him broke open revealing a crevice he can crawl through. It's gonna be a tight fit. Naruto then walked up and turned sideways to crawl through the piping and wires in the wall. BD then stood on his shoulder before jumping off onto a pipe above to walk as Naruto had to lay down to crawl over a pipe. BD then dropped back down on Naruto as they came out on the other side and saw a guard in front of him, back to them. Coming up behind the guard, Naruto took his shoto, stabbed the alien through the rib, and put his hand over the guard's mouth. Turning his weapon off, Naruto dropped the guard before another explosion hit, having a pipe fall onto Naruto's shoulder having him fall before rolling away as BD jumped off. Groan. Naruto groaned before looking at the droid. Little help. Boop beep. BD then shot a stim canister up in the air for Naruto to catch and stick in his shoulder, having him sigh as the pain went away. Thanks, buddy. Beep. Jumping back on, Naruto ran down the hall to the cockpit where Chom made it in, bruises on his face before seeing two Zygerians, one holding a 6-year-old green-skinned Twi'lek girl. Let her go, Naruto said as the one holding her turned to him and pointed a pistol at her. I think not, she's my ticket outta here. Just as he looked to Chom, he screamed as BD had snuck over and had a small taser from his foot hit him in the leg having Naruto quickly pull his pistol out and shoot each man in the leg having the girl run to Chom. Daddy. Naruto put the pistol back in his holster before walking to the men who looked up. We surrender. Good. Oh look, the pod race results are up. Chom, can you watch these two for a moment? Walking outside with Chom's daughter, Naruto heard 2 shots before Chom walked out. Thanks. No problem. Obviously, I would have liked for you to have spared them but they did take your daughter. Chom nodded before taking his daughter's hand. Come on Hera. Walking back to Juno's ship with a group of other Twi'leks before flying off as the slaver's ship exploded and fell onto an empty area. As they flow, Hera watches Juno the whole time on the flight. After landing, Chom agreed to let Naruto form a branch of his spy ring as thanks for not only saving his people who were captured but his daughter as well. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Naruto was walking inside the temple before seeing a Caucasian man with combed brown hair and a beard wearing tan robes walking in as well. Hey, Obi-Wan. Hello there, Naruto. Obi-Wan greeted him before BD popped up over Naruto's left shoulder. Beep. Oh, I see you made a friend. Yeah, this is BD4. A BD unit, I hear Ino talking about him when talking about his trips, Obi-Wan said as Naruto nodded. Yeah, I just found him when visiting Oola's club. And that as well, Obi-Wan said, looking at Naruto's pistol. Yeah, I had a mission on expanding my spy ring and had to be discreet so I couldn't use my lightsabers much. So uncivilized, Obi-Wan said as Naruto rolled his eyes. Don't take the high ground Kenobi, it's not a good look for you. Where's Anakin? Resting after training. I was just on my way to give my report from our recent mission. Obi-Wan answered as Naruto nodded. As was I, he said before they walked to the Jedi Council. Senate Building, 22 BBY. Naruto walked into the Senate building before glancing over his shoulder. Come on BD, it wasn't that bad. BD popped up over his shoulder and looked at him. Beep. He also had the Jedi logo on top of his head in white as well as a white swirl logo on his body. Oh sure, bring that up. One time and you never let me hear the end of it. Naruto said before seeing Plo Koon and Mace Windu at a door before walking over. He saw Obi-Wan throw his blue lightsaber at another young Caucasian man who looked to be Naruto's age with short brown hair, Padawan braid, and wearing black and brown tunic and pants also holding a blue lightsaber. They're both surrounded by practice droids who had rifles. Who's first? The man asked before jumping over 2 blasts, landed behind the last 2 droids, and stabbed them in the back. Never mind. he said with a smirk. He tossed Obi-Wan back his lightsaber and kicked a broken head. Nicely done, Mace said, clapping, getting the two's attention. I thought these tests were supposed to be difficult. Anakin, although the Force is clearly your ally, overconfidence is not. He's right, Anakin, even a youngling can beat a master if they're overconfident, Naruto said as he stood between the two masters. Let that be the final lesson for today, Mace spoke up. The Council has an important mission for you both. No problem. We can handle anything, Anakin said, holding his hands out before walking to a black hooded cloak. Knight's billet. Naruto walked into his room as BD ran in and up to a table before powering down to recharge. Sitting on his couch, Naruto stretched before two blue arms wrapped around his neck. How'd your mission go? Ayla asked, wearing a light blue oversized t-shirt. Not too bad, just had to help another town out. I would have been back sooner but ran into Obi-Wan and Anakin. They just got a mission to guard a senator. I didn't get their name. Naruto replied before she walked over and straddled his waist. And had her shirt right up revealing white panties. How about you? Just relaxing, he asked, hands trailing down to squeeze her cheeks. She moaned before answering. Had to help my master out. Naruto smiled before using the Force to pull her shirt up over her head and throw it to the side before they started to make out. A week later, Naruto stretched in his room before walking out with BD, who jumped on his back to get something to eat. It's been a week since he got back and he remembered talking to Anakin on his mission protecting a senator by the name of Padme Amidala at the behest of Chancellor Palpatine. I don't really like that guy, must be because he's a politician. The former ninja now Knight thought as he made his way to the saloon. He remembers Anakin explaining that an assassin made another attempt on Amidala's life the night they started, though he and Obi-Wan were able to foil the plot. They chased the assassin to a club before capturing them. They found the assassin to be a female Claudite. But she was killed by a saber dart before she could talk. And that after returning to the Jedi Temple, Obi-Wan is assigned by the Council to track down the assassin's killer. Meanwhile, they have Anakin continue the task of protecting the senator and are asked to escort her back to her home planet of Naboo. Leaving a junior representative, a Gungan by the name of Jar Jar Binks, to take over her duties in her absence. When Naruto got his food, he saw his girlfriend at a table before walking over and raised his right hand. Ayla jumped as she felt her ass get pinched before glancing over her shoulder and smiled before Naruto sat down. After several minutes of conversing and eating, BD got up and had a hollow image of Mace Windu ordering every knight to board a ship and head to a planet called Geonosis. Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi has been captured. There's also a new droid army being built there, so I'm calling in every available knight and master to battle. Naruto and Ayla got up and took off along with other Jedis before coming to a ship where Mace was. Naruto saw the council before seeing one was missing. Where's Master Yoda? He's gone to Kamino. Obi-Wan found an army of clones that were ordered on our behalf by Sifo-Dyas just over 10 years ago. Mace said as they got on the ship. I thought you told me he died. He must have made the order just before, Mace said before they started to fly out of the hangar. Clones attacks. The Jedi strike team are on their way to Geonosis to save the captured Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi. Unbeknownst to them, Obi-Wan's Padawan Anakin Skywalker and Senator Padme Amidala have also arrived on the planet, but are quickly captured by the bounty hunter Jango Fett and sentenced to death, joining Obi-Wan in the Geonosis arena, where they are to be executed. Geonosis. Naruto, wearing a cloak with the hood up, walked into the hall of the arena that Obi-Wan was to be executed in before walking out to see the large arena. It's a circular structure composed of large spires built out of a natural rock hollow. The center of the arena is a flat, circular, sand floor with 3 columns near the edge. On the columns are chaining before Obi-Wan. Anakin and Naruto saw a Caucasian woman with brown hair pulled in a bun wearing a white shirt that showed her midriff and pants fighting 3 aliens. The first alien is a large thick-skinned, horned, rhino-esque quadruped with 3 horns, 1 on top of its head and 2 on the side. The next alien appeared to be feline in nature, with claws, quills along its back, and a long tail that split into 2 equal sections for a second. The final alien is a 3-eyed crustacean and also had characteristics possessed by reptiles, such as a powerful jaw filled with sharp teeth. It also has tough, leathery skin and a bony crest around its neck. It also has 6 deadly claws and its limbs are long. Oh, it's that senator, Padme, Naruto said before noticing other cloaked people walking outside before looking at the arena once more. He saw it can seat over 100,000 spectators while certain viewers were able to watch the gladiatorial duels from a balcony. Along the base of the inside of the structure were gates that would open to release vicious creatures that either fought other creatures or pitted beings against the fierce creatures. Looking around, Naruto saw the Genosians were all an insect-like alien species. They have a hard chitin exoskeleton, elongated faces, and multi-jointed limbs. Their heads are elongated and large with their skulls ridged on the top and by the side where they had bulbous, thick-lidded eyes. They're covered with bony ridges, their skin is reddish, and they have a slender frame. They're also bipedal and walk on 2 legs. Most of them also possessed leathery rapid fluttering wings that emerged from their bony shoulder blades. And all of them are standing at 5 feet 2 inches to 5 feet 9 inches in height. Looking up to the balcony, Naruto saw a group of people, 2 human men, a boy, and 2 aliens. The 2 aliens are humanoid males with smooth, mottled green-gray skin and large, red-orange eyes with a pupil that split it horizontally. They are tall and have long, bony hands with 5 pointed fingers, one of which was an opposable thumb. Both are wearing robes. The first man Naruto recognized was Count Dooku, a former Padawan of Yoda who left the order after reclaiming his family title from his brother. He's Caucasian with white-gray hair and beard wearing black robes with a brown hooded cloak. The other man has tanned skin and short brown hair wearing blue Mandalorian armor. This is Jango Fett, a bounty hunter. The boy looked like Jango with brown hair parted in the middle wearing blue and light blue robes and tunic. Naruto saw Anakin who had his hands chained with a long chain using the force to calm the rhino alien as Obi-Wan took a staff and was fending the crustacean alien off as Padme stood on the pillar with the feline alien trying to get to her but was whipped down several times before jumping and scratching her back. All 3 soon got on the rhino alien only to be surrounded by droidekas. Looking up, Naruto saw Mace walk up to Jango and turned on his purple lightsaber at the bounty hunter's neck. Naruto threw off his cloak and turned on his saber as Ayla who came up beside him followed. As well as other Jedis around the arena. Ready BD. BD popped up over his shoulder. Boop. Oh, don't chicken out now. Naruto yelled before seeing battle droids run out of the tunnels on the floor. Naruto and the Jedi jumped down and ran to them, blocking blasters before slicing any that got near them. Naruto saw Mace flip down, cloak on fire from Jango who put his blue helmet on. Ayla got near Naruto and blocked several blasts before they got back to back. They spun as they deflected several blasts as Naruto saw some of the newly promoted knights get struck down. Damn, Naruto cursed as he turned with his girlfriend to block another blast before tossing his saber, cutting a muscular droid before seeing a droideka, and turning to look over his shoulder. Have an EMP? Naruto asked before hearing a loud blast. Looking he saw a Geonosian manning a large sonic cannon before hearing Ayla speak up. Yes, I do, why? I'll get the droid's attention as you slowly roll it at the shield. If it's slow enough it'll go by its shield. I think that's if they get close to a rock or something it won't trip them up. Running to the droid's left, Naruto blocked several blasts as Ayla ran behind it and dropped to one knee before rolling a circular grenade that had electric radiation pop out of it that disabled the shield, having her slice the droid in half. Naruto saw Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Padme get up on the creature Anakin tamed. Hey! Naruto yelled, getting Obi-Wan and Anakin's attention. He threw 2 lightsabers up, having the Jedi turn them, one revealing Obi-Wan's to be blue and Anakin's to be green. Why'd you have 2? Anakin asked while cutting Obi-Wan and Padme's chains before cutting his. The sonic cannon hit another group of Jedis and destroyed the pillars before Naruto pulled his Shoto up and blocked another blast from his left. Figured you'd be stupid enough to go after Obi-Wan, Naruto said, swinging his saber like a bat hitting a blast to a droid. A blast from the cannon knocks the 3 off the creature before Obi-Wan and Anakin block blasts themselves as Padme had a large black pistol. She shot Genosians off of a hover chariot being pulled by another creature before running to get on it, Anakin following by jumping on the chariot. Obi-Wan twirled his lightsaber in front of him before slicing droids that he got near. As they fought, Naruto saw Anakin slicing droids as well as other Jedi getting shot before he saw more droids coming out and started to herd them towards the middle. Mace jumped over a group of droids and ran up to Obi-Wan before they started fighting together. I feel this is too much for you, Padawan. Naruto turned to see Ayla fighting with Luminara and Barris. He then dashed over slicing several droids before stopping by them. Not a good idea to send her away, droids and Genosians are coming out of every nook and cranny. She'll be safer with us until Yoda gets here. Naruto turned on his red blade and spun his Shoto in front of him before tossing it in front of him and cutting through a line of droids before calling it back. Naruto felt something in the force before looking up to see Jango Fett with his helmet on shoot Coleman Trebor having the master fall to the ground. He then noticed one battle droid had the gray head of a protocol droid. I'm sorry. I have no control over my body. The droid said as it was shooting. Naruto notices a protocol droid body with the head of a battle droid walking around before dashing over and uses the force to pull the two together before using his Shoto to cut the heads off from just below the shoulders. Oh, thank you, sir. No problem, Naruto said, blocking strikes with both his blades before tossing his Shoto. Had the red blade turn on before it started to spin and move in an arc cutting through droids before pulling it back to him. BD then scanned the droids before looking at the head. Oh, I'm C-3PO, who might you be? Boop beep. BD-4, a pleasure to meet you. What kind of droid are you? 3PO asked BD, who had jumped off of Naruto. Beep. Oh, a BD droid for research. My, I bet you would be a better companion than who I've been hanging out with. 3PO said before hearing a beep behind him. Beep. Looking back, the two droids saw a white and silver astromech droid with blue accents. Oh, you know that's true, R2. R2-D2, Naruto asked, turning to see the droid. Hey, buddy, have a hard time keeping Obi-Wan and Anakin out of trouble. Beep. R2 replied, turning his head back and forth. Yeah, they're a magnet for it. Hey, I'll protect you if you want to fix C-3PO here. Boop. R2 beeps before Naruto turns and throws both his sabers up in the air, having the droids look up. Man, you're programmed to be dumb, Naruto said before throwing his hands out and used the force to throw a large number into the wall, destroying them before catching his sabers. Naruto saw the rhino alien chase Mace before he turned and sliced one of its horns off before being tackled, having his saber drop out of his hands. Jango then dropped down using his jetpack before diving at the weapon before it was called back to Mace. The creature then hit the bounty hunter before running over him. The beast turned and charged at Jango, who pulled his pistol and shot the alien in its head before diving out of the way as the beast fell and slid forward. Mace then ran to Jango, who started shooting at the master. Mace deflected the blasts before cutting his pistol out of his hand, then spun to behead him. Naruto glanced up to see Dooku was surprised as well as the boy looking down at Mace, who looked up as well before he turned to look at the dead body. Naruto glanced at the sonic cannon before dashing over to slice the Geonosian who was firing it before stabbing the cannon. Boom. Naruto jumped off just as the cannon exploded and used the force to throw the blast at another large group of droids before going back to see R2 had fixed 3PO. Okay, you guys should probably go to the edge so you won't be targeted. 3PO nodded before Naruto looked at BD. Feel free to follow them until our reinforcements arrive. Beep. Okay then. Naruto blocked another blast as BD jumped on his back. The alien Padme and Anakin are using to ride around on is suddenly shot down, forcing the two to take cover at the tilted chariot. You call this a diplomatic solution? Anakin asked as he deflected blasts. No, I call it aggressive negotiations. Over with Obi-Wan, he deflected more blasts before seeing the droids back up. Hearing a growl, the Jedi looked back to see the crustacean alien behind him before slicing two legs off, hit the alien in the head then stabbed it, killing the alien. Naruto saw more Jedi get shot before having to jump back with his group as they were forced into the middle of the arena due to the number of the droids. Naruto noticed that only 40 Jedi were left as BD sadly beeped when they all got together in a circle and continued to deflect blasts. Naruto saw the droids stopped firing as Padme was with them as well. Master Windu. The Jedi looked up at Count Dooku, who had 2 muscle droids as well as Genoshans with rifles flying around him. You have fought valiantly, worthy of recognition in the archive of the Jedi Order. Now, it is finished. Dooku said as droids escorted Plo Koon and Ki-Adi-Mundi to them. Surrender, and your lives will be spared. We will not be hostages to be bartered with. Windu yelled up as the others turned their sabers on. Did he really think we would surrender? Naruto asked Ayla, who was standing by him. I think so. Kinda stupid then. Look, Padme yelled, seeing ships flying down to them as well as 2 large triangle-shaped ships. The ships coming to them have drooping wings and a sliding side door opened, showing Yoda with a group of men in white armor shooting down at the droids with rifles. Around the survivors, a perimeter create, Yoda said as they also flew in a circle using the ship's cannons to attack as well. The Jedi deflected shots while waiting for the ships to land. As they landed, the Jedi started getting on them. Naruto turned to the one where Ayla and Shakti were getting in before hearing a scream. Turning, he saw one of the men in armor get shot in the shoulder and fell before dashing to the man and picked him up. Going to the last ship still on the ground, Naruto put the man on before quickly turning to block a blast as he jumped back onto the ship. BD jumping up onto his stomach as he landed on his back. R2, go back to the ship you came here on. Naruto yelled to the droid as the ship then flew up out of the arena. Naruto saw Dooku go back inside as the boy went to his father's body and picked up the helmet. They started flying around to a large plant. BD leaned over his shoulder and had a hollow image of Yoda and Mace come up in front of Naruto. If Dooku escapes, rally more systems to his cause he will. Master Yoda, Master Windu, tell any Jedi to either be grouped in with clones or stay behind them. We can use the Force to pick up any droids or toss anything at them to help our groups. Naruto said, holding his watch up. Hey, aim above those fuel cells. Naruto yelled out, pointing to a transport ship, having the men target it. Boom, boom. Naruto saw the ship with Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Padme did the same before he saw a ship about to be attacked. Throwing his hands out, Naruto pulled the ship away from a blast before looking at a man beside him. Do you have a way to talk to every ship? Yes, sir. The man replied before pointing to a speaker by the door. Naruto hit a button before speaking. Every ship that has the power, I want you to make craters to use as foxholes and create trenches to help out anyone on the ground. Tell any special forces you have to get behind enemy lines and wreak havoc. Naruto then saw ships start to land before bringing his watch up. Any Jedi who did not hear, have your group of men surround you, or stay behind them. Use the Force to throw anything you can or make makeshift walls for protection. Count Dooku. Dooku was in a war room that had red holograms of the battle before seeing one Geonosian with a cane look at him before Viceroy Gunray spoke. The Jedi have amassed a huge army. That doesn't seem possible, Dooku said, looking at the map. How can the Jedi come up with an army so quickly? We must send all available droids into battle. No, there are too many, Dooku said before the Geonosian spoke in his native tongue. Our communications have been jammed. Battle. Move to that trench. Naruto ordered his men, who flew and shot at the tanks near it as a group of men got to it. His ship as well as several others started to do strafe runs on the droid forces, destroying several rows of them. Looking up, Naruto saw a ship beside Yoda's ship before pulling it to him, saving it from another blast from a cannon. Anyone with serious firepower not already busy, focus on the starships and tanks. Naruto ordered before looking up. Just drop me at any spot that needs help. Got it, sir. The pilot said, glancing back before landing beside a group of the men with large tanks that had 6 legs instead of wheels. Count Dooku. This is not looking good at all. Gunray said before Runhako looked at him. We must get the starships back into space, he said with a deep voice before they left as Poogle looked to Dooku. We have to order a retreat. My master will not allow the Republic to get away with this treachery. Dooku replied, walking around the table. I'm sending my warriors to hide in the catacombs, Poogle said, walking to a console. The Jedi must not find our designs for the ultimate weapon, he said as a red hologram for what looked like a large circular ship with a concave area near the top came up. If they find out what we are planning to build, we're doomed. Hugel then took a drive out and handed it to Dooku, who hit a button and showed the ship again but as hand-sized. I will take the design with me to Coruscant. They will be much safer there with my master. Battle. Naruto threw up a wall for his group to hide behind before seeing Ayla beside him doing the same. Don't say I never take you anywhere. I meant that as a date. Not a mission, or in this case, a battle. Still the same thing. Once their guns reloaded, Naruto then pushed the wall away, hitting a group of droids before they ran and dove into a trench. Naruto then looked up to see medium-sized spider-like bots walking before focusing on a tank coming towards them. It's an armored missile platform that has treaded, hoop-like drive wheels moving at extreme speeds. They have light armor plating, brown, and silver in color. They also have a red photoreceptor, eye. Naruto saw they had 2 racks of missile launcher pods on either side of their heads, each carrying 15 guided missile warheads and twin chin-mounted blasters. The tank then fired all of its missiles before Naruto ran in front of his group. Naruto! Ayla yelled from her spot in the trench as Naruto raised his hands, stopping the missiles. BD jumped on his shoulder and scanned one before Naruto threw the missiles back at the tanks and droids. Boom boom boom. Over with Yoda. He was looking out at the battle from a center before turning to a man who had red on his armor. Concentrate all your fire on the nearest starship. Yes sir. The man nodded before turning back and pointed at the large white circular ships that were trying to leave. All sectors to 515. Several laser cannons fired blue lasers at the ship in front of them, having it fall back down and create a sandstorm for a moment. The droid army is in full retreat. Another man with yellow on his armor spoke to Yoda, who nodded. Well done Commander, bring me a ship. They're starting to retreat. Everyone regroup. Naruto yelled out to his men as the firing from the droids started to slow down. Across the battlefield, Dooku was on a speeder bike with 2 small ships following after him for protection before Obi-Wan and Anakin, who were still flying, noticed him. Look over there. It's Dooku. Anakin exclaimed before looking at the pilot. Shoot him down. We're out of rockets, sir. Then follow him. We're gonna need some help. Padme exclaimed, getting Obi-Wan's attention. There isn't time. Anakin and I can handle this. Suddenly, the 2 ships stopped to get behind them and fired on the gunship, hitting it and knocking Padme and a couple of men out onto the desert floor. Padme! Anakin yelled, leaning out the door. Put the ship down. Obi-Wan walked over to Anakin before speaking as he kept his balance. Anakin, don't let your personal feelings get in the way. Tell that to Naruto. That's different for him. How? Anakin asked as Obi-Wan sighed. It's a trail run. Even if it has been 2 years, the council's still on the fence. Now, follow that speeder. Lower the ship. I can't take Dooku alone. I need you. If we catch him, we can end this war right now. Obi-Wan yelled at his Padawan. We have a job to do. I don't care. Put the ship down. Anakin yelled as he turned to the pilot. You will be expelled from the Jedi Order. I can't leave her. Obi-Wan pointed at Anakin. Come to your senses. What do you think Padme would do if she were in your position? Anakin sighed as he spoke in a resigned voice. She would do her duty. They then saw Dooku go into the opening of a cliff before jumping off just as the ship got near. Boom. As the ship started to fly away, it was hit, forcing it to explode. The Jedi caught up to Dooku, who was about to get into a small ship. You're going to pay for all the Jedi that you killed today, Dooku, Anakin said as he took a couple of steps away from Obi-Wan. We'll take him together, Obi-Wan said softly to his Padawan. Go in slowly on the left. Anakin just ran at Dooku. I'm taking him now. No, Anakin, no, no, Obi-Wan yelled just as Dooku raised his right hand and had lightning shoot from his fingers, hitting Anakin and flung him against the wall. Obi-Wan held his blade up and circled Dooku. As you can see, my Jedi powers are far beyond yours, Dooku said, pulling his cloak aside and showing his lightsaber as a curved hilt, with the emitter having both an angular blade guard and a thumb trigger. Now, back down. Dooku shot lightning at Obi-Wan, who lifted his saber and absorbed the lightning. I don't think so. Dooku then pulled his lightsaber out and turned it on, showing a red blade. Obi-Wan ran to the count and they clashed blades several times. Obi-Wan then tried to hit Dooku's legs only for him to jump over the attack. Master Kenobi, you disappoint me. Dooku taunted as Obi-Wan took several steps back. Yoda holds you in such high esteem. They then clashed again before Obi-Wan spun to block another attack. Surely you can do better. They then parried several times before ending in a test of strength. Dooku then skimmed Obi-Wan along his arm. Ah! Dooku then hit him in the leg. Ah! Dooku then raised his lightsaber for the killing blow and brought it down. Anakin screamed as he suddenly jumped forward and blocked Dooku's blade with his. Brave of you, boy, Dooku said looking at Anakin. But I thought you would have learned your lesson. As Dooku chided Skywalker for returning to the fight, Kenobi summoned his lightsaber to him. I am a slow learner, Anakin said to Dooku. Anakin. As Anakin broke the saber lock with Dooku, Obi-Wan tossed his apprentice his weapon, and Anakin wielded both weapons against the Count by spinning with them to attack and block both high and low. Dooku then hit his green one, destroying it, forcing Anakin backward. Regaining his composure, Anakin then cut a cable connected to Dooku's ship, causing the lights to flicker. In the darkness, with their blades serving as the only light as they engaged each other. Anakin attacked with a strong swing down, only for Dooku to dodge and slice off the Padawan's right arm from just above the elbow. He was then blasted backward by a force push from Dooku, and he landed Obi-Wan, who was in shock. Anakin had lost a limb and was knocked out from the pain. Dooku sighed before looking up as he heard a tapping sound. He turned to see Yoda walking in. Master Yoda. Count Dooku, Yoda said, resting his hands on his cane. You have interfered with our affairs for the last time, Dooku said before using the force to pull a tank from the wall and threw it at Yoda, who just threw it away. Dooku tried with another tank, only for Yoda to throw it away as well. Yoda growled before Dooku brought a piece of the ceiling down onto the Jedi, who stopped it and tossed the pieces away. Powerful you have become, Dooku, Yoda said before dropping his hands. The dark side I sense in you. I've become more powerful than any Jedi. Dooku taunted his former master before shooting lightning at him. Even you. Only for Yoda to gather it in a ball in his right hand before throwing it back at Dooku, who deflected it to the ceiling. Trying again to hit Yoda, Yoda just absorbed the lightning before speaking. Much to learn you still have. It is obvious this contest cannot be decided by our knowledge of the Force, Dooku said, pulling his saber out and turning it on. But by our skills with a lightsaber. Yoda turned his saber on and started clashing with his former apprentice by bouncing around him and off of Dooku's ship. They then went into a test of strength. Fought well you have, my old Padawan. This is just the beginning, Dooku said before pulling a tank down over Obi-Wan and Anakin before pulling back as Yoda used both of his hands to hold the tank up. Dooku got in his ship and left as Yoda pushed the tank away just as Padme and troopers ran inside along with Naruto, who helped Anakin up. BD shot a stim up in the air, having Naruto catch it and stab Anakin in the arm. That should help, he said as Yoda walked over with his cane. Naruto got another stim and tossed it to Obi-Wan before he let Anakin go as medics ran to them before seeing Ayla, who ran to him. Naruto smiled as he caught her and spun around. Hey, I'm glad you're safe. As am I, she said before leaning up for a kiss. Coruscant. Dooku landed in a broken building of an industrial part of the planet and walked out to see a man in a black hooded cloak showing nothing but his mouth and Caucasian skin. The Force is with us, Master Sidious. Darth Sidious nodded as they walked away. Welcome home, Lord Tyrannus. You have done well. I have good news for you, my lord. The war has begun. Excellent. Everything's going as planned. Jedi Temple Council. Obi-Wan is talking to Yoda and Mace about Dooku, explaining to him that his master Darth Sidious was actually in control of the Senate. Do you believe what Count Dooku said about Sidious controlling the Senate? It doesn't feel right. Yoda then looked over at the two who were standing at the edge of the room. Joined the dark side, Dooku has. Lies, deceit, creating mistrust are his ways now. Windu nodded at that. Nevertheless, I think we should keep a closer eye on the Senate. Yoda nodded at that. I agree. Where is your apprentice? Mace asked Obi-Wan, who turned to him. On his way to Naboo, escorting Senator Amidala home. I must admit that without the clones, it would not have been a victory. Victory. Yoda asked, shaking his head, getting the two to look at him. Victory, you say? Master Obi-Wan, not victory. The shroud of the dark side has fallen. Begun, the Clone War has. In another part of the city, a group of members of the Senate was watching the new clone army moving into several large dagger and wedge-shaped ships before they flew. Two of the members are human wearing dark robes, one with Caucasian skin and graying hair, and the other having tan skin with dark hair. Knight's billet. Rough day, huh, buddy? Naruto asked BD, who beeped before Naruto picked him off his back and placed him on a table by the wall to recharge. Naruto then stretched before unclipping his straps and then went to his bed before laying down and put his hands behind his head and closing his eyes. Flashback. Coruscant 28 BBY. Naruto was in his room after another training session with Yoda before sitting down and heard a deep booming voice in his head. Naruto, we need to talk. Naruto sighed before getting in a meditative pose and then closed his eyes. When opening them, he saw he was in front of a large caged door with ankle-high water before seeing two large red slitted eyes staring at him. Yeah, QB. No doubt you've noticed that you haven't been able to perform any jutsu, right? Yeah, it sucks. I think we're not in our dimension anymore. I can't sense any chakra, Gaara, or the other Jinchurikis. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Really? Hi, yes, you still have a little of it, but your control is also gone, probably from forcibly coming here. You still have chakra, it's just no control for it. You probably can only do wall walking, henge, transformation, and a regular Bunshin no jutsu. Clone technique. Are you kidding me? If you were to get back home, you should fix that, QB said before breathing through his nose. And how do you know that'll work? I knew someone who traveled dimensions. Flashback end. Naruto was woken by Ayla, who was sitting by his bed running her fingers through his hair. Konoha. In a village with a mountain that had 5 stone faces in the back of it, a teenaged girl with a very shapely figure and has fair complexion walked down the street. Her most distinguishing trait is her featureless white eyes with a tinge of lavender. She is the above-average height with dark blue hair that she keeps in a Harem cut that reaches her lower back with framing strands reaching her shoulders. She's wearing a loose-fitting, lavender, and cream-hooded jacket with lavender cuffs over halfway zipped up showing a mesh tank top. She also has navy blue short shorts pulled slightly low, and black, low-heeled sandals that reach her knees, and a high 8 with black cloth worn around her neck. This is Hinata Hyuga, a member of the Hyuga clan and a graduate of the Ninja Academy 3 years ago. 1. She sighed as she walked the street before seeing a boy with brown hair and a long blue scarf. She recognized the boy as the grandson of their previous leader Hiruzen Sarutobi Konohamaru before sighing, remembering the boy looked up to her crush Naruto. It had been 3 years since he disappeared after the retrieval mission. And their current leader, Tsunade Senju, and her old teammate Jiraiya, who was also Naruto's last teacher, knew he wasn't dead due to his name on a summon scroll was still in red blood from signing it. So she still sends a team of ninjas out to look for Naruto when they can. She suddenly stopped as she heard a tearing sound behind her before turning to see a tear in the air. In it, she saw a young man with spiky blonde hair, his back to her before gasping as he turned to yell out an order to men in white armor fighting metal men before sand covered the area as she saw a large white circular object fall to the ground. She then turned to run to a building by the mountain with the kanji for fire on top of it. The war begins. Like fire across the galaxy, the Clone Wars spread. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine enlists the Jedi, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Anakin, to lead an assault on Munalinst, a separatist stronghold. Meanwhile, Naruto meets with his fellow Jedi to discuss the first battle of the war and their positions for future battles. Knight's billet, a few days later. Naruto was in the saloon with Ayla, Barris, Adi, and her Padawan Siri, a Caucasian human female with blonde hair, talking about the battle as BD was on the table in front of Naruto looking at everyone. I was helping out the medics, Barris said from her spot taking a drink. Nothing wrong with that, Naruto said, taking a sip of his drink before Adi spoke. I was one of the Jedi who escorted the clones to Geonosis with the new prototype Delta-7 Ether Sprite Light Interceptor ship and was attacking the power plants. Flashback. 1. Geonosis. Adi was flying in the new ship as she saw droids and tanks coming out of the hills via caves. It's a small, sleek dagger-shaped interceptor with 2 twin-barrel laser cannons. It's red and white and has her astromech beside her as her navigator. She looked to her left and saw Siri in another Delta-7 flying beside her as the gunships and star destroyers were behind them before hearing Yoda on the gold headset she was wearing. A rescue we sought, but a war we will soon fight. Cripple the Confederacy's war machines you must, Master Adi. I understand Master Yoda, Adi replied, hitting several buttons to turn her weapons on. Siri, do you have the target? Yes, Master, it's some sort of power plant, Siri replied. Readings show it's fueling all the droid foundries in the vicinity. Then destroying it will be a major victory for the Republic, Adi said before hitting a button. Gunships get into formation, we'll begin our attack run. They then started flying towards the power plant as groups of the droids and their tanks came out all around them. The gunships must land as close as possible to the power plant. I hope those clone troopers are ready for a hike, Siri said before looking over to Adi as they started flying apart. The southwest bunker is opening up. Droid starfighters are heading for the gunships. I'm picking up strange sensor contacts, Geonosian starfighters are up. They're after the 2 of us. Adi started flying to a small group of the droid starfighters, firing at them before getting close, and used the force to boost the reaction and gain insight on the flight patterns. She then threw her hands up and froze the group before quickly shooting at each one and destroyed the group before she heard Siri. The western bunker is open, get it. Both Adi and Siri flew to a bunker and fired on it, having it explode when hitting fuel tanks inside. Boom. More starfighters heading our way. Adi quickly turned and started firing at the starfighters heading to them from behind. She froze another group before quickly destroying them and turned around to help out the gunships. They're eliminated. They continued shooting the ships and ordering the troops to land where it was safe. The middle bunker's opening up. I see battle droids, and something else. Maybe the Geonosians have upgraded the droids. These may be more formidable, Adi said as she turned to fire at the droids running out of the bunker. They saw a core ship starting to fly up before Siri spoke up after shooting another group of droids. Northern bunker opening. It's deploying battle droids. They fired before hearing a clone speak. What are your orders? All troopers deployed. Master Gallia, what are your orders? Before Adi could give an order, Siri spoke up. The gunships are wired into your controls. Wait, what are those droids? Looking up, Adi saw the large circular droids with 4 legs walking out. Adi then shot the droid before turning to fly at another group. Check status, Adi said before seeing Hail-Fire droid tanks. What are those tanks with missiles? Siri asked as Adi started flying and firing. They're Hailfires, a model of droid tank manufactured by Horchal Engineering that's used by the intergalactic banking clan, Focus. Adi yelled before shooting the tank. There's a Trade Federation core ship leaving. It could be carrying thousands of droids. We have to destroy the core before it can reach a droid control ship. Don't have the firepower that can take it out, Siri said as she fired on a group of droids. The gunships do. If we clear out the anti-air forces we can call more gunships in. Fighters, tanks, droids, all on their way. Neutralize the hostiles. Roger. They continued firing on the droids, ships, and tanks having gunships attack the core ship. We've destroyed the core ship. Those droids will take no innocent lives, Adi said flying over the falling ship. More tanks incoming, Siri said as they flew to attack more tanks. All of the bunkers are destroyed, Adi said blowing up the last bunker near her before seeing gunships fly past her. The clones have entered the power plant. Won't be long before they set the charges, our mission a success, she said flying with Siri as the plant exploded. Nice work Master, do we join the rescue effort now? No, droid transport may yet try to escape. We'll cover the planet from space to make sure that does not happen, Adi replied as they started flying up into the air. Keep your eyes open. Flashback end. Adi had just finished her story before another human male Jedi walked to Naruto. A clone is here to see you. Getting up, Naruto walked out to the hangar and saw the clone he saved in the arena before walking up as he removed his helmet. And revealed he looked like Jango Fett. Hello. Hello, sir. I just wanted to let you know that I've signed up to serve under you. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he remembered that Jedi Knights and Masters will be leading their group of clone troopers for the war. Oh, okay, may I ask why? I was the trooper you saved back in the arena. Oh. Yes, I decided then that I would ask to be assigned to you as I know you wouldn't consider us expendable. I would disagree, but I've met some asshole Jedi, Naruto said, remembering some of the Jedi he's met over the years. For the whole not using your emotion and showing compassion, quite a few Jedi are real jerks. Naruto thought before looking at the clone. What's your name? That confused the trooper before he replied. We have no name, sir, we have numbers. I'm A-17 of the Alpha Class Arc Recon Commandos. Yeah, I don't like that, Naruto replied, remembering reading about some Anbu practices of only using a code name even with their group. With the letter A and a low number, I'm assuming you're one of the first made, so I'll call ya Alpha. Alright, sir. Alpha, I like it. What's your rank, Alpha? Captain, sir. Then that'll make you my second in command. Welcome to the 931st Legion, aka the Crimson Cubies. Naruto shook the newly named Alpha's hand before leaving. As he got back into the building, Shakti came up on his watch. Naruto, the council wishes to see you. Got it, master. Going up to the council, he met up with Ayla, who was called up as well. They got inside to see the council with some being holograms in their seats. So what's this about? The council has reviewed your trial run at a relationship, Mace said as the others nodded. Okay, and we agree. Being in a relationship has made you both stronger Jedi. Shakti spoke before bringing up a video of Ayla and Naruto fighting in both battles. You both fight in perfect harmony when together like in the arena, so we've voted that the trial is a success and will have Jedi be in a relationship with other Jedi if they choose to. The two knights nodded before leaving. Wanna go somewhere to celebrate? I can't. I have a mission with Hellenic Itikla to find a scientist on Corellia. Okay then, later, Naruto said before kissing her and watched her ass as she left before BD popped up over his shoulder and beeped. No, she didn't blow me off. She has a mission. Boop beep. Keep it up and RC will be my new favorite droid. He said, waking down the hall. Later that day, the council announced to the rest of the Jedi Order that Jedi and Jedi relationships are now allowed. And that it wouldn't be forced on anyone that preferred to not be in a relationship. A week later, Hypori. 2. Ki-Adi-Mundi was running to large ship wreckage near him with another male Serene Jedi as the droids that were attacking in the area stopped. He's wearing light gray robes with his head wrapped with long black hair in a ponytail and a goatee. This is Tar Sayer. Why have they stopped? Ki-Adi asked as they hid behind a downed gunship. Master. Go, go. They ran into the large downed ship where they saw Shakti with dirty robes, Ayla with dirt, and a few tears on her clothing resting against the wreckage. He also saw a Caucasian male Padawan with brown hair and a start of a goatee. This is Shah-Gi. And finally, an alien with a brown cloak on. He's covered in long yellow-white fur and has a stubby fur-covered tail. His face is elongated, with a prominent forehead and long, bowed cheekbones. His face is fur-less apart from a few hairs on his lips and chin. Two large tusks protruded from his lower jaw, and his massive arms ended with thick three-fingered hands, the fingers ending in sharp claws. This is Kakruk. Unstoppable, he is unstoppable. Kakruk said as he panted. Never before have we been outmaneuvered by droids, Shakti commented looking up from her spot. His strategy's without flaw. This is the end for us. Shah-Gi said, clenching his hand. We're all doomed. Now, our predicament's dire, but no need for despair, Ki-Adi said raising his fist. Focus. We are Jedi. Jedi. A male voice spoke, getting everyone to scatter to a tear in the ship to look for the person who spoke, turning their sabers on showing Kakruk's, Tars and Shah-Gi's are green. You are surrounded. Your army's decimated. Make peace with the Force now, for this is your final hour. But know that I, General Grievous, am not completely without mercy. I will grant you a warrior's death. Prepare. The sound of Grievous, approaching footsteps panics some of the Jedi. I can't see him. That noise, Shakti said from her spot looking out at the battleground. He is coming. Alone, Ki-Adi-Mundi said before the Shao-Ji spoke up. We can't face him, Shao-Ji said looking back. We must try, Padawan. Ki-Adi said, bringing his saber up. He's close, but where? Tar asked moving back to the Jedi Master as Shao-Ji followed looking scared. It's all round us. Calm yourself, Ki-Adi said as the footsteps got closer. Steady. Ah. No. Shao-Ji charges into the open air where he is crushed to death as a white droid lands on top of him. He's standing at 7 feet and has slit pupil golden eyes. He has clawed feet, 2 arms, and a skull-like mask which his eyes peered through. He stood up to his full height, opened his cloak, and had his chest, arms and legs opened slightly and revealed his arms could become 4. Just as quickly, the general leaps out of sight, before dropping onto the remaining Jedi wielding 2 lightsabers of his own. One blue and the other green. As he starts spinning his torso around, Grievous easily holds off the 4 attacking Jedi, alternating between his hands and feet on wielding the lightsabers. He jumped out of the way of a force attack by Ki-Adi before jumping back and creating a crater kicking up dust. Kakruk ran to the droid and started attacking before Grievous dropped his right hand to dodge an attack with his left. Hitting the Jedi in the waist and forcing him to his knees, Grievous then grabbed his blue saber and brought it down, hitting Kakruk in the back. Blocking debris that was thrown at him, Grievous then used his clawed foot to grab Tar Sayer and snap his neck, before hurling him and Aayla Secura across the chamber, followed by Ki-Adi-Mundi. Shakti manages to hold off Grievous for some time before she is hit by one of his spinning lightsabers and thrown into the wreckage. No, Shakti. With his lightsaber held by Grievous's foot, Mundi uses the force to pull one from Grievous's belt, which he ignites and raises into a guard. The two stare at each other for a moment before the droid general leaps at him, lightsabers angled for the kill. Coruscant. In the Jedi Temple, Yoda senses a disturbance in the Force. Darker, the coming storm grows. I fear the dark cloud of the Sith shrouds us all. Hypori, other side of the battle. Naruto got into a gunship that had a snarling fox head painted on the front where he saw a group of clones loading their pistols and/or rifles. They're all wearing the white armor with Alpha having crimson red on the front of his helmet, top of his arms, and the side of his legs with black leather armor over one shoulder and a kilt-like armor over his legs. He also had a red swirl on his right arm, the same on the other troopers on their helmet, arms, legs, or chest. General, approaching target, the pilot said as Naruto turned to him. Jam our signal. Yes sir. They then speed across the surface of Hypori, coming up to an army of B-2 super battle droids surrounding a crashed Acclamator-class assault ship. Open the doors. Approaching the droid perimeter, we are undetected. Gun it. Naruto yelled as they hit a super battle droid. The gunship drops a cluster of thermal detonators, armed on standby, among the droids. They got near the ship, hitting several more of the droids that started firing at them before they got inside. Naruto and the troopers disembark. 3 life signs, Alpha said looking at a device in his hand before pointing to his left. 1 in the rubble. Sir, a trooper yelled running to where Alpha pointed. Another in the rafters. Yes sir. Another yelled shooting a grappling hook out of his wrist and went up. Naruto had his eyes closed before opening them. 1 more to the right. He's in hibernation. Yes sir. Another trooper ran off as Naruto pulled his saber up. Everyone else with us. Naruto yelled as he and Alpha started walking just as a couple of clones walked out, one holding a minigun and the other pulling a chest rifle that had 4 barrels on it onto his chest. The transport flew up to an opening and opened fire on the approaching battle droids. As Naruto and the troopers exit a tunnel, they encounter General Grievous, who is in the midst of a vicious lightsaber duel with Ki-Adi-Mundi. Just as he disarms Mundi and prepares to finish him off, they both notice the Knight and clones, who unleash a barrage of blaster fire at the cyborg. Grievous flees the attack, climbing up the wall and onto the ceiling. He then jumped down to 4 clones who were pulled back as Naruto leapt at Grievous and clashed blades with him in a test of strength. BD looked over Naruto's shoulder to scan him. Grievous started spinning as Naruto flipped back to dodge and brought up his Shoto to block several attacks. You're rather good with lightsabers. I was taught in your ways by Count Dooku, Grievous said, flipping to a handstand to fight with his feet. A cyborg then, Naruto said as BD told him he scanned a heart. Grievous brought his third lightsaber out and split his arms into four and continued his assault. Naruto spun his shoto in his hand to block several strikes before flipping over the cyborg and attacking. Only for his blade to be blocked before continuing attacking around Grievous. Now. The gunship crashed through, distracting Grievous just as Naruto cut off his bottom left arm and force pushed him away before running to the gunship as the others got on. Naruto saw Ayla and Shakti on bunk medical beds, Ayla on top. Both having IVs and oxygen masks on. And he saw Kakruk sitting on the side, bandages around his stomach. Ayla's sleeve was ripped, showing she had a bandaged elbow, and the left leg of her pants is missing as well. Shakti had tears on her robes, showing bandages on her arms and legs as well. "They're stabilized, sir. They just might make it," Alpha said as Naruto nodded. "Then let's get to the medical facility fast," Naruto said as BD dropped down and hopped on a desk by the beds. Meanwhile, Grievous takes a lightsaber from the ground and adds it to his collection. Boom. The ARC troopers detonate the explosives, destroying hundreds of droids. General Grievous watches the transport head into space. "Run, Jedi, run. You have only prolonged the inevitable," he mused as the ship left, holding his arm. 1 month later, Jedi Council. At a meeting of the Jedi High Council, Ki-Adi-Mundi tells his fellow council members of the defeat on Hyperi. When was the last time someone stood up to face Jedi and held his own? This must be dealt with. "I agree," Mace said, leaning forward. "This, General Grievous, is changing the shape of the war. Our numbers were dwindling before, and now this. Yes, we need more knights." Obi-Wan, who was sitting in a seat, then spoke up. "I know this will generate debate, but I suggest in this time of war, we forego the trials and promote my Padawan Anakin Skywalker to Jedi Knight." "Preposterous," Appo said, raising his hand. "We can't set aside our most hallowed traditions. In this time of need, why do we hold back the Chosen One?" Ki-Adi asked, sitting down. "Whether or not he is the Chosen One is still up for debate," Mace said, clasping his hands. "It could just as easily be Naruto if you count skill and how quickly he learned our training. Plus he was one of the youngest to be promoted tonight. Chancellor Palpatine has been pushing this for months now," said a small bipedal humanoid alien with droopy, long ears and pinkish skin, and a scar over his left eye. "This is even PL. Politicians have no voice in Jedi matter," Mace said to the alien. "He is a cunning warrior and our best pilot," Kit Fisto pointed out from his seat as Adi raised a hand. "But he is reckless with his gifts." "Sometimes in the past, yes," Obi-Wan said, standing up. "But regardless, Anakin has been through things greater than the trials. Surely he passed the trial of skill defeating that assassin on the 4th moon of Yavin. And an atrocious trial of the flesh when losing his arm at the hands of Count Dooku. And he's continued to pass every test of courage this war brings him. It seems he has one trial left," Ithkoth said, looking at the others. "Testing the spirit," Shakti pointed out as Even looked at her. "Facing the mirror. And that's what concerns me," Appo said before turning to Obi-Wan. "To walk the path of the Jedi, one's spirit must be strong. And that requires discipline. And he's often disobeyed, has he not, Obi-Wan Kenobi? Did you not disobey me in your youth from time to time, Master Rancisis?" Yoda asked before looking at the others. "Trust in the Force I do. A knight young Skywalker shall be." Later that day, Naruto saw the protocol droid he saved at the arena, now gold-plated, walking out of the Jedi chambers before seeing Anakin without his braid. "Finally graduated. 'Bout time, Anakin," Naruto said to Anakin, who had R2-D2 by him. "Hey R2, what are you doing here?" "Padme gave him to me as a congratulation on becoming a knight," Anakin said as Naruto raised an eyebrow. "And I had given her the droid I built, C-3PO, to help on any diplomatic mission she has to take." Shrugging, Naruto went to the med bay and to Ayla's bed, where he saw her pulling her pants up. "Hey, see, you're up." "Yeah, I've been cleared. How was the Moonalinst mission?" "Could have been worse," Naruto said before walking out with her. A few days later, the Wheel Station, maintenance levels. 3. A human woman ran along a catwalk of a circular space station. She's Caucasian with long magenta hair, wearing a red top and pants that are cut in a fishnet style to look like short shorts, showing a tattoo around her belly button. She was shot from under the catwalk and ran to the end and opened the door to see a humanoid alien with a squid-like head wearing a gray overall over a red sweater. Colleen. "Hey, Graco. Let me pass, for old time's sake," the woman asked as Graco looked at her. "Love to. Can't. The job requires you to be dead. You're a nice thief, but you must die now." The woman then dashed past him holding a pin, having him look down to see a grenade he had on was missing one. "Bye, Graco," Colleen said, closing the door. Boom. She then ran to a garbage pit to hide as a group of aliens walked by, one of Falling who was looking for her before they walked away, causing her to sigh. "Tukarti, you've gotten me killed this time," she whispered out, resting her arms on her knees. Coruscant, Jedi Temple, Yoda's chamber. Yoda and Mace Windu are talking about the clone army and how some Jedi haven't come back to Coruscant. Suddenly a hologram of a human Caucasian man with short black hair and a scar over his left eye holding a cane came up. "Quinlan Vos was tracking something when I lost sight of him." "Lost his memory again, perhaps has he, Master Thulm?" Yoda asked as Thulm shook his head. "I think not. In the 2 years since the Separatists declared themselves, Quinlan has pieced together an impressive network of spies in them. They even report to Naruto Uzumaki. Master Vos has missed our rendezvous and has not responded to my inquiries. That's why I asked Ayla Sakura and Naruto to investigate. She was once his Padawan. No one, not even myself, knows him better. We have word of an ex-Guardian gun for hire called Cordo Vos out of the wheel. Ayla and Naruto have gone there undercover as down-on-their-luck mechanics named Jayza and Arashi. If this is Quinlan, we don't wish to endanger him by overtly sending Jedi to look for him. They'll make contact with the locals claiming Cordo Vos owes them money for a job and sees where that leads." The wheel. Naruto, wearing his black pants and leather jacket with his shoulder strap, holster, and BD on back, walked beside Ayla, who has a sleeveless top, gloves, and missing the flaps on her pants with a tool belt on, walked the market area asking about Cordo Vos before coming across a rodent-like humanoid alien wearing a red jacket and tan tunic and pants who said he knew where Cordo was. They followed them to the maintenance area. "Step carefully, please. Always, always we must be careful, yes. Tell me, please, what exactly is your business with Boss Vos?" "Our business is our own. You're certain Vos is this way?" Chadra Fan. "Please, call me Tukarti. Many people look to find Cordo Vos, you know. Some very bad people, so we must be careful, you see. We must ask questions." "Sigh, okay, what do you want to know?" Naruto asked the alien before quickly turning to hit a werewolf alien, knocking him out. Ayla then aimed a knife at Tukarti before they heard another voice. "Heard some people's been asking for me. Didn't hear it from your Tukarti." They turned to see a man with tan skin, a green line going across his face, and black hair styled in dreadlocks. He's wearing armor over a black bodysuit holding a pistol. "Hello, Cordo. So you do know each other?" Tukarti asked as Quinlan looked to the undercover Jedi. "Why are you here? We need to talk in private." Quinlan nodded before looking to Tukarti. "Have you found Colleen yet, Tukarti?" "Well, no, but..." "Then go do it." Quinlan then looked to the others as the alien walked off. "Go home, tell Thulm I'm alright." Ayla looked at her former master and sighed. "No, you're not. This wouldn't have anything to do with the Geonosis battle, would it? I failed, 2 years, and I knew nothing about what was being planned. No one saw that. Even Master Yoda didn't know about Count Dooku. Naruto said before Tukarti ran and explained Colleen was in a garbage pit that had a Dianoga in it. Running to the pit, they saw Colleen being pulled into a water pit by tentacles before they dived in after her, Ayla using a knife to cut the woman free before they got out. Later, Colleen was explaining what happened after giving Quinlan a disc before Ayla walked over and asked to see him privately due to opening the disc. Going to another room, they saw Naruto, who had BD play the message of Newt Gunray planning an attack on the cloning facility on Kamino. Quinlan explained they should copy the message and have the disc get Zenex back so they can do a counterattack to save the facility. Colleen overheard them and volunteered to give the disc to the Falling that was looking for her earlier. Later, the three Jedi hid around the maintenance room where the Falling met with Colleen. Giving him the disc, the Falling turned and shot his men in case they saw what was on the disc before letting out pheromones. "You promised you wouldn't kill me." "I know, you're going to kill yourself," Zenex said, giving her the pistol as her eyes rolled in the back of her head. "Why yes." Naruto suddenly dropped down and had his saber go through the top of Zenex's head, killing him before picking up the disc. "If you can find out who Zenex was meeting," Naruto said before transforming into Zenex. "Then Zenex will give the person the disc." Later, after giving another alien the disc, the Jedi were talking behind a building. "We'll get back to Coruscant to give our copy to the Council. They're calling all Jedi to act as generals with the clone army. Are you coming?" Ayla asked Quinlan. "No, this is where I'm more useful. Plenty of Jedi who can be generals, I work best in the shadows." Naruto looked to see Colleen leaning against a wall just away from them. "Don't let yourself be swallowed by them. The girl wasn't fighting for the Republic, she was fighting for you. She's in love with you." "I know. Be careful, for both of your sakes." "I will," Quinlan said, walking away with Colleen. "You know, quite a few Jedi didn't follow that no relationship rule. Seems Quinlan and Thulm aren't going with Taura Saw when I saw them together," Naruto said before taking her hand and walked away. Coruscant. In the broken building, Count Dooku had a hologram of Tukarti. "So the Republic has the Separatists' plans, but the Separatists don't know the Republic has the plans. This is what you desired, I trust." "Yes, you have played your part, Admirable Tukarti." "Thank you, Count Dooku. I must confess, I don't understand why you want the Republic to know of your plans." "You do not need to understand, Tukarti. Dooku out," Dooku said before turning off the video and looked to see Sidious was beside him. "Excellent, Lord Tyrannus. The upstarts wishing to displace you will be disgraced when their attack fails. And the cloning facility on Kamino will be preserved for our use after this conflict is over. The coming battle will compromise and weaken factions that might have proved an impediment to us later. And the Jedi will die." Sidious finished as they walked away. Later, Kamino. 4. Naruto stood in a white room looking out at the storm and ocean that made up the planet's weather. He looked back to see Ayla was standing beside him as Anakin was sitting down messing with a spider droid that was turned off with several Jedi, Obi-Wan, and a hologram of Quinlan and Appo as well as another female alien in the room. She's a slender, towering, pale-skinned humanoid with an oblong head and an elongated neck. She has two large, almond-shaped black eyes with white pupils and is bald. She's wearing a unique head crescent. She also has long limbs and small feet. "This is Tanwi." Obi-Wan walked up in front of the others before speaking. "As you know, I was asked to lead the mission because of my relative familiarity with Kamino. Thanks to information gathered by Quinlan Vos, Ayla Sakura, and Naruto Uzumaki. For the first time since the Battle of Geonosis, we know where the Separatists intend to strike before they attack. The Kaminoans have 1,000,000 more clone troopers nearly ready for deployment. A successful attack by the Confederacy might ripple the Republic. Instead, Master Rancisis has devised a strategy that may cripple them." "Master," Obi-Wan finished as Appo looked at them. "It is imperative that the Confederacy launch their full attack before they realize the Republic is here in force. Therefore the bulk of our force is one hyperspace jump away, awaiting our signal. Our energy shields will protect us from energy weapons, but will not repel ground troops, and the majority of the clones here are not yet battle-ready," Tanwi said, pointing to the map of the city with a shield around it. "If the Separatists smell a trap, they'll just back out. Next time we won't have a warning," Quinlan said to the alien. "They'll expect some defenses given its strategic importance. Which is why we brought you here from your commands," Obi-Wan said to the group. "Sinar is developing fighters for the clones, but they're not ready yet. So the Republic will rely on us, and our starfighters. We will engage the opposition forces to take out the droid fighters and delay the ground troops for as long as possible for our forces to arrive. Master Sui Choi and Ayla will lead the flight to intercept the fighters. I'll lead the second flight to defend the facility and another group led by Naruto will defend the platform and supervise the defenses." Questions. No. Then we are done here. He finished as Naruto picked up Anakin's droid. There's nothing wrong with this one, he said, whacking it on the head, having its legs and eyes come out before putting it on the floor to let it walk away. Konoha, Hokage's office. Hinata had just finished telling the female Hokage who was standing in front of a desk what she saw. She is a fair-skinned woman with brown eyes and straight blonde hair that parts above her forehead. Her hair has shoulder-length bangs that frame her face and the rest reaches her lower back. She has a violet diamond on her forehead. She has a slender and curvaceous frame and is above average height with very large breasts. She's wearing a grass-green haori with the kanji for gamble on the back, inside a red circle. Underneath she has a gray, kimono-style blouse, held closed by a broad, dark bluish-gray obi that matches her pants. Her blouse is closed quite low, revealing her sizable cleavage. She also has open-toed, strappy black sandals with high heels. She has red nail polish on both her fingernails and toenails and soft pink lipstick. This is Tsunade Senju, the Godime Hokage, 5th Fire Shadow, and a member of the Sannin legendary 3 ninja. Beside her is another woman. She is a fair-skinned woman of average height and slender build with onyx eyes and jet black hair. Her hair is straight and shoulder-length with bangs that cover her ears and frame her face. She's wearing a long bluish-black kimono with white trimmings, held closed by a white obi, and open-toed sandals with low heels. She's also holding a small pig in a red vest and pearls. This is Shizune Kato, Tsunade's assistant, and former apprentice in Tun. That's a nice story, Hinata. Story. But I saw Naruto-kun. He's alive, yes, but if he was in the village he would be here yelling my ear off about a mission or to get training, Tsunade said, crossing her arms under her bust. No, I heard a tearing sound, looked back, and saw a tear in the air with him in it. She's telling the truth. They heard a male voice before turning to see a man coming in the window. He's a tall and well-built man with fair skin. He has waist-length, spiky white hair that he has in a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs framing his face. There are red lines under his eyes which extended further down his face. He has wrinkles around the corners of his mouth and a wart on the left side of his nose. He's wearing a green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he has mesh armor that is visible at his wrists and ankles. He also has handguards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side. He's also wearing a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil. This is Jiraiya, a member of the Sannin legendary 3 ninjas. And Tsunade's teammate. Nani? What? Tsunade asked as Jiraiya crossed his arms. Yeah, I saw the same thing a day ago. I saw what looked like an older Naruto fighting a multi-armed metal man who was wielding blue and green colored blades like your great uncle's Raijin. While Naruto used an orange colored one. I went to the Toads and told them what I saw. It confused Ma and Pa, but the great elder told me he had seen such a thing before and explained it's a dimensional tear. A result of someone forcefully breaking through the dimensional barrier, and based on what I saw it is highly likely I saw Naruto, as the elder said that dimensional tears most commonly appear to people who have strong ties to the person who forcefully broke through them as an attempt to aid said person's return to fix the break. I'll work on trying to get in contact with Naruto and or bringing him back. How are you going to do that? Tsunade asks her teammate. Seals in a Sharingan, though that will only have us contact Naruto. For him to come back it will require a third step that's up to Naruto to handle. Jiraiya said before walking to the window. How is that going to work? Tsunade asked Jiraiya to look over his shoulder. The elder said it'll work, said something about knowing a person that did it. I'll get to work on the seals and I'll let you know when to let Kakashi know, as he'll need full chakra to do it. Jiraiya finished before leaping through the window. Use the damn door. Kamino under attack. 2 months after the Battle of Geonosis, with the forces of the Republic and the armies of the Confederacy of Independent Systems stalled in a series of indecisive battles, the Separatists risk a devastating strike at the heart of the Republic's war machine. They attack the cloning facility on Kamino. They hope to permanently destroy the Republic's ability to create new clones for its army. The Republic's defense rests on a squadron of Jedi starfighters and a battalion of Jedi-led clone troopers within the facility itself. It's a battle fought on 3 fronts. In space, on the ground, and underwater. Camino. 1. Breep, breep. The alarm, they're here. Move it. Naruto yelled out as the Jedi who were part of the space group ran to their Delta-7s. They then started flying. Scanner shows droid fighters and troop ships away. Signal. The Republic fleet to get underway. We'll delay the opposition. Red Squadron, engage transport from orbit. Blue Squadron, stay with me. We'll pick the ones who make it through. Ready? Obi-Wan asked before hearing Ayla, Anakin and Choi respond. Ready, ready, ready. Go. Red Squadron, engage the fighters only. Leave the transport to us. Copy. Blue Squadron leader engaging, Ayla said as she and the rest of the ships started firing at the droid fighters. I got the one on your tail, Skywalker. All yours, Master Cossacks, Anakin replied as he sped forward. Incoming squadron, Master Cossacks. Ayla. On my way, Master Choi. This is Blue Squadron leader. Maintain formation. I'm going after the convoy. Not alone, Master. Anakin yelled, flying around. Careful, Master. This is like my vision. Anakin yelled as Obi-Wan was hit and flew to the ocean. Maintain your position, Anakin. I'm going to use the Force to pull up her nose. Obi-Wan said as he landed and opened the cockpit to block laser fire. Suddenly, bubbles started forming near him. That doesn't look good. Anakin flew to him just as a large serpent jumped out of the water and caught the ship in his mouth. Anakin quickly jumped out by Obi-Wan. Sloppy flying, Anakin. He asked, pulling Anakin up onto his ship. Couldn't get an angle on him in time. The only way to save you was to ram my ship down his throat. Why is it when you rescue me, you end up needing saving yourself? I don't know, Master, I'll try to do better, Anakin replied as the serpent went back underwater just as a large flying fish jumped at the two Jedi who cut through them with ease. They then saw a Kaminoan fly to them on a large flying creature to take them back. There's more back there, Alpha. Naruto said to the clone who was firing behind him. Alpha shot his rifle and hit a line of droids in the head, having them fall before they ran to a tunnel where they saw a group of droids. Naruto pulled a large group of droids together in a hallway before tossing his lightsaber and Shoto, and both tore through the group before he pulled them back to turn and slice a super battle droid in half, having both pieces fall to the ground. Alpha, get the kids out of there, Naruto said as Alpha nodded. Roger, sir. Alpha ran to the kids as Naruto saw some troopers flying down from gunships who helped the children clones before seeing droidekas roll to them. Taking his pistol out, Naruto quickly fired 2 shots, hitting the droids as the clones waved to him before running out. BD looked around as Naruto attacked droids that he came across before coming up to Shakti with another trooper. Get the kids to safety, I'll check on the latest generation. The Confederacy must not find them, he said as Naruto nodded. Then we'll come with you. Suit yourself, I'm adaptable. The three ran down several halls before coming up to Obi-Wan and Anakin before they ran to a building with clone babies in pods. Amazing, this is a single generation, Anakin said as the trooper nodded. Yes, now pick up your jaw, Jedi, and cover me. Whatever you're doing, do it fast. Naruto yelled, sending laser shots back as the clone typed a code on a keypad. What's that? Distress signal. No destruction code. What? Jango's orders. We can't allow the clones to fall into enemy hands. They grow up loyal to the Republic, or they don't grow up at all. There has to be another way, Shakti said as they continued to fight the droids. There is no other way, unless... Unless what? Use your powers to tear open the transparisteel. Do it now before the next assault hits us. The clone said as Naruto nodded and all 4 raised a hand and crushed the tunnel and then held back the ocean. Use the debris to cover the opening. Doing so, the Jedi closed the door as the clone walked to shut down the self-destruction code. Thank you for saving them, Shakti said to the clone who looked at them. You're welcome, but I didn't do it for you. I was following Jango's orders. Naruto crouched as he looked to the door. I found out another group of clones in tanks already finished their training. Looking at Shakti who spoke, Naruto raised an eyebrow. Really? Yes, more ARC troopers. ARC troopers still here, and in tanks? Naruto asked his master who nodded. Yes, these advanced recon clone troopers were the first trained by Jango Fett personally for critical missions like the others. They have some of his personality and that makes them unpredictable. Sometimes that's what you need, Naruto said as they waited for help as he looked at the debris covering the door. After the battle, Coruscant. Mace Windu was looking at a hologram of Yoda before he spoke. Adi Gallia was too hard on herself. She felt she could have expected the sabotage of her hyperspace rings. I told her to take solace in our victory. Kamino's safe, and I doubt the Federation will try another attack, but we'll have both Naruto and Ayla stay there for a few days just in case. Yet you as well seem unsatisfied, my friend. It's the Mon Calamari leader, Marai. He was a part of the attack in space. I knew of him, he was a smart soldier. Why would he attempt such an ill-planned attack? And on whose orders? Mace said, hands on his waist. Darker and more clouded, the future is, Yoda said, holding his cane with both hands. Coruscant, unknown location. Dooku is looking at a hologram of Sidious before speaking. A shame what happened over Kamino. Marai was talented. There are other talented men who would be more easily turned to our purposes. It's a delicate game we play. A precise balance. That balance has been restored. Though, the Separatists' advantage lies dead in the water. With Marai dead and Kamino still operational, this clone war will not end soon. Sidious said as Count Dooku walked away. A few days later, Kamino. Naruto slammed Ayla into a window as he made out with her, pressing her back and backside against the glass before taking a couple of steps back towards a bed. He fell on it, having Ayla fall on him, squashing her breasts against his chest. Well, it's not boring waiting here at least, she said, resting her head on his chest as he rubbed her back before stopping as he placed his hand on her ass. Yeah. But I guess we could pass the time by telling stories. Like. Why not tell me your time during Moonalinst? She asked as Naruto sighed. Okay. Flashback. 2. Naruto looked at his men as they're flying in a Star Destroyer hangar with blue shielding at the open doors to keep them safe. He now had the clone's armor integrated with his robes. The chest is solid white with 4 crimson lines running down to the center of the chest where it merged to create the Leaf Village symbol that's painted in black. A picture of Kyuubi's 9 tails is painted on the abdomen with 4 of them wrapping around each side of him to his back armor where they point up towards each other like arches. The remaining tail points up on his abdomen towards the Konoha symbol on his chest. His right shoulder and arm have 2 crimson lines running down the length of the armor, and his shoulder has the Jedi Order symbol in gold. His left shoulder has a red swirl in crimson. You ARC troopers have been selected for this task because you're the best, the elite. You know the task at hand. Thrawn came up with this plan, so we'll be fighting with Obi-Wan's forces in a pincer attack if all goes to plan. Fordo's group should meet with Obi-Wan's at the cannon. Let me know when you get there, then Obi-Wan and I will join you. Naruto then left as BD looked back at the men holding onto Naruto's strap with one foot for a second before looking forward. Naruto took him to a bench where BD hopped off and looked at him. Naruto picked up a small torch and started working on BD's right leg. There you go, buddy, a scomp link. BD beeped and looked at his leg before a red laser came out of his foot. He hopped on his feet before jumping on Naruto's shoulder and onto his back. They then ran to a gunship and got in before flying out of the hangar and to the planet to a city. ARC troopers, go ahead. Naruto yelled as a gunship near him away from the main force. Roger, sir. Fordo said as Naruto landed and saw a group of droids and hailfire tanks coming to them. Move out. Naruto yelled, running forward as they landed. Up with the gunship, it flew into the city with no droids in their sight. As they passed a building, a battle droid ran on a balcony with a rocket launcher. Roger, Roger. He then shot at the ship, hitting a wing. Boom. The gunship crashed into a street. Fordo in the 931st armor looked out and saw nothing before jumping out and did hand signs to let his men come out as well. They were suddenly shot at by snipers before they took cover. Fordo did more hand signs and had a spotter look with a heat signature to see the droids before he did hand signs, and Fordo ordered everyone to attack with one clone bringing out a missile launcher and shot the snipers. After taking out the droid snipers, the troops found they were cut off from their original drop zone, but still made their way to the enemy command center. Along the way, they came up against an armored assault tank, which they successfully destroyed with an ARC trooper quickly jumping in and shooting it from inside, blowing it to pieces. Boom. Fordo threw up a ball that hovered with multiple cameras having an image of what it was seeing coming up on his device. After reaching the Separatist command center, which had a large cannon on it and firing, Fordo brought Naruto up on the device. General Uzumaki, target sighted. Good, Obi-Wan's men should be near it waiting for you to proceed with the next phase, Naruto replied as the commandos then ran to the building and saw another group of clones before grappling up and eliminated the surrounding droids. They then put explosive charges on the large cannon that was bombarding the Republic forces before grappling up to the roof. Boom. Once the cannon is destroyed, they rappel up to the roof of the command center to await the two Jedi. Separatists' buildings. In a room where a group of aliens watched the battle on a red hologram, one leaned forward into the light. He's a tall, pale humanoid alien, with an elongated skull and is bald. He has small eyes over a long, shallow nose. He has small flat ears. He has thin arms, slim and very long, thin legs. This is San Hill. He looked to the others who have pledged allegiance to the Confederacy that were at Geonosis. They're decimating our forces. The Republic is breaking through. San yelled just before the building shook. What are we going to do? He then turned to a man in armor reminiscing of medieval knights before pointing at him. I don't know why Count Dooku sent you here, Durg. If all you're going to do is stand arrow URCK. Durg responded by briefly grappling Hill, before letting him go, walk outside, and saw a group of tall thin black droids on speeder bikes that have cannons on the front. He then went to his customized one that had skulls on it before they rode out. Durg and his force of droids moved to the front lines and tore through the Republic's forces, destroying nearly all the SPHA walkers. Obi-Wan with white clone armor on his chest, stomach, arms, hands, and legs saw what happened through binoculars. Mount up, he said, bringing the binoculars down. Yes, sir. Obi-Wan then turned to see a team of clone riders on speeder bikes before riding out. The two bands of swoop riders started firing at each other, blowing up the bikes. Then, the two commanders spotted one another and engaged in personal combat. As they got near each other, they passed each other and missed their shots. Obi-Wan then drew his lightsaber and on the second pass, sliced Durg's bike. As he charged in to skewer his dismounted opponent, Durg, in an incredible display of strength and reflex, caught Kenobi's swoop by the steering vanes and flipped the Jedi off. Then, wielding the bike as a club, Durg charged Kenobi. Obi-Wan sliced it to pieces and stabbed Durg through the chest. Durg merely laughed, surprising Kenobi. Durg proceeded to beat Kenobi with his fists. Obi-Wan, with his saber still lodged in Durg's chest, couldn't retaliate and was lifted bodily off the ground by a solid punch to the gut. Durg fired at Obi-Wan with a small rapid projectile launcher, but the Jedi deflected the slugs with the Force. Switching to a flamethrower, Durg's attacks were again deflected and the flamethrower was crushed by Obi-Wan with the Force. Brandishing a massive flail, he prepared to finish off Obi-Wan, but he used the Force to summon his lightsaber back to him and severed the flail's chain just as it got near him. Though he drew his two blaster pistols, Durg was disarmed before he could use them. Durg then turned on red energy shields built into his gauntlets. He deflected Obi-Wan's lightsaber slashes but was unable to adequately counterattack. Obi-Wan pressed his advantage, Durg barely blocking, until finally, Kenobi sliced off Durg's right arm and bisected him through the middle. In revealing Durg was just muscle and nerves. General Kenobi, we are in position. A clone came upon his watch before he salvaged a remaining swoop on the field and proceeded to join his ARC troopers. I'm on my way. As he jetted off into the city, he failed to notice Durg's body pulling itself back together. In the city, Naruto rushed through it to the command tower on his speeder that had a fox painted along on it like it was running. Naruto came to the building and then started racing up it before he landed on the roof beside his men as Obi-Wan flew up and landed. Always late, Naruto said as they went to a door where they put an explosive on it. Boom. Blasting open the roof of the structure with explosives, the troops, led by the Jedi, rappelled into the control room and quickly destroyed all the security droids. Mercy, I beg you, San said, clasping his hands together as Fordo was behind him. If you surrender, sure, Naruto said before he quickly turned on his saber. Derg suddenly smashed through the tower window into the room on a jetpack. However, he was quickly shot down by concentrated fire from the clone troopers and arcs. San took the opportunity to take cover under the situation table. Control room secure, generals, Fordo said as the troopers approached the smoking crater they had made, only to be knocked aside by a massive fleshy arm. Derg climbed from the crater, all his armor save a few small fragments along with his helmet and gloves blasted off, revealing his true form. He quickly attacked Obi-Wan, only for Naruto to push him away, and sliced Derg's arm off before flipping onto the table. Man, you are an ugly bastard. Derg attacked and snapped the table in half with his fists. He was then attacked by clones rappelling down on grappling hooks which they attached to him. The blaster fire did not affect, and Derg simply ripped the lines from the wall with his sheer strength, toppling the clones. Naruto caught them with the force before Derg charged him. Derg disarmed him and absorbed Naruto into his body, hoping to suffocate him, and then approached the ARC commander, Fordo. Fordo then fired a taser at Derg, electrocuting him. This only succeeded in enraging the bounty hunter, who charged Fordo, knocking aside the clones in his way. However, before Derg could kill him, he suddenly bloated to a massive size and exploded. Naruto was revealed holding his hands out to use the force to push outward and destroy Derg's body from the inside out. Naruto panted as BD jumped down and shook the slime off of him before Naruto looked to the others. I'd prefer, if we'd keep this, to ourselves, Naruto said as Obi-Wan turned back to San, who promptly surrendered. As they left, Derg's parts started to form back together. Flashback end. It's not funny, Naruto yelled as he felt Ayla holding in a laugh. Yes, it is. She then got off before walking to the restroom before taking off her shirt. I'll be in the shower if you wanna join, she said looking over her shoulder before reaching the bathroom. Naruto sighed before getting up and followed after her. A few days later. 3. Ayla, what have you done? Naruto yelled looking at his girlfriend who was wearing a brown cloak. All around them on the floor are dead clones in armor. I don't know, they were fine 1 minute and the next, they were all dead. Don't blame her, General Uzumaki. A female Kaminoan said, holding a device. These men were infected with a deadly nanovirus that appears to move with lightning speed. It's quite amazing. I didn't mean that. I meant the cloak. You're covered up. Ayla deadpanned at him before turning to the Kaminoan. Are we in danger? No, it seems to have been engineered for the clones. For it to infect anyone else it would have to be injected directly into the blood. And because the clones are identical to each other, it's spreading quickly. And with little effort. Ayla looked down before glancing at her. Who would be capable of such a thing? Nanovirus technology is very new. Until recently it was strictly theoretical. Whoever did it was extremely skilled. I suggest speaking with the master cloner, Saint Ta. Take her the data I've collected so far. She should be able to help you. Naruto took the device before speaking. Let her know we're on our way and lock down this entire facility to quarantine the troops so it won't spread. The duo then walked out of the room and into a hall. This is a disaster, Naruto. That's putting it lightly, Ayla, Naruto said as they walked into a lab and up to a female Kaminoan and gave her the data before leaving. I can't believe the separatists have someone working for them here of all places. The Kaminoans only created the army first because they were paid to do so. It makes sense that someone could be bought if there's a higher price. Yeah. The two heard a scream before taking off down the hall back to the lab where they saw Sane dead as she looked like she was melted. Who could have done this? I think I know, Naruto said running out to a platform to see the female they talked to earlier with a group of droids around her. Why did you do it? For years I toiled under Saint Ta while she took credit for my accomplishment. With the credits, the separatists have paid me. I'll finally be able to start a name for myself. Destroy them, she yelled, running to a ship as the two Jedi fought the droids, taking off their cloaks as steam came off their sabers due to the rain hitting them. The Kaminoan shot a rocket at them just as Naruto threw his saber at the ship, hitting a super droid into Ayla that grabbed her arm and fell into the ocean. Naruto quickly pulled out a rebreather from his utility belt, put it on, and dove after her just as another explosion hit, having a piece of metal hit him in his side. Boom. BD turned his light on so Naruto could see. Quickly diving down, Naruto saw Ayla with a broken rebreather by her before pulling her out of the droid's grasp, quickly gave her the breather, and started to pull up before stopping as a sharp pain shot through him. Ayla, seeing this, quickly grabbed him as he let all the air out of his lungs and passed out due to the pain of the saltwater hitting his wound. She frantically started to swim up as she felt his life force start to fade before seeing a blur above the water going to the platform. She used the force to start to swim faster and came up to the platform where she saw Naruto's clone troopers holding a syringe gun before she started doing CPR on Naruto until he started coughing. A week later, above Naboo. 4. Naruto without his armor was walking down a hallway of a Star Destroyer. He, Obi-Wan, Anakin, Alpha, and another Jedi and his Padawan are being sent to a moon of Naboo to respond to a loss of communication with the Gungan colony on Naboo's moon of Omadun. Going into the mission room where he saw Alpha without his helmet, Obi-Wan, and Anakin who was arguing with C-3PO about not being with Padme and two others. The first is a muscular, bald, tall male human wearing a slightly modified Jedi tunic, that's sleeveless and made of leather and heavy durasteel gauntlets. This is Glaive, a Jedi Master. Beside him is a young female Falleen with orange skin, brown hair, and green eyes also wearing a leather sleeveless tunic with metal around her gauntlets and boots. This is Zul Zis, Glaive's Padawan. Yes, we're all happy that you and your droid could be reunited. But can we please get through this briefing before I become one with the Force? Glaive asked annoyed as he crossed his arms. Although it pains me to agree with him. Master Glaive is right if you will C-3PO. Obi-Wan asked as he went to the hollow table in the room. Of course, Master Kenobi, C-3PO said before bringing the moon up on the hologram as BD jumped onto the edge to look. As you know, shortly after the Battle of Naboo, the Gungans settled the moon of Omadun. A few days ago, Boss Nass lost contact with that colony. Queen Jamilia fears that the Gungans have fallen to disgruntled spice miners attempting to steal the moon. Gungans against spice miners? Zul asked, looking at the moon. Sounds like the Gungans have a fight on their hands. Hardly Master Zul, Alpha said as Naruto was leaning on the table. Zul's still a Padawan, Alpha, they'll be commanders for any battle they're in with you all. She's underestimating the enemy, Alpha said as Naruto nodded. Yeah, military against miners is hardly a fight, unless they had help. The Council believes Count Dooku and the Confederacy may have a hand in this. That's our assessment as well, General Uzumaki. The moon's a perfect staging site for an attack on Naboo. Naruto heard Zul talking about Alpha and joked about him losing his head before Naruto spoke up. Padawan Zis. I won't take any shots at my men when you're with me, you'll treat them with the same respect you give me. Naruto then looked to Alpha. What's the best way to tackle this? A single gunship approaches the colony low and fast. Small strike team. Then let's go. Omadun. The group landed in a swamp just outside of where the colony is with Naruto wearing his armor before Obi-Wan fell to his knees. Master. Anakin yelled as BD dropped down to scan a plant. I opened myself to the living force, I can feel it hemorrhaging. I don't sense anything. You didn't have Ki-Gon as your master, Obi-Wan said as the others turned their sabers on, Glaive and Zul's being green. We don't need Jin's brand of training to know that something stinks here, Glaive said before Alpha spoke up at a hill. I found the Gungan. They ran up to see dead aliens with sores all over their bodies. They're tall humanoid with very long ears and lanky bodies, longer halos, prominent bills, and inquisitive eyes up on short stalks. As well as droids taking samples around the area. Anakin then leapt cutting through the droids thinking they're the ones who killed the Gungans before the others ran into the fight as well. Something suddenly hit Obi-Wan forcing him into the wet ground before a boot dropped on his head. Naruto looked to see Durg with more weapons and a jetpack on. Oh come on, seriously. Today, I get to kill 5 Jedi, Durg said, pointing down at Obi-Wan. Add to the Gungans I already killed, the hostages I'm going to kill later, and all the Naboo who will die tomorrow, and it's a damn good week. Durg suddenly threw an electric bolus at Anakin's neck before he appeared in front of Glaive and hit him in the nose with a palm strike before backhanding Zul away as she stabbed him in the chest. Naruto pulled Durg towards him. "Where's your pet clones?" Naruto smirked as Alpha dropped in front of him and shot Durg in the face. "Ag. For that, I'm going to tear your head off and carbon flush down your throat." The Jedi continued to fight the bounty hunter before super battle droids appeared and had green gas covered the area and had them gain boils on their skin. "We should fall back, General. We've lost the element of surprise and we had no intel on a new weapon. When we get the hostages, go with Anakin to rescue them," Naruto yelled, blocking some shots. Alpha nodded as he and Anakin ran off as Naruto blocked a shot from a droid. He saw Durg holding Zul by her hair before jumping forward and tried to hit Durg, who let go and jumped back. Naruto jumped at Durg before hearing Obi-Wan yell, "Grieve." Looking back, Naruto saw Grieve was beheaded by a woman. She's bald, has pale white skin, and is holding two red lightsabers with curved hilts like Dooku's. She is wearing a black cloak, dress, and tunic with gloves. "This is Asajj Ventress. I emerged from misery and suffering, only to find the Jedi I had once worshipped, are nothing but weak, misguided fools. Count Dooku speaks true." She took off her cloak and pulled two sabers out as she leapt for an attack that Naruto leapt to block. He was then lifted in the air before seeing Durg aim his pistol at him before Zul attacked. Surprised, Ventress turned to see Durg about to stab Zul in the eye before Naruto's Shoto cut his arm off. Obi-Wan attacked Ventress with Naruto joining in as she blocked and parried their attacks. Ventress ordered Durg to oversee the Naboo attack as Gungans rose with weapons. They started to attack as Naruto brought his pistol out and shot several Gungans and hit the ones near him with his saber. Naruto saw Ventress turn to Zul and aimed to slice off her left arm. Naruto pulled Zul to him but wasn't fast as she had her arm from just above her hand cut off. Suddenly, Anakin and Alpha jumped back down, having Ventress retreat with Alpha. Naruto got a stim and stuck Zul's arm with it. Picking up Glaive's body, the group walked back to the gunship. "I can't believe the Confederacy would do this," Anakin said as they got on. "Believe it, Anakin. This is the new face of war," Obi-Wan said as they started flying up as a clone trooper that stayed on the ship started treating Zul. Planets under siege. The Separatists continue their march across the galaxy, fueling the flames of war. The Jedi are stretched across the galaxy to stop them. Then an all-Jedi strike force is assembled for a secret mission to infiltrate a Skakoan Techno-Union base that is supporting the Separatists. Among those selected for the mission is Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Naruto Uzumaki, who find themselves teamed with several legendary Jedi Masters. Surrounded by so many powerful individuals, the two Jedi feel there is little they can bring to the mission. But when the base turns out to be a trap designed to kill Jedi, they find themselves fighting for the survival of the team. Jedi powers, Jedi sacrifices, and another surprising confrontation. Coruscant, training room. In the dueling room, Naruto stood in front of Barris, both holding training lightsabers. They turned them on and dashed at each other and attacked, blocked, and parried each other's attack before Naruto jumped from a swipe at his feet. He then used the force to push her back before tossing his saber, having her block it with hers. Calling it back, he dodged a swipe from Barris, who jumped at him. "Good Barris, your timing's gotten better." "Thanks," she said before they turned their sabers off and walked out to the saloon. There they saw two female humanoid aliens with red and green skin, and blue eyes wearing white and tan robes with hair like tendrils. They both have a blue tattoo that adorned their foreheads. This is Tipali and Tiplar sisters, and Jedi Masters. "Master Tipali, Master Tiplar." Barris greeted as they sat down. BD jumped down onto the table, beeped, and scanned the two. "You must be Naruto Uzumaki," Tipali said as Naruto nodded. "I am Master Tipali. Why don't you tell me about yourself?" she asked as Naruto explained to her about himself, his world, and the missions he's done lately before asking the two aliens about themselves. "Well, we're Mikians," Tiplar said before continuing. "Our race is from the expansion region planet Mikia. Our race places kinship and integrity above all. With how honest we are, we come across as blunt or even rude to other sentients. We also value discipline and honor over victory or physical might. Typically then started after her sister. We have different religious traditions, but all believe that the Force plays a central role in all of them. In Mickey's society, our head tendrils have important cultural significance, and as such tendril reading is used by Mickeyan mystics to predict our future. They then spent the rest of the time conversing with each other and eating. The next day, Oola's bar. Naruto with Ayla walked into Oola's bar where they saw the Twi'lek at the bar with no one inside due to closing. "Hey, Naruto, I do have some things for you." "Okay, what are they?" "A couple are just rumors we heard of some patrons here. But one is on a ship that can knock out power to anything, one is the Separatists may be planning to take over Christophsis for the resources. And the final one is that Chom sent a message that he saw Separatists out near the edge of his system." Oola explained as Naruto dropped a bag of credits on the bar. "Thank you." Naruto stopped as one of the dancers pulled him over to the group to talk. "They really like him." Ayla blinked as she looked to Oola, who started cleaning a glass before feeling the sadness she was putting out. She then remembered times of coming here that she could feel the love coming off her fellow alien towards Naruto that made her start thinking about times where she felt that. Of course, she didn't feel anything from the dancers outside of lust, but she feels that from women from time to time when they first see Naruto. A few days later, Republic Navy. "Congratulations, Thrawn," Naruto said to the newly promoted admiral. "Thank you, Naruto. I believe I've been assigned to your ship as well." Naruto blinked at that before shrugging. "Okay, I guess I'll see you then." He then walked out of the building and towards. The next day, 931st Legion, Crimson Cubies. A shirtless Naruto was in the large training area of his Star Destroyer showing a group of new clones who just had white armor moves from his home martial arts styles. "Okay, that'll be enough for today. Now, most if not all of you may be wondering why I only use one color for my group." Naruto said as some of the clones muttered. "That's because there are no ranks for me. Here we're family, brothers, and there are no ranks for families. Now, there will be two who you'll give your reports to, and that's Alpha and Fordo," he said, gesturing to the two beside him. "Now if there are no questions, let's get to know one another with any names you give to each other or what name you want." A week later, Alderaan. In a hotel room, a nude and sweaty Ayla fell onto Naruto after spending several hours having sex. "No idea, why Council, moan. Forbade this tilde. They're idiots," Naruto said before flipping them over to continue and felt Ayla's legs wrap around his waist. "I don't think we're leaving this room for the rest of the time we're here, you're insatiable. Says the guy who's not tired after all that we did, moan." 2 weeks later, Coruscant, Jedi Temple. 1. Ayla and Mace are on a platform watching the sky before seeing two Delta 7s fly to them. "There. I see them. They're approaching fast," Ayla said before they both got out of the way as the Delta 7s crash-landed with RC as the astromech droid in the navigator. The hatch opened revealing Naruto, who had cuts that were healing, holding a vial. "I got the cure," he said as BD looked over his shoulder. Later, the three with a group of Jedi looked at a hologram memorial to 3 Jedi. Who were they? Naruto looked back to Anakin before he turned back. Legends. He then pointed to the one on their far left holding a saber that was turned on. Master Nal Venari, the Bothans called her the Fire Eater. Nol's a short female humanoid alien covered in fur. She has tapered pointed ears and a beard. She's wearing a black tunic and pants. Naruto then pointed to the next person, man wearing a cloak with the hood up, also holding a saber in both hands. John Antilles, though even we don't know if that's his real name. A student of the Dark Woman, who years ago infiltrated the Bounty Hunters Guild and brought many murderers to justice. He was believed to be dead many times before, but this time, I don't think he's coming back. Naruto then turned to the next hologram, also a man with shoulder-length hair and mustache holding a baby. Nico Diath, part of the Diath clan that has produced a great number of Jedi Masters. He roamed the Outer Rim freeing more than 100,000 slaves. The Hutts hated him. There's Faye as well. We tracked down the source of the Confederacy's chemical weapon, took me to Queta where the other Jed was already waiting. Some had followed their own trail to that desolate world, others followed the living force. Flashback. Queta. Naruto and Obi-Wan walked to the group and saw a near-human female alien with pale skin, long blonde hair, pointed ears, and was wearing white robes. Naruto Uzumaki, Master Kenobi, Nico said, arms crossed over his chest. Naruto glanced at the rocky terrain with lava rivers before Null spoke. Finally, you Coruscant Jedi, take your time, don't you? Sheath your fangs, Master Venonary. Naruto and Obi-Wan have faced many trials recently. Are you ill? Faye asked as BD had jumped down to scan the terrain, a plant, and the Jedi. No, the majority of the gas that was used is gone from my system, I have a rapid healing ability. Naruto said as BD jumped back on him and beeped. I'm still feeling the effects of the gas, Obi-Wan said as he glanced at Naruto. I'm not really sure we're needed on this mission. Faye then walked over and patted Naruto on the head. You two are the only ones with first-hand experience with this new weapon. Your insight will be invaluable, she said as BD popped his head over Naruto's shoulder. Beep. As will you, little droid. Faye finished patting BD on the head. Let's get this over with, Null said, walking past them. I'm needed elsewhere, and the chemical factory is already on the move. It's mobile, Naruto asked as they looked at a large building across from them on a lake of lava. More or less. It's riding the lava flow, John said as Obi-Wan used binoculars to look at the building. I see no droids. We should act as if there is, Naruto said before John spoke. So, what are we waiting for? Antilles, Master Diath is in charge here. You weren't even assigned to this mission, Drifter, Null said to the cloaked Jedi. I go where I am needed. Enough, Nico said, getting the two's attention. We've detected only a handful of life signatures. We suspect it's automated or run by a skeleton crew. Our only concern is retrieving a sample of the antidote. Regardless of the risk, if we fail, the clone army is doomed. Then follow me, John said before jumping down the cliff, having the others follow. So much for teamwork, Null said as they jumped on rocks until getting to the ground where they saw a staircase leading to a tunnel to the building. Everyone land safely. Let's find a way in, John said as Null looked at the staircase. This looks like it leads downward. They all then walked inside and looked at the wires and pipes covering the walls. Master Null was correct, there are no battle droids. Nico said as BD looked over Naruto's shoulder and had his light come on. No path is completely safe, John said before Null pointed to a man at the end of the hall. He's wearing a pressure suit. And the base is manned. But this shouldn't be a problem, she said, turning on her lightsaber. An attack would be unwise. The sentry is a Skakoan, wearing pressurized armor, John said, putting his hand on Null's shoulder. They're methane breathers. If you breach his suit, he may explode violently. Who uses combustion workers? She asked, turning her lightsaber off. It doesn't make any sense. We'll just avoid them, Nico said, bringing his hands together in front of him. Master Diath, Obi-Wan said as he and Naruto were at a computer. We've accessed the installation's floor plans. A synthesis lab is nearby. We should be able to find the samples we need there. They then walked down the hall, avoiding the few men there, and came into a lab. No. And saw both Ventress and Durg inside, with Ventress holding a vial. I've secured the antidote. Let's scuttle the lab before the Republic's dogs can track us down, Ventress said before Naruto spoke. Too late, Darksider. Not quite. Our spies knew you were coming, false Jedi, we're fully prepared to kill you all. Ventress leapt at them as Naruto got in front and blocked her strike before bringing his Shoto up and spun it to block Durg's shots from his pistol. Durg then pulled a rocket launcher and aimed it at a group of Sakoans. Everyone get back, Null yelled as Durg shot the group. Boom. And had them explode in a large explosion. All of them were sent back before the fire started dying down as Naruto noticed Null in the middle of the fire as it died with burn spots on her body and clothes. Master Null. Naruto jumped over and took a stim from BD before stabbing her in the shoulder. Only to look down when she didn't move. Damn it. The facility is sinking, Faye yelled, seeing lava start to come through the floor. There she goes, Obi-Wan yelled, seeing Ventress running on a pipe. Get her, if she falls, the antidote will be lost. John and Obi-Wan jumped up on the pipe surrounding her as she turned on her saber and cut the pip in front of her where Obi-Wan was standing. Your whole order couldn't destroy me. We won't need to, John said, holding his saber up. The dark side has already destroyed you. He then attacked, having her block it. I'm here to release you. You're all so arrogant. Durg then flew over to them, having lava fly up. And overconfident. He then kicked John over the pipe, but you can't fly. The ceiling's going to collapse. Naruto yelled as the ceiling started falling to them. Nico from his platform looked up. We need to G. He stopped as lava hit him, forcing him into the large pool that had formed. Master Diath. Go. He yelled just as he hit the lava. Obi-Wan. Naruto. John yelled as he held Durg from his back. Don't let that woman escape. The three Jedi ran just as Durg grabbed John, turned, and pushed him into a pool of lava. Take a deep breath, Jedi. Same to you. Naruto yelled, using the force to push the bounty hunter, only for him to fly to the other side of the building before the ceiling caved, separating the two. Naruto turned to see Faye using the force to stab Ventress with metal shrapnel, and Obi-Wan picking up the vial with the antidote. He quickly turned and held back an explosion before pushing Faye away from Ventress, who had gotten her bearings before pulling her to him, then clashed blades. After blocking her strikes several times, Naruto used the force to push her away into several walls before the trio ran out to see a gunship. Flashback end. And that's it. Naruto finished as Faye had joined in before Mace looked to Naruto. We've got something to tell you, Naruto. The council. We've decided you're getting a Padawan. What? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. I didn't ask for one. We know, but we're confident that you can handle this, Mace said as Zul'Zis walked up with a glove over her left hand covering up her mechanical one. 2. Naruto stared at her, remembering Zul is an abrasive Padawan, quick to anger and often demeaning to others, if remembering what she said about Alpha was anything to go by. And that her attitude problems led her to be passed from master to master until she was placed under the instruction of Glaive. Yoda said you'll be the one to bring her full potential out. I don't know about that. Sounds like he's hitting the death sticks, but I'll give it my all. I guess first things first, Zul, we'll meet my legion of clones. Naruto said, rubbing his Padawan's hair, getting a tick mark from her. I'm not a damn kid. Then stop acting like one. Naruto yelled as she huffed but followed after him as BD was looking back at her. A week later, Dathomir. 3. Naruto was floating down from an ejector seat onto the planet Dathomir. The council tasked him with checking out a den mother of Night Sisters called Zalem, who's been meddling with ancient technology and that destroyed a planet called Ova. He cut himself out and landed before putting both his saber and Shoto in his pocket as he heard footsteps. Before turning to his left. Hello, ladies, he said to the group of female Dathomirians with pale skin who were wearing headdresses and leotards with large busts. He'll make a good replacement for the one we fed to the artery worms. The leader said, hands on her hips. Or we could put him out to stud. A tall muscular one said, crossing her arms under her bust. No, this loser's chain gang material. We'll use him up on the temple ruins. 6 months at most. Naruto didn't know if not being good enough for sex was an insult or not, as he was handcuffed and pulled to a pyramid out of the woods. Coruscant. Mace and Sassi were sparring and talking about Naruto's newest mission. I don't know, I think Quinlan would have been a better choice. Sassi said as he parried an attack. He's infiltrating Dooku's group, Mace said before he blocked an attack. We just have to trust Naruto can handle this. Dathomir. Naruto and other male aliens and humans pushed stuff out of a sphinx before hearing a voice. Move, you lazy reprobates. Work harder and you will be given more sleep time and sustenance. The leader from before yelled, holding a trident and whip. Naruto looked at the alien in front of him and started to walk to him. He's a white-skinned, hairless humanoid who looked like an animated skeleton. His facial features included sharp downward angles, large triangular eye sockets, and sloped-up brows that met together in the middle, lending him an appearance of permanent anguish. A given, they have exoskeletons that resist the vacuum of space and are skilled mathematicians. A lot of humans find them repulsive. He'll be the one I'll need to know. Naruto thought before stopping by him. How are you doing? Why are you speaking to me? Just want to be friends, we're all slaves, right? I'm Naruto. Yag Shushin, a native of the planet Yagadul, and Crack. Og. Naruto screamed as he was whipped on the shoulder. It's not appropriate for Malelings to converse amongst themselves. You must appreciate that you're a lesser species, you'll have to be seasoned. I hope we have an understanding. You won't disappoint me again, will you? Burn in hell, witch. The leader then pulled her trident and had red energy blades come out on it before an earthquake hit. Naruto saw Yag get trapped under rubble before running to help him out. You okay? Yes, my exoskeleton's stronger than human bones. He replied as two men carried another female in red robes on a throne who told them not to fear the quake but to fear her more. Zalem, I'll tell you later, Yag said as they got back to work until night came where all of them were put in a laser cage. As Naruto sat, a hunchback deformed Dathomirian female wearing a cloak came to him with a bowl. Yeah. Heal you, heal you. I'm alright, thank you, he said before she left. Yag explained that she was Rosalai, Zalem's daughter they call the Rancor due to her ugliness and that Zalem ignores her. Naruto watched Rosalai be attacked by her fellow sisters, who lifted a pot of boiling liquid with the force and hit her. Rosalai just ran off as the men talked about how sometimes the Dathomirians would pick men out to have sex with to breed before being killed. Later that night, another group of Dathomirian slavers came up intent on stealing the men for themselves, knocking Rosalai out as the light revealed one was riding a large animal. It's a large reptilian-like creature standing around 16 feet, with long arms, immense jaws, and an armored hide. This is a Rancor. The female riding it wrapped Naruto in a rope before a ship came out of the ground and shot it. The group that caught Naruto walked out and shot the rival group before turning the fence back on. Morning. As Naruto and the others worked, a large worm creature with teeth popped out of the ground and ate one of the men. Shit, we're all chained together at the legs, that thing will eat us all. Naruto yelled at another man, Yag, and he was pulled in before he turned his saber on and stabbed the worm, having the three be vomited out as the worm died. No one's killed a great worm before, the leader yelled, running over as Naruto pointed to a pick as he hit his saber. Use the pick, the flesh is more vulnerable inside. The leader took Naruto and Yag to Zalem, who was in the area, before explaining what happened. Perhaps you should be one of my personal bodyguards, Naruto. Ah. You missed your chance. Instead, I will make you and your fellow slave lizard keepers. It's dangerous work, the key object to their limbs being severed. But no doubt the vanquisher of the great worm will deal with them. Promotion, huh, could help with my mission, Naruto thought before another female pulled Rosalai over to punish her for not guarding the men and put a worm in a drink that'll cause pain for 24 hours. Coruscant. Mace and Sasey were in a taxi flying over the city, still talking about Naruto's mission. Let's go over what we know about Dathomir. The blue lizard people, the Kui, appear to be degenerate descendants of the KWA and elder species who traveled the universe through infinity gates. Mace said as Sasey nodded. That much seems certain from what we learned on Ova. And their star temples were designed to protect the integrity of the gates, keeping out intruders for all time. Yet the witches found a way to open a gate on Dathomir before a fail-safe device was activated, Mace said, leaning forward. You realize if they try again, Dathomir could be submersed in space, sucking in all neighboring celestial bodies. They're castaways with nothing to lose. I fear they will, unless Naruto finds a way to stop them, Mace said, bringing a hand to his chin. Then may the force be with him. May the force be with us all. Dathomir. Naruto and Yag were putting velociraptor-like lizards into a pen with a screen on one end. What's going on behind the screen? You really want to know? Jedi. Naruto turned to Yag at that, having him explain they're cutting the lizard's paws off to use for the temple machines. Naruto sighed before explaining he was really sent to stop Zalem and got Yag to help him out after he finished. Naruto saw a man getting ready to cut a paw off a lizard before stabbing him with his saber and killing the others that attacked before freeing the lizards, with all but one leaving, who raised his hand to Naruto. Blinking, Naruto touched his hand and got a vision of the KWA building the pyramid and used it as a stellar gateway. And when they started dying out, they sealed everything up deep underground with traps. And they bred the worms to protect the place. Great, now that I killed one I gotta take its place. Naruto said as the lizard ran off. He then saw Rose lie spying on him before giving chase and fell into a pit. "Sorry Jedi, I can't have you ruin my plans," she said in perfect English before running off as giant rats attacked Naruto. Naruto killed them before jumping up and saw Rose lie at the bottom of the hill before she changed. She grew to 5 feet 7 inches and gained a voluptuous frame with large breasts, wide hips, and gained long curly red hair, and red eyes. 4. Naruto then saw a ghost of a Caucasian human male in robes come up in front of her. "You look very well, my daughter. But always remember, hiding who you are from the sisterhood or your mother will destroy you. As she destroyed you, father. She took you because the force was strong in you. Then disposed of you after you'd served your purpose. I will crush her, father. I promise you she will pay. And my sisters too." Well, the rancor was just an act," Naruto said, making himself known. Naruto. "Okay, how does this sound? We both want to stop Salem, why not help each other?" "You don't understand witches, Jedi. I have no intention of stopping her. She will open the Star Chamber for me," Rose said, looking away from Naruto before turning to him. "Then I shall slay her, take over the sisterhood, and use the Infinity Gates to rule the stars." "Nice plan Rose. But I need to stop ya at the using the gates part," Naruto said as she nodded. "I know, you have that dreary ethics of a Jedi Knight. Which is why I'm going to kill you." Naruto started choking as Rose held her hand up and used the force to choke him. "I cannot permit you to live, Naruto. I know you would try and stop me from entering the Star Chamber and destroying Salem." "Rose lie. What's happened to you? You're beautiful." Looking back, Rose saw 3 of her sisters. Vanya. Rose then turned to Naruto who was breathing on his knees. "We'll finish this later, Jedi." Groan. "So, Vanya, and my sisters. As you can see, I am no longer the rancor, as you mockingly called me. We are witness to a miracle. All praises to Salem's daughter. She is one of us now. We rejoice to see you cured of your affliction, sister. You can take your place amongst us now as a true Dathomir witch. I don't need your hollow compliments, Vanya. They will not spare you from my anger," Rose said as the one behind her spoke up wearing a loincloth and headdress. "Rose, I know we hurt you. But it was just a game. It didn't mean anything. To call me a monster. To make me the laughing stock of the tribe. Please forgive us, Rose." "I can't do that, Leela. You should know," Rose said as Leela fell to the ground, blood coming out her eyes and mouth. "Witches never forgive. Well, Yanni, won't you come forward and embrace me? I remember you were weak in the bones," Rose said to another female who had dreadlocks before she ran off. "No, leave me alone." "That's enough Rose," Vanya said raising her hand. "It's enough when I say it's enough Vanya. Stand aside. I'm impressed with your magical disguise. However, all that is merely fledgling stuff, you are still a novice to me," Vanya said before she was pushed back with the force having her hood fall revealing purple hair. "Still a novice," Rose said as Vanya stared at her. "Yes, Rose," she said raising her hands and having debris surround them. "Still a novice. Crazy witches. I should let them kill each other but Rose can still be a great ally," Naruto thought before jumping over and cut any boulders that got near Rose. "So Naruto, you are a Jedi," Vanya said, pulling up a dagger with a red energy blade. "I should have known. Very well, let's see how you compare with a witch of Dathomir." She then attacked Naruto with his blade. "It's time I taught you your final lesson." Naruto just cut through her blade breaking it before smiling. "You were saying." Vanya then disappeared right before their eyes. "Later, both of you ran away, didn't you, Vanya? I look forward to our next encounter. I'll bring the dark side, you bring your worthless carcass," R said as Naruto turned his saber off. "Rose, that offer still stands. Let's work together to stop your mother. She's tampering with something she doesn't understand. And so are you Jedi. Stay out of my sight or I'll regret sparring your life. I will never betray my mother to you. That pleasure is all mine. After all, blood is thicker than water. And I want to see her bleed," she said before walking away. "Your family and violent redheads. What are you talking about?" Naruto asked only to get a snort in response. "Sigh, I better see if I can find Yag," I think he said he would try to get one of the ships. Later in the evening, Naruto was at a ruin before touching a wall and had electricity hit him for a moment. It's like the KWA are speaking to me, trying to tell me something. Naruto thought before he was surrounded by Night Sisters. Okay, I know when I'm beaten, Naruto said before they took him to a tent with Salem where they tied him up and injected him with a liquid that had an artery worm. Yag had knocked out the guards and walked into a spaceship where he saw dead Night Sisters before he heard a female voice. Ah, Yag, I've been waiting for you. He turned to the cockpit and saw Rose lie now wearing a purple hooded cape with a purple leotard that had a V-cut showing her cleavage, red vambraces, and red thigh high-heeled boots. Who are you? Rose lie, the Ranker, don't you remember? You know how to pilot this ship, so listen carefully to me. I need your help. Why would I help one of my jailers? That does not seem rational. Yag said as she stood up and hit a button, having them hear screams as the engine burned more guards. Because more guards are coming to deal with us both and I can rescue your friend Naruto, who I sense is with my mother, that's rational. Naruto groaned before seeing Rose walking in and freeing him against her mother's wishes before the Night Sisters attacked. Red chakra surrounded Naruto, having the worm burrow out of his chest as he and Rose attacked. Suddenly Yag came up in the ship, having the two get on via a ladder with Rose going first. Naruto looked down when he noticed her leotard was slightly small on her and didn't hide everything. They then went back underground as Zelma followed with Vanya and a group of Night Sisters. They dodged several blasts before coming to a wall from the above-ground pyramid and had it open, revealing a large crystal ball. That's the gate, Rose said as Zelma's ship passed them and went inside. After them, the walls closing. What are our odds, Yag? Naruto asked the alien. Approximately 7,050 to 1. That's worse gambling than on Tatooine. They made it in just to see the other ship facing them and fired at them, hitting the cockpit. Yag jumped in front of the two and took the blast head on and fell to the floor. He took the full force of that attack and saved us, Rose said as Naruto got in the seat and fired, hitting the wing of the ship and had it fall on a platform. Down below, Vanya stumbled out before she was pulled forward and hit her head on the door of Naruto's ship, knocking her out before it opened and she was pulled inside. Naruto and Rose walked out and into the station where they saw Salem and a dead lizard at a panel that shot a wave of energy out of a cannon. To Coruscant. Zelma then turned to see her daughter holding a dagger at Naruto before stabbing him in the heart. That is convincing, daughter. You truly are our mother's child. Come, let us be a family again. What kind of family is that murders a father? Rose asked, holding her dagger up. Well, our family, dear. And what's your point? I want justice for him. Rose yelled, bringing the dagger to her mother. Justice? We don't believe in that justice. You're on Dathomir, you silly girl. You're not one of those just about to be made extinct Jedi. How about me? Naruto asked, holding both his blades. An illusion spell. Excellent. Zelma said before her daughter stabbed her in the heart. Goodbye, mother, Rose said before Night Sisters surrounded Naruto. And goodbye, Naruto. I meant what I said about the dark side calling me. Gotta admit, Rose, you're impressive, Naruto said before throwing his hands out, throwing the Night Sisters into the wall. He then blocked a strike from Rose before flipping over her to a three-fingered control and touched it, moving his fingers to form three. Suddenly, crystals on the ceiling hit the Night Sisters, knocking them out before he saw Rose dodging several like she knew where they would hit. Rose is powerful, she's sensing them in time, Naruto thought before adding more power to several and hit her to the floor. It only stunned me. Why didn't you kill me? I didn't kill the others either, Naruto said before pulling the wave attack back. He then turned and picked Rose up bridal style and used the force to carry the others out to the ship. He then put it on autopilot to Coruscant just as the blast destroyed the ball. Coruscant. Naruto had just finished giving his report to Mason Sasei with Rose standing behind him with guards. I've studied your report, Naruto, Mace said standing by the desk Sasei is sitting at. We weren't sure you could handle the witches of Dathomir. But one thing puzzles us. Sasei said before looking at Rose Lai. Why did you spare them? The others I just didn't want to kill. As I said, I believe in the code for the not killing part unless you have to. Rose, Naruto glanced back to see the Night Sister smirking at him. She's a little like me. And somewhere deep within her, I sense the light side of the force within us all. Naruto finished looking back. An impenetrable defense. Separatist ships blockaded the resource-rich planet of Christophsis, trapping Senator Bail Organa and his relief effort. Desperate to aid the esteemed senator, a Republic task force under the command of Jedi Knight, Anakin Skywalker must break the impasse. But time runs short for the senator and the good citizens of Christophsis. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, Jedi Knight Naruto Uzumaki is also on his way following Obi-Wan Kenobi to help the young knight. Then, hoping to save lives and prevent further destruction, the three Jedi plan a daring ambush that can turn the tide in the fight for this crucial star system. Hyperspace Naruto's Star Destroyer the Maelstrom. Naruto with his armor on his tunic was looking at the blue and white tunnel of hyperspace. Sir, we'll approach Christophsis in roughly 2 to 4 hours. Good, hopefully, Anakin won't do anything stupid before we get there. Naruto said before BD popped over his shoulder. Boo beep. I knew it as soon as I said it. Christophsis. In space above Christophsis, Senator Bail Organa conferences via hologram with Anakin Skywalker, whose hair has grown out with a scar over his right eye with black armor on, and Admiral Wolf Yularen on board the Star Destroyer. Wolf is a Caucasian man with brown hair with gray streaks wearing the Navy uniform. Separatist forces have overrun our position. And we've neither food, water, nor munitions too. He then cut out his clones in the Navy uniform walked around. Senator Organa. Senator Organa. Sir, that cruiser's been hit. Master Kenobi better get here soon. Or this will be one short rescue mission, Anakin said to the clone before walking off. Control ships bearing down on us. Wolf said as he looked forward at the space fight around them. Full forward shield. Incoming fire. The Separatist ship bears down on the Republic fleet, the fire concentrated on the smaller supply ships. On the other ship, an arachnid alien was sitting in the cockpit area with a cane. He has a large fanged mouth between two prominent chelicerae, above which he has 6 red eyes arranged in a semicircle. The 2 lowest eyes were larger and roughly twice the size of the 4 smaller eyes. He has 2 legs and has 6 arms, with the second and third set of arms protruding from behind the first pair. The arms are covered in thick hair and end in 3-fingered hands. This is General Trench. Fire all forward cannons. Cut off those Republic supply ships, separate them from their escort cruisers. I smell fear. And it smells good, Trench said, standing up and walking closer to the window. Back with Anakin, a clone told him another ship was hit before he looked to Wolf. Over fire all reactors. We're going to blow right past this guy, whoever he is. General. A Republic cruiser coming out of hyperspace, behind us. Obi-Wan. Another Star Destroyer came up behind them before a hologram of Obi-Wan came up. Anakin, I want you to withdraw. Withdraw. I've got a new toy that might give us the advantage. With all due respect, General, now may not be a bad time to regroup, Wolf said to Anakin, who sighed. Okay, call everyone back while we cover their escape, Anakin ordered as the hologram shuts off. I don't like this. I hope Obi-Wan knows what he's doing. Obi-Wan's Star Destroyer. Anakin stepped out of his gunship into Obi-Wan's hangar where he saw his master standing. Well, here I am. Tell me about this new weapon, he said, walking up to Obi-Wan. You're looking at it. I'm looking at what? 2 steps forward and you'd be kissing it. It's a stealth ship. Obi-Wan knocked on something on his left before a ship came into view. It's a longship with a multi-segmented main fuselage, midsection antenna array, upper and lower anti-aircraft dual laser cannon turrets, 4 proton torpedo launchers, and a large engine pod at the tail. It also has a 2-man crude countermeasures compartment, and the capacity to carry extra troops and cargo. I'll assume scanners can't detect it. As far as we know, this will be the first real field test. That's reassuring, Anakin commented as they walked to the back of the ship. I'd figure you'd be up to the challenge. So, I can move in undetected, and take them out from behind. Pretty small ship to take out a fleet. Are there more? No, and this is the prototype, so you'll be on the defensive. I need you to run a mercy mission to the surface. The ship can carry enough supplies for Senator Organa's people. Oh, I'm still the delivery boy. We don't need the whole fleet. I can do this myself. Anakin said as they stopped at cargo boxes. Anakin, slow down and do what I tell you, Obi-Wan said, stopping by a box. It's more important to save lives than to destroy ships. I need you to continue the Mercy mission. Meanwhile, Admiral Yularen, doing some research of his own, sees Trench's emblem on the Separatist ships and runs to join Anakin as the Jedi is about to depart. He explains how Trench has supposedly perished years ago in battle, and convinced that Trench is now in command of the blockade fleet, he joins Anakin as a volunteer advisor. A clone in gray armor ran up putting his helmet on and stood at attention to another clone with gray armor that had a green design on the helmet. CT-1284, Sparks reporting for duty, sir. Both clones walked up to two chairs on each side of the cockpit forward as the other clone looked back at Sparks. We lost one of our starting lineup, kid. Are you ready to step up and take his place? Yes, sir. Just show me my station. Sparks asked as the other clone sat in the chair on the right. Right here beside me, where I can keep an eye on you until you're up to speed. The clone then hit a button before speaking into a mic. Everyone's on board, sir, we're a go. Dispatch, we are powering up and ready to go, Anakin said over the speakers before the ship started powering up and started to fly before the cloaking system came on. They then started flying past the Separatists' ships undetected. It's working. In the Separatist blockade, Trench, wanting to add pressure to the Republic fleet, dispatches a squad of bombers to attack Organa's command center. After narrowly avoiding an inadvertent collision with the bombers, and having received a message from Obi-Wan regarding Bail's peril, Anakin decides to attack Trench's ship directly, hoping to divert Trench's attention from the planet. Ready torpedoes, locking on the primary target, Anakin said as the clones on board typed on the consoles. Disengage cloaking device. The ship came into view before they fired at the main ship, hitting shields. The Separatist ship fired at them right before Anakin shot flares and recloaked. After seeing Anakin in action, Trench transmits a message over an open frequency, commending Anakin's bravery and daring, but warning he has faced and beaten ships armed with cloaking devices before, and that unless they retreat, he will destroy them as well, and that Christophsis and her resources will soon join the Separatist alliance. Anakin then contacts Obi-Wan, who explains that Trench's war record confirms his threat. He has defeated ships with cloaking devices before, but mostly in cruiser-to-cruiser engagements. In all previous cases, Trench used tracking torpedoes to destroy the enemy whether or not their ship was cloaked. Since none of the ships Trench has faced before were as small as the stealth ship, Anakin guesses that Trench locks the torpedoes onto an enemy ship's magnetic signature. Sensing a way to use this against him, Anakin attacks again. The stealth ship's torpedoes are again ineffective, but this time Trench can lock onto the stealth ship's magnetic signature and fires tracking torpedoes, despite his tactical droid's warning that doing so requires them to lower the ship's shields. With the torpedoes behind them, Anakin flies straight at the Invincible. Realizing his mistake too late, Trench orders the shields raised, but they are still recharging. As Trench watches in horror, Anakin flies the stealth ship past inches from the Invincible's bridge. Accepting defeat, Trench closes his eyes and awaits his fate. Seconds later, the tracking torpedoes slam into the bridge, destroying the Invincible. Naruto's Star Destroyer came out of hyperspace just in time to see the main Separatist ship explode before blinking. Sai should have known Anakin couldn't stay out of trouble. He said as RC rolled to him and beeped. No one asked you to bring up my record. Arguing with the droids again, Master. Naruto turned to his Padawan who had his symbol on her tunic. Keep it up and I'll put you on cleaning duty. Naruto yelled before turning around to see a hologram of Obi-Wan. Former Padawan giving you trouble. Always. I can relate now, Naruto said as Zool flipped him off with her good hand. Love you too. We'll meet up on the ground shortly then. Okay, Cable, focus, get the scouting team. Later on the planet, in an empty building, Naruto, and Zool with a team of 10 clones, stood in a room in one of 3 buildings close together. One having Obi-Wan's team, the other, Anakin's. BD stood on a box on Naruto's left with Alpha behind Naruto. 2 clones laid on the floor beside him with a spotter scope and the other a sniper rifle. Naruto's team was backup for the other two teams as they prepared to ambush the advancing droid forces from the 3 buildings. Focus, Cable, anything? Naruto asked the sniper team. Nothing out of the ordinary, sir. Cable, the scout said as he was looking through his spotter scope. Only possible counter-sniper would be in the surrounding buildings, but neither Focus nor I am picking anything up. He finished as Focus adjusted the zoom on his scope to look at another building in front of them. Anakin, Obi-Wan, we're clear so far. And we're set. Got some guys here that are anxious to get going. Anakin said over his comms. The gun's ready. Naruto asked Alpha, who nodded as 2 turrets were set up on each side of the room. Yes, sir. Naruto turned and picked up a pair of binoculars before looking through them and saw the incoming droid army through the green screen. They've got tanks, he said looking at the back of the group. They're splitting up. What? Naruto asked, turning to the clone that spoke before turning his head back to the door. Guns up. Why? Zul asked as Naruto pulled his saber and Shoto up and turned them on. Away from the door. The clones group up in the middle with Focus putting his rifle on his back and pull out a DC-15A blaster rifle just as battle droids walked through the door and fired on them. Naruto and Zul twirled their sabers around, deflecting blasts back at the droids as BD ran up on Naruto's back. The droids are onto us. How the hell did they find out about us? Naruto asked as his Shoto spun in front of him before he threw it at the droids. Aftermath, we need an evac. Let the others know too. Roger, sir. Guys, Cable's out. Naruto yelled as he broke the windows and had his group shoot a cable line to the center building where he saw Anakin do the same. Go. Naruto yelled, seeing a couple of his rookies get shot before everyone ziplined down. Naruto turned as BD jumped on top of the cable and folded down as Naruto grabbed him and they rolled down the line. Naruto saw destroyed droids in the hall he was in before they ran into the room where he saw the others in. This way is clear. They all ran to escape to the roof, and the droids followed them. As they got to the roof, they saw a tactical droid with the group before they attacked. Their gunships arrive, picking them up, but not before taking the command tactical droid's head to find out how the separatists discovered their plan. Clone base. Thanks, Bones, Naruto said to the medic clone who had the medical symbol on his shoulder as he exits the med bay before walking into the briefing room where he saw Alpha with Anakin, Obi-Wan, R2-D2, BD, and 2 clones looking over the data of the tactical droid. One clone has a shaved head and blue on his armor and the other a scar around his left eye and yellow armor. The droid head burns out when the only information they got was that the separatists only knew they were going to attack. How could we have left ourselves so vulnerable to a security breach? Anakin asked as Obi-Wan looked at a hologram screen. I don't think we did. Think we've got a spy? Naruto asked, crossing his arms. Someone infiltrated our defenses, Anakin asked, bringing a hand to his chin. It would be someone cunning and resourceful enough to gain access to our plans. Could be anyone. Someone could have stolen a clone's armor and kept their helmet on. But it doesn't explain how they got a hold of our intel. Naruto surmised as they came up with a plan of the Jedi going behind enemy lines while the clones looked for the security breach. Don't let anyone who is not in this room know what's going on. Until we find out who's doing this, act like everyone in this base is the spy. Got it, sir. As the Jedi left, Cody notices that someone left his comlink on, eavesdropping on them. Rex spots someone in the hall before running off and the two chase him. The hall loops, split up. Alpha said as he and Cody went left and Rex followed after the person. Unfortunately, they ran into each other by a door and opened it, revealing the mess hall filled with many of their brothers. One of us is a traitor, Cody asked as Rex and Alpha looked inside. They walked back to the control room and tried to contact the Jedi, but found the droids were jamming their signal. R2, come here. The trio has R2-D2 analyze the communication history, to find out if anyone had sent out any unauthorized transmissions. Rex notices an irregular wavelength that is too low and infrequent for them to normally detect. They see that the transmission seems to be coming from a clone barrack by the name of Slick, so they decide to investigate that end. They went to the barrack where Slick, a clone with the bottom hair of his head shaved, was before informing him. No way. None of my guys are a part of this. Slick yelled just as clones walked in with different hairstyles and facial hair. Take a seat, gentlemen, Alpha said, having each clone take a seat before looking at them, ignoring the pin-up posters on the walls. We have a turncoat among us and we have evidence that intel leaking has come from this barrack. Naruto, Obi-Wan, Zool, and Anakin. The 4 Jedi are riding speedster bikes before Naruto had Zool and Anakin break off to stealthily attack droids to get a mode of transport back as they noticed droids were watching them. Naruto and Obi-Wan came to a headquarters that seemed to be empty before walking in. They saw an elevator before walking in and went up several floors. Naruto turned to see a woman wearing a cloak walk in from the shadows. She removed her hood revealing she's Ventress. Oh, and here I thought this mission would be unpleasant. Naruto joked to Obi-Wan as Ventress smirked. The pleasure's all mine, my dear Naruto, Ventress said with a flirty tone, having Naruto raise an eyebrow. Two can play that game. He thought before smirking as she dropped her cloak revealing a purple shirt that had a hole revealing her cleavage and a hole in her back, and Naruto couldn't tell if she had on tight pants or shorts as she had wrappings around her arms and legs. Naruto threw some credits at her feet and whistled. How much to take off the rest? More than you have, she replied, turning on her sabers as the Jedi followed suit. She then jumped up to the top of the stairs and looked at them. My loyal informant told me you were coming. Thanks for the hospitality, Naruto said before clashing blades with Ventress. He pulled his Shoto to even things up as he blocked more strikes. They clashed several times before Obi-Wan jumped in as well with a slash of his own. Ventress then pulled a table to them. Obi-Wan cuts it as she turns her back to Naruto as he jumps at her, having her butt rub his groin. Is that another lightsaber? No. Big boy, huh? Clone barracks. Cody and Rex looked at a clone with a soul patch explaining he was cleaning his weapons, the same as after every mission. Jester's telling the truth. Another clone said, throwing Alpha a rifle. It is freshly cleaned. He turned to one that had a goatee. The same? He asked, putting the rifle against the bed. No, I was hungry, went to the mess hall. Sketch was with me. That's true, Sketch said besides the clone. Punch came in with me. And you? Rex said to one who had a shaved head and a goatee. Med Bay, Clanker got me good. General Uzumaki's medic bones treated me. You can ask him. Alpha then turned to the last lone who's bald and had a scar on the right side of his face. Chopper, what's your alibi? Mess hall. No, you weren't, Sketch yelled standing. I mean, you came in late. Where were you before entering the mess hall? Walking around, Chopper said looking up from his hand. Son, you know we need a better answer, Cody said, hands on his waist. Sigh, I was hiding, at the south exit. Didn't want anyone to see me with these. Chopper replied, bringing up a chain with droid fingers on it. Clanker fingers? Alpha asked as the others disapproved of Chopper's trophies. He went on about taking something back from them as they'd killed clones before Slick walked up to him. Chopper, we're all brothers, but how can we trust anything you say now? No, sir, I'm telling you. I did not. Slick interrupted him. It's okay. We'll get you a proper investigation. You don't have to say anything, till the Jedi come back and talk to you. Chopper then turns towards Slick. Maybe you should talk, sir. Tell them where you went. I was at the south exit, remember? I saw you go in, sir, I saw you. Chopper, I have been patient. Everyone else turned right, towards the barracks and the mess. You turned left, towards the command center. Where were you going, sir? Obviously, the kid feels cornered. Alpha then looked to Slick after realizing something. Sergeant, what did you mean, till the Jedi come back? How did you know that the Jedi were gone? Rex, Cody, Chopper, Gus, Punch, Jester and Sketch all look at Slick. I really wish you hadn't noticed that, sir. Slick then attacks Alpha and flees. Alpha, Cody, and Rex gave chase. It's Slick. Slick's the traitor. Looks like it. They chase Slick outside to the vehicles and trace Slick's with a tracer. They ran to a gunship but found an explosive device with a belt on it before they ran away. Boom, boom, boom. Most of the gunships and ATTEs, as well as the weapons depot, explode before the other clones inform the trio that Slick went into the command center, and they order the others to secure the perimeter while they go inside. Ventress vs. Naruto and Obi-Wan. The trio fought on the steps until Ventress jumped back and ran into a library where she used the Force to throw books at the Jedi who stopped them. Ventress then went into the lotus position before they walked forward, and had Ventress stab the floor with both of her sabers, having both of the Jedi falls. She then revealed she was just distracting them before running out as the two jumped up and gave chase. They then went outside where the two saw a droid army surrounding them before a ship attacked the others, revealing Anakin was piloting. Need a ride? We gotta get back to base. Ventress was distracting us. Naruto yelled as they jumped into the door and saw Zul was waiting for them. Always have to save your sorry butt. Clone headquarters. The trio then enters the command center in search of Slick. Looking around, they soon guess that he is hiding in the vents and inconspicuously act out a scene. Cody leaves his blaster on the table while Rex and Alpha go to secure the lockdown. Slick comes down from the vents and grabs Cody's blaster, only to find that it is empty, and Rex comes up from behind him. Slick turned and raised his hands before punching both of them and knocked the guns out of all three hands. Slick gets knocked to the floor by Cody, and they exchange punches back and forth. All of you just blindly follow orders. For what? Slick asked as he reversed Cody onto the ground. At least I've gotten something out of all this suffering. Rex grabs him by the neck. Yeah, I bet you sold out your brothers for some real shiny coin, huh? Slick headbutts him, knocks him to the floor and then pulls on his legs until he hears a crack. Yes, she offered me money. But she offered me something more important, something you wouldn't understand, freedom. Alpha punches Slick in the face, knocking the clone sergeant unconscious. I think freedom's going to have to wait, kid. Later, the Jedi then walked in to see Slick held by Alpha. Slick, it was you. He gave us a bit of a chase, sir, Alpha said as Naruto sighed before Anakin spoke up. You couldn't be a greater disappointment. How could you do this to your brothers? Only a Jedi would ask that. It's the Jedi who keep my brothers enslaved. We do your bidding, we serve at your whim. I just wanted something more. Rex then looked at him. And all you had to do to get it was put the rest of us all at risk. I love my brothers. You're too blind to see it. But I was striking a blow for all clones. Naruto sighed as he looked at the clone. There is nothing wrong with wanting something more, Slick. In fact, it's why I have been working with the men under my command to help them find hobbies to do when we aren't on missions. However, the way you went about getting something more ended up killing 18 of your brothers. Cody sighed as he turned to them. If you loved your brothers, you wouldn't have put them at risk. You betrayed every one of us. Take him to lock up. Two other clones walked and took Slick away as Naruto sighed. That's more common than you think, not wanting to fight is common. I'll see if we can have him released for a regular job or something. Good job you three, Naruto said as BD popped up and beeped. Naruto smiled as he held his fist up for the droid who fists bumped it with his foot as the Jedi walked away. A galaxy divided. Striking swiftly, Count Dooku's droid army has seized control of the major hyperspace lanes, separating the Republic from the majority of its clone army. With few clones available, the Jedi generals cannot gain a foothold on the Outer Rim as more and more planets choose to join Dooku's separatists. While the Jedi are occupied fighting a war, no one is left to keep the peace. Chaos and crime spread and the innocent become victims in a lawless galaxy. Crime lord Jabba the Hutt's son has been kidnapped by a rival band of pirates. Desperate to save his son, Jabba puts out a call for help, a call the Jedi are cautious to answer. Coruscant. Palpatine, Mace, who has armor on his arms, Plo Koon who has the same, and Luminara was standing in Palpatine's office with a hologram of a protocol droid with Jabba the Hutt. He's a slug-like alien who has a large mouth and stubby arms. He has leathery skin, which is wrinkled and slimy. And he has watery eyes and a slack facial expression. Jabba requested that anyone that could help us find his kidnapped son to send any information they have immediately. The droid said in a female's voice. We must help Jabba, Palpatine said, getting the others' attention. This is the opportunity we've been looking for. The Jedi must rescue Jabba's son. He finished as the hologram turned off. I don't like it, Mace said with a sigh. Dealing with that criminal scum. This is a dark day for the Republic. They then walked out of the office. I agree, my friend, but what choice do we have? Palpatine asked, clasping his hands at his waist. The Hutts control the outer rim and we'll need their space lanes to move our troops. There is more to this kidnapping than it seems. Then you must send as many Jedi as you can. Impossible, Chancellor. The droid General Grievous has our forces spread thin as it is. Mace replied as they stopped at the door. Only ones we can spare are Skywalker, Kenobi, and Uzumaki. They just captured the planet Christophsis. They should be more than enough, especially with how you all talk about how great Naruto did while training, Palpatine replied to the Master Jedi. Space, above Christophsis. Wolf walked up to the console where a hologram of Mace and Yoda were up. We need to reach General Kenobi. We've been unable to reach him. It could be a solar storm or they're rebooting their communications. I'm sure the blackout is temporary. A messenger, we are sending. With important orders for General Kenobi. Yoda said before Mace looked back at the Admiral. See to it that she gets there, as fast as possible. Yes sir, as soon as we load the relief supplies, Wolf replied as Yoda looked down. No time, there is. Immediately, the messenger must go. I understand sir. I will personally take an unloaded ship and personally drop her off. And then return to pick up my reinforcements. Christophsis surface. R2 and BD rolled across the battleground past Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Naruto before BD jumped onto Naruto as they slid to a stop at a bridge. They're back. I told you this victory was too easy, Obi-Wan said as he held his lightsaber turned off. We never should have sent the ship back with supplies. It's fine, we got this, Naruto said, blocking a blast. Alpha, battle position. Same for you Cody. Rex, with me. Roger, Roger, Roger. The army of clones fired at the super battle droids and their tanks as they continued walking towards them. As they continued their attack at the bridge, they started firing cannons at the army consisting of B-1 and B-2 battle droids, and 3 Octoptera Magna tri-droids walked towards them with AATs following behind in large numbers. Keep their focus on us. Naruto yelled to Alpha as he saw Anakin and his group get on a tower by them. They surprised the Octoptera droids above, the clones using jetpacks to land on the street, and Anakin landing on one of the droids. The team succeeded in taking out all 3 Octoptera droids and proceeded to attack the advancing droid forces from behind. The droids then pulled back to regroup in the separatist-controlled area of the city, though the battle over Christophsis continued to rage as the Jedi got back together. They then saw a ship landing near them as Zul ran up to them as well. Did we finally get help? Hopefully, Naruto replied as the group walked to the landing ship. New troops, supplies, and perhaps they brought my new Padawan with them, Obi-Wan said as they got near the ship. I would question bringing a Padawan into this, but Naruto brought his Padawan, Anakin said as Naruto shrugged. She can handle herself, it's her maturity that needs to grow. Screw you, Master. See. I've spoken to Master Yoda about it. You should put in a request for one Anakin. You'd make a good teacher. Naruto snorted at Obi-Wan to look at him. Oh, you were serious. Teaching is a great privilege. And it's part of a Jedi's responsibility to help train the next generation. A Padawan would just slow me down, Anakin replied as the ship's door opened revealing a young female Togruta. She has light blue eyes, dark orange skin, white facial markings, and brownish-gray lips. Her leku are white with blue stripes. She's wearing a maroon tube top and mini skirt with white tights and brown combat boots and gloves. She has a lightsaber then and a Togruta sash and Padawan braid. A youngling. Who are you supposed to be? Anakin asked as the alien looked at him. I'm Ahsoka. Master Yoda sent me with a message. You're to return to the temple immediately. There's an emergency. Our communication's been blocked and we've been trying to ask for help here, Naruto said before pointing behind him. And as you can see, it's far from over here. He finished as BD jumped down, walked to Ahsoka, and scanned her. Hey! BD jumped back at that and ran to hide behind Naruto's leg. BD's harmless, he was just getting info about you. He does it to everyone new. Master Yoda hasn't heard anything and that's why he sent me. Maybe you can relay your signal from the cruiser that just dropped me off. Ahsoka asked as she looked back at the ship. Getting a console out, they relayed a message to one of the Star Destroyers and after a moment had Yoda come up in a hologram. They tried to tell him what was happening but the hologram disappeared as a clone came on and explained they were under fire and would try to get Yoda back. "I'm sorry young one," Obi-Wan said to Ahsoka. "It's time for a proper introduction. I'm the new Padawan learner, Ahsoka Tano. And I'm Obi-Wan Kenobi, your new master. I'm at your service Master Kenobi. But I'm afraid I've been assigned to Master Skywalker." Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed before pointing at Anakin. "Not so funny now it's you, is it?" No. There must be some mistake. He's the one that wanted the Padawan," Anakin said pointing at Obi-Wan. "No, Master Yoda was very specific. I'm assigned to Anakin Skywalker and he's to supervise my Jedi training." "We'll sort this out later when the droids are gone," Naruto said as BD looked at each of them from the console. "I gotta check on Rex in the lookout post," Anakin said as Obi-Wan looked at him. "Better take her with you." Anakin stayed silent as he walked with Ahsoka following. Separatist base. A cloaked Ventress was looking at a hologram of Dooku before she spoke. "I've brought Jabba's son to the abandoned monastery. He will be safe here." Good. Everything's going as planned." "Yes my lord," Ventress said as a hologram of Sidious came up beside Dooku having her kneel. "Soon the Jedi will not only be at war with you, Count Dooku, but with the Hutt clan as well." Rex's group. Rex without his helmet looked at another group of clones far away at another building before raising his hand as they nodded to him. He turned to see Anakin and Ahsoka walking to them. "What's the status, Rex?" "Quiet, for now, sir. They're gearing up for another assault." "Who's the youngling?" "I'm Master Skywalker's Padawan. The name's Ahsoka Tano." "I thought you said you weren't going to get a Padawan sir," Rex said to Anakin who sighed. "There's been a mix-up, the youngling isn't with me." "Stop calling me that. You're stuck with me Sky Guy." The clones chuckled at that as Anakin turned to the alien. "What did you just call me? Don't get snippy with me, little one, you know, I don't think you're even old enough to be a Padawan." "Maybe I'm not, but Master Yoda thinks I am," she said with a grin. "Well, you're not with Master Yoda now. So if you're ready, you better start proving it. Captain Rex will show you how a little respect can go a long way." Anakin explained before bringing Rex up. Right. Come on youngling." "Padawan," Ahsoka said under her breath as she followed the captain. They then walked onto the bridge behind the cannons. "Have you thought about moving that line back, Captain? They'd have better coverage that way," Ahsoka said as Rex looked at her. "Thanks for the suggestion, but General Skywalker says they're fine where they're at." "So, if you're a captain, and I'm a Jedi, then technically, I outrank you, right?" "In my book, experience outranks everything," Rex said looking at her. "If experience outranks everything, then I better start getting some," she said before seeing a red dome shield growing in the distance. "What's that?" "Not good. It's an energy shield and it's gonna make things damn near impossible. If you want some experience, little one, it looks like you're about to get plenty." Meeting at the Republic's comm station, the Jedi, Alpha, and Rex devised a plan of attack. While Anakin and Ahsoka would infiltrate the Separatist-held ground and eliminate the shield generator, Naruto, Zool, Obi-Wan, Alpha, and Rex would gain time for them by defending the base. With them marshalling their men in a defense of the Republic's position, Anakin and Ahsoka proceeded with multiple explosives to the advancing Separatist lines. "Think they'll last?" Naruto asked Obi-Wan who looked at him. "They'd better for all our sakes." Anakin and Ahsoka. Anakin and Ahsoka were on a bridge above the main one looking at the shield and droid army coming towards them. "So, what's the plan?" Ahsoka asked, adjusting her backpack of explosives. "I thought you were the one with the plan." "No, I'm the one with the enthusiasm. You're the one with the experience. Which I'm looking forward to learning from," she said as he looked at her. "First, we need to get past that shield. Then their tank and army. Why don't we go around? Outflank them?" That would take too long, he said looking at the army. Sneak right through the middle then. Impossible, unless you can turn yourself into a droid, Anakin trailed off as he looked down. Okay, you win. The first lesson will be to wait while you come up with an answer. Well, the wait is over, I got a plan. The pair then went to and hid underneath a large box to sneak past the advancing droid forces. Once the shield and the droid troops had passed over them, the duo made their way to the generator but bumped into a droideka along the way. Forced to abandon their cover, Anakin and Ahsoka drew their lightsabers, hers being green and held reverse grip, and succeeded in cutting the enemy droid to pieces. Up ahead, Naruto and Zul started fighting droids as well once the shield passed them while keeping cannon fire out. Hold them back as long as possible. Got it, Master. Anakin and Ahsoka then reached the generator site, and missed antennas around it in the ground. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan and Rex attempted to use the base's heavy cannons to defend their position in Crystal City but only verified that the weaponry was indeed useless against the droids' deflector shield. Over an unencrypted comlink channel, Rex ordered the clones to fall back before switching back to a secure channel. Loathsome, meanwhile, ordered his troops to target the heavy cannons, and Rex learned of the Separatists' new targets by eavesdropping on their voice traffic. As soon as the droids' deflector shield passed over them, Kenobi led a charge on the droids and jumped straight into the fray. Rex and his men began to lure the Separatist troops into the buildings, where the clones had the advantage. The droids fired a missile at the Republic's comm post and inflicted further losses. With his forces overwhelmed by the Separatists, Rex was forced to order his men to retreat. Kenobi met with Rex at the comm station and ordered the captain to organize his troops in a defense of the heavy cannons while the Jedi general himself delayed the droids. Rex reluctantly agreed and retreated as Kenobi battled the droids alone. However, Kenobi was soon surrounded by a large squad of B-2 super battle droids and DSD-1 dwarf spider droids, as well as an armored assault tank. It opened and had an alien stand up from the hatch. He has a long snout, long claws, and jutting teeth. This is Harem Loathsome. You must be the infamous General Kenobi. Indeed I am. I surrender. Obi-Wan said as a super droid took his lightsaber and he used the Force to form a table for them to talk about the terms of surrender. General, have a seat. Anakin and Ahsoka. Be cautious, Anakin said as they got to the generator. Ahsoka ran to it and accidentally hit an antenna having a combat droid pop out of the ground. It has a broad, cylindrical front that connects it to all four limbs, 2 arms, and legs. On either arm was a dual-turreted rack that could pivot to shoot accurately. As more droids emerged from their guard position just below the surface, Anakin engaged them in combat so that Ahsoka could place the charges around the generator. While evading one of the retail droids, Ahsoka cut off her adversary's cranial unit and force pushed it away, inadvertently activating more droids in the process. Sorry. Whose side are you on anyway? As Anakin was surrounded by the combat droids, Ahsoka noticed a wall behind her master with a hole in the middle. She carefully brought the wall down with the Force, crushing the droids around Anakin without hurting him. Naruto and Zul. Get behind that wall. Naruto ordered the men as he picked up his pistol and started blasting. When do I get a pistol? Zul asked as Naruto shot a droid. When you're old enough. Continuing to defend the heavy cannons with their men from their cover behind some fallen rubble at the end of the city's main street, Rex discovered that Kenobi had been captured but rallied his men to continue fighting. He's buying time for Anakin and his Padawan so the droids won't attack them. Alpha yelled, shooting from a rock. At that moment, Anakin and Ahsoka detonated their charges and destroyed the shield generator, and the shield began to recede. Sighting the disappearing shield, Obi-Wan grabbed Loathsome around the neck. As the battle droids took aim, Loathsome ordered his troops not to attack and surrendered to Kenobi. Back at the heavy cannons, Rex also saw the shield begin to dissipate and shot a Separatist Kirkoidan tank commander out of sheer relief. Rex proceeded to order the heavy cannons to target the exposed battle droids, and the clone artillery opened fire on the enemy forces and began to annihilate them. Yularen, accompanied by Master Yoda himself, returned to the system and dropped out of hyperspace with a fleet of Venator-class star destroyers and Acclamator-class assault ships as reinforcements. Later, the Jedi regrouped with Yoda as Anakin explained he accepted Ahsoka as his Padawan before Yoda spoke on the other reason he came. Kidnapped, Jabba the Hutt's son has been. Negotiate the treaty with Jabba, Obi-Wan will. Find the renegades that hold Jabba's son, your mission will be, Skywalker. And stay here for a few days Uzumaki in case another attack there is. It's a bit shaky dealing with the Hutts but we need their allegiance to help give us the edge in this war, Naruto said arms crossed as BD was looking over his shoulder at the group. Anakin, Naruto, and their Padawans then left as Obi-Wan looked at Yoda. I hope Anakin is ready for this responsibility. Ready he is, to teach an apprentice. To let go of his pupil, a greater challenge it will be. Master this, Skywalker must. Later, in Anakin's Star Destroyer, he and R2 walked in the hangar and up to a ship that opened showing two clones in gray-splattered armor. Lieutenant, did the kidnapper see you? No sir. The clone said before bringing an image of the monastery up and explained that's where Jabba's is being held. Good work, go, and take a break, Anakin said before walking to the gunship with a pin-up alien woman painted on it that Ahsoka was standing at explaining her bringing the wall down on droids to save them. That true sir? Rex asked among the chuckling clones. More or less. Okay, we got a job to do. You heard the general, move it. Rex ordered having them disperse. Maybe this is the time to teach that Jedi are humble, my young Padawan. Sorry. Just trying to keep the boys inspired, is all, Ahsoka said to her master as they walked down the hangar. Tatooine. Obi-Wan landed at a large palace where he was greeted by Jabba's protocol droid and armed men who took him inside and down a stairwell. Obi-Wan and the others walked into a large room at the end of the steps. He smelled spiced tobacco smoke in the air and the sounds of music. He saw Jabba on a large dais backed by a rotisserie cooker, overseeing the gathered masses. Behind Jabba, his majordomo had their own private turbo lift. At the center of the room, the polished stone floor gave way to a viewing grill which looked down upon there's a large pit. Mighty Jabba, one of our most powerful Jedi is on his way to save your son. He will not let you down. Obi-Wan said to Jabba who spoke in his native language with the protocol droid translating. The most gracious Jabba has just one small condition. He demands you bring back the slime that kidnapped his little, punky muffin. Obi-Wan smirked at that before speaking. Punky? He asked before Jabba spoke again. Dead, or alive, the droid translated. If you do not succeed, Count Dooku and his droid army will. Teth. Anakin and Ahsoka are in a gunship with the doors closed and wearing cloaks with the hoods up as the clones with them getting ready. A hologram of Obi-Wan came up and explained the situation with Jabba giving only one rotation to find his son. Naruto will join you soon, I'll stay here in case I need to calm Jabba down. They were forced to land below the monastery to avoid dwarf spider droids' artillery fire. Anakin and the others ran to the mountain blocking and dodging lasers. A commander battle droid then spoke up from above. Concentrate fire on Sector 1-1-3-7-4-2-6-5. 1-1-3-7. What was that again? The commander battle droid then grabbed the droid and pointed down, just fire right there. Follow me, Anakin yelled, running to the mountain. So, this is where the fun begins, Ahsoka said as they got to the mountain. Race you to the top. Ahsoka smirked at that. I'll give you a head start. Your mistake, he yelled, jumping up. I'm right behind you, master. They used their extension cables to climb the side of the cliff. As they climbed, Ahsoka got on a tank to deflect blasts before the tank got hit, forcing her to grab on when she lost her balance. They continued as they were able to defeat the battle droid's outer defenses. Too many droids here for them to be renegades, Anakin said as they looked at the destroyed droids. Let's find Jabba's son. Upon arriving at the monastery, they found a protocol droid with a different head. I am the caretaker. You've saved me. Where's the hut? This way. He then took them to where the droids were keeping prisoners. I must warn you, it's dangerous. No place for a servant girl. The droid said looking at Ahsoka. Would a servant girl have one of these? She asked, turning her saber on the droid. I'm a Jedi Knight. Anakin looked at her, having Ahsoka turn it off. Or soon will be. Captain, we'll get the hut. Stay here and keep your eyes open. Roger, sir. Anakin and Ahsoka make their way through the Separatist defenses. Master, you know you're walking us into a trap, right? Ahsoka asked, noticing droids hiding in the empty rooms of the hall they're in. Yeah, I know. We walked past 2 more droids, can I just take care of them? If you feel that strongly about it. Ahsoka then turned and attacked the droids that started following them. They then found Rada, a backpack-sized Hutt who was sick. As they get Rada into a backpack, not noticing Ventress and 4A7 recording them stuffing Rada into a backpack, with Skywalker saying he hates Hutts. Ventress sent the recording to Count Dooku, who ordered her to rescue the Huttlet. Tatooine. Dooku showed up at Jabba's palace, convincing him that the Jedi had kidnapped his son. Dooku told him that his droid army was planning to rescue his son. When Jabba asked Dooku what he wanted in return, Dooku asked if he would consider allying the Hutt clans with the Confederacy. Jabba then captured Obi-Wan, who was outside at his Delta-7, and held him inside where he saw Dooku. Jabba has ordered you to be imprisoned here until his son has been saved. The droid said as Obi-Wan looked at him. I'm fine staying here, but you should know not to trust Dooku. He said before Anakin came upon his comms about finding his son and that he was ill. They're the ones lying, Dooku said as Jabba spoke before his droid translated. You both will stay here until his son is safe. Konoha. You're sure this will work? Tsunade asked as she stood at her desk and leaned on it looking at Jiraiya finishing the seal. Move your eyes, or I'll rip them out, she said, noticing his eyes drift to her cleavage. Yes, this will work, Jiraiya said, rolling the seal up into a scroll before a man walked in. He has spiky silver hair oriented to his left side, dark gray eye, his left being covered by his high 8 worn over it, and has a relaxed and lazy expression. He's wearing a half mask that prevents most of his face from being visible. He's wearing a flak jacket, dark blue pants, and a long-sleeve shirt. He also has fingerless gloves with metal plates on the backhand and sandals. This is Kakashi Hatake, a Jonin of Konoha. You called for me. Hi, yes, 3 hours ago, Tsunade said with a sigh as Kakashi closed his eyes with a smile. There was this old woman who needed help with her grocer. I don't care what your excuse is. We're ready to send the message to Naruto. Kakashi walked over as Jiraiya held the scroll as Kakashi pulled his high 8 up, showing a vertical scar over his left eye that's red with 3 tomes around his pupil. Okay, the seal should be locked onto Naruto's and Kyuubi's chakra, so open a Kamui. Space-time migration. Kakashi did that as his tome swirled and had a tear open up in front of them before Jiraiya threw it in. Christophsis. Naruto was with Alpha and Fordo looking over the losses they took in the battle. 15 dead, 27 injured, 5 of which are critical, Fordo said before they heard a tearing sound, and looked back to see what looked like a portal. What the hell? Naruto asked, walking up to it before a scroll shot out of it like a bullet hitting him in the crotch. Naruto let out a silent scream of pain as his hands went to his groin and he fell to the ground on his side, BD jumping off and hovered over to land in front of Naruto to tilt his head at him. Sir, are you alright? Alpha asked Naruto, who slowly nodded before speaking in a high-pitched voice. Yeah, just admiring the ground for a moment, and we are never speaking of this again. A few minutes after recovering, Naruto picks up the scroll and sees not only his name but Konoha's insignia on it. What the foo? Teth. A clone sergeant reported to Rex that all remaining battle droids had been destroyed. Anakin then contacted Obi-Wan about Rada. He informed Kenobi of Rada's medical condition and the Separatist involvement. Obi-Wan told them that he would bring Republic reinforcements to the planet. Suddenly, Ventress and droids in ships attacked, having Anakin, Ahsoka, Rex and their forces retreat into the monastery, sealing the doors. Captain, we'll wait here until General Uzumaki and Kenobi arrive with reinforcements. We need to get the baby back to Jabba, Ahsoka said to Anakin. You have a plan? Yes, I think so, R2 willing. Alright Snips, I'll trust you on this one. Captain, hold them here as long as you can. Will do, sir. You heard the general, get ready to turn those clankers into scrap metal. Anakin left with Ahsoka and Rada, while Rex and his men stayed behind to hold back the enemy forces. Ventress cut the locks, and the droids stormed the monastery, subduing the clones. "Here they come. Lock the monastery down. I'll go after Skywalker." Ventress ordered her troops as Rex attempted to shoot her but was stopped as she pulled a droid in front of her and showed she had on a dress. Ventress then force-choked Rex and demanded that he reveal where Skywalker went. When Rex refused, Ventress used a mind trick to make him contact the Jedi Knight. However, Rex ended up alerting Anakin instead, by using his first name. As the Jedi moved to rejoin Rex, Rada spotted a ship at another landing platform. "Anakin to Naruto. Lock onto my position. I need a medical ship immediately," Anakin said, seeing Naruto's custom Delta 7 with a fox on it. "And can why?" Ventress ran to them as R2 closed the doors and had the Jedi run to a platform and jumped onto a swarm of alien dragonflies and flew to the ship. Naruto dodged a missile before cursing. "Damn, Zul, I'll get to the ground. You help clear the air for Anakin to escape with Jabba's son." "Got it, Master," Zul replied, flying past him. With the clones, Naruto, Alpha, and their reinforcements arrived and rescued Captain Rex and Torrent Company from Ventress, battle droids. Naruto then confronted Ventress, engaging her in a lightsaber duel. "How predictable," she taunted as she attacked. The two fought through the monastery before she jumped in the shadows as he turned on his blue blade on his Shoto. "You can't hide forever," he said, turning as BD used his light over his shoulder. "You're after Jabba's son too, right?" he asked before turning and blocked Ventress with both of his blades. She then took off her dress, revealing her other outfit, and threw it at Naruto before he sliced through it and blocked an attack. "You know, you've been undressing around me a lot lately. Anything you'd want to get off your chest?" he asked as they continued parrying each other before she knocked his saber out of his hand and had him turn his red blade on and blocked another attack. "Color me impressed." He then jumped back and called his saber back as she attacked again. She kicked him back into a pillar, having BD jump on his shoulder before he dodged a series of attacks from Ventress and used the force to push her away. She jumped at him, having Naruto backflip away and then jump up to the upper floor. "We know Dooku's plot to turn the Hutts against us," Naruto said as their blades served as the only light. "It won't succeed. It will when the truth dies with you." She then attacked, forcing Naruto to block her attacks before jumping out of a window. Both of them didn't feel Anakin or Ahsoka in the monastery as Naruto turned to her. "I sense it too, Anakin has left the planet. You failed, Ventress. Turn yourself over now," he said to Ventress, who jumped onto a vulture droid. Naruto sighed before running back to the clones to help while telling Anakin he'll meet up on Tatooine when finishing with the droids. He then contacted Yoda, who was with Palpatine. Coruscant. Yoda sat in a chair as a hologram of Naruto was on Palpatine's desk. "Anakin has reached Tatooine with the Huttlet Master. But separatists are after him and Ahsoka. I think this plot is Dooku's doing to blame us for taking Jabba's son. If believe this, the Hutts do end our chance at a treaty with them, it will," Yoda said, looking at his former student. "Join Dooku and the separatist, Jabba will. That will be a disaster," Palpatine spoke up from his seat. "We must have this alliance with the Hutts if we're to win the war in the Outer Rim. In Skywalker, is the Republic's only hope. Return Jabba's son, he must. Anakin should be able to do it and I'll meet up with him when finishing up here," Naruto said before the hologram turned off as Padme walked in wearing a purple and gold-trimmed dress and her hair in a metal headdress styled up. "Greetings, Senator Amidala. Master Yoda, it's good to see you." "Good, it is to see you, Senator," Yoda said before leaving as Palpatine explained he had put up extra security at Naboo due to the war on the Outer Rim and about the mission with Jabba. She argued that she could reason with the Hutts with Jabba's Uncle Zero, who runs a club on the planet. Later, she walked into a club in the clothes she wore at Geonosis with a mask and hood before walking up to a Hutt with green eyes, purple skin, and green tattoos. "Greetings. I am Senator Amidala of the Galactic Congress." "A senator?" Zero asked in English. "In this neighborhood? I thought I'd seen it all with that Jedi that hangs out here with that small droid on his back," he said, taking a drag from a hose before blowing out smoke. "I know you're the uncle of Jabba of Tatooine. I've come to ask a favor of you." she said before explaining what happened and asked for a treaty only to be turned away when Zero explained that the Jedi stole Jabba's son. When a droid took her to the metal tube that's an elevator, she knocked it to the ground when it started lowering and ran back to hide where she saw an empty club and Zero taking to Dooku revealing that he was in on stealing his great-nephew and blamed it on the Jedi. And that would have the Jedi arrest Jabba when he fights them so he would get control of the clan. Padme tried to walk away, only to get spotted by a droid that forced her to shoot it and another to knock her pistol away before throwing her in front of Zero and the hologram of Dooku. Count Dooku. So, the poisonous traitor reveals his ugly head yet again. I'm delighted to remake your acquaintance again, Senator Amidala, isn't it? Dooku asked as she stood up. I was just leaving, she said before turning into a droid that grabbed her. That cannot be permitted now. Zero, this particular senator is extremely valuable to my separatist allies. They will pay handsomely for her. I like the sound of that. Take her to the dungeon. You will regret this, Zero. No, I will become rich with this. Zero said laughing as Padme was dragged away. Later, she was brought back after C-3PO contacted her before droids blew up and fell from the entrance as C-3PO and a group of clones ran in and attacked and arrested Zero. Tatooine. Anakin and Ahsoka crash-landed on the desert planet and looked out at a hill. Jabba's palace is on the other side of the Dune Sea. We'd better hurry if we're going to make it by morning, he said as Ahsoka put a better-feeling Rata in his backpack after finding medicine for him in the droid ship. All of them jumped down and started walking towards Jabba's palace as little aliens wearing cloaks ran to the crashed ship. On the way, Ahsoka tried to talk to her master about his past on his home planet now that they have a mission on it. Anakin spent the time dodging the questions before the sun started to set and they stopped feeling someone with the dark side near them. Anakin gave Rata to Ahsoka and had her continue on while he walked slightly off course hoping to get the person's attention instead. Later, as night fell over the desert, Count Dooku intercepted Anakin who still had his backpack on a speeder bike. As Dooku dismounted his speeder bike, Anakin ignited his lightsaber. Hand over the huttlet or die. Dooku said as Anakin said nothing. He then shot lightning at Anakin who absorbed the attack with his lightsaber. Seeing the futility of his assault, Dooku stopped the barrage. Pulling off his hood and brandishing his lightsaber, Dooku quickly saluted Skywalker before the two charged each other. As the combatants met, Dooku opened the battle with a rapid overhand, Anakin parrying before countering. Dodging, Dooku quickly lunged forwards, though Anakin batted aside the attack. Anakin remained defensive until he dodged a slash at his neck, at which point he seized the offense. However, Dooku easily evaded and held off Anakin's wild attacks, and unleashed another overhand, forcing his opponent into a blade lock. Your training has come a long way, boy. Angered, Anakin broke the lock and hacked at Dooku's waist. As their bout resumed, Dooku momentarily shifted to a one-handed hold of his blade. After a series of power struggles, the two disengaged. Using the second pause, Dooku again taunted. Now I remember, this was your home planet. I sense your strong feelings. Feelings of pain, and loss. Dooku's taunts confused and enraged Anakin, who in a fit of anger, unleashed a massive force push. Dooku was momentarily thrown off balance and driven back by the sudden blast. Crouching for a moment to protect himself from the flurry of sand kicked up by Anakin's push, Dooku flourished his blade and countered with his own push. With Anakin knocked off his feet and disarmed by Dooku's counterattack, the Count seized the moment and leapt at the Jedi, blade raised for the kill. However, Anakin managed to summon his weapon back to his hand in time to block Dooku's attack. However, as Skywalker pushed Dooku's blade aside and regained his feet, the Count managed to slash the Jedi across the back, cutting Skywalker's backpack in half and supposedly killing Rata. You failed Jedi, I just killed Jabba's son. No, you've fallen for my little trick. Anakin revealed that the backpack was full of rocks. The huttlet is with my Padawan safely at Jabba's palace by now. I expected such treachery from a Jedi. I assure you my web is strong enough to catch your insignificant little Padawan. She's more skillful than you think, Dooku. You're just deceiving yourself. Dooku then charged, and the two continued their battle. However, after another long and vicious bout of swordplay, Dooku blasted Anakin aside with a force push. Stating that he had a message from Skywalker's Padawan, Dooku produced a hologram of the Magna Guards he had left in wait at the palace attacking Ahsoka. An enraged Anakin attacked Dooku, managing to kick him in the face, knocking him down the dune side. As Anakin looked down at the seemingly defeated Dooku, the Count looked up. "My droids have killed Rata, and your Padawan will be delivered to Jabba for punishment for the Huttlet's murder. I can't imagine he'll be merciful." Anakin then left to save Ahsoka, departing on Dooku's own speeder. As Anakin vanished into the distance, Dooku mounted the dune and observed his departure, engaging in a fit of laughter. Earlier, Ahsoka with her own backpack carrying Rata approached the cliffs leading up to Jabba's palace. As she followed the roadway up to the palace, she suddenly sensed danger. Quickly brandishing her lightsaber, she found herself faced by 3 Magna Guards, who sprang up from concealment under the sand. They're 6 feet 5 inches tall, with a humanoid body shape, wearing a cloak, and have electrostaff. As the Magna Guards pursued her, R2-D2 brandished his charge arm and attacked one of the droids. However, his bravery was short-lived, as the Magna Guard absorbed R2's attack with its electrostaff and quickly disabled the astromech with a strike from the weapon, knocking the unfortunate droid further down the cliff. R2. With R2-D2 out of the battle, the Magna Guard quickly rejoined its brothers. As the droids bracketed her, Ahsoka managed to hold her own against them. 3 against 2. Stinky, you watch my back. However, they began to drive her further back, and while leaping to evade an attack, Tano lost her footing, falling to the bottom of the cliff. As she landed in a dell at the foot of the cliff, Rata coughed up some sand. "I thought you liked playing in the sand." The Magna Guards skidded down the cliff into the dell. Ahsoka quickly concealed herself on an overlooking ledge. As the droids reached the foot of the cliff and began looking for her, she quickly leapt from concealment and cleaved one of the droids in two with a powerful overhand as she landed. Turning to face the droids, she suddenly heard the sound of a speeder bike and looked up to see Anakin riding past on the roadway above. "Master, over here," she yelled only for him to continue on, not hearing her. "He never listens," she complained before looking at the droids. "You stick tinnies are going back to Dooku in pieces." As she charged one of the Magna Guards, she knocked it to the ground and took its electrostaff, ramming it through the second droid's chest. She quickly bisected the impaled Magna Guard as the other regained its feet, taking up its fallen brother's weapon and attacked Ahsoka. She fell backward as she dodged its attack, landing in a crab walk position to protect Rata. As the Magna Guard resumed its attack, Ahsoka regained her feet. Blocking the attacks, she suddenly skirted around and behind the Magna Guard, quickly slicing it in two. Ahsoka fell to her knees, exhausted. "Being a Padawan is harder than I thought. Let's get you home." In the palace, while Ahsoka fought the Magna Guards, Anakin was met at the palace entrance by a group of guards led by Jabba's interpreter droid. Demanding Ahsoka's location from them, Anakin was led inside, after being asked to surrender his weapon. Taken before Jabba, Skywalker learned that Ahsoka wasn't present. Taking Anakin's questions about her to be a flimsy attempt at deception, Jabba ordered Anakin's execution. Anakin reclaimed his lightsaber and held it to Jabba's throat. Before things got even more out of hand, Obi-Wan and Ahsoka walked in and returned Jabba's son to him. However, Jabba continued to believe that the Jedi had plotted against him, and ordered all three to be killed immediately. Suddenly an alarm from Zero came up with a hologram of Padme who explained Zero helped Dooku kidnap his son before Zero came up and confirmed what she was saying was true. After dealing with his uncle, Jabba made a treaty with the Republic letting the Jedi use his roots. Up in the atmosphere, Dooku was talking to a hologram of Sidious in his ship explaining that Jabba has a treaty with the Jedi. "Allow the Jedi their small victory, my friend. The tides are turning in our favor." Down below, Naruto arrived in a gunship with Yoda and walked up to the three with Jabba who was at the door. Naruto then picked up the scroll from earlier and looked down at it. "Guess I finally have time to see what this is." Clone troopers unite. As war rages across the galaxy, the Republic's clone army strives for victory against the evil forces of the Separatists. Bravery, valor, unity, the lifeblood of victory on the battlefield, and in space. It all begins on the planet Kamino, where Jedi General Shaak Ti oversees the training of clones with the help of contracted bounty hunters. Bred to be perfect soldiers, these cadets must first be subjected to intense physical and mental training before heading off to war. Ellipsis. Coruscant, Knight's Billet. Naruto sat in his chair at a desk as BD looked at him before he opened the scroll. He saw he was from Jiraiya before he started reading. Hey Gakik brat, I see that your knack for getting into these situations went into overdrive this time. Any sexy ladies there? Naruto's eyebrow twitched at the thought of Jiraiya sneaking a peek at Ayla before continuing. Well, anyway, I hope you're alright after these 3 years. Here's an outline of my seal that I used to get in contact with you. If you can copy it, you should be able to send something back. Naruto looked at a seal on the bottom of the scroll before remembering the seal he had a vision of before blinking as something hit him. 3 years. Kamino. In a training obstacle course room, Naruto with his tunic and pants watched a squad known as Domino Squad in practice armor, each having a number on their shoulder or chest from 1 to 5 in black. Naruto looked to see Shakti, who was the Jedi stationed to monitor the clones on Kamino, and the 2 bounty hunters the council hired to train the clones while they're here. The first is a humanoid alien with pale skin and a large oversized head that resembles the lobes of a brain. This is Brick. The second is also a male alien with a flat, anvil-shaped head, sharp 4-fingered claws, clear, marble-like eyes, and thick, protective skin that's green. This is L-less. Naruto then turned to watch the clone group as BD jumped on the console to watch as well before beeping as he looked back at Naruto. The clones are in the midst of a pre-graduation exercise in preparation for the front lines. The purpose of the test is to reach the beacon atop a citadel guarded by various practice droids. Guys, we've got to follow orders. Come on. However, the 5 clone squad's teamwork is dysfunctional, as they argued, didn't stay with each other, and was ultimately shot with the stun lasers. Naruto noticed during the training, one clone repeated any order given over the speakers as one was ahead with a min gun. I heard the group call him Echo. It's Fives. My name is Fives. Naruto heard another clone yell out. Glad to see the naming thing is going around to them. Naruto thought before Shakti spoke. This particular unit seems to have some trouble. They're a little rough around the edges, Naruto said, walking to the railing. But some of my troops were the same. I say they fail, Brick said from his spot. Send them down to maintenance with 99 and the rest of the rejects. We can't fail them yet, L-less said. This is only a practice run. And I failed my military test 3 times before I graduated, Naruto said, looking as another clone started picking up the droids after the test was over. He's a disfigured clone with the left side of his face drooped and he has a hunch on his back, his right shoulder almost turned into his back. His head was shaved, and he's wearing a blue-gray janitorial outfit that had a bright sash over the left shoulder. This is 99. Naruto then walked out as BD jumped on his back, as well as Brick and Shakti, who walked up to Naruto. I know you hold a great deal of respect for the clones, Naruto, but you don't need to lie for one group that's struggling. I didn't lie, Master, Naruto said, glancing over at her. I wasn't well liked in my village, so I had to hide how smart I was. But most of my teachers never tried to teach me, and the test to graduate required me to use a small amount of chakra that I had a hard time doing. Like using the force to lift a pebble, but always end up using as much to lift a large boulder. You never told us that before. It's not something I like to talk about, Naruto said before he continued walking down the hall. Later that day, Naruto was in the quarters of the clone and listened to the Domino Squad bicker, as 99 was also there, trying to cheer them up by saying the majority of clones did pass before Echo started to fight with Court 782, causing Brick to break them up. Brick gives all of the cadets in the area yet another demeaning lecture, stating that they are all a waste of his time. As Brick walks away, CT-872 attempts to go after him but is stopped by Fives. I know he's tough. The clones turn to see Naruto walk around the corner. But he's just pushing you to be better. General Uzumaki. Look, you're missing the importance of the test. Teamwork, he said before telling them a story about a team of 3 kids who had to fight their teacher for 2 bells. And the students were to take one of the 2 bells from their to-be teacher within a set time limit to pass. He explained that since there are 3 students, it would seem that one of them will be sent back to the academy no matter what. This, however, is a ruse to test out whether the three can work as a team. If they ignore the fact that only 2 bells are available and be willing to work together, they might have enough skills to take the bells and be allowed to pass. And because the Jonin is usually too strong for the Genin to beat in any way, shape, or form, the true test is the Genin's ability to work as a team, and as such, the Jonin has to give them just enough allowance so they can't obtain the bell without teamwork. So teamwork was key. My first teacher always had a saying, those that abandon the rules are scum. But those that abandon friends, family, are worse than scum. Naruto finished before walking away. If the way the other clones finished doesn't work for you, find another way, he said over his shoulder before leaving through the door. In another room, Shakti was talking to a male Kaminoan about the failing domino squad. Shakti, who does not seem in favor of this, explains to him how the clones should not be cast off. And that since Django died, they've had to stretch his DNA, which started to cause a deficient clone from time to time. The next day, some ARC troopers arrive at the facility to observe the cadets' final test. "Gentlemen, who wants to be an ARC trooper?" Brick asked the cadets, who were all in the practice armor holding their helmets, and each group had 1 to 5 on their armor. "I do, sir," they all replied, standing at attention. "You have to pass your final test first. I want you to meet Commander Colt of the Ranker Battalion." An ARC trooper walked up with red, black, and gray on his armor. "I want you troopers to remember, we're shoulder to shoulder on those front lines. Brothers. And sometimes we may quarrel, but no matter what, we are united. Rule 1, we fight together. So, who's ready to step up first? Let's start with the group that ran the test in record time." "ARC trooper time." "Think he means us, boys?" Echo asked the others in Domino Squad. "Bravo Squad." They all then went to the test site where Naruto was standing watching a squad finish. Bravo Squad then swiftly and successfully capturing the flag at the top of the fortress. "They're good," Colt said, arms crossed. "You trained them well. Who's next?" "Domino Squad," Naruto said, looking as Domino Squad was watching from the top before they walked to get ready. "How are they?" "A bit rough, but nothing some personal time from whoever gets them won't fix," Naruto replied as Brick scoffed. "They're a problem." "No sir, just wondering why you're sticking up for them." "Because any squad that doesn't pass falls on you. The squads continue to fail, and we find a better teacher." Naruto then turned to see the Domino Squad to take the final test. The squad seems to be in high hopes and performs well for the first few moments. However, all goes wrong when Droid Bait is hit and the others continue leaving him. The test shut down as Colt walked down and berated the squad for leaving a man behind. "You can try again tomorrow," Naruto said from the intercoms. "Why? I say take them down to maintenance," Brick said to Naruto, who looked at him. "And I say they get one more chance, or do you want to try and go over me?" Naruto asked as Brick stayed silent. "Thought so." Later, Naruto and Shakti were at the platform of the training room as Echo and Fives walked in wearing a red shirt and pants. "You two want to transfer?" Naruto asked, crossing his arms as BD popped up over his shoulder. "Well, you two are where you need to be. Just remember what I told you earlier." The 2 clones hesitantly nodded before leaving. "What did you tell them?" Naruto turned to his former master before speaking. "I told them my graduation test and that I and my squad needed to work as a team to pass instead of doing what our teacher wanted us to do. After all, those who abandon friends are lower than scum," Naruto said before leaving. He then saw Domino Squad CT-4040 walking out to the hangar to meet with Brick. Following after, Naruto heard Brick wanted to accuse him of his whole team's failure in person, only for the clone to brush him off. Overturned by his anger, he beats on him and refers to him as a real cut-up. The clone thanks him for giving him this nickname, however Brick is not amused as he leaves to his living quarters. Naruto then appeared in front of Brick before punching him in the stomach, forcing him to his knees. "Next time you hit a clone outside of a training exercise, I'll remove your head." "That's not a threat." His saber turned on right by Brick's head to where he could feel the heat. "It's a promise." Naruto then walked to the barracks where he saw CT-782 getting his gear before being stopped by 99. Heavy. Heavy turned to the clone expressing he was leaving. "You're going AWOL, aren't you?" Just go back to sleep, this doesn't concern you. But you're abandoning your squad. We're nothing but bad batch failures, like you, Heavy said with a sigh. Yeah, but how can I be a failure when I never even got my chance? A chance you're throwing away. You're always trying to be the anchor, Heavy. Always doing it on your own. Maybe you should embrace the fact that you have a squad. See, I never had that. But, you need them and they need you. Don't carry such a heavy burden on your own. When you have your brothers on your side, Heavy. Stop calling me that. We're numbers, just numbers. Not to me, you've always had a name. 99 said as Heavy took his gear and walked past the pod beds and lockers. Morning. The next morning, Domino Squad heads out to the training arena to retake their test. Showing great teamwork through the test, LS, Naruto, and Shakti seemed pleased. When Domino Squad finally reaches the Citadel after destroying all the training battle droids, they panic, finding that they do not have their ascension cables. Where's their ascension cables? LS inquires to the Jedi and Brick. Must have gotten lost, Brick said shrugging as ELS attempts to persuade Shakti to stop the test. Shakti declines ELS request and continues to observe what Domino Squad would do without their ascension cables. But since Brick took the cables, if they do fail this time, they'll get another chance with them, Naruto said before looking to Shakti. Or do you overrule that? With your record of successful missions with clones, I trust your judgment with them. Back on the field, Domino Squad comes up with a plan to deactivate the wall turrets and use them to scale the wall. The plan works and Heavy triumphantly captures the flag. Barracks. Soon after, the cadets receive their badges and are promoted to clone troopers. Congratulations. You graduated. At ease. LS said before he left Brick, leaving Naruto with the squad who cheered. Next stop, ARC troopers. As the small graduation ceremony ends, Heavy bids farewell to 99, giving him his badge. As Heavy and the rest of his group head out to board the attack cruiser, he promises that they would meet again. Well, guess this place needed a heart. 99 turned to Naruto who stayed. Look after the ones like Heavy who need a talking to, 99. Roger, sir. Naruto's Star Destroyer. Okay men, Naruto said to the group he got from the new graduation before taking them down the hall. I'll give you a quick tour and you can choose what you want to do. You're not going to assign us, sir. Nope. Just pick what you want to do. Naruto answered as they stopped at the medical room. This is the medical room for anyone interested in being a medic, Naruto said, showing the training of the clones in the room. He then took them to another room. The snipers are sharpshooters, their best friend in the field are the specialized DC-15X sniper rifles, DC-15A blaster rifles, auto turrets, thermal detonators, and the R1 recon droids. Their main mission on the battlefield is to eliminate your targets from a distance or use your recon droids to carry out short-range reconnaissance. Our snipers are chosen from only the most accurate and alert clone troops, and may receive specialized training from clone assassins, who are also in this training room. Naruto finished showing clones shooting from a sniper rifle or hiding from an assassin clone via camouflaged mesh cloak over them. He then walked to another room before stopping. Reconnaissance or intelligence gathering. Here you'll be given training on gathering intel that we can use for a mission. You'll be paired with a sniper team for any infiltration mission. Naruto then took them to the final room of the tour before speaking. And here's the heavy weapons specialists and any weapon specialists. Here you'll receive training on heavy weapons like mini-guns, rockets, mortars etc., etc. As the name implies, here you'll receive training in weapons for those that like the heavy equipment. Anything else like ARC trooper or pilots require training elsewhere or you need your commanding officer's approval, admission to do so. Dismissed. Naruto finished as the men saluted. A world under siege. The separatists have launched a massive offensive against the planet Ryloth. A blockade of deadly battleships has cut off any support for the dwindling Republic defenses. Though they have fought valiantly with the help of Twi'lek freedom fighter Chom Syndulla, hope is fading for Jedi Master D and his men as the droid army closes in. Ellipsis. Peaceful worlds must choose sides or face the threat of invasion. Republic and separatist armies vie for the allegiance of neutral planets. Desperate to build a Republic supply base on the system of Toydaria, Jedi Knight Naruto Uzumaki travels to secret negotiations on a remote neutral moon. Ellipsis. Ryloth. A battle between droids, Twi'leks, and a Jedi Master is raging on the surface at a cliffside. A Jedi alien was in front of the clones blocking attacks with a blue lightsaber. He has a series of forehead ridges and small facial horns surrounding his eyes and on the chin. His nose is covered with a movable flap of skin and a semi-permeable membrane and a pair of breathing tubes on each side of his neck with openings covered by similar membranes. This is Ima Gun-D. He deflected another blast as he saw both male and female Twi'leks firing from trees, boulders, and trenches as gunships were on top of the cliff facing the droid army firing with heavy turrets. He heard clones on his comms about how the Separatists are sending out squadrons of Hyena-class bombers, executing strafing runs on Twi'lek encampments. He saw his men and Twi'leks fighting from the trenches around him as one of the gunships blew up when a droid ship was hit and crashed into it. "Master Jedi, we are running out of food and water," Chom said, running up on a reptilian animal with 2 legs, small arms, and a large mouth. As they are hard-pressed to maintain their positions against the droid army as supplies run low. And our heavy weapon systems are out of power. "Admiral Dao, this is General D, we need those supplies immediately," Ima Gun-D said as he brought his wrist up. "I understand, General, but I'm in no position to help. Our fuel is low and so is our ammunition," Dao said, coming up on a hologram showing he was a human male with black hair. "Contact the Jedi Council again." Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Yoda, Mace Windu, and Obi-Wan Kenobi are looking at a hologram of Dao and a clone in a Navy uniform begging for reinforcements before their ship is destroyed. "Trapped on Ryloth, Master D and his men are," Yoda said, bringing a hand to his chin. They then called KS Senator Organa, who had just finished a Senate mission, to travel to nearby Toydaria and ask King Katunko to use the planet as a supply staging base. They then tell him Junior Senator Jar Jar Binks was already there and will assist him. Count Dooku's ship. Dooku was meditating in a room as his door opened, showing a battle droid and a tactical droid walking in. This had better be important. "Sir, we have intercepted a transmission between sitting Senator Organa and the Jedi Council," the tactical droid said in a deep voice. "We were able to partially unscramble it." Dooku turned on his mat at that while the droid continued. "The Council has sent Senator Organa to Toydaria to negotiate a treaty which will allow them to send supplies to their forces on Ryloth. Send a message to Senator Lot Dodd of the Trade Federation, I wish to speak with him immediately." Toydaria. Organa landed on a landing pad and walked out where he saw the Toydarians. They're a mammalian species of winged, stout-bodied humanoids. They have stubby facial tusks that protrude from their lower jaw and frame a short pudgy trunk. They have blue-green skin, except over their stomachs which were cream-colored, and each hand and their webbed feet had 3 digits each. They're also flying via wings on their backs. Suddenly, guards in blue armor holding weapons flew to him. "Stop where you are, Offworlder. We will provide you with whatever you need to continue your journey. But you may not leave this ship. I am Senator Bail Organa with the Galactic Republic. I've come to speak with the exalted King of Toydaria." "Hello." Organa turned to see a male Gungan wearing tan clothes with a blue sash and arms warmers. "This is Jar Jar Binks. Let Mesa through." Mesa on a diplomatic mission. Jar said before seeing Organa. "Senator Organa, it's a pleasure to bind seeing you, sir. And you as well, Representative Binks. Shall we?" The two are granted an audience with the king and his council, who are all in blue and gold robes. As they explained the situation, they are soon joined by a male Nemodian, Lot Dodd, the Senate representative of the Trade Federation. Organa and Binks then stress their humanitarian intentions in the matter. Dodd points out that by agreeing to deliver supplies to Ryloth and the Republic troops, Toydaria, who had declared her strict neutrality in this war, would be taking sides and thus shatter her principles. After thorough consideration, Katunko officially denies the Republic its rights to a base on Toydaria. Later, Katunko secretly meets Organa and Binks and tells them that the humanitarian factor has actually gained his favor. He agrees to load Organa's ship with a preliminary supply of provisions if Organa can keep the involvement of Toydaria secret. Organa hits upon the plan to have Jar Jar distract Dodd during a banquet, a task which the Gungan performs with extraordinary skill, while Organa supervises the loading of the relief supplies. Ryloth. Meanwhile, the situation on Ryloth is growing more desperate by the hour. Assault armored tanks fired at them as battle droids and super droids jumped in the trenches and gunned down every clone still in them. The Republic and Twi'lek troops are forced to retreat to a safe position. General D. A clone said running up to D as Chom was riding his blurg. The right flank has collapsed. The droids are closing in on our position. What about reinforcements? Chom asked as he walked around the two. Communications have been blocked. I promise you, Chom, the Republic will not abandon Ryloth. Ima Gun-D said to the Twi'lek. Enough with your promises, Jedi. The only one who has kept his promises to me is General Uzumaki. But without reinforcements, we're all going to die. Gobi, tell the people we're leaving. Chom said to a blue male Twi'lek. Yes, sir. I don't think you understand. The clone said before pointing to his left. The right flank collapsed. There's no leaving, we're stuck here together. Later, they all met up to make a plan on escaping as the clone took off his helmet showing he had a shaved head, and a 5 o'clock shadow. Captain, is the gunship ready? Ima Gun-D asked the clone who nodded. Yes, sir, but it's too small to evacuate the refugees. No escape, Chom asked with a hand on his chin. But our families are with us. We could rig the gunship to explode and collapse the path here, D explained, drawing the paths on the ground with a stick. Then they'll only be able to engage us on one flank. While we draw their attention, the Twi'leks can escape with their families, over the mountain. Brilliant strategy, sir. I'll go tell the men. The clone said walking off. Later, the clone walked to D. General, we're loading the ship now. Very good, Captain Keeley. Ready the men. Keeley nodded and walked off. All units, prepare for the attack. D then turned to Gobi. We won't be able to hold them off for long. You'll have to move quickly to get your families out of danger. Gobi nodded as the Twi'leks started leaving. Captain Keeley, tell the pilots to move the gunship into position. Keeley nodded before bringing up his wrist. This is command, are the charges in place? Copy that. We're all ready, the droid army is closing. As soon as they're in range, blow up the gunship. A few minutes go by before they hear the explosion. D led his troops in battle at the ravine and pointed at the droids that were walking to them. For the Republic. For the Twi'leks. He then started deflecting many blaster bolts with his lightsaber as the Republic forces held their ground. The clones quickly began taking heavy casualties as the droids rushed to them. Boom. Keeley was downed by the explosion of a thermal detonator having his helmet fly off. Believing his friend to be dead, D moved to fight the huge separatist force alone, cutting through super droids. One was shot, having the master look back in surprise as Keeley was standing up. Captain Keeley. I'm not done yet, sir. Keeley said, shooting his pistols. We can do this, General. Let's make the end memorable. The pair then fought back to back, holding out as long as possible but were soon overwhelmed by baster fire. Keeley was then shot several times in the chest and fell to the ground. This is a Republic blockade runner 099. We have broken through. D heard a clone speak over his comms as he got shot in the waist while a ship flew over him. Keeley got back to his knees and fired several more shots. It's been an honor fighting alongside you, General D. The honor's all mine, Captain Keeley. D yelled back as Keeley was shot 6 more times. The Twi'leks will live to fight another day. Raw. D deflected several more bolts back at his attackers but then took multiple shots to the torso, killing him. The supplies have arrived at the drop point. Up with Chom, he was talking to Naruto on a hologram before Naruto spoke. The separatists have pushed back the Republic forces near the Ryloth system, cutting us off. It'll likely be a few months before we can break through to Ryloth and aid you. Get as many of your people into hiding as possible for their safety. Use hit-and-run tactics if you want to attack the separatist forces. I won't abandon your people, Chom. I've got connections to get food, medical supplies, and even weapons smuggled in once, maybe twice a month. Maelstrom. Thank you, Naruto. I regret to say that I believe General D has fallen. Chom said as Naruto turned to see Zool. Then he'll be missed. Thank you. You have connections. Who? That Greedo. No, we're not on the greatest of terms right now, Naruto replied, crossing his arms. What, he shot you? No, I shot first. Toydaria. As Organa and Binks are bidden farewell by Katunko, Dod steps in and protests that they have broken the agreement, a claim for which Organa cheekily demands proof. Unable to give any, Dod storms off, fuming, and Katunko turns to the senators with the announcement that in the light of these events Toydaria may be reconsidering her stance of neutrality, a piece of news that greatly gladdens Organa and Binks. Later, Rugosa. Naruto was on his way to the dried coral moon of Rugosa to convince King Katunko to allow the Republic to build a base in Toydarian territory. As King Katunko and his retinue await the arrival of their Jedi envoy, looking through his helmet's binoculars, he sighed. It's not like the Jedi to be late. Greetings, King Katunko. Looking back, he saw Ventress walking up to him. Who are you? I am Asajj Ventress, my master would like to speak to you. She introduced herself and presented Katunko with a hologram of Count Dooku. Katunko. Great King of Toydaria, forgive my intrusion. Speak quickly. I am aware Master Yoda has reached out to you to have the Jedi build a base in your system. In exchange for protection, correct? Your spies serve you well, Count. I ask how can the Jedi protect you if they cannot protect themselves? Dooku asked as Katunko put a hand on his sword at his waist. I suppose you and your droid army can do better. Without a doubt, our droid army outnumbers the Republic's, clones 100 to 1. Perhaps, but a single Jedi equals 100 battle droids. Katunko said hovering in front of the hologram. Naruto Uzumaki's power has been greatly exaggerated. We shall see Count. Indeed. And when you do decide on joining us, my apprentice will contact me. Dooku said before bowing as the hologram turned off. They then looked up to see a ship leaving as it was shot. My lord, General Uzumaki's warship has fled the system. What further evidence do you need for the Jedi's weakness? Katunko looked back before a beep came up from his communicator before pulling out and showed Fordo who spoke. General Uzumaki would like to talk to you, sir. Naruto then came up on the hologram as BD peeked out over his shoulder. King Katunko, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Jedi Knight Naruto Uzumaki, the council sent me to talk. And to you General, Katunko said. I thought Count Dooku had frightened you off. Got delayed but we're not too far away. I didn't know Count Dooku was invited. The Count invited himself. He's assured me that in this time of war, his droids can offer my world greater security than the Jedi. Katunko explained as Naruto crossed his arms. That's up for debate. Your Majesty might prefer more than words, Ventress said, getting their attention. Ah, can't stay away from me. You know I can't resist that magnetic charm. Katunko then looked to Ventress before speaking. What do you have in mind? If Naruto is indeed the Jedi warrior you believe he is, allow me to send my best troops to capture him. If he escapes, join the Republic. But if my droids defeat Naruto, consider an alliance with the Separatists. I did not request Naruto's appearance to test him. I'll accept it. I'll arrive by nightfall. General Uzumaki must be given a fair fight, Katunko said as he turned the hologram off and flew to Ventress. But of course, I wouldn't have it any other way. Naruto, and his team. Naruto stood with Zool, and 3 clones, wearing a red Coruscant Guard outfit. Their armor contained many red markings as well as the emblem of the Coruscant Guard and saw a ship fly above them in a coral forest. There must be a full battalion in there. One of the clones said as Naruto nodded. Yeah, take only what we need, and let's go. He said walking away. Sir. The rendezvous point is that way. A clone said pointing to the left. So are the droids, don't follow a straight path in an unknown area, Naruto said, continuing walking followed by Zool. Let's go, Thyre, Jek, Riss, Fordo said, having the trio follow after him. Ventress. Ventress had finished telling Dooku what transpired before 2B1 droids came up to her. Find General Uzumaki. What does he look like? The sexy human with yellow hair and 3 marks on his face, Ventress said as she raises her voice and brings out her lightsaber. With the lightsaber. Don't worry, Supreme Leader. We'll take care of him. The group of droids with 3 tanks came to the forest as one with yellow on his head and chest tried to get them to stop, and finally doing so as they got several feet from the forest. "We're too big to fit." "No, we're not," another droid driving a tank said before moving forward and hit the coral before stopping. "You were right. Next time listen to orders." Just ahead, the Jedi and clones looked at the droids. "See, the tanks are too big, they'll have to find another way," Naruto said, crouching before standing and walking away. "Yeah, he gets on your nerves," Zul said with a sigh as BD looked to her from Naruto's back. "Not you, Sparks." Beep. "Sir, 2 patrols are coming in on foot," Thayer said picking up his rifle. "Then now's the time to fight," Naruto said before they hid behind coral and waited until the droids got closer. The clones started firing at them, getting their attention as Naruto and Zul quickly ran through them and cut off their heads before Fordo shot the last one. "Where's the Jedi?" Thrive asked, noticing the 2 were gone. "We got separated," Riss replied before they saw super droids walking to them. "Clankers, take cover." They ran to a small incline and jumped before Thrive was hit by a blast near him. "You all right, Lieutenant?" Fordo asked Thayer, who nodded. "Yeah, hurt my leg though," he replied as Jack ran over and helped him up. As the droids got close, 2 of them were lifted, turned to the other droids, and started firing. The clones looked to see Naruto and Zul with raised hands before they brought them together and had the droids crash into each other before droidekas rolled to them. "Rollers inbound." "Got him," Naruto yelled, pulling coral from the areas and threw them at the droids, having the clones and Zul run back. "General Uzumaki." BD looked over Naruto's shoulder and had a hologram of Katunko come up. "I hear you're having trouble with the droids." "First I'm hearing of it. We'll be there soon," Naruto replied before quickly seeing Ventress upside down before the hologram went out. Naruto shrugged before the group came to a series of caves. "Sure that's a good idea?" Thayer asked as he leaned on Lek. "Yeah, we could use the rest." "There's no way out," Zul said as Naruto sighed. "Then there's only one way in if the droids find us." They then walked into the cave as Naruto used his saber for a light source before walking in deep enough for Fordo to pull out lanterns and turn them on. "We're low on ammo, sir," Riss said, holding a grenade as BD hopped off of Naruto, who took a rifle and made a makeshift crutch out of it. "We have everything we need to win," Naruto said, handing Thrive the new crutch. "Take your helmets off. I'd like to see your faces." "We look the same, sir," Thrive said, taking off his helmet showing he had the standard haircut. Riss did as well and Jack had a shaved head. "Your eyes can deceive you," Naruto said, pointing at them. "You may have been made in a lab, but the force is in you. You're living beings with dreams once this war is over. You're all different too. Why do some of you have different hairstyles and tattoos? Riss, you're too focused on the enemy. Look to your brothers and yourself for inspiration. Jack, you're smart on weapons. But they're only as good as the person who uses them. A regular person can't snipe an enemy from 2 kilometers away. You're smart, outthink your enemies. Thayer, you hang back and aren't quick to attack. War can be long, you'll only prevail by surviving it." They then heard the tanks before running out to see the 3 tanks from earlier passing through a narrow pathway. "Tanks?" Riss asked, looking down as he laid on his stomach. "Is that the best they can throw at us?" "Yeah, and I've only got 1 shot left," Lek said as Naruto crouched. "I'll say hello. You don't have to face them alone." "I got you 5, Naruto said before BD looked at him over his shoulder and angrily beeped. "Okay, 6. You'll know when it's time to help us." "Us?" Zul asked as Naruto nodded. "Yeah, you are my Padawan. And right now I'm hating it." Naruto rolled his eyes at that. "Let's go." They dropped down in front of the tanks before one droid spoke up. "Hey, he fits the description of the Jedi. But is he sexy?" Then another droid looked to the first from the second tank. "How should I know? We're droids, what's sexy to us is likely different from what organics find sexy." The Jedi then dashed to them as Zul dropped and slid underneath a tank while Naruto jumped to slice the droid, driving it in half with his saber before seeing Zul cut through the floor and attack the droids inside. "Report, what's going on down there?" 224, come in. A battle droid picked up the hologram. "He's been destroyed, Supreme Leader." The Jedi has overrun our position and... Naruto dropped down and cut through his chest. Ah. Zul cut the cannon of a tank before throwing his saber at the droid in front before pulling it back and jumped to another tank as Naruto threw droids away into the cliffside, breaking them. Naruto looked up to see Thyre launch the last of the rockets at an overhanging rock above the canyon, causing an avalanche to crush new droidekas rolling to them. "You guys alright?" Naruto asked the clones as they walked up. "Yes sir," Fordo said as Naruto started walking. "Then let's go, it's rude to be late." Ventress and Katunko. Katunko looked at a hologram of Dooku before speaking. "You were right, Count Dooku. One Jedi is not worth 100 battle droids. More like 1,000. I'm sorry, but I will be joining the Republic. I urge you to reconsider, wise king. I promise you won't regret it. Your agent also promised me Naruto would get a fair fight. I will not deal with those who break their words. So be it. Perhaps our negotiations will be more fruitful with your successor. Ventress, kill him." Ventress tried to attack only for Naruto to use the force to freeze her in place. "Ah, you were right in not being able to resist my magnetic charm," he said before looking at Katunko, who spoke to him. "Jedi Knight Uzumaki, I'm very pleased to meet you." Naruto nodded at the king. "Pleasure's all mine. Ventress has failed Dooku. If only I was there," Dooku said as Naruto pushed Ventress to her ship before she left. "And it would have been the same outcome," Naruto said as the hologram shut off. "I guess now we can talk about the negotiations." Naruto finished looking at Katunko. "No need," he said, pulling his sword out and looking at the knight. "You have my faith. Toydaria will be proud to host a Republic base." He then sheathed the sword and gave it to Naruto as a gunship flew to them. "My people are at your service." "We won't fail you, your majesty," Naruto said as all of them got in the ship and flew up to Naruto's Star Destroyer. The Clone Star fleet is under siege. Dozens of Republic warships have been destroyed in merciless surprise attacks that leave no survivors. Rumors spread of a terrible new separatist weapon. In the face of growing fear, the Jedi Council sends Master Plo Koon to hunt down the menace before it strikes again. Ellipsis. Maelstrom. Naruto, Zul, BD, and RC are on a call with Obi-Wan, Mace, Yoda, and Palpatine about a new weapon destroying ships lately. And that Plo Koon was the last victim of the attack. Suddenly Anakin and Ahsoka walked into the hologram. "Ah, Master Skywalker," Palpatine said, having Naruto raise an eyebrow at that before he continued. "Have you any success finding General Grievous' new weapon?" A planet came up in red before Anakin spoke. "Master Plo was here on the Abrigado system before we lost contact. We've had no further contact with Master Plo Koon. The absence of a distress beacon indicates," Anakin trailed off looking at his Padawan, "that his ship was destroyed. The new weapon must block communications and distress signals," Naruto said, hand on his chin. "And they're being smart this time by leaving any who escape dead. There's a slim chance they made it out alive." Naruto finished before Ahsoka spoke out. "Wait, just because there haven't been any survivors before, doesn't mean there won't be any this time." Palpatine turned to Anakin at that. Boldly spoken for one so young. Obi-Wan looked to Ahsoka before speaking up after. "Well, she is learning from my apprentice and friend, Anakin." "Please excuse my new Padawan," Anakin said as Naruto shrugged. "Ours are just hard-headed." "Hey! Help Skywalker out, I would like you to." Naruto, Yoda said to Naruto as Thrawn walked up. "Sure, we're on our way," Naruto said, turning the feed off and turning to Thrawn. "Set coordinates for Anakin's Star Destroyer." "Right." Thrawn nodded before leaving. "He's too calm, that gives me the creeps," Zul said as Naruto sighed. "Nah, I wish he would stop sneaking up on me, but he's brilliant, and we wouldn't have our record without him. Of course, the way he works to do so is a little bit in that he learns every single thing he can about the enemy. Damn, I did hear from my spies on rumors about a ship with an ion weapon. I wonder if that's what this is." "Resolute. He left?" Naruto asked Rex, who nodded. "Yeah, took his Padawan and R2 with him. He must have gone after Master Plo Koon then," Naruto said with a sigh as BD looked over his shoulder and beeped. "Don't start." Abrigado system. In a debris field, Plo Koon and 3 clones are in an escape pod without power floating. One clone is in the Navy uniform while the other two are in armor. One had white hair, the other styled into a two-road mohawk. The air's getting a bit stale in here, the Navy clone said. Don't look at me, the white-haired one said, working to get the pod back online. Boost here only takes a bath on leave. Save it, Sinker, Boost said, looking down. Just keep working on the pod, not your jokes. Do you think we got a chance, General? The Navy clone asked Plo Koon. I don't believe in chance, Commander Wolf. And I know working together we will stay alive and someone will find us. Plo replied as Sinker turned back to him. With all due respect, General. Strategically it doesn't make sense to look for us. If I was in charge, I'd be hunting that weapon down. I value your life more than finding some weapon, Plo said before Boost pointed out the window. Sir, another pod. Plo sat down as they floated to the back of another pod. Using the force he turned it around, showing the window was broken and a dead clone in armor inside. They're dead. Someone busted that pod wide open. We're not alone, out here, Plo Koon said after a moment. Anakin and Ahsoka. Anakin and Ahsoka are in a ship in hyperspace with R2-D2. Master, I should tell you why I spoke up before. You don't have to explain anything, Anakin said before they continued down in hyperspace before coming out in the debris field. R2, scan for mystery weapons, Ahsoka said as R2 rolled to a port and hooked up with a device coming out of his chest. No, R2, scan for lifeforms, high sensitivity. Why would we scan for life forms probably filled with? Ahsoka trailed off, turning around and saw where they are. Abrogado system, so it's only okay when you don't do what the Council says. Doing what the Jedi Council says, that's one thing. How we go about doing it, that's another. That's what I'm trying to teach you, my young Padawan. So you always meant to come out here? Ahsoka asked, walking up to sit beside him. Anakin turned to her at that. Lives are in danger, Ahsoka. We can't just turn our backs on them. That's what I just said back in the briefing room. I know, but the way you said it was all wrong. Hurry up, switch on the illuminator. Anakin ordered, hitting several buttons. We haven't got much time before the fleet misses us, Ahsoka said, hitting a button herself. The scanners are practically useless. Ahsoka, you might not like what we'll find. I know, Master, but I have to believe. How do you know, Master Plo Koon? Anakin asked. Ahsoka explained that Plo Koon was the Jedi that found her, so she wants to find him as thanks. A ringing came up before a hologram of Obi-Wan came up on the console. Anakin, where are you? Oh, hello, Master. We made a quick stop in the Abrogado system. Another rescue mission, no doubt. You had other orders, Obi-Wan said, crossing his arms before Ahsoka spoke up from her seat. It was my idea, Master Obi-Wan. Oh, I'm sure, Obi-Wan said before looking to Anakin. Any survivors? No, I'm afraid you were right. Naruto's already with your fleet, so you have some time, don't dawdle. Never, Master. Plo Koon and clones. The power came on in the pod just as they came to another with the clones asking for help. Suddenly, another ship with a claw on it flew to the pod before B-1 droids came out and broke the window, having the clones inside fly out and die. The droids then saw them before turning the ship and flew to them before latching on. It's time to go, Plo said, walking to the hatch. Go where, sir? Outside to take care of them. I can handle the pressure for a while. Put your helmets on. If you say so, sir. It's a difficult situation. There's a possibility we will survive, Plo Koon said as Sinker and Boost pulled their rifles up and put their helmets on. That's good enough for me. The three then quickly got out and got on top of the pod before attacking the droids. Plo Koon threw one away with the force as the other three jumped on top of their ship and had the claws start to close in. Plo threw Sinker over and held him behind the three, having him shoot two of them before he cut the claws off the pod. He then threw the ship away before pulling Sinker back and got on top of the pod with the others. They then saw the ship hit a large piece of metal before exploding. Well, this is a fine mess you got us in, General. Sinker said as Plo brought a hand to his chin. Anakin and Ahsoka. The two just hung up Palpatine, who had ordered them to come back. Time to go, Ahsoka. Ahsoka turned to Anakin at that. We have to stay. Ahsoka, I want to believe Master Plo is alive, but... I know he's alive, she yelled and took the controls. I can sense it. Ahsoka. Plo Koon, sinker, and boost. Sergeant, why are you so certain no one will come? Plo asked Sinker as they floated. We're just clones, sir. We're meant to be expendable to the clone army. But not to me, Plo replied as Anakin and Ahsoka came up and pulled them into the ship. After taking them to the medical bay, the Jedi then went to the cockpit and started flying away. As they are preparing to depart, the Malevolence arrives near their location. Anakin and Ahsoka shut down the Twilight systems, hoping to blend in with the debris and avoid detection. Unfortunately, they forget to shut down the onboard medical droid, who walked in with a status report on the clones. The droid's faint signal alerts Grievous to their location. Forced to flee the blast from the ion cannon, the Twilight narrowly escapes with a desperate hyperspace jump. Resolute. Naruto stood with Anakin and the clones as Plo Koon walked up to them. Skywalker, it is time to make our report to the Council. Anakin nodded at him. Right, the Council report. Come on, Ahsoka. You want me there. I figured it out before. Ahsoka, throughout it all, you never gave up. But if I'm getting in trouble for this, you're gonna take some of the blame. Now come on. Right beside you, Master, Ahsoka said as Naruto looked down. I do remember Oola saying something about a ship, he said before following after the others to let the Council know what had happened. The Separatist battleship, Malevolence, advances unopposed through Republic space, tearing apart any ship that stands in its path. After a daring rescue and narrow escape, Anakin Skywalker prepares a counterattack on the enemy ship and its diabolical droid commander, General Grievous. Ellipsis. After several other attacks on Jedi fleet cruisers, all of which were conducted by the ship Anakin and Plo identified. Naruto and Anakin decide it is time to strike back. They plan to use the new Y-Wing bombers to destroy the Separatist flagship's bridge, killing General Grievous and destroying the ship. Naruto was looking at a squad of his bomber pilots. Maverick, Goose, Iceman, Slider, Cougar, Hollywood, Doolittle, and Merlin. And then looked to his fighter pilots. Viper, Baron, Vaughn, Richtof, Holy Man, Hook, Ranger, Chappie, Cobra, and Ginger. He finished looking at the red hair for Ginger. Our mission is simple. He then brought a hologram of a ship up in front of them. It's a hulking subjugator-class heavy cruiser that's 4,845 meters long. It has dual mega-ion cannons, one on each of the starboard and port sides of the ship, 500 turbolasers, and 5-point defense laser cannons. Is to take this ship out. We'll be with General Skywalker's crew as well, Naruto said, glancing at Anakin's crew beside them. Our target will be the bridge, and General Grievous. Anakin said walking up. Our bombers will attack at high speed to evade our enemy's ion weapons. We'll concentrate our power on the bridge superstructure. He explained as a hologram played out what would happen to the ship. We destroyed General Grievous and the ship will fall. Any questions? Anakin's clones just got excited to take out Grievous before he settled them down. This is an important mission. We take out General Grievous, and we can end this war quicker. Get your bombers ready. Sure they're up for this? Naruto asked, arms crossed. Let's ask them, Anakin said before turning to a clone that had a shaved head and 5 o'clock shadow. Matchstick, think our boys can pull it off? Yes sir. There hasn't been a mission Shadow Squadron couldn't complete. That's right. Minimal casualties, maximum effectiveness, that's us. A clone behind him spoke. It's just if Grievous is on that ship it'll be their most guarded ship, Ahsoka said as she stood beside Naruto. Don't worry Ahsoka, we'll destroy Grievous, along with his ship. They then went to the fleet of ships. Naruto saw they're flown by a single pilot. Located behind the cockpit was an astromech droid slot. The long attack starfighter measured in at 23.4 meters. The wedge-shaped cockpit was placed on the front of the craft, with the central spar extending behind it. 2 Coensair R200 ion jet engines were attached to either side of the spar. The engines had exhaust nacelles and support pylons. And has sensor array domes. The squadron markings were placed on the cockpit and the forward tips of the engine nacelles. The starfighters are armed with 2 forward-mounted TAME and back IX-4 laser cannons, along with 2 Arakid flex-tube proton torpedo launchers, and a twin Armic SW-4 ion cannon on a rotating turret. Naruto then saw his fighter pilots getting in another kind of ship. It's a small snub fighter-class ship. Equipped with 2 pairs of engines, the Z-95 retrofitted with a rudimentary hyperdrive Naruto was able to get for them. It has no astromech socket and a cramped one-man cockpit. It has a pair of wingtip-mounted, high-powered blaster cannons and concussion missile launchers, and a center-mounted ion cannon. So which one's mine, Master? Naruto turned to see Ahsoka walking with Anakin and R2-D2. You're with me, you'll be my gunner, Anakin replied, getting his Padawan to him in disappointment. Hey, somebody's gotta watch my back. Broadside could do that. Besides, you have our little R2. R2-D2 whistles at that as his head turns. But I do so enjoy your company, my young Padawan. Ahsoka sighed at that. Master, just admit it already, you don't like my flying. Anakin then started to chuckle nervously. No, I know, it's not that. It's just, he stopped as Thrawn and Wolf walked up, stopped beside Naruto, and explained they've received word that Grievous attacked a medical convoy. That was Naboo's route, the medical base there must be the next target. Naruto said before looking up as BD leaned over his shoulder. But with all the star clusters in that area, a ship that big it wouldn't be able to charter a course that's less than 10 parcels. Looks like we have to take a shortcut, Anakin said before looking to the admirals. Warn that station on what's coming. And then join up with Obi-Wan who the council's going to send to help. Okay, let's get ready. Naruto said walking away as RC was loaded into his Y-wing that was red as Zul got into the turret. Naruto got in the cockpit as BD jumped to a bar on the console and looked out the window before looking back. Ready guys? Yes, Master. Boop. Whistle. Then let's go. Everyone got into formation, several ships having flown into rings for a hyperdrive before sounding off and then all went into hyperspace. They then came out in front of a nebula. Okay, if we can just navigate through my shortcut, we'll be alright. Naruto heard Anakin over the speakers as BD looked at a button and tried to press it before jumping back as Naruto pressed another. Going through a nebula is unpredictable. Fly with caution. Roger sir. Naruto heard his clones come up with affirmatives. Anyone care what the Padawans think? Ahsoka asked as Naruto smiled. Nope. They all flew into the nebula at that. Some of these ships are either old-fashioned or the nebula might mess with navigation. Feel your way through and or follow Anakin and me. Is this an old smuggler's route? Yeah, pilots on Tatooine talked about them all the time. How'd you know? Same, I talked to smugglers in the underworld of Coruscant, but they stopped using it because it's a nesting ground for Nibre Mantis. Naruto said before a giant flying alien flew to them. Look out, Naruto ordered as they flew past wings. Don't shoot or they'll panic. They'll panic. I'm about to panic, Zul said, looking over her shoulder at Naruto. Last time I listened to Skywalker's plans. Ahsoka looks out the window to see a Nibre opening his mouth. That one looks hungry. Nah, he's just smiling at you. Naruto saw one of Anakin's clones' ships get hit. Matchstick, your engine's been hit, keep back on your throttle or you'll overload your engine, just stay near the rear. Roger General. Ice, Viper guard him and use cables if you have to. On it sir. They all came out of the nebula. Hope we're here before Grievous, Naruto said before seeing the malevolence by a medical station. It's built around a long central shaft, which comprises the longest axis of the station. The cylindrical central hub had 8 equidistant protrusions, which included docking areas for starships. Vulture droids shot out of the ship at them as everyone started firing at the droids. Suddenly, a circular ion energy field shot at them, hitting several ships as well as the Vulture droids. Okay, a small group helps out the ones that hit until their powers come back, Naruto ordered before looking forward. My group will go for the left side cannon, Anakin you'll go for the bridge. Naruto sighed as he and his men flew to the left side of the Malevolence and started to fly to the ion cannon. As they got near, cannons started firing at him as 2 of his men got hit head-on and were vaporized. Damn it Cougar, Hollywood. Naruto dodged another blast before seeing Goose was killed as a shot hit the gunner seat of his and Maverick's bomber. "Hey, Anakin, go for the cannon. If it's damaged then it won't work." They then fired at the cannon and damaged it before flying away as it turned on and exploded. 3 Star Destroyers then appeared as the malevolence started to fly away. "Master, Hook's injured," Zul said as Naruto sighed. "Then it's good we're here at the medical station," Naruto said before flying to the station as ships followed, some using tow cables to pull the ones that lost power. Before the battleship Malevolence could destroy an Outer Rim clone medical base, a Republic strike force, under the command of Jedi General Anakin Skywalker and Naruto Uzumaki, crippled the warship, disabling its dreaded ion cannon. Now the Jedi relentlessly pursue the Malevolence. Ellipsis. The 3 ships continued firing on the Malevolence before they got a signal of a Naboo ship coming out of hyperspace and landed by the fighting. "Stop all fire," Naruto yelled as Plo Koon and Obi-Wan walked up to him and Anakin. "What in blazes are they doing out here?" "Ahsoka, contact that ship," Anakin ordered before Ahsoka did as ordered and a hologram of Padme in tan pants, long-sleeved shirt, and a red vest came up. "Padme, what are you doing out here?" "Senator Rio and I were sent on a special mission. The Senate was told the banking clan wanted a treaty and we ended up here." "Get out of there." Suddenly the hologram shook before she turned and explained they're stuck in a tractor beam and were pulled to the Malevolence. "Damn," Naruto cursed before looking at Obi-Wan and Anakin. "Guess us 3 will go after them. Thrawn, let the other ships know the Malevolence has hostages and wait for a signal from us before continuing." "Right, sir." On the Malevolence, Padme walked out of her ship followed by C-3PO and Rio. She is a young humanoid alien with blue skin, yellow eyes, and light purple hair wearing a purple shirt, pants, and lilac boots with a gold headdress. They ran behind boxes as Grievous with a black cloak and droids walked in the hangar and inside the ship. Suddenly, Grievous ran out just as the ship exploded. Boom. Outside, the 3 Jedi, R2, and BD latched onto the Malevolence with a small ship on an airlock before opening it. And saw 2 battle droids. Naruto threw his hands up and had both his lightsabers hit them in the head with the blade on. He then pulled them back having the droids fall to the ground. "Well, let's get going," Naruto said, holding both his sabers before they walked out into the hall. "Stay here, R2, Anakin ordered the droid as BD dropped down as well. "Guessing you want to stay as well." Beep woo. "Okay." The trio then ran down the hall before Anakin got a beep on his wrist before bringing it up. "Yes. Master, we found the senators." Beep. "Padme. Anakin. Where are you?" "On the lower levels. We're fine but I don't know for how long. They're looking for us everywhere." "Ahsoka, anything on the plans or scans where we can meet up?" Naruto asked the Padawan. "There's a large open area in the middle of the ship." "Then that's where we'll go," Naruto said before they ran down the hall and made it to the spot that was a transportation system with cargo tracks like train cars. "There they are." Naruto pointed to a lower floor where he saw the 2 senators and C-3PO fighting droids. They then jumped on a train as droids came up and fired at them. The Jedi turned and deflected the blasts to them as the senators jumped on a train under them as well as having C-3PO slid off to another train. "Padme," Anakin yelled and jumped to a chain that was going to pass the other. "Did he learn this from you?" Naruto asked Obi-Wan who sighed. "No. I'll help," Naruto said before jumping down on the back of the train and running to where Anakin was. Naruto saw a super droid destroy the track to the senator's train before Anakin spoke. "Jump. We'll use the Force to catch you." The 2 jumped having the Jedi use the Force to bring them towards the train. "Thank you," Rio said to Naruto who grabbed her. "No problem. I'll catch your droid." They looked up to Obi-Wan who yelled down before they came into a tunnel. While in there, Padme explained that they overheard the hyperdrive is almost repaired and they would need to destroy it again before hearing Obi-Wan over the comms that he got separated from C-3PO and would destroy the hyperdrive due to going towards it. They then got off and ran to a tunnel as droids started walking out of rooms and chased them. Naruto and Anakin deflected blasts back to them. Obi-Wan came over the comms and explained he was stopped by Grievous as they took cover behind a support beam as Naruto handed Ryo his blaster. "You know how to use that." "I've seen Padme use one," she replied and took a couple of shots hitting a droid in its arm. "They're jamming our signal," Anakin yelled before he and Naruto ran out and sliced the last 3 super droids. They then ran up to the bridge and destroyed the droids in it before Anakin went to a console. "What was that?" Naruto looked to see a droid was on a comms. "Weapon malfunction. We're all right here," Naruto said, messing with the controls to sound like a droid. "We'll be right up." "Oh, no need," Naruto said before the droid spoke. "Who is this? What's your number ID?" Naruto pulled his saber and stabbed the control. "Boring conversation anyway. Anakin, hurry up. Almost done. Hide the droids." Naruto used the force and moved the droids in another exit as Anakin ran to him and closed the door just as B1 droids walked in. "Oh, must be fixed." The group ran back to the airlock where they saw BD, R2, and 3PO waiting before Obi-Wan ran in followed by droidekas. "Wait for me." Anakin and Naruto used the force to bring boxes to block the droids as they all got back in the ship and took off. They flew off as Grievous followed with a group of droids in the ship firing at them. Padme used the weapons to attack just as the Malevolence started to fly into the moon and crashed on it. "All part of the plan?" Naruto asked, standing behind the other 2 Jedi. "Medical station." "Hey, Hook," Naruto said, walking up to the clone wearing blue clothes and missing his right arm from the elbow down. "Hello, sir. How long are you in for?" "Not long, sir, but I think my days as a pilot are done for," Hook said, gesturing to his missing arm. "Why is that?" "Can't do much with one arm," Hook replied as Naruto shrugged. "You probably could. Some people are born without an arm, lose it early, or can't use an arm very well, to begin with. Plus Anakin and Zul lost their hand. That's why they wear one glove. Come on, let's get you measured for a prosthetic." Naruto finished walking out of the room with Hook. Clone forces rally. As the war escalates in the Outer Rim, the Jedi Knights are spread thinly across the galaxy. Many new clones are rushed into service to support their Jedi generals. Unfortunately, because of the relentless demands of battle, many young clones must join the struggle before their intensive training has been completed. These clones, manning a vital network of tracking stations, are all that stand between the Republic and invasion. Maelstrom. "There you go BD, a better battery. Now you can overcharge stuff," Naruto said to BD, putting a small torch away on the workbench as BD jumped up and down. Naruto picked him up and placed him on his back. Going into the main room, he saw Thrawn at a console. "They ready?" "Yes, sir," Thrawn said before hitting a button. And had Rex come up. "Rex, are you on your way?" "Yes, General Uzumaki. I'll be there in a few parsecs." "Okay, Alpha and I will be in the hangar waiting so we can check up on Domino Squad at their post." Rishi Moon. At night on a base in a meteor-filled field, Domino Squad without their helmets are in an outpost with several other clones looking at console screens. Echo is reading a manual as Cut Up was arm wrestling heavy as a female robot radio host via hologram gave the news before playing music. Fives with 5 feet tattooed on his right temple looked back from his console as Heavy cheered. "Shouldn't you be watching your post, Heavy?" Echo asked as Heavy sighed and hit a button at his console showing a feed of the meteor-stricken ground. "Oh look, nothing. Just like the last time I looked. And the time before that. Personally, I like quiet. Gives me time to catch up on the reg manuals." "Echo, what's wrong with you? We should be on the front lines blasting droids," Heavy asked as Cut Up looked back at him. "Give him a break, he was left in his growth pod too long." "You may not know it yet boys, but you've just landed the most boring post in the Outer Rim," Heavy said as another clone walked inside. "And one of the most important. Attention, Sergeant on deck." "At ease," the clone said as the others stood at attention. "I shouldn't have to remind you this post is very important to the Outer Rim. Any droids that'll get past this station can do a sneak attack on the facilities where we were born on our homeworld of Kamino. We've got a general on his way for inspection and I want things squared away when he gets here, understand?" "Sir, yes sir." A few minutes went by before an alarm went off. Sir, incoming meteor shower. Raise the shields. You're about to get your excitement heavy. Cut Up said to the clone who sighed. Yeah, meteor shower. Outside, another clone was looking around with night vision before seeing a droid ship with the meteors that landed before one jumped up in front of him. It has a thin skeletal appearance along with muscle-like pads on its limbs and waist, as well as black-colored armor plating. They then shock him and kill the clone before running to the base with a group of droids. Inside, the clones lost contact with the clone outside. CT-327 report in, Sentry, do you copy? You two go find him. The sergeant said to Droid Bait and another clone who ran out. Droids. But the two clones were quickly killed by the attacking droids. The sergeant left the command center of the base to repel the invading droids, sound the alarm. He ordered Heavy, who hit a button. It's jammed. Heavy yelled just as the sergeant is killed by the battle droids who shot him several times in the chest. After witnessing the sergeant's death, Heavy, Echo, Fives, and Cut Up go to a ventilation shaft inside the command center to escape. This way, hurry. 4 clones escaped, Captain. One droid said to the leader who nodded. They don't matter. Hardwire the all-clear signal and contact General Grievous. The leader then contacted Grievous via hologram. The outpost is ours, General. We shut down the alarm and turned on the all-clear signal. The cyborg nodded at that. Leave the station's all-clear signal on, I don't want to alert the nearby Republic fleet we're here. A hologram of Ventress then came up. All the preparation for your invasion is in order. Good, our fleet is nearby the rendezvous point. Good, then I wait for your arrival. Meanwhile, the rookie clone troopers emerged from the other side of the ventilation shaft and became situated underneath the listening post's landing pad. Space, above Rishi. Naruto, Alpha, and Rex without their helmets are on a gunship with Alpha trying to reach the outpost and get a stilted response back. Sorry, Captain, we're experiencing technical difficulties. This is the inspection team, Alpha replied as a video of a clone helmet came up on a screen. Inspection. Negative. It's a mandatory inspection, soldier, Naruto said looking at the video. So we're landing. Naruto cut the feed before looking at the other two. Keep your guard up, that was weird. They then landed and walked outside, BD jumping on Naruto's back as they saw a clone walking to them slowly. Howdy, as you can see, the base is fully operational. Yeah, well, we still need to check out the base inside, Naruto said, grabbing his saber and Shoto. A flare went up behind them and as the others looked at it, Naruto sliced the helmet off of the clone with his Shoto. Sir. It's one of those new commando droids. Naruto yelled, seeing sparks from the neck as commando droids stationed behind the crates surrounding the Jedi and clone officers emerged from their hiding spots and began to shoot at them. During the crossfire, the droids tossed thermal detonators at the clones' shuttle, destroying the craft. Boom. However, the clones escaped the area by jumping off the landing pad. Really? Naruto asked, deflecting blasts away before jumping down as well. He used a grappling hook and landed by Alpha and Rex. He also saw the surviving rookie clone troopers Echo, Cut Up, Fives, and Heavy. Take off your helmets, Naruto ordered the rookies do as ordered. Suddenly, a large eel burst out of the earth and lunged at Cut Up, who Naruto pushed out of the way and was eaten. The eel tried to go into another hole near them but stopped as Naruto's saber spun around its neck and cut the head off. Naruto groaned as he stepped away. No speaking of this to anyone. What the hell was that? That's the reason you're not supposed to go past the shield, Naruto said, throwing some of the slime off of him. My name's Rex, but you'll call me, Captain or, Sir. Rex introduced himself, taking his helmet off as the rookies nodded. Sir, yes, sir. I'm Captain Alpha. I'm your new boss. Fives saluted at him. My trooper designation is Clone Trooper 27 5555, sir. Heavy looked over to the trio before speaking. We call him Fives. I'm Heavy. This is Echo and Cut Up. Droid Bait, Naruto asked as the clones shook their heads before seeing BD scanning the eel. Alpha looked to the group before speaking. Where's your sergeant in command? Echo took a step forward at the question. Dead, sir. We're all that's left. Rex, after looking at the eel body and having blood on his hands, looked back to them. "Looks like we got us a bunch of shinies, General." "Yeah, I was at this squad's graduation," Naruto said as he got on one knee and moved his arm down for BD to run up it. Echo raised an eyebrow at that. "Shinies, sir." Rex nodded and walked up to the rookies. "That's right. Your armor, it's shiny and new, just like you," he said, putting the blood-covered hand on Echo's chest, leaving a print. Heavy then stood at attention. "Sir, my squad is ready to take back that station, shiny or not." Rex looked back to Heavy and smirked. "There's hope for you yet, rookie." All of them started to climb back up to the base before Naruto looked at them. "Okay, we'll be taking this base back. You got a plan?" Alpha asked as he and Rex gave Heavy and cut up their rifles as they got their pistols. "I got one," Rex said before they got up to the platform, and X walked to the door like a droid. "A camera that's shaped like an eye came out. Unit 26, that you?" A droid asked over the speakers as the others ran up to the door on either side. "Roger, Roger. Take off your helmet." "Roger, Roger," Rex said, leaning down and picked up the discarded droid's head before putting it to the camera. The door opened and the group made quick work of the small group at the door. They then continued to ambush the other droids stationed inside the listening post's main control room. After retaking the listening post, the clones found that the commando droids had hardwired the station's all-clear signal. "Get ready for reinforcements if these droids were regularly updating their ships," Naruto said as BD scanned the droids. "That's gonna get you in trouble someday, BD." Beep. They then saw reinforcements in the atmosphere in AC-9979 landing craft. Rex noticed that the new arrivals outnumbered the clone troopers and ordered the listening post to be destroyed, to get the Republic's attention. "There's highly explosive liquid T-bana in storage to heat the base when it gets cold." "That should work. All right, listen up. There's only one target of interest in this sector, Kamino. Today we fight for more than the Republic. Today we fight for all your brothers back home. Understood?" Naruto asked. "Sir, yes sir." The clones replied before Naruto had Rex and Echo retrieve the base's plunk droids that stored the liquid T-bana. Cody, Heavy, Cut Up, and Fives grabbed weaponry from the listening post supply room. Outside, the clones began to fire at the approaching droids. The clones tried to hold off the droids before they could enter the base, but the droids' fire overwhelmed the clones and forced them to retreat into the listening post. When the clones attempted to detonate the T-bana inside the plunk droids, they found that the remote activator did not function properly. "Okay, BD can fix that, go ahead and get out of here," Naruto said, having the Force hold his Shoto up while he held his saber and pistol. The clones fled the listening post through the nearby ventilation shaft. After hearing the invading droids, Naruto stood in front of the plunk droids as BD used his scomp link and started working on the detonator. B1 droids then walked in as Naruto spun his Shoto in front of him and shot the droids as he deflected blasts with his saber. Meanwhile, outside the base, the clones run to a safe distance and watch the base. Inside, droids fell as Naruto threw his Shoto in a circle around him before looking back and saw BD finished before pulling the droid to him. Naruto threw his sabers at the window, breaking it, and dived out just as the bombs exploded. Boom. As the all-clear signal was cut off from the listening post, the nearby Republic fleet under the command of Admiral Wolf Yularen and Jedi Generals Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker was alerted to the danger. The Republic Armada cut off the incoming Confederate ships over the Rishi Moon, and Grievous, realizing that his fleet was outgunned, ordered a full-scale retreat before the Republic could cause major damage to his ships. A week later, Coruscant, Yoda's quarters. "A problem you have?" Yoda asked, sitting in his chair in front of Naruto as BD was on a cushion between them. "No, someone from my home was finally able to contact me." "That's good, is it not?" Yoda asked as Naruto nodded. "Yeah, but it seems that only 3 years have gone by there instead of 6, Naruto said before bringing out and unrolling the scroll showing Jiraiya's seal. "New to me, these seals are wonders, they can do. Yeah, I've been working on responding to them as well as explaining about this universe," Naruto said as Yoda nodded. "Agree, I do on you doing that. I would also like to keep this a secret from the Senate for now," Naruto said, clasping his hands together. Oh. Yeah, I would rather not pull my world into this war. We did just have one of our own wars a little before I was born. Yes, worlds sadly get pulled into this. Agree with that, I do also. Later, in his room, Naruto was sitting at a table overlooking Jiraiya's seal and trying to work on his own. Didn't think this would be difficult, he said, leaning his head on his hand. Boop. BD beeped as he stood on the table looking at Naruto, who patted his head. Yeah, buddy, I know. Naruto then went back to working on his scroll for several hours before getting up and walking out. And saw Ayla walking in the hall talking to both Tipoli and Tiplar. Hey guys, how are you? Good, good, good. The three replied, walking up to him. I'm glad you're here, Naruto, Ayla said, getting Naruto to raise an eyebrow. The bedroom is right there. Not that. I was just about to spar with Tipoli and Tiplar, would you join us? She asked as Naruto shrugged just as BD jumped on his back. Sure. Later, the four were fighting in the sparring chamber. Ayla rolled over Naruto's back to attack Tipoli as Naruto turned on his Shoto to block Tiplar's saber before getting up and threw it at Ayla's back, having her dodge, and Tipoli to parry the attack away before they stopped and bowed to each other. You two have gotten better, Tipoli said before Tiplar nodded with her sister. Yes, it's easy to see that spending time together has strengthened you two. Naruto shrugged at that. Well, yeah, of course, to be fair, siblings who can fight with each other as you two can have the same results. Oola's bar. Naruto sat at the bar having BD jump on the counter as Oola walked to them. Juno just dropped off more supplies to Chom and his people. Outside of that, there's nothing else to report today, Naruto. That's fine, I just came in for a drink, Naruto replied, leaning on the bar as BD beeped. But hey, I can take you out for a night on the town next time. Why? As a thank you for what you've been doing, Naruto replied as Oola dropped a glass down on the bar. Naruto recalls a time when Jedi Master Mace Windu assembled a small covert team composed of him, Kit Fisto, Prosit Dibs, and Risamano to investigate separatist activities on the remote planet Hisrich. And came to blows with a mercenary droid ADW-4 who has a penchant for murdering Jedi. Meanwhile, while training recruits, Fordo recounts to the Shinies a story when Naruto risked his life to save him and gain an unlikely ally in the war. Coruscant Underworld. See, I told you this would be great, Naruto said as he and Oola were sitting in a restaurant drinking. Yeah, you were right. After finishing their drinks, Naruto called a human waitress to order food for them. How is everything? Naruto asked as they waited. Good. Why do you ask? Contrary to popular belief, I do care for those working for me. I mean, no one's found out about you, have they? Oola shook her head at that. No, they're drunk when they say anything in the club or brag to the dancers about anything. That's good. A few days later, Coruscant. Oh come on, it'll be fun, you need to loosen up. Ayla said to Barris as they walked into a dancing club. I know, but Barris tried to stop before they saw Naruto inside with his leather jacket and BD. No buts, let's go and unwind, Ayla said, pushing Barris in. They spent the next hour dancing together with the crowd on the dance floor, eating, drinking, and going to a free table to talk. A few days later, Coruscant, night's billet. Naruto and Ayla laid in their bed, sheets covering them as sweat rolled down their foreheads. That was great as always. Yeah, Naruto said before Ayla looked at him. How was your mission? A bit stressful, Naruto replied, moving a hand behind his head. Flashback. 1. Coruscant, Jedi Council. Mace stood in front of his fellow council members about a mission. Master Windu, member of this Jedi Council, you are. Know how dire our current situation is, do you? Yoda asked from his chair. War seeks to tear our republic asunder. We must prevent it at all costs, Master Yoda. Mace replied, hands behind his back. Indeed, but diminished our numbers are. We all must take on the burden of leadership. Your mission, we present to you now. Day by day, grow, the separatists, numbers do. Their reach extends farther and farther to the outer rim. Power flows in concentric circles, establishing a foothold in the outer rim before moving towards the capital. Mace said to Yoda before Ki-Adi Mundi spoke from his spot via hologram. One of those footholds appears to be the jungle planet Hisrich. A large number of separatist vessels have made planetfall there in recent days. Plo Koon with his cloak on and the hood up then spoke. You will lead a small unit to monitor the separatists' movements and determine what their purpose is. Due to the clandestine nature of this mission and our forces are thinly stretched resources, we cannot offer you a clone squadron for support. The Jedi have trained our whole lives for missions like this, Mace said, turning to Plo Koon. We will make do. We understand you have already selected those who will accompany you on this mission. I have. Fellow council member Kit Fisto. He fought bravely by my side on Geonosis and I can think of no one who I trust more to go into battle with me. His skills with a lightsaber are unrivaled and, as a Nautolan, his aptitude for surviving in harsh environments will prove invaluable. Prosit Dibs. His lack of eyesight has gifted him with great intuition. He is as in tune with the Force as any Jedi I have known. Mace said before continuing. He will provide valuable insight and reconnaissance for this mission. Rissa Mano. A pilot rivaling the skills of Master Plo Koon himself. She may be young and a recent addition to the rank of Jedi Knight, but her mind and engineering and her potential in battle exceed someone her age. And Naruto Uzumaki. He has proven to be one of the smartest Jedi in his age group if not older. If anyone can make a plan where we come out the victor, it's him. We are ready to set out if it pleases the Council. May the Force guide us all. Master Windu, a final word, before your journey. Mace looked to Yoda as the other members left. Troubled you seem, my friend. Care to lighten your burden, These are troubling times. Doubt clouds my mind, although I am loath to admit it. Doubt not the ways of the Force. It tests us at times, but believe it will lead us where we are meant to be, we must. Similarly, doubt not yourself, you are a wise and capable leader. Yoda explained holding his cane. Too many lives were lost on Geonosis, too many flames extinguished. How can I ask more of my men to follow behind me to the slaughter? Mace asked as Yoda nodded. How many more will be lost if you do not? All the more reason we must fight. Understand your thoughts, I do. But give in to them, you must not. Trust in the Force, trust in yourself. As trust in you I do, as well. Thank you, Master Yoda. Later. In a Jedi T6 shuttle, Mace was talking to Rissa, a young humanoid alien with pink skin, eyes, and hair in tan robes and tunic. The Westwind is the fastest transport ship this side of Corellia. Thanks to a few personal modifications made in my spare time. Rissa said, hitting a few buttons. We should arrive at Hisrich in no time. Then you, Rissa. And because you're so nice, I'll scramble our signal, masking our grand entrance to the target location. Excellent, the Separatists cannot know we're coming, Mace said as she reached up for a lever. Stealth, love it. In the back, Kit Fisto stood as Naruto with his armor was sleeping on a couch with BD sitting beside him and another male Jedi on another couch beside him. He's wearing a brown cloak with the hood up showing he's a dark-skinned humanoid alien. Wake up Naruto, Prosit. We neared our destination. Eyes as big as moons and yet you see so little Master Fisto, Prosit said moving his head and Naruto saw he was wearing a blindfold. Your wit precedes you. I'm looking forward to working alongside you on this mission. Kit said, crossing his arms. There's nothing about this mission I'm looking forward to. The Force, it shudders. War is no place for a Jedi. Sometimes you gotta be the protector instead of a peace officer Prosit, Naruto said standing as BD jumped on his back. We are exactly where we're meant to be, Mace said as he and Rissa walked in. Prosit took his hood off and showed long gray hair. We're about to make a planet fall on Hisrich. This is not a well-documented planet. So, we must be ready for opposition from the local fauna as well as the droid army we are here to monitor. Mace explained as they all stood. The planet is in a state of near-perpetual dark, only gathering light from a distant sun for about 1 hour per monthly cycle. How fortuitous that the darkness shall be our ally. Kit said as Mace nodded. Precisely. This is a covert operation. We discover what the Separatists' interests are on this planet and we shut them down. Mace explained before a red light came on above them. Exiting hyperspace now, we've arrived. Now is the time to change into your new mission attire. It will help regulate body temperature on the humid surface below as well as blend with the darkness to our advantage. Hisrich, the Outer Rim. Steel yourselves, Jedi, Mace said as everyone had black bodysuits under their robes. Our mission begins now, he finished as they got to the planet and started landing. It's a jungle planet illuminated only by several faunas. They then landed and walked out. Scans show the main droid outpost is a few clicks due west of our current location, Rissa explained as BD on Naruto's back beeped. We will stick to the ground, let the flora act as our cover. We know not what to expect here, stay sharp. Be safe, Prosit, a word. Mace said having the two take several steps forward. Master Windu, before you say anything, I must apologize for earlier. I meant no disrespect, I've been told I have a great mind. My only downfall is I tend to speak it often, and out of turn, Mace interjected as Prosit continued. Yes, those as well. But if you'll lend me an ear. I'm uncertain if I'll get back, but continue. I feel an unease in the Force. All of our teachings and beliefs are being tested. I find myself unsure of the steps in front of me. I sense you feel it as well. War breeds confusion. We must hold the teachings you mentioned close to our hearts. Some of those teachings include combat because at times that is necessary. And for the beliefs, Master Yoda tells us to believe in the Force and ourselves. You will find the path you are on is the right one. Mace said as back with the others, Rissa was giddy at working with Mace. I can't believe I'm on a mission with Mace Windu himself. He is an exemplary figure of the Jedi principles, Kit said as he stood beside Rissa. He's incredible. I have studied his teachings since I was a youngling. His style of lightsaber combat has been the foundation of my own. He is a top 5 Jedi master of all time for sure. And where do I fall on this great list? Kit asked as Rissa turned to Mace. Oh, you're top 20 to 30 for sure, Master Fisto. Nothing to be ashamed of. Your comfort in light of this revelation is much appreciated, Rissa. Quiet, get low, Mace said, getting their attention. Naruto saw a group of B1 droids with a spider droid as they hid in the bushes. Naruto started to move closer before Mace turned on his saber and attacked with Rissa, who had a blue saber. All of them ran out as Prosit turned on his saber, revealing its green as super droids attacked as well. Naruto ran with both his sabers on and sliced several droids before Prosit stabbed the spider droid. Thanks for the assist, Prosit said to Kit. Guess that's what I get for not having eyes in the front or back of my head. I take it you have a large repertoire of eye-related humor. Deeper than the Jedi archives themselves. I'm just getting started. Good work, team, Mace said standing over a droid. This was just a small group. Yeah, we should be ready for more, Naruto said, putting his sabers away before pulling them back up. You feel that? Yeah, we're surrounded. A few miles away, a droid watched the Jedi get surrounded before getting on its hover speedster and ran off to a building where it ran to another droid. Commander, we have Jedi. The droid in shadow shook his head. Sight, how many times do I have to tell you not to call me Jedi? Another B1 droid yelled. What do we do, Commander? Don't call me. Just give me that, the droid said, reaching to take a holocron and showed the Jedi. Like your pre-programmed drones, the Jedi are slaves to their doctrine. A childish adherence to their Force. Fascinating what folly organics place their faith in. The droid said as lights came on, revealing he was a different droid. He's tall, with red photoreceptors and purple plating with red markings. This is ADW-4, a mercenary droid. Caves. The Jedi used their sabers as light followed a green alien with our fingers, 2 toes, and had an extra joint in his legs, wearing tattered clothes that lead them into a cave with a torch. They debated on what species the alien is before they came up to an underground city illuminated by plants on top of the cavern. As they talked about how long the Separatists have been on the planet as well as what they want, one of the aliens pointed to a downed B1 droid. Rissa, Mace said as Rissa put on goggles as BD jumped down and looked at the droid as well. It's a scout, I might be able to recover its memory if... She stopped as the ground shook as the plants above went up into the ceiling. Something must be pulling the plants out of the ground. Naruto yelled as BD got on his back. Suddenly, a hole was made on the ceiling before droids came down on hovercrafts and droidekas rolled down and started firing. The Jedi blocked and deflected the blasts as Naruto saw Mace fighting with ADW4, who held a staff before he was pushed away. ADW4 then had a gun come up on his right arm and shot at Mace, who deflected it before jumping at the droid. The droid then flew up via thrusters before throwing a ball of metal debris at the master, having him fly to the others before Naruto, Risa, and Mace followed up in the hole as the droids escaped. They then saw a large spider droid bringing the plants into it. It must use the plants for power. Naruto asked as regular spider droids attacked them before slicing through several. They then ran to see the large spider droids destroy acres of the planet before they ran down and started to slice the legs. They each threw each other their lightsabers when each got to a leg to help to cut through them. Naruto saw B1 droids walking to them before taking out his pistol to fire at them. Once dealing with the droids, they ran back to the cave and came up to 2 droids standing watch in an area. They looked to each other before Naruto's Shoto spun through their necks with both blades on before spinning back to Naruto. "If they're looking for us, do we strike when no one's home?" Risa asked as Mace shook his head. "No, not without our whole unit." They then walked back to their ship where it started to rain as Kid and Prosit walked up. "You've lied to us from the outset. The Council had no idea such a valuable energy source existed. You insult our intelligence. And our integrity," Prosit said to Mace as he walked up to the Master. "Master Dibs, what are you saying? Of course, the Council didn't know. We came here to stop the Separatists," Risa exclaimed in shock as Prosit scoffed. "So naive, young Jedi. Wake up, girl. The Council is using you. You're a pawn, no more than a clone in Jedi attire." Prosit then started voicing his disagreement with the Jedi's role in the Clone Wars. He made several accusations against both Windu and the Council, ranging from callousness towards collateral damage to corrupting the Jedi doctrine, and proceeded to physically assault Windu with a punch. Dibs then ignited his lightsaber, having Mace follow suit. They then clashed in a test of strength. "We are brothers, Master Dibs, cut from the same cloth. Chosen to walk down the same path. You would throw all that away?" Mace asked before blocking a strike at the legs. "All I throw away is a Jedi Council who turned its back on our teachings. This is not our true way. You cannot change the ideology of our order to fit your whims. War for the sake of peace. Where I'm only so gullible, Master Windu," Prosit said before striking from above. "It is the option that is laid out before us. We did not want this. But if I must pick up a weapon to protect what I know to be right, then so be it. We do not train in lightsabers so they could stay at our waists. Such is the will of the Force. You know nothing of the Force." Beep Trill. BD beeped as Naruto patted him on the head. "I know, buddy. But sometimes you gotta fight," Naruto said as the two clashed blades several times before Mace knocked Prosit down and knocked him out before they brought him on board and put him in a straitjacket. Later, the 4 Jedi came to the droid building and blasts through the wall, having Kit jump out with Naruto to fight the droids as Risa and Mace went to sabotage a supply ship that was scheduled to leave with the new power source. The 2 Jedi fight through the droids before being joined by Risa before they see the large ship fly into the atmosphere and explode in bright green light. Flashback end. After that, Mace convinced the Council to have Prosit work in the library. Naruto finished before Ayla straddled him, flashing her nude form, and started grinding on him. Maelstrom. Naruto was finishing training his rookies in hand-to-hand combat as clones were showing others hobbies to do in their spare time before leaving. "That's enough for today, men," Naruto said before walking away. Fordo then took over before one of the rookies spoke. "Sir." "Yeah, Shiny. I was wondering if the stories about General Uzumaki are true, sir. That he values us as much as regular people." Yeah, it's true. He's always said, a leader leads from the front. Let me tell you a story of a couple of battles I was in with the general." Flashback 2. Harem Crantory System. Fordo was pinned down by a group of droids before Naruto dropped down and deflected a laser. "Anakin and Obi-Wan are busy with vulture droids, so I'm the only one," Naruto said, throwing droidekas away. "How do you get in this predicament?" "We found a gang of Horian kids holed up in a crater. Poor little mites were terrified. I helped them escape. But got cut off from Vornsker Company in the process. That was good. Just doing my duty, sir, Fordo said before Naruto pushed him out of the way and sliced a droideka before its shield went up. Naruto then deflected a blast into the head of AB-1 droid, hitting its processor. "Why are those droids attacking you?" the droid asked as sparks came off its head. "It doesn't seem fair as there are only 3 of you," the droid said as BD popped up over Naruto's shoulder. The droid then started attacking the other droids as well. "Well, now I've seen everything," Fordo said as the droid was helping them. "Wanna switch sides?" Naruto asked the droid who saluted. "You bet. Battle droid B-10516 at your service." "Bit of a mouthful," Fordo said, taking shots. "How about bats?" "Sounds good to me." Later, the 3 came up with a plan for the newly named bats to go and attack the base undercover before seeing bats come out in a tank that they used to go back to Anakin and Obi-Wan. "Looks like you brought a friend," Anakin said as the 3 jumped out of the tank. "Yeah, this is bats. You never know when an undercover droid could come in handy." "Do I get a laser sword?" Do I? Please?" Bats asked as they walked to a gunship. Mimban. Fordo was leading a group of clones with other Jedi in a large battle. "Mind jumpers, back up General Lon Tick. I can take care of myself, Commander," he yelled before being hit. "We're taking heavy fire here, sir," a clone yelled as he ran up to Fordo. "Fall back," Naruto yelled, twirling both his blades in front of him. Several hours later, Fordo was surrounded by B-1 droids before Naruto's Shoto spun around them, cutting their heads off. "You alright?" Naruto asked Fordo, who got up. "Yeah. Why are you out here? You disappeared from our briefing on what to do next." "Getting to that building," Fordo said, pointing to a building in the forest. "Alone. A true leader leads in the front." "Hey," Naruto chuckled before seeing a large group of droids walking to them. "Let's go." They then ran to the group with their weapons up. Flashback end. After finishing the story, Fordo continued helping the rookies train. In Naruto's quarters, he was finishing up the seal at his desk with BD, who was on a top shelf looking down. "Okay, finished it," he said before rolling the scroll up. He then did several hand signs and slammed his hand down, having the scroll disappear in a cloud of smoke. Konoha. Tsunade was standing behind her desk beside Shizune and looked to see Kakashi, Jiraiya, Hinata, and 4 other people, 2 men and 2 women inside her office. The first woman was standing beside Hinata. She is a fairly tall woman who has a slender frame. She has light brown, pupil-less eyes. Her violet hair is styled in a short, spiky, fan ponytail. She's wearing a fitted mesh bodysuit that covers her from her neck down to her thighs. Over this, she has a tan overcoat with a purple inseam and a pocket on each side, a dark orange mini skirt, a dark blue belt, and pale gray shin guards. She also has a forehead protector and a small pendant that looks like a snake fang and a wristwatch. This is Anko Mitarashi, a Tokubetsu Jonin and Hinata's current teacher. The next is a tall and well-muscled man. He has fair skin, a strong jawline, a somewhat large nose, and has black hair in a shiny bowl style and thick eyebrows. He's wearing a green jumpsuit, orange striped leg warmers, and the standard Konoha flak jacket, which is unzipped. He has a red forehead protector that is worn around his waist like a belt. This is Might Guy, a Jonin. The next is a fair-skinned woman of slender build. She has long black untamed hair reaching her upper back and very unique eyes that are red in color, with an additional ring in them. She's wearing makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. Her outfit consists of a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Overall, the very broad material resembles bandages with a pattern on it similar to those of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs are also wrapped in bandages, and she has the Konoha forehead protector and regular shinobi sandals. This is Kurenai Yuhi, a Jonin and Hinata's genin teacher. The final is a tall man, with brown eyes, olive skin, short black spiky hair, and a beard. His clothing consisted of the standard Konoha ninja uniform with the sleeves rolled up halfway, a flak jacket, regular shinobi sandals, and a forehead protector. He also has a sash that had the kanji for fire marked on it around his waist, a pair of black bangles, and bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeves. This is Asuma Sarutobi, a Jonin, a member of the Sarutobi clan, and a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja. So, he was able to reply. Jiraiya asked if Tsunade nodded after briefing the people in the room as well as sworn them to secrecy. Yes, Tsunade answered before pulling the scroll and opened it. One problem though. What's that? Enko asked, hands in her pockets. Well, he said he's fine but also sent this that said it'll explain everything. She said, holding a circular device. What's that do? Kurenai asked as Tsunade saw a button before pressing it. It lit up, having her drop it on the desk before a hologram of Naruto came up. Before anyone says anything, this is a recording, or a tape. Naruto said before explaining about where he was, about various alien species, countless worlds, technological level on medicine, that they can go to space flying vehicles and the Senate. He continued explaining his joining the Jedi Order and training as a Jedi and explained that he hasn't quit being a ninja, rather the Order asked for his help and brought up Asuma joining the Guardians, surprising everyone that he knew that. And about the start of the Clone Wars and how he is fighting in it and as a general, or Jonin for an easier explanation. And how he is now dating Ayla with a hologram showing what she looks like. Nice, Jiraiya said, focusing on her chest before being hit with a paperweight. Tsunade noticed Enko and Hinata becoming disappointed at that tidbit before speaking. I guess I should tell you that with Naruto being the last Uzumaki, and Naruto showing new powers with him moving stuff with just raising his hand. He falls under the Clan Restoration Act. That seemed to brighten their mood before Jiraiya was standing with a large bump on his forehead before the recording side. I should also say, that 6 years have passed for me, not 3. Jiraiya turned to Tsunade before speaking, we should find a way to get him back as soon as possible if time is moving fast for him. Viceroy Gunray captured. Senator Padme Amidala has scored a victory against the Separatist alliance on the remote world of Rhodia, securing the arrest of the diabolical Confederate leader Nute Gunray. The Jedi Council has dispatched Jedi Knight Naruto Uzumaki and Luminara Unduli's Padawan Barris to escort the Viceroy to Coruscant under heavy guard. Once there, he will face trial for his many war crimes. Ellipsis. Maelstrom. Naruto was reading a report on Padme Amidala, who had gone to Rhodia in an attempt to keep their allegiance to the Galactic Republic. She also brought along C-3PO and Jar Jar Binks. But when getting there, she finds that Onaconda has already pledged allegiance to the Separatists and Viceroy Nute Gunray is delivering supplies as the Republic could not before she was arrested. Naruto continues reading that 3PO had managed to send out a message before being captured. And later, Gunray was going to execute Padme and 3PO, Jar Jar burst up from the nearby swamp. In the ensuing chaos, Gunray tries to get away, but his shuttle is pushed into the swamp by the monster and Padme holds him at gunpoint. Onaconda then appears, having Padme tell Gunray that Onaconda planned to trap Gunray all along. Onaconda agrees that he is with the Republic, and places Gunray under arrest. Naruto finishes the report by reading a Republic cruiser arrived with reinforcements to take Gunray away. Naruto then got up from his seat and started to walk out to the main room and looked at Thrawn. Have we made contact with the Tranquility? Yes, sir, Thrawn said as he had his arms behind his back. Okay, prep the transport ship. Barris here. Naruto asked as Luminara had asked him to allow Barris to join on this mission while Zul had time off. Yes, she's on the ship now. Okay, be ready for any rescue both for us or for Gunray if we call, Naruto said as Thrawn nodded. Of course sir, Thrawn replied as Naruto and BD walked to a transport ship where they saw Barris, as well as 2 clones, walking in. They then flew out and after several minutes, came to the front of another Star Destroyer. Can we talk to them? Yes General. The first clone said, having a screen turn on showing 3 men. All of them are wearing armor similar to the Phase 1 battle armor of the clones. The armor also featured an enlarged left pauldron and they're blue-colored. Captain Argius, we're coming into land. You're cleared, General. The man in the middle said, missing his visor showing amber eyes and Caucasian skin. They then walked in with 3 of Naruto's clone troopers with Gunray who was handcuffed. They then walked up to the men from the screen, with the one Naruto talked to holding his helmet showing blonde hair. Greetings General, we've prepped the holding cell. Good, get our guest settled there, Captain Breaker, Naruto said to the clone behind him, who nodded. Understood, sir, Breaker said before taking Gunray to the cell. Why do we need Senate commandos? Barris asked as they walked down the hall. He doesn't look that dangerous. Never underestimate your adversary, Barris. And it's not for him. But who the separatists may send to try and free him. Understood, Naruto. The Padawan replied as they continued down the hall. Count Dooku's ship. Dooku was kneeling in front of a hologram of Sidious, who spoke. Gunray's capture is a serious threat to us. The Viceroys will not last long under Jedi interrogation. I've already put a plan into action. My best agent Asajj Ventress will infiltrate the Jedi ship, and save him, or silence him. Dooku replied, having Sidious sigh. Ventress, you are putting a great deal of faith in an operative who has failed us in the past. She is a gifted assassin, you have my word. She will complete her mission to the letter. Very well, you may proceed. Sidious finished before the hologram turned off. Dooku stood up as the doors behind him opened, showing Ventress without her dress walking in. Master. There is no margin for error, this time, child. You must prove yourself worthy of me, my apprentice. I am worthy, as you shall see. Maelstrom. Naruto and Barris stood in front of Gunray, who was in a cell at a table. Tell me everything you know. I know nothing, Jedi. Naruto sighed before pulling the alien to him over the table and had his Shoto turn on at his neck. How about now? I'm not like other Jedi, I have no qualms about having you die. Okay. Naruto threw him back before Barris spoke in a whisper. Naruto, Jedi don't use intimidation. He doesn't know that, Naruto replied as the alien started to talk before the ship shook before alarms went off. As the Jedi was with Gunray, the Confederate boarding party arrived. With vulture droids attacking the Star Destroyer. 3 Confederate boarding ships breached the hull of the ship and lodged themselves in the Star Destroyer near its hangar bays. The troopers arrived and took cover behind several crates from the battle droids that were being deployed from the boarding craft. In the ensuing crossfire, the droids attacked the overmatched clones with lasers and, in the case of super battle droids, rockets. The advanced clone forces were subsequently defeated. Ventress emerged from one of the boarding ships and quickly stole an arm comlink. Ventress then cuts a hole in one of the vents in the ceiling of the hangar with her lightsabers and proceeds to the engine room. The Dark Acolyte was able to slip past a Treadwell droid that was inspecting the area, and plant several thermal detonators around the Star Destroyer's main reactors before escaping and heading to the detention level to personally confront the Viceroy's captors. Up ahead, Naruto looked to the Padawan. Stay here and guard Gunray. Got it. Naruto, BD, and Breaker went to assist the clone troopers in fighting the droids. Elsewhere, super battle droids marched through one of the Star Destroyer's hallways, engaging 6 troopers. The troopers' numbers were cut in half, but they were saved by the arrival of Naruto and Breaker. The Jedi and the troopers attacked the battle droids and eventually defeated their opponents, leaving the hallway ridden with fallen battle droids. I don't think that was all of it, Naruto said, looking at the droids as BD looked over his shoulder. Trills. Up at the cells, Argius received word that the enemy had been repelled and walked to Barris. Padawan of Fi, may I have a word? Of course, Barris replied, walking over. Suddenly, Ventress cut a hole in the detention level's ceiling and knocked the 2 Senate commandos manning the control station unconscious. The Dark Jedi then confronted the Padawan, and the 2 engaged in a lightsaber duel. Down the ship, while the pair fought, Naruto overheard the lightsaber clashes and quickly headed back for the detention block with Breaker and the remaining clones. Barris called for Argius and the other Senate commandos to open fire on Ventress, but the Dark Acolyte deflected and rebounded the lasers, killing all of the commandos save for Argius. The Senate commando captain himself blocked the reflected shots with his shoulder armor, but Ventress attacked him and force-pushed him toward the control station, knocking him unconscious. Breaking away from dueling Barris, Ventress proceeded to deactivate the laser gate of Gunray's cell. As the Padawan arrived at the Viceroy, Ventress kicked her into the detention cell. Gunray quickly stepped out and reactivated the lasers, trapping Barris. Nevertheless, Naruto arrived at the detention blocks with the clone troopers. "Ah, I'm a little glad it was you," Naruto said as Ventress smirked. As am I. Running to engage Ventress, the Jedi Knight also telekinetically deactivated the laser bars of the cell. Ventress dueled both Jedi at once. Gonna surrender. Ventress just activated the explosives planted in the engine room. Boom. The ship shook under the resulting blast, and as everyone in the room lost their balance, Ventress took the opportunity to force push Naruto to the ground. He rolled aside, avoiding several lightsaber slashes aimed at his head. Although the clone troopers opened fire at the Dark Acolyte, Ventress jumped over them and opened a turbo-lift shaft door with the force. The Dark Acolyte escaped, plunging her lightsabers into the side of the turbo-lift shaft to control her descent. Checking the Star Destroyer's sensors and controls, Argius reported that all systems, including communications, had been disabled from the explosives. While Gunray was taken back to his cell, Naruto decided to face Ventress alone. Naruto, wait. I'll be fine, Barris, she can't resist my charm. Naruto. Following a trail of fallen clone troopers that the Dark Acolyte had left in her wake, Naruto arrived in the engine room. After the Jedi had entered the room, Ventress appeared and slashed at him, defusing a pipe and injuring Naruto's eye. Ah! Naruto then had BD shoot a stim and stuck his neck before steam started coming off his face and he looked at Ventress, his red eye started healing. The Jedi backflipped onto another reactor with Ventress in pursuit. While the two exchanged blows, Naruto looked at the assassin. Don't suppose I could have you switch sides. Tempting. Very tempting. Ventress jumped toward Naruto, and the two continued their fight with renewed force. As the lightsaber battle continued through the reactor room, Ventress and Naruto employed force pushes against each other. After a few moments, both the Jedi and Dark Acolyte released the energy and were pushed backward. Naruto gained his footing and jumped over Ventress, aiming several lightsaber blows before landing behind her. The pair turned back around to face each other, and Ventress lunged at Naruto, but instead of slashing at him, she kicked Naruto off the reactor to the floor far below. As he fell, Ventress jumped up and detached several fuel pipes from the ceiling. Naruto tries to use the force to avoid being crushed by the resulting falling debris, but his leg gets caught under one of the pipes. Taking advantage, Ventress leapt to kill the Jedi, lightsabers spinning. However, Barris arrived in time to force push Ventress into an open pipe. The Padawan freed Naruto as Ventress climbed out of the pipe and, making use of Dooku's training to duel more than one Jedi at once, engaged the two Jedi in simultaneous lightsaber combat. Ventress eventually ascended the large reactors and disappeared. Damn, we gotta stop her, Naruto said as the two jumped up and searched for Ventress, but the Separatist agent instead used her stolen comlink to secretly signal someone to free the Viceroy. At the cells, Argius then turned and killed his men before Breaker turned around. What are you doing? Argius then shot at the clone, forcing him to hide behind a beam as he released Gunray and pulled him out. No, I'll pay you. Shut up. Count Dooku's paying me a fortune for your carcass, so do stay alive. Back with Naruto and Barris, they saw the tread droid stuck before freeing him. Get to the escape pods 327T. The droid beeps before rolling away. Stay alert. General, Argius is helping Gunray escape. Breaker yelled over the comms as Naruto sighed. And it keeps piling on. They then started to run before Naruto turned to slice a pipe that was thrown at them. The two then held their sabers up as Ventress dropped down. They then continued their duel, engaging Ventress in a saber lock. Up ahead, Breaker shot Argius's blaster out of his hand. Surrender. The clone ordered before the captain shoved Gunray at the trooper. Breaker pushed the Viceroy aside, and Argius used the clone's momentary distraction to kick his blaster out of his hand and his helmet off. As Breaker confronted Argius concerning his loyalty to the Republic, the captain then quickly pulled out a knife and sliced the commander's eyes. Ah! Back in the engine room, the two Jedi took turns advancing at Ventress, forcing the Dark Acolyte to give ground. The two Jedi cut through the debris that the Separatist agent force pushed at them, and the Jedi Knight rebounded the last piece back at Ventress. The Dark Acolyte force jumped, avoiding the projectile, and charged at the pair again. As the duel continued, Argius signaled Ventress with his comlink that Gunray had been freed. The Dark Acolyte broke off from her fight with the Jedi and jumped up, propelling herself off a reactor into an overlooking air vent. When they followed, Ventress threw a thermal detonator back at the reactor and escaped as the explosive detonated. Barris fell off the walkway of the engine room, but Naruto caught her and managed to pull her back up. Up at the hangar, Argius and Gunray escaped in the Consular-class cruiser docked in the lower hangar, while Ventress disposed of 2 clone troopers guarding the Star Destroyer's escape pods. Stealing a pod for herself, Ventress departed the ship, and the Jedi arrived too late to prevent her from escaping. With the Star Destroyer still crippled, the Jedi could only watch from one of the Tranquility's viewport windows as the Separatist agents fled with the newly liberated Viceroy Gunray. They then left to let Yoda know of the situation. "Sir, Breaker has been blinded," Naruto heard over his comms. "Damn, okay, take him to Bones, we'll get him looked at to see if he can do anything or I'll pay for cybernetic replacements." "Roger, sir." Ventress docked and walked into the cockpit of the ship and walked up as Argius was talking about how he'll be paid before Ventress stabbed him through the chair. "Greetings, Viceroy," Ventress said as she pulled the dead commando away. "I always had a good feeling about you, assassin," Gunray said, standing up, scared she was going to kill him instead. Viceroy Gunray escapes. En route to Coruscant to stand trial for war crimes, evil Separatist leader Newt Gunray has broken free of his Jedi escort. With the help of Count Dooku's sinister agents, the villainous Viceroy has made a daring getaway. Alerted to the bold prison break, Jedi Master Kit Fisto has traced the stolen ship to a remote system. He meets up with not only his newly promoted Padawan, Nadar Veb, but Naruto and his Padawan, Zulzis, as well, hoping to recapture Gunray and return him to justice. Ellipsis. Vasic System, Planet of Vasic. Kit Fisto in his DELTA-7 came out of hyperspace via a ring he was attached to before unhooking and flew towards the moon he stopped by. Landing on a stone platform, the Master saw he was surrounded by thick fog before stepping out before his astromech droid beeped. "You'll be fine, R6, just keep a lookout for me, okay?" Kid asked before taking steps forward before coming to Naruto, Zul, clones, and a man in a hooded cloak beside a shuttle ship. "Nadar, congratulations on completing the trials. I'm sorry the war prevented me from seeing your training through to the end." "You were missed, Master," Nadar said, taking his hood off, showing he was a fish-like alien. "But it's an honor to serve beside you as a knight." Naruto turned to his Padawan and tapped her on the shoulder. "Why can't you be like that?" "Because he actually likes his master. Always right through the heart, Zul." "Generals," the clone captain said with gray on his armor. "We've pinpointed the beacon at the south end of the gorge." "Allow me to show the way, Master," Nadar said before dropping his cloak, revealing his tan and white robes, turned and threw his hands up, pushing the fog away, and revealed a large door carved in the mountain. "Good job. Let's not keep the Viceroy waiting," Kit said as they all started walking in the door. "Bell, Niner, stay here with the ship just in case someone stops by or we need a quick escape," Naruto said to 2 of the clones who nodded. "Yes, sir." As they walked to the unguarded door, BD scanned it as he and Naruto came up to it. "What's this?" he asked as BD beeped, telling him he scanned a hidden switch. Naruto pressed a carving and it was pushed in, having a regular-size square door open up, having them walk in. Naruto turned on his saber and lit the dark hall up as BD turned his light on as well. "Something feels off," Naruto said before they heard a screech. "Gotta be protecting Gunray or he wouldn't be caught dead in here, he's too much of a coward." "Don't underestimate your opponent, Master," Zul said as Naruto sighed. "I'm regretting teaching you now. You know you love me, Master." They then walked down the hall to a room where they heard Gunray talking to droids from a seat that had its back to them. They walked in and quickly took out the droids before turning the seat around and revealed a hologram of Gunray sitting instead before it went off. "They set a trap," Naruto said, seeing the beacon they followed in the seat. "I apologize for the deception, Master Jedi." They looked to see Dooku was in the chair now via hologram. "You have a great talent for unexpected appearances. It's a shame you came so far only to be frustrated. I'll offer you an alternative prize," Dooku finished before a beacon went off. "Looks like we're the bait to lure someone," Zul said, crossing her arms. Nadar then hit the blinking button, having another door open up before they walked down the hall. As the Jedi and clones walked through the castle, rooms opened along the way, Inside the rooms were statues of Kaleesh warriors, some featuring cybernetics that resembled Grievous. The group finally entered a secret armory and workshop and saw that it belonged to Grievous as there were multiple masks of his around the room. While inspecting Grievous' room, Fisto received a report from Bell and Niner that Grievous' personal starfighter was approaching the castle. Fisto ordered the two clones protecting the shuttle to keep out of sight, while the Republic infiltrators decided to capture Grievous in an attempt to satisfy the dead or alive warrant on the Confederate general. Later, as Grievous entered his castle, the Jedi and clones appeared and surrounded the cyborg general. "Welcome home, General," Kit said as he was in front of the cyborg. "I'm afraid I'll have to ask for your surrender. Cooperate and maybe the Senate will be merciful." "You shall get no mercy." Grievous yelled and activated two of his stolen Jedi lightsabers, and engaged Fisto and Veb in combat. However, as the two Jedi sabers locked with the general, Grievous split his arms and activated two more of his lightsabers. Naruto jumped over and held one arm as Zul did the same to the other. "Fire your cables at Grievous," Kit ordered the clones, who aimed their grappling hooks at the general's legs. As Grievous engaged the Jedi in another saber lock, Fisto used his lightsaber to sever the cyborg's legs. Although crippled, Grievous was able to jump up and hold onto one of the beams attached to the roof. The clones' grappling hooks were still attached to the general, and the troops were able to pull Grievous to the ground. Veb crossed blades with the cyborg, the lightsaber that Grievous was holding spun out of his hand. The general jumped back up, and one of the clones holding the grappling hooks was thrown backward, while the other was pulled toward Grievous. The general batted the dead clone against Fisto, forcing the Jedi Master backward, before throwing the trooper on top of Veb. Grievous' faceplate was damaged from one of the clones' laser shots, and as the general escaped, Veb and several of the troopers gave pursuit. However, Grievous killed two more of the clones before entering the castle's secret command center. Once inside, Grievous reactivated his Magnaguard droid bodyguards and ordered them to lock down the perimeter. With the others, the floor suddenly gave way, revealing a molten incinerator pit before the Jedi jumped over, and Naruto turned to use the Force to catch the clone who didn't act in time, having his legs from the knees down get hit. Ah! Naruto pulled the clone up and had BD throw out a stim and stuck him. "Zul, get him to the shuttle, now." "On it, Master." Zul had the clone's arm over her shoulder and walked him outside. There she saw a Magnaguard droid about to blow their shuttle up before using the Force to throw it and several others off the platform to fall into the fog. Back inside, a door opened up and the Jedi and clone looked as a large beast walked out. It has a pair of curving horns growing from the sides of its head. It also has a long tail and thick skin. As the Jedi and the clone trooper grouped in the middle of a hallway junction, Gore appeared and approached the group. Phil opened fire on the Rogwart, but Fisto's lightsaber was knocked out of his hand. Gore lunged at Phil and the two Jedi, and the three quickly split up, surrounding the creature while Fisto retrieved his weapon. The clone commander directed blaster fire at Gore's neck, and Veb jumped onto the Rogwart, plunging his lightsaber into Gore's back until he was bucked off. The Rogwart swung its tail and seized Phil, batting Veb with the captured clone. Fisto slashed the Rogwart in the head and Naruto sliced his tail, dropping Phil to the ground, who groaned. "BD," Naruto said as BD scanned the clone. "Broken arm, and several ribs." Snapping his fingers, BD shot a stim in the air, having Naruto catch it and stuck Phil. Naruto looked to see Veb severed the creature's tail. The Jedi Master cut off the Rogwart's arms, and as Gore fell to the ground, Fisto killed the Rogwart by driving his lightsaber into the back of the creature's neck. "Get to the shuttle, Phil, you're no good to us injured." "Why do that?" Nadar asked his fellow knight. "They're trusting us with their lives. Their safety and lives of those under our command are more important, and Grievous isn't going anywhere during this war." They all then snuck up to the entrance to the command center, and the Jedi Master tried to figure out the secret mechanism that opened the door. Veb then decided to remain outside of the command center and fight Grievous himself, despite Fisto's protest. Before the Jedi Master could convince Veb otherwise, the door closed, separating Naruto and Kit from Nadar. Inside with Nadar, he quickly eliminated the three Magna Guards but turned to see Grievous with two more of his droid bodyguards. "I've been waiting for this." After eliminating the remaining Magna Guards, Veb engaged the general in lightsaber combat. Inside the control room, Fisto watched as Veb and Grievous engaged in a saber lock. The general took out a blaster with one of his extra arms and shot Nadar to his knees, then beheaded him before stealing his lightsaber. "No. Come on, we gotta go," Naruto said to the master, pulling him away from the screen. They then walked out to the shuttle before Grievous dropped down and confronted the Jedi. But, taking advantage of the moon's foggy atmosphere, the Jedi disappeared into the mist. A confused Grievous spun his lightsabers in a defensive maneuver, and Fisto attacked the general from behind. The two blades locked once more, and Grievous pushed Fisto backward, slashing at the Jedi Master. Fisto was able to avoid the blow, and as he ran forward he severed the hand of the cyborg that held Veb's lightsaber. Catching the weapon of his former Padawan, the Jedi Master used the two lightsabers in combat against his opponent. Naruto jumped out and sliced at Grievous, who turned a blade at him. Kid landed a blow on the general and force-pushed Grievous to the ground. However, as the cyborg got to his feet and continued the duel, three of the general's Magna Guards appeared and advanced toward the Jedi. "I got him!" Naruto yelled, dashing to the droids and attacked with his saber, hitting a staff. He then spun his Shoto to hit them from the back as he turned it in midair. With the Jedi Master surrounded and outnumbered, the general ordered Fisto to surrender. However, Kit's droid, R6, piloted Fisto's fighter to rise to the platform. Fisto backflipped onto his fighter. Naruto then force-pushed Grievous away and got into the shuttle as it started to take off as well. Coruscant. Fisto returned to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant and reported the mission to Masters Yoda and Mace Windu of the Jedi High Council. He also explained Naruto was with the injured clones after finding out the one he saved had lost his legs to pay for replacements. Manhunt. After a long and perilous search, the Jedi finally tracked down the Separatist leader, Count Dooku. During a heroic attempt to capture the Count, Anakin Skywalker has gone missing. Having lost contact with Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Naruto Uzumaki heads toward their friend's last known location, a lone Separatist frigate in the far reaches of the Outer Rim. Vanker System. In space, both Naruto and Obi-Wan are in space suits using thrusters to fly to a ship that's in front of them. They then went to a hatch on top and jumped down before taking off their suits as BD ran out of Naruto's and shook. "Come on buddy," Naruto said, kneeling and having BD run up his arm onto his back. They then ran down a hall into a control port where a B-1 battle droid was at a control panel closing a door before they both dashed in and slid on the floor as the door closed behind them. Standing up, they saw doors before Obi-Wan opened one and saw two Weequay men sitting at a table before quickly closing the door. "Not the man we're looking for," Obi-Wan commented as they walked down several doors and found the room was empty. Walking in, the two knights quickly turned their sabers on as Anakin had jumped down from the ceiling. "Oh, it's you," he said as the Jedi turned their weapons off and Obi-Wan crossed his arms. "This is how you thank us for rescuing you. Pouncing on us from the ceiling. Sight, what am I going to do with you?" Anakin shrugged at that. "Kind of difficult without a," he trailed off as Obi-Wan hands him his lightsaber and Anakin snatches it from him. "Lightsaber. Did you find Dooku?" Naruto asked as they walked out. "He's on board, might have done something if I had my lightsaber. It was important for you to arrive without it, so capturing you would have been easy. How come I'm the one who's caught all the time?" "When you're a Jedi Master, you can make the plans," Obi-Wan said as they continued to walk. "How can I become a master when I'm always getting caught?" Naruto shrugged as he glanced back. "You're a master at getting caught. Very funny." They then walked to the end of the hall to a room where, once getting inside, they saw Dooku meditating. "I thought you two were here," he said, keeping his eyes closed. "I felt an unease in the Force." Suddenly the ship shook as a Star Destroyer started attacking before Dooku opened his eyes, and had a door open under him revealing a hatch to a slide. Anakin jumped over as the other two turned. "What are you doing?" "Following him." Obi-Wan shook his head. "Not that way, we need to cut him off." Anakin then jumped down into the chute after Dooku. "You cut him off, I'll follow him and meet you at the hangar." "Why'd I even try?" Obi-Wan asked with a sigh as the two dashed down the hall. In the chute, Dooku fired Force lightning at Anakin, which the Jedi Knight deflected with his lightsaber, but it made him lose sight of the Count at a junction where he landed on the divider. Down below, Dooku made it to the hangar where an OOM command battle droid reported that his Punwaka 116 class solar sailor was ready for his escape. Naruto and Obi-Wan ran in the hangar, only to see Dooku escape with his FA-4 pilot droid on his solar sailor, alongside an escort of several vulture droids. They then fought their way to a Shethapede-class transport shuttle, which Anakin also boarded. "I thought you were following Dooku," Naruto said as BD ran to stand on the console to look out the windshield. I followed him here." They then flew out after the Sith as Obi-Wan contacted Ahsoka and Rex for backup. They then hit Dooku's ship, having it fly to the planet they're over. "Lucky for you, I'm an excellent shot," Obi-Wan said as they followed before being shot themselves. Anakin tried to control the ship as it started spiraling straight down about to crash. "Lucky for you, I'm an excellent pilot. Who somehow manages to crash like 90% of the time," Naruto yelled as BD got on his back. "Hold on." They went through the atmosphere and crashed on the gravel-like planet beside Dooku's ship. "I've had better landings," Obi-Wan said as they got out of the crash. "At least we lived," Naruto said as he walked to Dooku's ship and saw his pilot was dead. "A homing beacon," Naruto said, seeing a small device and cutting it with his saber before they saw a cave. They then walked to it and used their sabers as light sources before the cave shook and rocks fell. "Run!" Obi-Wan yelled before the rocks hit the ground as Dooku with his hood up walked in, took Anakin's saber that was on the ground, walked to the entrance, and pulled the rocks down to close the Jedi in. He walked out to see Weequay men and women by a large ship that landed before walking up to one who was drinking. He's wearing a helmet, goggles, and a red and blue jacket. He has a white shirt, tan pants, and boots. This is Hondo Onaka. On his shoulder is a red monkey lizard alien. Dooku then walked up to the group who was looking over the ships and fighting each other as Hondo looked at him. "Well, what do we have here?" "Who are you?" Dooku asked as the animal jumped off Hondo and ran around. "More importantly, my friend. Who are you?" Hondo asked before looking at Dooku's ship. "Your solar sailor, it's very beautiful, pretty rare ship. Very expensive, what are you doing all the way out here?" "I sustained some damage in an asteroid storm and had to make a landing. Feel free to help yourself," Dooku replied as Hondo was walking around him before stopping in front of the Sith. "If you need transport, the nearest planet is 6 parsecs away." "Is it civilized?" Dooku asked Hondo. "That depends on your definition of civilized, but you'll be more comfortable there than here. I promise you that." "Perhaps I shall take you up on your offer," Dooku said as they walked to Hondo's ship. Inside the cave, Naruto pushed the rocks away as Anakin looked to see his saber was missing from his belt. "When I tell you to run, run." Anakin turned to Obi-Wan who was dusting himself off. "Master, you're alive." Obi-Wan looked to see Anakin's weapon was missing. "And where's your lightsaber?" "It got knocked out of my hand." "By a rock." Anakin turns to look through the rubble and begins searching for his lightsaber. "Yeah, by a rock. It's got to be here somewhere." "That is a feeble excuse. You know what would be helpful? A little light." Obi-Wan chuckled at that. "Certainly." He then turns on his lightsaber but it sputters and goes out. "Silly thing. It was just working a minute ago." Naruto sighed before lifting his saber to turn it on as BD looked over and had his light on as well. "You don't suppose it was hit by a rock, do you?" They then heard growling before looking up to see 2 animals clinging to the stalactites. They both have light-colored fur, large, bat-themed ears the width of their heads, and 4 arms. Gundarks. They dropped down as Naruto caught one's attention before using the force to calm it down and then reached out with his hand. He then felt the Gundark nuzzle his hand before he started petting it. "Good girl," he said as Obi-Wan tinkered with his saber as Anakin was being chased by the male Gundark as Obi-Wan stood aside and examined his lightsaber. "Jump in anytime." Obi-Wan looks at his lightsaber as Naruto starts scratching the female's stomach. "Oh, you're doing fine. He seems to like you." "Lucky me. This isn't as much fun as it looks. I thought Gundarks were only found on Vancouver." Obi-Wan then takes his lightsaber apart. Then, this system must be Vancouver. Anakin trips and the Gundark grabs him by the ankle and pulls him towards him as he struggles to get, so, that would make these two. Obi-Wan then taps the lightsaber on a rock as Anakin is held upside down in the air by the Gundark. The mother and father of all Gundarks. Precisely. Are you gonna help me? Naruto then used the Force to calm the male down before the cave opened to show Ahsoka and Rex. Looks like I got here just in time, Ahsoka said with a grin as the three walked out. What do you mean, just in time? You were in very big trouble. Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow at that. Trouble? We were simply searching for Count Dooku. Anakin then coughed from the dust. Yeah, we had the situation under control, my little Padawan. Later, the Jedi learned from Yoda that Palpatine and representatives received a message from Hondo concerning a reward for him capturing Count Dooku, and at the suggestion of Padme, the Jedi High Council assigns Naruto, Anakin, and Obi-Wan to meet with the pirates to verify that they do indeed have the Count in custody, agreeing to the condition that they must arrive unarmed. Florum. The Jedi landed in a shuttle at an outpost Hondo used as his HQ before being surrounded by his gang, and they scanned them to make sure they were unarmed. They were then escorted inside the large outpost where they saw multiple tables around with Hondo sitting at a large round one. Gentlemen, he said as BD looked over Naruto's shoulder. Trills boop. Congratulations on your capture of Count Dooku, Naruto said as Hondo pushed a cup to the Jedi, who took it and took a drink. Can we see him? But of course, Hondo said before he had one of his men take him to the cell in the back where Dooku was floating via a stasis pod. How the great Sith Lord has fallen. This place suits you, Count. It wasn't long ago, you were in similar surroundings, Dooku said to Obi-Wan as the three Jedi walked up to him. It's only temporary until you're in one in Coruscant, Naruto said to the Sith. Just know this about the Weequays, they are devious and deceitful, and most importantly, stupid. Obi-Wan started to walk out of the cell at that. It's a wonder you don't get along with them, Dooku. You have so much in common. Naruto then brought up his watch and let Yoda know it was the real Dooku as they walked back outside where they saw the pirates partying, drinking, and dancing. Dooku was held for ransom. After escaping capture by Jedi Knights Naruto Uzumaki, Anakin Skywalker, and Obi-Wan Kenobi, the villainous Count Dooku fell into the clutches of pirates led by the brigand Hondo Onaka. Eager to get custody of Dooku, the Republic agreed to pay Hondo a hefty sum in exchange for the Sith Lord. But Naruto, Anakin, and Obi-Wan had not counted on the treacherous cunning of Onaka and his band. Naruto woke up in a cell tied to Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Dooku with an energy tether. He then remembered tasting something funny in his drink before blacking out. You woke up quite easily, Dooku said as BD stood up over Naruto. And I'm surprised the pirates didn't take him. Yeah, BD might be rare, but he's only an exploration droid. Not much demand for them. Boop. What, it's true, Naruto said to BD, who angrily beeped at him before he turned back to the Count. What made you leave the order? Why do you want to know? Just curious. Got time, as these two will be knocked out for a while. Dooku stared at him for a moment before explaining that the corruption in the Galactic Senate, as well as the traditions of the Jedi, disillusioned him, causing him to voluntarily leave the order and return to his homeworld where he reclaimed his title and heritage as a nobleman. His former peers believed his decision was misguided but still held him in high esteem. Once he finished, the others woke up and concluded that Hondo wanted more money for all four of them before they stood up. In another room, Hondo looked out a window as one of his men walked to him. His man explained they could have possibly gotten a bigger ransom from the Separatists before Hondo shot that down, explaining they would sooner send their droids to take Dooku back. They then walked out where the man plotted with another group to steal the ransom for themselves and leave the gang. With the others, two men came in and unhooked Naruto before taking him out into another cell where Hondo was sitting at a table. Hello there, Hondo. Hello yourself, Uzumaki, Hondo said as Naruto took a seat. I thought you should know, I feel some of your men are going to betray you. Hondo nodded at that. That happens from time to time. Think that they deserve a bigger cut or try to take the money for themselves. And I've gotten reports of separatist spoils of war transports traveling through the Bothawui system. Ah, thank you for that, Uzumaki. You're a kind employer. I tend to help out my informants, Naruto replied leaning back in his seat. And I have been hearing vague rumors that the Zygerians might be trying to rebuild their slave empire. And ever vaguer rumors that a faction of Zygerians who are anti-slavery is forming to combat them. And there's a small separatist fleet seen heading towards the quell. Thanks, Naruto said as Hondo left the Jedi alone in the room. Meanwhile, Jar Jar Binks and Senator Karas fly to the Weequay pirates' lair with a bounty of spice on board as a ransom for Dooku. As they get near, they are shot down. The pilots and Karas die in the resulting crash, and Jar Jar subsequently gets unintentional command of the surviving clone crew. Turk then leads his band to hunt the survivors of the Republic delegation near acid geysers. Jar Jar has the clones jump into a geyser, making the Weequays decide to let the acid kill them. Jar Jar is extremely confident, as the local fauna's behavior determines when a geyser is about to erupt, which ultimately saves the group's lives. Returning to the wreckage of the shuttle, they find that the spice ransom is gone. Though the clones think of waiting for reinforcements, Jar Jar plans to go after the pirates, writing the Scalders to catch up. They intercept and defeat the pirates, and with the spice back in hand, they follow a series of power supply lines straight to the pirate base. With the captives Jedi and Sith, they escaped the cell with Dooku. Dooku used the Force to levitate a knife into the key slot of their holding cell, overriding the locking mechanism. Their escape was short-lived, however, as they were recaptured and chastised by Onaka. Kenobi then used a mind trick to convince their guard to open the door and go get something to drink. The trio made their way, unimpeded, through the halls to the base exterior. Once they reached the exterior of the building, though, they were spotted after tripping an alarm. They ran out and Anakin attempted to pole vault the three over the wall but came up short, all while being shot. While struggling to hang on to the perimeter wall, Hondo came and stood over his prisoners, once again taking them into custody. With Jar Jar and the clones, they find shelter behind an outcropping of rocks, spotted tanks that were sent to destroy them. The commander clone sent Binks to negotiate with them, knowing that the pirates would be distracted by the Gungan. As Binks climbed aboard one of the tanks, he slipped, causing the driver to lose control and send the tank crashing into another, pushing them both into the power lines. This knocked out power to the base and inadvertently freed Anakin and Obi-Wan. Back in the base, Anakin and Obi-Wan were held in the banquet room before the power went out, having the two Jedi quickly recover their weapons and proceed to capture Hondo. Using the Weequay as a shield and hostage, they made their way out of the base to the landing pad where the Twilight was docked. There, Jar Jar and his clones arrived in the remaining commandeered Weequay tank. By the way, Hondo, any more of those Meiluruns left? I ate the ones in my cell. They turn to see Naruto walking out before Naruto sees the situation with the others before speaking. I guess our vacation is over. Vacation? Yeah, Naruto said before seeing a ship fly out. By the way, Hondo, I don't think Dooku will be as kind as we are since we're just leaving. Nothing against you and we don't do the revenge thing. I'll take that to heart, Jedi, Hondo said as the group walked out to their ship and left. The Republic fleet is on the defensive and pushed to the brink. As war rages in the much contested Outer Rim territories, chaos and fear mount as the Separatist army wages an epic battle against heavily outnumbered Republic ships in the far reaches of the Quell system. Naruto Uzumaki and his Padawan Zul race across the galaxy to aid Jedi Knight Ayla Sakura, who is in the midst of a fight for her life as the sinister droid army closes in. Ellipsis. Maelstrom, hyperspace. Get the gunships ready, Naruto ordered at Thrawn, who nodded and hit a button. Naruto ran to the hangar with BD and met with Zul, who was on a gunship that departed as Naruto jumped on. They then flew to see a large battle on another Star Destroyer before flying down while avoiding blast fire. The droids are boarding Ayala's ship. Naruto yelled before super droids flew up and started attacking the pilots of the ships. Protect the ships. He then jumped down onto a droid and pushed his saber through its head before turning it around. Alpha grabbed the pilot of the gunship as he was thrown off before turning to Zul. Hey, kid. I know. I'm hanging on. Naruto used the jetpack to fly to the Star Destroyer and sliced through several droids before dropping in a hole. He then ran through the halls slicing droids as he passed them before seeing Ayla with a group of clones. One having yellow on his armor, as well as one pauldron with binoculars, attacked the helmet. They were joined by Zul and Alpha. "Well, Naruto, how do you plan to get us out of here?" Ayla asked as they started fighting down the hall. "Got a ship docking, but we'll need to be quick," Naruto yelled as they came to a hall filled with droids before taking a right and ran down another hall. Feeling the ship shake as they got to a door, Naruto grabbed BD and threw him to Zul before force pushing the others into turn and see fire coming to them before closing a blast door and then using the force to push back the explosion. Boom! Only for it to blow up and sent him crashing into the door behind him before Zul cut a hole and pulled him in. Alpha took the unconscious Naruto and ran down the hall as a clone closed a door behind them as they got to the ship and undocked. Getting Naruto to a medical bed, they put him on before Ayla called Thrawn on a monitor. "Naruto got hit pretty bad. We must get him on board. Are all Jedi so reckless?" Ayla smiled at that. "Just the good ones." They then started flying towards Naruto's ship before being hit. "What was that?" "Our hyperdrive has been activated. Detach." The pilot pulled the ship down and shot off into hyperspace. "I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we're on a collision with a star," Bly said as he brought up a video of their path showing they would hit a sun. "Shut down all power to reset coordinates. Switching off primary units," Zul said as Ayla was in the back of the cockpit by a console with a square lever. "Ready to shut off auxiliary power. In 3, 2, 1, now." Ayla pulled the lever, having them stop in front of a large sun before the gravity and the momentum pushed them forward. Ayla quickly turned the power back on and barely made it past the sun before flying to the planet that was behind it. "Well, we're not going to crash into the star, but we're definitely going to hit that planet," Zul yelled out as they crashed through the atmosphere and into the planet. Ayala, Zul, Bly, and Alpha got out and looked to the rolling, grassy plains and forested meadows of the planet. Two rookie clones with dirty armor brought Naruto out as BD followed before Alpha looked to the ship. Crackshot, Talon, front, and center. Two more clones jumped out with red and a swirl on their armor. Talon has slide-down binoculars as well as gauntlets on his wrists. Crackshot is in the sniper armor that has multiple accessories on it. Pauldrons, and macro binoculars are built into the visor. And he has a DC-15X sniper rifle on his back as well as a DC-15X carbine rifle. "We need to find help," Ayla said to the others. "Naruto heals fast but he'll probably be out for a while after hitting his head and any damage from the crash. I'll stay here while you all go find help," Alpha said as Zul put on a backpack as BD beeped as he stood beside Naruto while the rookies made a shelter out of the wreckage. "General Sakura," Bly said, handing Ayla a carving of a person fighting a lion with a vulture head under a tree. "We're not alone. I guess we look for large tall trees," Zul said looking at the carving. "Good-eye Padawan," Ayla said as Zul took the carving and put it in her backpack. They then heard noises before everyone but Alpha started jogging off to the nearest tree. A while later as night fell, the group came to the building-sized tree before diving as a seed pod fell. "Who would live here?" Zul asked as Ayla saw drag marks before they followed the marks. "Whoever or whatever found a use for these pods, we'll follow the drag marks." Back at the wreck, Naruto saw a creature that was a large lion with a vulture head before sitting up and quickly brought his blaster out and shot it in the head. "Sir." Naruto groaned as he stood before slowly standing. "I'm fine, I'll need to stay awake for a while though," Naruto said as BD jumped on his back. "Hey buddy, little help." BD shot a stim having Naruto catch it and stuck himself in the arm. Back with the group, they came to a small clearing before they were attacked by the creatures with vulture heads before the clones fought them off. "On your left. Look out." "Ah." After chasing the creatures away, Bly then looked to see one rookie clone who was injured as the rest was killed. "Lucky and Cameron are dead, Flash is still alive though we need him to be a medic fast," Bly said as he saw the clone had a gash on his chest. Morning. The group came to a village of alien lemurs with yellow sclera and all wearing clothes using the seed pods as housing before they walked down as a group of the aliens came to them. One male with a white bead and yellow clothing walked to them. "What have you come here for?" "We are peacekeepers," Jedi for the Galactic Republic. Our ship crashed a few miles from here and two of us, one being the man here, the other at the reek. He's hurt, we need help. Ayla said as the lemur looked at her lightsaber. Violence breeds violence. Jedi are no peacekeepers, only a few in your rank. We're fighting for freedom, Zul said as the alien looked at her. And freedom and peace require fear and death. We colonized this system with help so we could get away from your war. We still need your help. One man here is dying while the other is badly injured. The man sighed as Zul spoke before looking at her. A young male lemur with a red hat walked up. I cannot ignore that. I'll send my son Wag too while the man here gets treatment from us. But one Jedi must remain here. I don't want to be ambushed or my son to be kidnapped. Ayla nodded as Zul, Bly, Talon, and Crackshot ran with Wag, who ran in front before jumping, curled into a ball, and rolled. Later, Ayla was talking to the leader in a hut. I'm sure you are aware that the Jedi did not initiate the Clone Wars. Our only intention is to end it and restore peace. What difference does it make who started the war and who only wants to end it? Violence breeds violence. It takes two to fight. Ayla raises an eyebrow at that. But isn't liberty worth fighting for? But is it worth killing for? Fighting for something doesn't necessarily mean you have to destroy everything in your path. Only when you lay down your arms and pursue a course of nonviolence can you make this claim to me that the Jedi are peacekeepers. Later, Naruto with bandages on his head looked at the village before looking at the leader. Tiwat Ka. Long time no see. Nice to see you too, Naruto. Ayla walked up to her boyfriend at the exchange. Naruto, you know him? Yeah, I brought them here after a mission on their home planet. It's out of the way from the Separatists. And the Republic. T spoke up as Naruto sighed. Not really, we would have asked if you wanted to join with us but wouldn't have forced you. Republic forces in retreat. While rescuing General Ayla Sakura from certain defeat, Naruto Uzumaki has been injured. After a narrow escape, our heroes crash-landed on the remote world of Meriden. Stranded, and with no way to contact the Republic, the Jedi receive medical aid from the peaceful Lurman colonists. But even on this tiny planet, the war threatens to follow the Jedi. Ellipsis. As the Jedi and clones rest, Alpha spots a separatist dropship that descends near the Lurman village. Tiwat Ka goes to meet the newcomers, while the Jedi escape, to avoid the Lurman having to pay the price for their presence. The separatist commander, an overweight Nemodian, walks up to the village. I am General Loke Durd, of the Separatist Alliance. I am Tiwat Ka, leader of this colony. What do you? You are now under the protection of the Separatists Alliance. Loke interrupted the Lurman. I congratulate you on your good fortune. Thank you. T replied as Loke walked to his village. We enjoyed good fortune well before your arrival. Loke then had his droids ransack the village before they came to report there was nothing from the Republic in the village. In the future, we'll conduct surprise inspections to make sure you're not harboring any contraband. The Jedi, with Naruto helping Flash, retreat into the tall grass. Wag 2 sends his friend Tub after them to watch their departure from the planet. I can't figure those villagers not wanting to fight, Bly said as Naruto sighed. They don't want to be in this war. If we force them to do so, we're no better than the Separatist. I still say it's cowardice. Zul complained as Ayla looked at her. Don't underestimate their resolve. A strong belief can be more powerful than any army. Well, we still need a ship, and the only one here belongs to our good leader who just came here, Naruto said as Alpha looked at him. Steal a separatist ship? I'm game. Naruto suddenly turned and threw his Shoto, having the red blade turn in midair and hit a scout droid. He pulled his Shoto back to him as they looked at the tree from earlier. Crackshot, find out where that droid was coming from. Roger, sir. Crackshot ran to the tree and shot his grapnel and pulled himself up before taking out his rifle, placed it on a branch, and looked through the scope. There's a base up ahead. Then I guess that's where we find a ship, Talon said holding his rifle. Don't see any flaws in their security, Crackshot said as the others jumped up. Bly, Alpha, and Talon, go and see if you can find anything, Naruto ordered as the three nodded and dashed off. Crackshot, take any droid that might see them out. On it, Crackshot replied before seeing two droids walking down the path in front of the trio. He put his hand on the trigger before they saw a missile shot in an arch and hit just in front of the droids, having the trio run back as a wave came off the explosion and burned everything but the droids. "Shit," Zool cursed. "It took out every living thing," she said, seeing burned animal skeletons. "Well, let's help the villagers out," Naruto said as they walked to the base. Tub, who had been watching from another tree, sent his carrier butterfly ahead of him to alert Wag-2 that the separatists were on their way back to the village. Night. After nightfall, the Jedi and clones prepared to raid the separatist base, which had been left with only a few guards. Naruto moved some rocks, getting the group in front of him to spread out before they were shot in the head. Naruto looked to see a glint in the tree they were at before seeing Talon stab one with a blade from his gauntlet and pull the droid into the grass. "Okay, Ayla, we got the droids here," Naruto said over his comms. He saw Ayla and Zool ascend the wall, Ayla taking out the droids on the wall while Zool went to open the door, allowing the others to enter. Sneaking into the base's command post, Naruto, Alpha, Bly, and Talon each took out one of the droids manning it. Taking the base's 2 deflector shield generators, they departed in a waiting Shethapede-class transport shuttle. In the stolen shuttle, the Jedi and clones reached the village before Durd and his forces. Having been alerted of the separatists' return the night before, Wag-2 had attempted to persuade his father that they had no choice but to defend themselves, since there were few reasons why the separatists would bother returning to their village other than destruction, but Tiwatka was stubbornly insistent that doing so would destroy their way of life. "What are you doing back here?" T asked the group as Naruto looked at him. "The separatists plan to burn this village to the ground to test their new weapon. Look T, you can stay by your beliefs, but I'll stand by mine in protecting those that can't protect themselves." They then started building a wall with unused pods and put up shield generators in front of the village. "Clankers inbound, sir. 8 minutes out." Alpha came up to Naruto to let him know the army is on its way to them. "Then let's get ready." Durd, deciding to survey the village with his macro binoculars on approach, saw the Jedi and, alarmed, immediately ordered his forces to halt. Unsure as to where the Jedi had come from, Durd decided to order the defoliator to fire immediately. Naruto looked at the army before raising his hand. "Wait for it." He waited until shortly before the cannon's shell impacted in front of the village to have the shield generators activated, which protected the village from the destruction caused by the weapon but alarmed its residents. Now they gotta fight face to face. Clankers inbound. Move out. The Jedi and clones outside of Crackshot, who laid on top of the ship with his rifle, and Flesh, who was resting inside, exited the shield to meet the approaching droids. The first wave was swiftly routed, with the Jedi quickly going through each droid as Talon held 2 pistols fired on ones near him. He then turned to slice the head off a one droid behind him before he continued to fire. Crackshot shot at straggler droids that made it past the wall before he looked to see a large group walking to them. "Sir, another group is coming." As the second wave was attacking, Naruto decided to head for the defoliator and destroy it, while Ayla, Zool, and the clones continued to defend the village. "Stay and protect the village." The droids eventually breached the shield, smashing their way through the wall, and destroyed the first shield generator. Talon ran to the droids, sliced through their heads, and cut into their chest. "They've breached the shield." Crackshot shot several droids from his spot before looking to see Naruto made it to Durd. Suddenly, the other shield generator was destroyed, causing many villagers to panic. Durd was preparing to fire the defoliator again when he was informed of Naruto's approach. Crackshot continued to shoot droids and shot ones near Naruto as well. The tanks fired at the approaching Jedi, but he easily evaded the shots. Naruto quickly defeated the droids guarding Durd before cutting the defoliator's end off, causing the most recently loaded shell to fall onto the ground. "Help!" Durd attempted to flee in a panic, but Naruto pulled him over with the force. "The weapon's been disabled." "Copy that, General." While the Jedi and clones fought the remaining droid forces in the village, Wag-2 and his friends moved to assist them, despite Tiwatka's disapproval. Using farming implements and rope, the young Lurman tied up the droids' feet, before knocking the droids onto the ground. Zool finished the line of droids off with her lightsaber. After the remaining droids had been destroyed, many of the Lurman cheered. Later, after arresting the separatist, Naruto looked to the village before speaking to Wag 2. Thanks. I know it wasn't easy defying your father. I guess we owe you our thanks, T said walking up as star destroyers flew in the sky. But at what cost? I'll personally protect you all and even move you again if it becomes too dangerous, Naruto said, crossing his arms looking up at the sky. Republic Outpost, overrun. The Jedi have lost all contact with the clone security force stationed on the bleak, snow-covered planet of Ordo Plutonia. Naruto Uzumaki and Zul Zis, accompanied by dignitaries from the nearby moon of Pantora, are sent to investigate the disappearance of the clone troopers on the desolate and forbidding landscape. Ellipsis. Ordo Plutonia. Gunships flew down to the snowy ground and opened, revealing Naruto and his Padawan in gray and black snow clothes and goggles with BD on his back before they walked out. Looking back, he saw Alpha and a squad in the cold climate armor that had thermal seals and flaps around the neck, arms, stomach, and legs. Alpha, have the men survey the area and place as many sensor beacons as we can before dark. Roger, sir. As his men got ready, Naruto saw Ryo and a male Pantoran walk out of the other gunship with winter clothes as well as a gray protocol droid. General Uzumaki, the man said as Naruto turned to him. I think it'll be safer to stay on the ship until we see if it's safe, Chairman Cho, Naruto said, crossing his arms. It's nice to see you again, Senator Chuchi. And you as well, General Uzumaki, Ryo said, nodding to the Jedi. I respect your judgment, General Uzumaki, but I will go where I chose. This is sovereign Pantora territory, Kai said as they stopped at the 2. I thought this planet was uninhabited. Zul asked, crossing her arms. And therefore unaligned. Kai looked to the Padawan before speaking. Our moon of Pantora is the only civilization in this system. I'm the one who asked the Senate to protect this planet. This wasteland belongs to us. That's for the Senate to decide, not you, Naruto said as Kai glanced at Ryo. But the Jedi report to the Senate, and that happens to be Senator Chuchi of Pantora. Ryo then walked up to Naruto. I'm afraid, technically speaking, the chairman is correct. Due to it being uninhabited, the moon of Pantora reserves the right to continue as its protectorate. Point taken, Senator. Stay with my Padawan while I make sure the base is safe, Naruto said before walking to the door in the mountain and opening the door. And revealed that it was empty with clone helmets on spears. It must be separatists, Kai said as Naruto looked over his shoulder. Then where's the droid bodies? No, I think this is something different. They then walked up to the command area and saw dead clones. The computer's untouched. That's the first thing they'll get on to send out a fake signal that everything's alright. Sir, we've scouted a droid base nearby, Alpha said walking up to Naruto. Then we'll go check it out then. Later, Naruto, Zul, Alpha, and a couple of other clones rode in larger red painted bikes. It has 2 sets of landing gear and an integrated windscreen. They then came up to a small building and walked out, Naruto and Zul having half masks covering the lower part of their faces. They saw droid heads on spikes as well before walking in and saw headless droids in firing position. There are large footprints here. Zul yelled as BD jumped off of Naruto, ran over, and scanned it. Whatcha got, buddy? Naruto asked BD, who ran over and had a hologram come up. Talls? Naruto asked as a creature came up in the hologram. He's bipedal, standing at 2.5 meters tall. He's bulky and covered head to toe in thick white fur. He also has 4 eyes. He has a small proboscis, extremely large hands, and a set of sharp-clawed talons. What, Master? It looks like this place isn't uninhabited. In the other base, Kai was ordering the clones to take the bodies away as Ryo looked around. Why do you think this was separatists, Chairman Cho? She asked. Isn't this carnage enough? No, like General Uzumaki said, there's no droid bodies, no blaster marks, I've seen that. There's nothing of the sort here. So you're an expert on war now? No, but I've seen droids fighting not too long ago. This doesn't match. Let me tell you something, Senator. I have led our people since before you were born. I've seen 100 planets rise and fall through the force of arms. If it's not the separatists out there, then it is an aggressive and malevolent enemy nonetheless, and I will not let whoever it jeopardizes the security of the people of Pantora. Kai said walking to the elevator. If the Jedi discover the Separatists aren't behind this, then there's a chance for a peaceful solution. Senator, I am willing to fight and die for my people. It's time to ask yourself if you are brave enough to do the same. It takes courage to make peace, Chairman, or we're no different from the Separatists, Ryo said as the door closed on the chairman. Naruto, and Zool. In a canyon, Naruto saw something on a ridge before pulling binoculars out and looked through them. And saw a glint. There's a glint on that ridge. There's another one over here, Master. I guess they know we're coming, Naruto said before they got on their bikes and left. Missing Tals watching them from the top of the canyon. Going to the end they came across huts on the ledge after crossing a rock bridge and saw Tals on alien lizards. Steady, Zool, they're just curious, Naruto said, walking up to the aliens that took them to a hut where they saw one Tals who started speaking. Naruto tried to speak to them before Zool drew a picture depicting two individuals shaking hands as a sign of peace. The Tals understood what Zool was trying to say, and agreed to a meeting to discuss peace with the Republic and hugged Naruto before they left. Going back to the base they saw Kai and Ryo walking in the hangar. What did you find out? That people are inhabiting the planet, Naruto said to the chairman who raised an eyebrow. That's impossible. Our people have spent time there over the long history of Pantora, they're trespassing. They're not advanced enough for that, Naruto said, crossing his arms. The Tals probably stuck to the canyon and your people just missed them. Whoever they are, they belong to us. Kai said as Naruto raised an eyebrow. Careful, that sounds like slaver talk. And you're already walking on thin ice with me. Now that there are lifeforms here, the Senate will decide on how to proceed. They're savages. Look at what they did to your troops. They attacked the droids while my men just got caught in the middle. The Tals just want to be left alone. Naruto said as Kai looked to Alpha who was behind Naruto. Captain Alpha, prepare your troops for battle. You don't order my men. Plus we would need to wait for the Senate now. If there's a chance for a peaceful solution I'm taking it. Naruto said as the clones looked at them and didn't move. He's right, Chairman. We only take orders from General Uzumaki or the one he gives leadership to for a mission. They want peace. I've arranged a meeting between them and you, Senator, Naruto said to Ryo before Kai yelled. No, we need to attack. The clones then reached for their weapons as Naruto looked at the chairman. And I'm in charge of this mission now. We are talking. Kai suddenly grabbed Ryo and pulled a pistol on her as the clones followed suit. Before anything could be done, Ryo pulled a small blaster from her coat and shot Kai in the foot, having him yell out, "Let her go," and had Naruto stab him in the chest with his saber before turning it off. Naruto looked to Ryo who was shaking before holding her by the shoulders. It's okay, Ryo, he tried to kill you. After talking to her to calm her down, she went to inform the Pantoran government about what transpired before they went back to the camp and saw a group of Tals with the leader Naruto talked to at his hut. They walked in and Naruto bowed to the leader. As promised, we're here to talk, Naruto said before looking at the protocol droid. Can you translate? Of course, the robot replied before walking up as the leader spoke. Chief T-Sen welcomes you into his home. Ryo then walked up and started to speak. We shall leave Ordo Plutonia under the watchful eyes of the Tals from this day forth, and recognize your sovereignty as a free and equal people, Ryo said before everyone bowed. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Naruto was reading a new scroll from Tsunade before reaching for a glass and took a drink before spitting it out as he looked at the last sentence. Clan Restoration Act. Later, he was explaining what he just read to Yoda and Ayla in Yoda's chambers. Multiple wives, you must take. Sigh, yeah. Not too strange here either, Yoda said. Come across many that have that practice, I have. Naruto looked at his girlfriend at that. You alright? Ayla sighed as she laid her head on his shoulder. I'll admit it will take some getting used to having to share you, though maybe now your stamina will meet its match. Naruto smiled and kissed her forehead before turning to Yoda. I have also made headway in finding a way back home. I should be done in a month or so. Good, good, Yoda said before the two knights left. The Maelstrom. Naruto was talking to Thrawn with Zool about Ryloth. We're making headway, sir. I think we might be able to free Ryloth. That's great, Naruto commented before walking to the hangar and saw two clones at a crate. I see our newest recruit has arrived, he said as Fordo and Alpha walked over. Recruit? One clone asked before the crate opened, revealing Bats with a fixed head and now crimson red with a white swirl on his chest. Bats reporting for duty, Bats said, saluting. Welcome aboard, Bats, Naruto said, saluting the droid as Fordo turned to Alpha. I never thought I would be fighting alongside a clanker. Alpha glanced over to Fordo before speaking. Things are always interesting with Naruto around. True though, what's next to join us, a vicious alien beast of some kind? Alpha laughs at that. Knowing the general, I wouldn't be surprised. Hell, my credits are on a ranker. A week later, Ryloth. The rogue shadow dropped down by a cave where Chom was waiting before Juno walked out with a crate on a hover lift. Here's the next shipment. Thanks, Juno, Chom replied before opening the crate of supplies and seeing a piece of paper. Picking it up, he read Naruto explaining that the Republic forces are on their way and will arrive in the next few days. Planet Ryloth invaded. Subjected to a brutal droid occupation, the people of Ryloth are starving under the blockade of a separatist fleet. Evil separatist leader Wat Tambor now rules with an iron fist. Answering a plea from the Senate, the Grand Army of the Republic mounts a bold offensive to liberate the system. It is up to Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan Ahsoka to make way for Obi-Wan and Naruto's ground assault. Ellipsis. The Resolute. Ahsoka was getting ready in her Delta 7 with a gold and black astromech droid. This is my first time commanding a Squadron R7. Let's make a good impression. Trills. Of course, I'm not nervous. Hey, Snips. Ahsoka looked to see Anakin was walking toward her. This is it, your first command. Don't be nervous. I wish everyone would stop saying that. The men you're commanding are depending on you with their lives. Thanks, she said sarcastically. That takes the pressure off. If I wasn't nervous before, I sure am now. Trust me, I have faith in you. I wouldn't send you out there if I didn't think you couldn't handle it. Anakin said before walking away. May the Force be with you. I won't let you down, she said as the cockpit closed. Ahsoka then flies out of the hangar and charges the Separatist blockade, leading a squad of clones. After cutting a path to the lead Separatist ship, Ahsoka advances with her group. However, 4 more frigates suddenly jump out of hyperspace and join the blockade. Admiral Yularen and Anakin both order Ahsoka back to the ship, but she continues pushing forward. After one clone ship blows up from a vulture droid, Ahsoka finally obeys orders and turns back, but the vulture droids begin to sacrifice themselves, ramming themselves into the Resolute. One droid heads for the cruiser's bridge and Admiral Yularen is severely injured. After losing another clone as well, Ahsoka and what remains of her squadron make it back to the Resolute. The Redeemer is too damaged to retreat and falls apart, but the Defender and the Resolute manage to jump to hyperspace. In hyperspace, Ahsoka sat on her ship as Anakin walked to her. Ahsoka, I'm very disappointed in you. You not only disobeyed the Admiral but you disobeyed me. But I thought I could take out the ships so when Master Obi-Wan and Naruto arrived, they could get through. I know you meant well, Snips, but there's a bigger picture you're not aware of, the first rule of war, listen and obey your superiors. But sometimes you get carried away, Ahsoka said while standing up. Anakin placed a hand on her shoulder at that. That just means I know what you're going through. It was a trap, Snips, it wasn't your fault. I lost so many of my pilots. Take heart, little one, that's the reality of command. General, we're approaching our staging area. Looking over his shoulder at Rex, Anakin nodded. Very good, Captain. Master Windu has requested a report on our progress. Haven't made any, Anakin said with a sigh. I'll tell him, sir. No, I'll tell him myself, Anakin said, stopping Rex. As soon as we tend to the wounded, give me a damage report. Anakin finished as Ahsoka left. Anakin then left to report his losses to Mace Windu and Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan reminds Anakin to give his Padawan time to recover, but that he will need her help to complete the mission, and they give Anakin one planetary rotation to breach the blockade or they'll have to postpone the invasion. Anakin stresses that the Twi'lek people can't wait much longer, and the invasion must go on. In the med bay, Ahsoka sits with an unconscious Admiral Yularen, and mournfully apologizes for her failure. Rex then calls her away to Anakin, whom she finds in the hangar bay, repairing her starfighter with the help of R2-D2. Anakin tells her they need to proceed with their attack on the blockade. But we can't. Anakin turned to her as he stood up from ratcheting something on her ship. Ahsoka, we have to break that blockade. The Twi'leks are depending on us. I understand that, Master, but we lost so many men. Did we get more support? No, Anakin replied, looking at another part of her ship. We have to make do with the men we have left. And come up with a plan. You don't even have a plan. Ahsoka yelled at Anakin. Don't worry, Ahsoka. No, that's what you said last time, and now everyone's gone. My whole squadron. Ahsoka, Anakin yelled, turning to his Padawan. We can't just smash through that blockade. Anakin stared at her before his comlink beeps, and he answers it without breaking his stare with Ahsoka. Skywalker here. General, the Defender is contacting us. There seems to be a problem. Rex said over the comms. All right, Rex, I'll be right there. He said before looking at Ahsoka. Go back to your quarters and cool off. We'll finish this talk later. Anakin decides to go into battle with just himself and R2-D2 in the Defender before going to a small ship where he gives Ahsoka, who was in the hangar, in charge. After getting everything ready, Anakin went into hyperspace and returned to the blockade. He hails Captain Took, offering to surrender himself and his vessel in exchange for safe passage of food and medical supplies to the people of Ryloth. Ahsoka details the battle plan after Anakin's collision with the battleship. She intends to tilt the Resolute in a maneuver away from the frigates, using it as a screen to launch fighters that would then defeat the remaining ships. The navigation officer is doubtful and suggests taking time to come up with a better plan. Ahsoka asserts that these are her orders and that Anakin is counting on her, but then corrects herself and says that he is counting on them. Admiral Yularen returns to the bridge and supports Ahsoka, giving her much-needed confidence. A battle droid reports to Captain Took that scans of the Defender reveal it to be heavily damaged, with all power diverted to the forward shields, but there is only one life form aboard. Took realizes Anakin's deception, and the Resolute emerges from hyperspace. Anakin heads the Defender straight for the Separatist flagship. Ahsoka heads off to command the fighter squadron, leaving Rex and Admiral Yularen in charge of the Resolute. Anakin leaves the Defender with R2-D2 and boards an escape pod. Captain Took orders all cannons to fire at the Defender, but it is already too close, and he escapes from the ship. The Defender pierces the center sphere of the battleship. The Resolute moves into position as Ahsoka leads a squadron of Y-wing starfighters toward the blockade. The battle droids, leaderless and confused, manage to order a basic attack on the Resolute, but the Republic Y-wings and V-19 Torrents manage to rip apart the remaining ships in the blockade. Following this, 3 Acclamator-class transgalactic military assault ships carrying Obi-Wan, Mace Windu, and their troops emerge from hyperspace. Obi-Wan contacts Ahsoka, Riley commenting on the state of Anakin's invasion fleet, and Rex dispatches a shuttle to pick up Anakin's escape pod. Invasion. Separatist leader Wat Tambor has taken control of the planet Ryloth and subjugates its people through a brutal droid occupation. In a daring surprise attack, Jedi Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, defeated the space blockade guarding the planet. Now, Jedi Generals Mace Windu, Naruto Uzumaki, and Obi-Wan Kenobi lead a massive invasion to liberate the starving people. Ryloth, Dawn. Naruto Zul, Alpha, and a group of their clones landed in a gunship in a forest with Obi-Wan and his group before running through the trees and came up to a gate for a ravine before they were fired on by droids in the towers with holes in them. The two groups fought their way up to rocks just in front of the walls. Naruto and 2 of his clones at the one on their right, Obi-Wan, and 2 of his on the left. Take him out, Obi-Wan yelled as one clone from each side threw a grenade up. Only for them to fall just before hitting the towers. Can't get past the wall. Throw again, Obi-Wan and I will help, Naruto ordered, and as the clones threw another, the Jedi used the Force to toss the grenades in the towers and had the droids fall from the EMP. The groups then ran through the gate and saw a small empty village in the Raven. Let's scout ahead, Naruto said as he looked at 2 of his clones. Knockout, Hound, you're with me. Zul, stay with Alpha. Got it, Master, Zul replied, crossing her arms as Cody looked to 2 clones in his group. Waxer, Boyle, go with them. Yes, sir, yes, sir. The five then started walking with Cody having two more clones follow before walking down the ravine to where it split off. Knockout, Hound, we'll go south. Waxer, Boyle, you two go with them, Cody said as they nodded before the group split. Naruto and his group walked down the empty street and houses with the clones wondering where the Twi'leks were before Naruto heard something. Walking down an alley, Naruto and the clones come up to a young Twi'lek girl with teal skin and is wearing a brown dress and sandals. Hey, little one, Naruto said crouching down as the girl hid behind a trash can as the clones walked over. It's all right, Naruto said before reaching out and spoke in her language. We're here to help. She slowly walked up as Naruto pulled out an energy bar and gave it to her while BD looked over Naruto's shoulder. We've got a mission to finish, sir. We'll take her with us, Naruto said as he held his hand out to the girl. She took it and walked out with Naruto before she looked at the clones. Nara. Naruto then looked up to see a recon droid before Hound shot it down. Good work. Thanks, sir. The girl then started speaking and pulled on Naruto towards the road. She wants us to follow her. After walking for several minutes, they came to a house with an open door before going in and saw it was destroyed as the girl looked at a hole. Naruto saw Waxer pick up a squeaky doll and give it to the Twi'lek who took it and started to cry. Naruto picked the girl up and held her as BD looked at her as well. Boop. After several minutes, they walked out and saw two large reptilian, insect animals that are 2 meters tall. Well, shoot, Naruto said watching his language before the 4 clones started firing as they ran to the house and closed the door. I've got the door. Naruto said let the girl down and use the force on the door. The girl pushed a rug away and showed a hidden door that leads to a tunnel before the group jumped down as the animals got in via a large hole. With Obi-Wan and Zool. As Obi-Wan, Zool, Cody, and their troopers moved their positions forward, they came under attack by a herd of animals, which attacked. Look out! Go for the eyes! Behind you! The troops fired at the animals as they ran up and killed several clones. Obi-Wan then held his hands out and used a mind trick to lure them away from his troopers and trap them in an alleyway as the clones shot a stone bridge over them. They then got ready as a manhole cover opened up before Waxer, Boyle, Knockout and Hound walked out with Naruto behind them holding the girl on his hip. What did we miss? Obi-Wan looked at the girl who closed her eyes and tried to hide on Naruto. Hello, little one. She showed us the way here, Naruto said looking at the girl as Obi-Wan spoke in her language and she replied. She can take us to the hostages with the tunnels. Cody, Alpha, we're going to need a diversion. Later, they made their way to a building with cells where they destroyed droids before seeing one cleaning a cell floor before Naruto spoke. You know, if you're willing to surrender and be slightly reprogrammed, you could join me and make a positive impact. The droid then stands and throws the sponge to the ground. Sign me up to get out of cleaning up this filth. Naruto, Zool, Obi-Wan, Knockout, Hound, Waxer, and Boyle ran out to see Twi'leks tied up in a hole before running to free the Twi'lek prisoners. After Obi-Wan frees the prisoners, Numa is reunited with her uncle, Nilam Brill. However, a battle droid reports the rescue attempt, and Texas 20 turns his AAT around. Naruto and Zool deflect blasts as Obi-Wan takes control of a proton cannon, and with the help of Waxer and Boyle, he manages to destroy the other cannons. Boom. However, a blast from the tactical droid tank destroys their cannon and knocks the 3 to the ground. Numa runs to her clone friends and huddles close to Naruto. Stay behind me, Numa. The tactical droid targets Naruto and Numa, laughing evilly. Incensed by the threat to Numa, the Twi'leks rush out of hiding, swarm over the tank and tear the droid to pieces with their bare hands. Does not compute. Does not compute. The Acclamator transports then lands, and Mace Windu commends the Jedi on their victory. Now, we must free the capital of Lasu and free this world. Waxer, Boyle, Knockout, and Hound then say goodbye to Numa. As the army heads toward the capital, Numa calls out to them, Nara. She's saying, brother, Naruto said smiling. The clones turn and wave back at Numa, before moving out toward the sun, intent on freeing this world. Republic victory is at hand. Clone troopers under the command of the Jedi have successfully invaded the separatist-occupied world of Ryloth. Anakin Skywalker battles the enemy in the skies, while Obi-Wan Kenobi, Naruto Uzumaki, and his Padawan free villages from the grip of vile separatist leader, Wat Tambor. Now, Jedi General Mace Windu leads the attack on the enemy lines in the final offensive to liberate the capital city of Lasu. Ryloth. Naruto and Mace with their clones are walking along a cliffside path with AT walkers, and several AATs ambush them. The tanks incapacitate the first walker in the line and then target the rear walkers, seeking to trap and destroy the Republic forces. Mace saves the gunner, and then Commander Pons comes up to him and informs Windu that they're pinned down. "Stay down, we'll clear the road." Naruto ordered Alpha as he and Mace went to the downed walkers and used the force to push them off the cliff. "All yours, generals." Naruto looked to see two clones, one in Mace's troop and the other his run-up in the mechanical legged vehicle. It's 3.2 meters tall and 2.9 meters long, with a saddle-like seat for a single driver and an open cockpit, and has a nose-mounted repeating blaster cannon and mortar launcher. He and Windu got on and ran with a group of clones to the clone tanks firing at them. They quickly took out the droids in the area as Naruto and Windu shot at them with their walkers. Naruto saw the clones throwing grenades at the tanks and disabling the weapons on top and started attacking the droids as Naruto and Windu looked to Alpha and Windu's clone Commander Pons. "How many men did we lose?" Windu asked as they got off the walkers. 32, I think. Pons replied, taking his helmet off revealing he's bald. "Including 3 walkers." He finished as BD looked over Naruto's shoulder. "Good news, General Kenobi and Commander Ziss have broken their lines," he said as they walked around not noticing a recon droid watching from a downed tank. Lasu, Wat Tambor. Watching the stream at his command center in Lasu, Amir Wat Tambor confers with his tactical droid. "The Republic is progressing faster than I expected. I calculate they will reach the main gates by morning. I recommend a retreat." "I do not retreat. The Jedi do not have the troops to take this city," Tambor said to the droid. "Bring our units inside the wall and secure the bridge." Naruto, and Mace Windu, conference room inside AT-Tay. In a holographic conference aboard Windu's lead AT-Tay, the two looked to Palpatine, Yoda, Orn Free-Taa, and Anakin via hologram, before Palpatine looked to Anakin. "What's your progress, Skywalker?" "My fighters have secured control of the space around Ryloth. We have the Separatist cruisers on the run." Palpatine nodded at that as Mace brought up a city. "Very good, General Skywalker. Master Kenobi has taken the Jishuan Desert, so the southern hemisphere is ours." "Then, it's almost over," Ta stated as Naruto shook his head as BD tilted his head while he stood on the console. "Not yet. The key position is the capital of Lasu. My spies are certain the Separatist leader Wat Tambor has his command center there." Yoda then looked up at them before speaking. "When we take the city we have, capture Tambor we must." Naruto sighed at that. "It's not going to be easy, Master. Tambor has chosen his stronghold well," he said bringing up a hologram of Lasu with a force field bridge over a gorge. "That's the only way out. I'm afraid a siege could drag on indefinitely," Palpatine said sitting in his chair as Ta looked at him. "My people have suffered so much already." "A plan you have, to take the bridge?" Yoda asked the two Jedi as Mace looked to Naruto who spoke. "With our forces stretched so thinly I'm gonna enlist the help of the freedom fighters led by my friend Chom Syndulla. His fight against the droids has made him a symbol of freedom for the people." Chom Syndulla, Palpatine said, looking at Naruto before continuing, "was a radical before the war. He is very unpredictable." Ta then spoke up. "He can't be trusted. I know Syndulla seeks to gain power. We were political rivals. You deal with the politics, we'll deal with saving Ryloth," Naruto said to the two before Palpatine spoke. "Maybe we could send reinforcements." "There are none available," Thrawn said, coming up on the hologram. "I've thought of that in case Chom wouldn't be able to help. Any available forces are too far away and we're spread thin at the moment with those closest." Naruto then looked to the others before speaking. "I'll take Mace on the walkers to where Chom is hiding at the moment. I won't say where in case this transmission's been tapped. Lasu." Meanwhile, Count Dooku via hologram informs Tambor that his tactical droid has informed him of the pitiful job he has done. Tamber insists that the droid has exaggerated, and asserts that he has not lost. Dooku crosses his arms and states that Tamber is no match for Naruto, let alone Windu, and orders him to retreat with what valuables he can and destroy everything else. Tamber is rather alarmed, but Dooku explains, Ryloth's fate will demonstrate to the galaxy the cost of a Republic victory. Before turning the transmission off, Ta-175 notifies Tamber that their bombers are ready for launch and states he will ready Tamber's ship for evacuation. However, Tamber is not yet ready to leave. Naruto and Mace. Naruto stopped outside Chom's hideout under a wrecked C-9979 landing craft. Two Twi'leks guards looked at them before Naruto walked inside with Mace. After walking through the tunnel, BD used his light for them and came to a large cave where BD dropped down when Naruto saw Chom's daughter run up and started chasing BD around with other kids. Meeting up with Chom and explaining the situation, he offers them some food and drinks as a group of Twi'leks gave a show with dancing. Chom explains that he doesn't trust Senator Ta. Even though the clone troopers will stay for a while after the war to ensure security and keep the peace, Chom insists that another armed occupation is not a free Ryloth. Suddenly, Alpha came up on Naruto's comlink and explains that he and Pons lead the troops and the ATTEs to a village where they plan to spare some of their rations to the hungry Twi'lek women and children in the village, but the village is suddenly blasted to bits by bombers. After a moment, Chom looked to Naruto. Make the arrangements, I will speak to Senator Ta. Naruto and Mace then walk with Chom into a small room of the cave where they brought up the senator in a hologram. Senator Ta, so glad you could join us from comfortable Coruscant, Chom said to the senator who turned to him. Our people have survived with only me. I knew you would try to turn this into a campaign to take power. Need I remind you that it is I, who leads our people in the Senate. And it is I who leads our people here and now. Chom yelled before Mace spoke up. There will be nothing left to lead if you two refuse to work together. Suddenly, Anakin spoke up on the comlink. General Windu, do you copy? I hear you, Skywalker. My fighters are taking out the bombers as fast as they can, Master Windu, but there are just too many. I doubt we can stop them all. Destroy the bombers and then meet us at the capital, Naruto said as he heard Anakin continuing to engage the bombers with assistance from Ahsoka. With assistance from Mace, Chom and Ta finally reach an agreement. Ta will not let Ryloth fall to another armed occupation, while Chom promises he will not seek power, and rallies his men. Lasu. A force field bridge is suddenly turned off, having a lone B-1 droid fall to the crevice underneath it. Meanwhile, other battle droids escort the civilians of Lasu to the outer wall to slow the coming Jedi down. Up on the hill, the Jedi and Chom discover this. They spot two MTTs making their way toward the city. Tamber's still there, Mace said as Naruto was looking through binoculars and saw tents outside the city walls. How are we going to attack with my people there? Chom asked looking back at Mace. Get control of that downed bridge and we win, Naruto said before Chom turned back to the MTTs. My spies say that those transports are filled with stolen treasure. Then that's our way in. Alpha, you're in charge of the troops. Naruto said to Alpha, who nodded. Roger, I'll have our sniper teams ready for when you get the bridge on and the hostages are safe. They then intercept the convoy with Mace, and two of his clones slice a battle droid on a staff and enter the rear transport, while Naruto and two of his clones do the same to the one on the front. As Chom prepares to lead the attack, Mace and Naruto order Alpha and Pons to create a diversion and get their squadrons ready. The plasma bridge is activated for the transports, and they begin to cross. Tamber prepares to leave with the last of the treasures he stole. However, the battle droids scan the transports, and they pick up an anomaly in them. As the droids open the transport's doors, the Jedi and the troopers exit the transport and destroy the battle droids, while the Republic forces begin to open fire. Naruto saw the bridge start to flicker before yelling out. The bridge is deactivating. Move. Naruto and Mace use the Force to push their clones across. They then use STAPs that were escorting the MTTs to get to the other side, and battle droids begin to attack the group. Get to the building, Naruto yelled, blocking a blast as Chom began his charge. Mace takes out an entire droid squad and a tank on his own, while two clones get the bridge up just in time for Chom, Alpha, Pons, and their forces to cross. The citizens of Lasu wave happily at the passing freedom fighters. "We'll get Tamber, you take the droids," Mace ordered as he and Naruto ran inside. They then came to the Separatist as his ship left without him as Naruto saw Anakin and Ahsoka attacking the bombers that were flying towards the city as Chom ran in. Wat Tamber turned to Chom. "What are your terms for surrender?" "They are unconditional." Tamber then pauses in disgust. "Agreed. I thank you, Master Jedi, Naruto. Today, all of Ryloth thanks you," Chom said looking at the two Jedi. "All of you earned your freedom today," Mace said as the rebellion force ran in. Later, Chom and Senator Ta waved to the people in a parade with both the freedom fighters, Jedi, and the clone forces watching in satisfaction. Jedi trapped on Felucia. Clones are surrounded by droid forces. Their only hope is to escape on Republic gunships waiting to land on the embattled surface. Jedi cruisers have managed to blow a hole in the droid defenses, and have sent gunships to the rescue. Felucia. Naruto blocked strikes from a very large army of battle droids that came from the planet's large plant life before he ordered his men to retreat. He then overheard Anakin, who was with Obi-Wan, order Ahsoka to retreat as well since she was at another battlefield. She ignored the order thinking they could handle the army, only for Anakin and Obi-Wan to fly to her position and force her on their gunship as her tanks were destroyed. Coruscant Jedi Council. Ahsoka and Anakin stood in front of the council as they went over her actions on Felucia. Padawan Ahsoka, do you feel Master Kenobi's description of the incident is accurate? Ahsoka nodded at that. Yes, my masters. More to add, do you? Yoda the Padawan, who turned to him. I know I was wrong. I just got so caught up in my success. I didn't look at the battle as a whole. I wasn't being disobedient. I just forgot. Anakin then spoke up to the council. Masters, this incident is my responsibility. Because of Ahsoka's advanced abilities, I forgot how young she is. I gave her more freedom than I should have. That may be, but it doesn't excuse what happened on Felucia. I think she needs some time away from the battlefield. On archive security, reflect on your actions you can, Padawan, Yoda said pointing at Ahsoka. Ahsoka then looked down at that. Guard duty. For how long? Mace Windu leaned back in his seat before he spoke. Longer now. Jedi Library. Anakin walked Ahsoka into the library where she saw it's a two-story chamber consisting of holobook shelves known and data rooms filled with computers. Arranged into 4 long halls that all met in a large rotunda in the center, each of the halls had a central aisle that ran its length, with several tables topped with computer terminals that were linked to the main index catalog. Amongst the 4 main aisles were bronzium sculptures of some of the most famous Jedi Masters known to the Order, and on each pedestal rested a plaque describing the great acts of the displayed Master. I'm sorry I let you down, Ahsoka said, breaking the silence as they walked to the rotunda where an elderly fair-skinned woman in tan robes was working. I know, Anakin said as they got to the rotunda. I was a Padawan not that long ago. He then looked to the woman and spoke to get her attention. Madam Jocasta Nu, this is Ahsoka Tano. She is to be your new security officer. Hello, madam, Ahsoka greeted with a wave. So good to meet you, Jocasta said as Anakin left. Let's show you around. She took Ahsoka on a tour of the archives. There is more knowledge here than anywhere else in the galaxy. Master Kenobi says there are even texts here that are forbidden to be read. Well, the archives holds a great many secrets, 'tis true, Jocasta said as they passed several Jedi who was looking for information on a subject before coming to a circular door at the end of the room. Beyond this door lies the Holocron Vault. The Holocrons contain the most closely guarded secrets of the Jedi Order. Jocasta said as Kit Fisto walked to it holding a holocron. Good morning, Master Fisto. She greeted the master, who nodded to her with a smile before waving his hand over the pad and walked in when the door opened. Can we go inside? Ahsoka asked, hands behind her back. Oh, I'm afraid not, my dear. I haven't been inside myself for years. Only members of the Jedi Council are allowed access. Guarding the holocrons is one of the most important duties a Jedi can be given, Ahsoka. Do you think you're up to the task? Definitely. Coruscant Underworld. A humanoid male alien with red eyes looked out the window of his dimly lit room. He has hoses on his cheeks and is wearing a wide brim hat, a brown trench coat with gauntlets on, and fingerless gloves with black pants and boots. He also has 2 blaster pistols on each waist. This is Cad Bane, a bounty hunter. Excuse the interruption. Looking back, Cad saw a hologram of Sidious on his desk before walking over. As I was saying, bounty hunter, I require your services. I'm listening. I need a Jedi holocron. To get a holocron, I'd have to break into the Jedi Temple. It's impossible, not to mention deadly. Cad said, sitting down and bringing his feet up on the desk. Perhaps your reputation has been exaggerated. I want a rogue-class starfighter with elite weapons, cloaking devices, and the works. Oh, and triple my usual rate. Your price is of no concern. I will also provide you with the means to get inside the temple. Sidious said, folding his hands in his sleeves. Cad smirked at that. You've got a deal. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. In a conference room, Naruto stood with Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Yoda talking about the battle on Felucia. The setback at Felucia has affected our efforts in the whole sector, Obi-Wan said, bringing a hand to his chin. It'll take weeks before Obi-Wan stopped as the 3 looked to Yoda, who had closed his eyes. Naruto then spoke up after a moment. Master Yoda, what is it? A disturbance in the Force. Intruders there will be in this temple. Cad Bane's room. Cad Bane was kneeling, putting a chip in a small techno-service droid. You know, if you would just tell me what it is you're doing back there, I could probably be of some assistance. Cad sighed at that as he put the last chip in the droid's back. Look, I'm just doing some maintenance. You've been having memory crashes. That is preposterous. I have no memory of any crashes. Oh, my goodness. I have no memory of any crashes. Cad closed and screwed the backplate back on before speaking. Exactly. Oh, no. I am doomed. Bane, you have to help me. Calm down, I'm done. The droid then sighed at that. Oh, thank you. Buzz. Get the door, Cad said, standing up. I am a techno-service droid, not a butler droid. Can it, Toto? You are what I say you are. Well, then, Toto said before walking, and opened the door, revealing a female wearing a brown, tan jumpsuit, white shirt, and a helmet holding a sniper rifle. Who are you? She asked the droid. I am Toto 360, a techno-service droid. Who are you? None of your business, she said, walking in, and pushed the visor up and revealed she was a Claudite. Everyone is in a good mood today, Toto said sarcastically, and closed the door. Who's that? She asked, looking at a Rhodian Jedi on the computer Cad's on. Bola Ropal. Jedi, out in the mid-rim. Are we going after him? Soon. Right now we're stealing a holocron. Cad said before having a hologram of the holocron come up. Impossible. The only place you can get a holocron is, I know, inside the main vaults of the Jedi Temple. Fortunately, our Sith Lord client has set us up with some help. For one, the map of the temple you're looking at right now. For another, a security chip that I've placed in my droid. Toto then spoke up as he walked over to the duo. I have been given all the technical data regarding security systems in the Jedi Temple. Cad then brought up a holo map of the temple before he continued with the plan. Both the vent shafts and the vault itself are equipped with all kinds of traps and security measures. Toto can take them out, but we'll need help from someone inside the Jedi library. And that's where your talents as a changeling will come in. She looked back to see a dead green humanoid alien. He looks like a Jedi. He was. His name was Orden Izens. You should be able to walk into the archives and monitor us without a problem. She walked to the body, touched him, and then changed into him before picking his lightsaber. Now that I am a Jedi, I can do that, she said in a male voice. Cad nodded before throwing her a comlink. Good. You'll need these. They're ear-comm links so we can keep in communication. The vault is in the library, which backs onto the communications center. There'll be swarms of Jedi nearby, she said, putting the link in her ear. We'll use that to our advantage, Cad said, walking over to her. Even if you get into the vault, how are you going to crack that safe? Let me worry about the safe. First things first. Jedi Temple. Naruto nodded to Luminara as he, Obi-Wan, and Anakin walked the halls. Where do we start looking for these intruders? What could they be after? Anakin asked before Naruto spoke. Any weapons, ships, or information? I doubt they've come to hijack starfighters. What can they get here that they can't get anywhere else? Anakin asked before Obi-Wan spoke up. Information. The Jedi transmitter codes. Obi-Wan nodded before continuing. Every piece of troop information in one place. And it's all in the East Tower. Naruto looked forward before speaking. The East Tower Communications Center. Anakin then looked to Obi-Wan before speaking. I'll head there right away. Naruto then turned back and started walking as BD looked back at the others. I'll monitor the perimeter defenses from the central security station. I'll go with you, Obi-Wan said, jogging to catch up. Meanwhile, Cad Bane and Todo used their thrusters to get on top of the archive windows. Inside, Ahsoka was walking around before seeing the disguised Claudite walking in. Good afternoon, Master Anizense. Good afternoon, young one, she said walking away. May I be of assistance? The Claudite stopped at that. No, thank you, my dear. I don't want to bother you. Oh, it wouldn't be a bother at all, Master. Things are slow right now. I could use something to do. Ahsoka said, walking in front of the disguised bounty hunter. Oh, she said before hearing Cad on her comlink. Kato, come in. Kato, are you there yet? Kato, come in. Thank you. I'll be fine on my own. Kato said and started to walk away. You sure? Look, youngling, I said I was fine. Now let me go about my business. Kato snapped at the Padawan before walking away. Can't do anything right these days, Ahsoka said, walking back as Jocasta, who was putting a book away, stooped to stare at Kato as Ahsoka walked away. Kato then stopped at a computer and sat down. I'm in. It's about time. Just tell us where to get in. Kato started typing before speaking. All right, there's a weak point in the shield that Todo should be able to break through. I'm beaming him the coordinates now. Okay, I have got it. She heard Todo speak before she continued. I will jam the temple's scanners. Let's see, it is around here somewhere. There. In. You're welcome, Todo said before Kato noticed the lights dimming. Communication room. What was that? Obi-Wan asked as everything dimmed. The system is just recycling, sir. The droid said as BD jumped on the table before Anakin came up via hologram. Master, I'm in the tower. No intruders, but something just happened. All the scanners were behaving strangely for a moment. Yes, something happened to the system down here, too. It cannot be a coincidence. Arrived, the intruders have, Yoda said as Naruto looked at him. If they're not in the tower, then what are they after? The communications center, perhaps, their target is. They must be in the central ventilation system. Let me check the system. You're right, there has been a disturbance. It's near the top of the South Tower. Obi-Wan said as he brought up a map. I'll meet you up there. On high alert, place the temple, Yoda said to the Jedi. Cad Bane. Cad Bane dropped down a large vent to a fan before Kato spoke in his comlink. The control board for the fan should be on your left. Todo hovered to the control and shut it off. All clear, sir. They then hovered down. Not quite. The fan you're passing through has a security switch. Kato said as the droid looked around. I do not see anything. Besides, we've already gotten past the fan. Beep. A red light turned on around the tunnel as they got near the bottom, having the fan turn back on. Oh. Todo. We're getting sucked into the fan. Turn it off. Cad yelled as the fan sucked them up. I do not know how. Kato, do something. I've got it from here, Kato said as the fan shut off. Sorry, Todo said before they continued. Okay, Bane, the next part is relatively simple. Make your way down the shaft, until you reach. Excuse me, I don't mean to disturb you, but the whole temple is on high alert. They then heard Jocasta on the comlink. Jedi Archive. Thank you, Kato said before knocking Jocasta out and assumed her form. Kato, come in, we're over the vault. Give me a moment to check out the security system. What's wrong with your voice? Change of plans. I'm the librarian now, Kato said as she started typing again. Hurry it up, Kato. We can't stay hidden for long. Anakin and Obi-Wan. Well, Looks like this is where they broke in, Anakin said, looking to the force field over a hole in the pipe Cad came in through. Fortunately we'll have a less troublesome time, Obi-Wan said, turning the field off, and they walked in. Great. Which way do you think they went? Anakin asked as they got to the bottom and saw the multiple pipes around them. The communications center is this way. We'd better hurry if we're going to catch them, Obi-Wan replied, running down one pipe. They then continued to run for several minutes before stopping at AT intersection. Communication room. Mace, Fisto, and Ayla walked into the room as Naruto greeted her with a quick kiss and groped her ass. Master Yoda, are you picking up any other life signs in this quadrant? Obi-Wan asked them as Yoda walked to the computer. Deep in the temple, the intruders are. How are they managing to stay out of our way? Naruto asked Yoda, who looked up to him. Possible it is, receiving assistance there from inside. Wonderful. Archives. The vault is filled with laser sensors that go in every direction. I'll try to deactivate the whole system from here, Kato said while typing. Just hurry. I can hear them. They're looking for us in the vent system. The Jedi are coming closer. I've got it. Go in. On the other side, Ahsoka got a call from Yoda. Padawan, alert, you must be. Sense deception, I do. Posing as a Jedi the intruder is. Find Master Jocasta you must. She ran back and saw the disguised Kato on the computer. Bane, the two Jedi have turned around and are making their way towards you. Ahsoka then jumped over and held her lightsaber in a reverse grip. Who are you and what have you done with Madame Jocasta? The same thing I'm going to do to you, Kato yelled, bringing up her stolen blade and clashing with Ahsoka's own. You may have Madame Jocasta's shape, but not her skills. They then started fighting around the library with Ahsoka dodging several strikes and then rolled over Kato's back and blocked another strike. Kato then turns to run before Ahsoka uses the Force to trip her up with a chair. Anakin and Obi-Wan. Master Skywalker, I've captured the imposter disguised as a Jedi. She says the intruder is in the holocron vault. Ahsoka said on Anakin's comm. A holocron is no good without a Jedi to open it. What are they up to? They must be trying to gain access to the communications center from the vault, Anakin said before they continued down the vent. Let's get in there. The vent then shook as they heard a bomb go off and dropped in another tunnel with the holocron vault door. They then saw a hole in the wall before Obi-Wan spoke up. Quick, the communications center. Let's go, he yelled as they dropped down. And missed Cad Bane walking up behind them with a smirk. In the communications room, Toto then fell in through the vent and looked at the Jedi. Oh. Hey, guys. I was just, testing the access hatch. Works great. Beep beep beep. Bomb. Naruto yelled as Toto tilted his head. Bomb. What bomb? Is there something going to blow up? He asked as Mace threw him back in the vent with the Force. Bomb. They heard Obi-Wan in the vent as well as Toto. No. Boom. Smoke came out of the vent as the room shook. Archives. Ahsoka was leading a cuffed Kato through the library and came across Jocasta, who was rubbing her head. Madam Librarian, are you okay? I think I'm all right. We must call security, she said walking with Ahsoka. Both missing Cad wearing a cloak walk out from the shadows and walk in the other direction. They then came up to the others looking at a pillar of holocrons in the vault with one missing. Our war operations it was never about, Yoda said before Ahsoka took Kato away. Come on, changeling, we have a new home for you. What would someone want with a holocron? Obi-Wan asked as Naruto was looking at the pillar. Wait Bolaropal, Kato said, stopping Ahsoka and gaining the others' attention. What did you say? Bolaropal. That's who Bane's next target is, some Jedi. What's wrong? Who's Bolaropal? Anakin asked, seeing the worried looks of the Master Jedi. He is the keeper of the Kyber crystal, the data on which can only be read by holocrons. Mace Windu replied walking up. What's on the crystal? Ahsoka asked the Master, who looked at her. A list of every known Force-sensitive child in the galaxy. The future younglings. The future of the Jedi Order. Can we warn him? Naruto asked as BD was looking over his shoulder. That's going to be hard to do, Mace said to Naruto. He's out of contact, somewhere in the Deveran system. Seek him out, you must, Yoda spoke up leaning on his cane. Ahsoka and I will set out immediately, Anakin spoke up to them. If this Cad Bane is still here on Coruscant, I'll find him, Naruto said as they all walked away. Stolen secrets. Villainous mercenary Cad Bane was hired by Darth Sidious to steal a holocron from the vaults of the Jedi Temple. After fleeing the scene of the crime, Bane hunted down and captured Master Bola Ropal, who has a crystal that holds the secrets of the Jedi Order. As a separatist fleet arrives to help the bounty hunter, Anakin Skywalker races in to cut off their escape and stop Bane from delivering the stolen holocron. Deveran System. Anakin's fleet arrives in the Deveran System, cutting a separatist fleet that was assisting Cad Bane. General, we're receiving an urgent transmission from the planet. Anakin turned to Wolf, who spoke as they attacked a separatist ship. He then walked to the console where he saw a clone trooper shot at and being overrun by droids. General Skywalker, our base has been overrun. There's no possibility of evacuation. They've taken General Ropal and the holocron memory crystal. Anakin leaned on the console before he spoke. Do you know where they've taken them? Sorry, sir. We tried to stop them, but they left the outpost. The clone replied before a droid wrapped his hands around the clone's head. Wait a second. The clone in armor by Anakin said, hitting several buttons. There's too much interference. The transmitter's been destroyed at the source, sir. Anakin then turned to Wolf at that. We have to find out what ship Master Ropal is on. Cad Bane's ship. Meanwhile, Bane tortures Ropal, and forces him to open the stolen holocron. However, Ropal defiantly refuses. Bane tells the droids to increase the power of the energy bond, which electrocutes Ropal only for the Jedi to die. Bane sighed and returned to the bridge only to notice Anakin, Ahsoka, and their clones preparing to board his frigate through a view screen. In Anakin's Star Destroyer, Wolf was looking at a screen before turning to Anakin. General, a separatist command ship is fleeing the battle. You think they have Master Ropal on board as a prisoner? Ahsoka asked Anakin, who nodded. I'm sure of it. Admiral, intercept them before they can jump to hyperspace. Already the troops for boarding. Wolf looked confused at that. Boarding? We have no boarding craft. We were prepared to land on the planet, not aboard another ship. You can't be serious. Anakin smiled at that. I am, Admiral. Thank you for your opinion. Now, target their hyperdrive. We don't want them getting away. He ordered as the clones did just that. He and Ahsoka then walked to the hangar where they walked to Rex with his helmet on, standing in front of a group of clones. I've rounded up 3 brigades, sir. Where are we going? We're going to board a separatist frigate, rescue Master Ropal, and recover an archive holocron. Rex looked to Anakin at that. We have no assault craft, sir. Only a couple of fighters in the twilight. Anakin just stared at the clone before he continued. Waiting for orders, sir. Ahsoka smiled before looking at her master. And the plan is? Anakin stayed silent as he glanced at his Padawan. Just curious. Anakin glanced around before Wolf walked up to them. I came down to see if I could be of any help, General Skywalker. Actually, you can. Activate those walkers, Admiral. Anakin ordered as he pointed to their tanks. You are not thinking of using those to transport the clones to that frigate. Well, they are pressurized. Ahsoka mused, bringing a hand to her chin. Rex then continued looking at the tanks as well. And they're equipped with magnetic feet. Good call. Master, you're a genius. Wolf then continued trying to talk them out of the plan. Those walkers are designed for terrain, not space. Anakin ignored him as he turned to walk. Rex, load them up. Let's go, Snips. Execute Battalion, take ATK-300. Carnivore Battalion, Walker 773. Let's go. On Cad's ship, he was talking to Viceroy Newt Gunray via comlink, who is angry at Bane for losing 4 of his ships and demands repayment. However, Bane promises that Darth Sidious will compensate once the holocron is unlocked, and tells the Viceroy about the 2 Jedi that were about to infiltrate his frigate. Before leaving the bridge, Bane orders the droids to wipe navigation charts, trigger self-destruct, and transfer ship functions to his wrist gauntlet. Outside, the 3 walkers were dropped onto the hull of the separatist frigate, which threw the droids heavily off guard. Anakin and Ahsoka, who were now wearing a red bodysuit with her sash and both are wearing helmets, got to the ship's hull and used R2-D2 to open an airlock to gain access to the frigate. They then fought their way to the bridge and had R2 hack into the security and saw Bane talking to Gunray, showing he had the holocron and crystal. One authentic Jedi holocron and the memory crystal I was after. Oh, no, he has both pieces now, Ahsoka worriedly said, looking at Anakin. Rex, send a squad, lock down the hangar bay and destroy all the escape pods. No one gets off this ship. Rex nodded at that. Yes, sir. Ahsoka then turned to R2. R2, you have to find Master Ropal. Hurry. Beep's whistle, R2 said as he continued hacking the computer before the ship shook. What was that? General Skywalker, one of the engines on that frigate has exploded. I caution you to avoid the aft section, Wolf said to Anakin over his comlink before Anakin spoke. How much damage is there? I suggest immediate evacuation. Not until we get what we came for. Then quickly searched the prison cells before Ahsoka opened one. Master, I found him. Anakin walked over to see the dead Rodian before sighing. Rex, have some men take Master Ropal back to the Resolute. Ahsoka then looked up to Anakin as Rex was getting some of his men. We might not be able to find the holocron in time, Master. But if it's destroyed with the ship, Newt Gunray won't get it either. Anakin shrugged at that. Maybe, but I'd rather return it to the library personally. Suddenly, the ship shook again and the lights went out. Come on, R2, Ahsoka said as R2 beeped and turned a light on as the Jedi used their sabers for light and walked in front of the group. R2 says we're close. Stay sharp, Anakin said as they turned the corner of the hall. Ow, and had Rex hit a curved pipe. Switched to night vision. He and the others pulled their night vision down and turned them on and walked down the hall further before seeing Cat at the end. There. They then cashed him into the hangar where the lights turned on, showing Cat with his droids. Welcome, Jedi. We've been expecting you. Kill them. The droids opened on the Jedi and clones as they shot back and deflected the droids' shots. Let's make this a bit more interesting, Cad said before hitting a button having the gravity turn off. Lockdown. Magnetics. You were trained for this. One clone said as they turned the magnets on their shoes and stuck to the walls and ceiling before one with a minigun shot and broke an ammo belt for one of the large turrets. R2, turn the gravity generators back on. Trills. Check your fire. Hit one of those shells and this fight is over for all of us. Rex yelled as he saw the shells for the turrets start to float. They continued flying while floating before R2 turned the gravity back on, having Cad grab the holocron he dropped and ran off. I'll get him, Master. Ahsoka, wait. It's a trap. Ahsoka, wait. We'll take him together. Anakin yelled after his Padawan, who ran back into the hall as the door closed before a droid hit a shell. Whoops. Boom. Anakin turned as debris fell on him before pushing it off. General Skywalker, can you hear me? Are you all right in there? He heard Rex from the other side of larger debris. Yeah, I'm all right. Get back to the hangar. Find a transport ship, but wait for us as long as you can. Anakin yelled before going to cut through the door. We're on it, sir. Anakin then brought his comlink up to speak into it. Ahsoka, do you copy? Wolf then spoke up instead. There's a power surge heading toward the bridge. If you're there, get out immediately. You must abandon your mission. I don't have the holocron memory and I seem to have misplaced my Padawan, Anakin replied to his admiral. The ship is tearing itself apart. Move off to a safe distance, Admiral, and await my signal for evacuation, Anakin said and continued cutting. Up ahead, Cad had captured Ahsoka by shocking her when he was knocked down. Now, he has her in stun cuffs and locked in an airlock with the shield up. He then starts to mock her, take her Padawan braid, and electrocutes her with his wrist comm, while he waits for Anakin to rescue her. Just then, Anakin enters the room, and Bane threatens to throw Ahsoka out an airlock if he does not unlock the stolen holocron. Anakin concedes to save Ahsoka and work to unlock the holocron by using the Force. Once the holocron is unlocked, Bane inserts the crystal. Enraged, Skywalker then spontaneously summons his and Ahsoka's lightsabers. Bane responds by opening the airlock and escaping. Desperate to save his Padawan, Skywalker throws a fragment of a super droid and closes the airlock door. Up ahead, Bane contacts Gunray to inform him of his success. Gunray asks him to transmit the information to him, however, Bane says that he'll deliver it to Sidious personally. However, as he gets to the hangar, he sees his shuttle has already been taken by the clones. The Jedi return, only to see the clones holding a Shethapede class. They then board with one clone limping over holding his arm. A thief hunted. In a daring assault, Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan Ahsoka boarded the warship of cunning bounty hunter Cad Bane to recover a stolen holocron containing a list of the galaxy's Force-sensitive children and future Jedi Knights. After a desperate chase and duel with the villain, Anakin and his troops defeated Bane but were forced to evacuate his doomed vessel without the holocron. Coruscant, Jedi Council. Naruto stood outside the chambers after hearing the reports of Mace, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Ahsoka's report on dealing with Cad Bane and saving several Force-sensitive kids he had kidnapped using the holocron. Anakin had started by explaining that, after returning from their failed mission to recapture the holocron captured by Cad Bane, whom they believed to be dead, they landed on the Resolute. Ahsoka then saw the injured clone trooper Denel, who supposedly killed Cad Bane and is injured, constantly asking questions with no answer from the clone. Anakin then sees a drop of green Duro's blood on the floor making a path on the shuttle floor. He warns Ahsoka, but it is too late. She is kneed in the chest by Cad Bane, disguised as the clone trooper, and he runs to the fighters to get away. Anakin attempts to stop him by jumping onto the fighter, but Bane swerves the ship into the vacuum of space and he is forced to jump off. Skywalker then helplessly contacts Admiral Yularen and tells him to deactivate the hyperspace transport rings, but Yularen, too, is not in time, and Cad Bane escapes. Cad Bane's hideout. In his hideout, Bane has changed into his clothes and is instructed by Sidious to capture a few Force-sensitive children and bring them to Mustafar. Bane considers it rash to kidnap innocents but doesn't care, as long as he gets paid. Coruscant, Yoda's quarters. Yoda, Obi-Wan, Mace, and Anakin meditate, trying to detect any children through the Force, as many are being overshadowed by the dark side. Skywalker then heads to Naboo to secure a Gungan child and Kenobi to Rhodia. Later, Rhodia. On Rhodia, Bane is posing as a Jedi in a mother's house, claiming that he is to take her to Coruscant. His mother protests that Master Bola Ropal insisted that he is too young to do so. Bane insists, bluffing that there are imposter Jedi roaming around, but Wei's mother refuses to let him go. Bane then uses a spinning device to relax her. Later, Obi-Wan lands in his ship and runs to the house, and knocks, having the female Rhodian answer. "If you're looking for my son, Jedi, he's not here." "Where is he?" Obi-Wan asked, only for the door to be closed in his face. "Open the door." He then used the Force to open the door and ran into a blaster pistol. "You'll never get him." "Where is the bounty hunter?" Obi-Wan asked, waving his hand to use the mind trick. "Bounty hunter?" the woman asked before holding her head. Groan. "He was a Jedi." Obi-Wan then pulled the blaster to him before continuing. "Only one Jedi carries a blaster. And he's been with me all day. What have I done?" They then heard crying and turned to see Cad holding her son before running away. Obi-Wan gave chase through the crowds before seeing Cad get in his single-manned ship and flew away. Naboo. On Naboo, Skywalker and Tano arrive to secure the Gungan child Ruru Page. The latter goes to Jan Gwa City to watch over her. Later that night, Bane arrives, sneaking onto the Gungan city. He then sneaks into Ruru's room, only to find Tano waiting for him. They engage in a small fight before he is captured. Tano takes back her Padawan braid. Later, cruiser. On a Venator-class cruiser, Bane refuses to talk about where the other children he captured are, and his ship's navigation logs have been wiped. So Skywalker, Windu, and Kenobi try simultaneously to force Bane to divulge their location, with the risk of destroying his mind. The experience is hard on Bane and he cooperates. With Bane as their guide, Kenobi and Windu prepare to go find the children. Windu points out that they must report to the Chancellor about this, but Kenobi insists that this is a Jedi affair. Skywalker advocates contacting Palpatine. Obi-Wan, Mace, and Cad Bane. The Jedi shuttle arrives at the station Bane specified, but the Masters don't sense the children. Bane explains that the children are safe, he only brought them to the holocron. He offers to get it. Windu refuses to be tricked, but accidentally trips the bridge's sensors, activating many turrets. The Jedi defend themselves as Bane leaves the station in an escape pod. They grab the holocron and escape the station before it self-destructs. Resolute. Back on the Resolute, Skywalker and Tano check Bane's fighter for any clues. Tano finds volcanic ash on its hull, while Skywalker looks through its fueling log, determining that Bane had dropped his hostages on Mustafar. They then head out in the twilight. Mustafar. The Master Padawan duo then lands on the hangar of the facility where they then go to a door where R2 went to work on unlocking it. "You sure this is the right place?" Ahsoka asked, looking around. "We're gonna find out. I sense something, Master. And I don't like it." Anakin looked around as well before replying. "It's the dark side, Ahsoka. This is the right place." They then run inside once R2 unlocks the door. Cries. "Did you hear that?" Ahsoka asked, turning to the door. "Yeah, I heard it. The question is, where are they?" Anakin asked before Ahsoka closed her eyes, then pointed to a hall. "This way." They ran down the hall into a door where they then cut through as the lights went off and saw the room was empty with cribs. Ahsoka ran to one inside in irritation. "We're too late. I can sense they're still here." They then heard crying as the droids came in holding the missing babies as shields. "Be careful of the younglings." I know, Ahsoka yelled as they dodged the strikes from each droid that started attacking them. They then heard alarms go off as well as the facility started shaking suddenly. The floor broke, revealing the lava underneath, having one droid roll back into it as Ahsoka grabbed the baby it was carrying. Anakin did the same and ran to the door that was on the other side. "Groan. The panel's fried," Ahsoka said, trying to open the door. "Where's R2? Anakin asked as the door opened, revealing said droid. Beep trills. They then ran back to their ship and took off just as the facility fell into the lava. Coruscant, Jedi Council. Anakin and Ahsoka were giving their report to Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Mace, who were there, while Kit Fisto and Plo Koon were appearing via hologram. "The base was destroyed, Master. And so was any clue who's behind this," Anakin said as Yoda looked down at that. Most unfortunate this is." Anakin then raised his arm at that. "We still have Bane." Ahsoka then saw the looks they gave and sighed, he got away again. Obi-Wan leaned forward to that. "The important thing is that the children are safe and we have recovered the holocron." Mace then picked up after Obi-Wan. "The list is intact, and there is no evidence it was copied. Still, the future of all Jedi uncertain is. Move forward cautiously we must." Yoda spoke, folding his arms. The death toll rises. As the battles intensify and threaten a growing number of Republic worlds, planets are left to survive on their own. While the Jedi struggle to fight a war on many fronts, a series of medical stations have been established as a lifeline for those in need, but the facilities are easy prey for separatist attacks. After losing contact with the medical station orbiting Felucia, Naruto Uzumaki and Zul Zis are accompanied by Sabine Wren and a group of Mandalorians to investigate. Felucia. One of Naruto's gunships crashed onto the planet before Naruto's blade cut a hole in the door. He and Zul walked out with a group of Mandalorians and Sabine. That could have gone better. "Where on Felucia do you think we are?" Zul asked as they looked around. "I'm not sure," Naruto replied as the Mandalorians checked their weapons while animals growled. Sabine looked around after putting her helmet on. "I don't like the sound of that." Naruto just pointed ahead at that. "And I don't like the look of that." They looked ahead to see a group of other species of rancors. They have brightly colored skin, sharp spines that run along much of their body as well as its tongue, and webbing between their fingers and toes. They also have much larger jaws. "We don't want to scare them." Naruto finished before a male Mandalorian walked to Naruto. "We can't just wander around aimlessly. We need a plan." "Yeah, my comm got busted in the crash," Naruto stated as BD had jumped down to scan one of the rancor and ran back to jump on Naruto's back. "So unless you have something we should find shelter." Ah, if you two are done, Zul said before pointing ahead to smoke rising in the distance. I think there's some smoke on the horizon. Which means people, and away off this planet. The group then started walking to the smoke and after a while came up to see huts. Look, there's a village. Maybe they have a ship we can borrow, Naruto said as they walked in and saw it was a large farm. They're growing healing herbs. Nicelum, I believe, Sabine said as they walked through the crops. One of the most valuable crops in the galaxy. Zul looked at the huts and saw no one was inside. This place looks deserted. Naruto crossed his arms as BD scanned one of the pink plants. I don't believe it is. The crops are ready to be harvested. Tools are lying about. No, something's amiss. Sabine then saw a barn before walking to it. Well, there's one thing I learned as I grew up. If you want to know what a farmer's up to, look in their barn. Going to the barn, they opened it and saw a ship was inside. This is an odd ship for farmers. Naruto mused as Zul looked back to the crops. Perhaps someone's here to pick up the psyllium. I still don't get it. Where is everyone? Naruto asked before they walked ahead to a hut. Zul followed and while looking around, saw a hatch on the door, and opened it showing a family of aliens. Mystery solved. They're short in stature, with thick legs and four-fingered hands. They have elongated heads with reptilian faces, similar to that of a tortoise, with beady eyes wearing overalls. They're terrified, Zul said looking down as someone walked in behind them. It's okay, we won't hurt you. She finished before hearing a gun cock. Naruto looked to see a female Zabak alien with black hair styled in a mohawk top knot wearing a red sleeveless top with vambraces, and dark chaps over pants pointing a pistol at Zul. He also saw an alien wearing armor and a tall lanky, bipedal humanoid alien with green skin. He's wearing corrective lenses and a highly pressurized filter mask, a metal circular hat, armor on his chest, and tan pants and boots. And then saw a female alien holding a sniper rifle. She's tall, has red skin and four nostrils set upon a narrow snout, and has 4 fingers on each hand, with the one next to the thumb as the larger. She's wearing a hooded cloak with the hood pulled up. These are Tsuji, Embo, Rumi Paramita, and Serapis. Kindly drop your weapons, Jedi, Tsuji said as Naruto raised his hands. Take it easy, Zul. We don't want any trouble. Naruto said as Embo spoke in an alien language. It's not always about the numbers. 4-on-1 is hardly a fair fight, even for a Jedi, Rumi said as Zul took offense to that. Wait a minute, 4-on-1. You mean 4-on-2. Serapis looked over to the Padawan. We don't count you, Nihai. Do you count me? Sabine asked walking and holding her pistols as the other Mandalorians flew outside pointing their weapons inside. Stop. Don't harm them. One of the male Felucians yelled. Can't you see these are Jedi? We are saved. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Saved. Tsuji glanced at the alien before speaking. Need I remind you, Cassius, you already made a deal with us. But with the Jedi's help. Cassius was then interrupted by Zul. Excuse me, but help you with what? Pirates, Cassius replied before explaining that pirates have been asking for a portion of their crops or they would attack them. Simply stated, if we don't give the pirates a portion of our crop, they will destroy our homes with us in them. I see your dilemma, Naruto said as he saw this happen before remembering meeting the Mandalorians for one of his first missions. Since the war began, pirates and other criminals do this since most of the authorities have their attention on helping out with the war. Psyllium farming is a meager trade. Without our herbs to sell, we will have no money for food, fuel, or equipment. And yet you can afford to pay mercenaries. Naruto asked, pointing to the mercenaries in the room. These bounty hunters drive a far more reasonable bargain than the pirates. Why not just fight them yourselves? Zul asked as Cassius turned to her. Easy for you, perhaps. But look at us. We are farmers, not warriors. Even with the bounty hunters' help, I had feared the worst. But now, there are more of you. Tsuji then turned to Naruto before speaking. What do you want, Jedi? We need a ship. Ours is beyond repair, I'm afraid. The one in the barn, that'll do. Ha ha, that's our ride. It doesn't go anywhere without us. And right now, we're busy. Tsuji said before Zul spoke. Busy extorting farmers. I don't hear you offering to help. Unfortunately at the moment, we couldn't help even if we wanted to. What? Zul asked, looking to her master. Master, these farmers are in trouble. Why can't we help them? We need to report that the medical station has been destroyed. If we stay too long, the separatists will show up looking for us here. But they have the bounty hunters. Naruto interrupted. Better they face off against pirates than attract the interest of General Grievous and his horde. Pirates, pirates, pirates. The pirates are back. They turned to see a group of weakways, Rhodians, humans, and several pig-like and reptilian-like aliens. Suji then walked up to the lizard who was in front of wearing blue clothes. That's far enough. I speak for the people of this village. State your name and business. My name is my own business. And my business is taking what's ours. There is nothing here that's in yours, Naruto said, walking up as the Mandalorians all walked up reaching for their weapons. Unless you're here to buy it. Wait, I know you. He said, zeroing on the lizard alien in front of him. You're Zero's man Uldux. So resorted to pirating after your boss got arrested, huh? Wouldn't have to if you Jedi didn't arrest him. Leave, Naruto ordered as the Mandalorians pulled their weapons out. After dealing with the pirates, the group went back into a hut where BD had a hollow map of the farm on the table so they could come up with a plan. And Naruto decided to give anyone on the farm who wanted to fight lessons is not to attack any attention from separatists. When the attack comes, it will come from two fronts. The forest to the south, and the ridge to the north. Whatever you do, you must defend both sides. But there are only 4 of them. One Felucian said, wearing a hat. How can 4 bounty hunters defend against so many? Embo then spoke up in his language before the Felucian continued. But we are just simple farmers. Why are we paying bounty hunters to defend us if we are just going to end up doing it ourselves? Hush, Delaney. The older Felucian spoke. Naruto just smirked at that. Trust me, we'll have you ready. Plus if Sabine and her men want to help, that should be more than enough. This isn't my first time doing this, and besides the training of you is really in case no one is near you if a pirate attacks. Or another group. You can protect yourself at least until you get help. As dawn approached, Naruto and the Mandalorians helped put the crops into the barn. Put it in the barn. Every bushel, Suji said as Sabine was giving the other farmers training. All right, everyone, form up. She said as they just stood still. Divide into rows of 5. She said, getting them all to murmur. I told you, we are not soldiers. We don't even have weapons, Delaney said as Sabine walked to him and gestured to his staff. May I? She took it and spun it around as she made several attacks with it. Yep, these will do. Up at the barn, Naruto and Suji were looking at the crops. What happens if you need the barn as a fallback position? With all the Silim here, it will be difficult to squeeze the farmers in. Naruto said as BD beaked while looking over his shoulder. Trills. There's room, Suji said as Naruto sighed. I worry that you care more for the safety of the Silim than you do for the safety of the villagers. You think I'm only worried about my profit? Is that it? I've worked with bounty hunters before. The thought had crossed my mind. So, in your mind, I'm just like any other pirate. You are better looking than most. But am I wrong? Hey, not entirely. But it is easier to protect the villagers and the Silim if they're both in the same place. Suji explained as Naruto nodded. Then might I suggest? You might suggest anything you like, General Uzumaki. But I know what I'm doing, and I will keep these people safe, my way. Then you aren't like most bounty hunters I met, Naruto said, seeing Zul with Serapis creating walls by sawing trees before Serapis tried to hold onto one and Zul pushed the bounty hunter away as it fell. Serapis, she asked as his suit hissed and started to open. Don't look, I'm having a suit malfunction. She then saw Serapis was a small alien with bulbous, bug eyes, and a tiny mouth with sharp teeth wearing a blue bodysuit. Not very intimidating, am I? You don't have to look tough to be tough, Zul said, crossing her arms as Serapis closed his suit and stood up before replying in a deep voice. I thank you for your help. Up with Sabine, Embo laughed as several of the farmers fell while training. The bounty hunter is right, Delaney said to the Mandalorian. Every minute you waste teaching us to twirl these stupid poles is time you could have spent beating those pirates yourself. And what good would that do you? Sabine asked, crossing her arms over her chest plate. Another band of brigands would inevitably come along. Or do you intend to give away part of your crop every harvest season? If you make us do this, there won't be another harvest season. All right, everyone, get back in position, Sabine said, ignoring the farmer. Let's continue. They then started going through each move before a male Mandalorian spoke, pointing to the cliff overlooking the farm. There. A scout. Embo. Embo grunted before running after the scout, pulling a crossbow from his back and shot the speedster bike near the farm. Embo then grabbed the scout and broke his neck. Quick work, Naruto said as Embo just grunted. Yes, but when this scout fails to report to Uldux, he'll be coming, soon. Pirates' hideout. In the pirates' hideout, one of the men went to Uldux to report on their scout not reporting in. The scout has not checked in from the village. He's long overdue. Well. So it looks like the Jedi are getting involved, doesn't it? Or, at least we now know we can't take these villagers for granted. But you know what I always say. Speak softly and drive a big tank. Uldux finished walking to a tank in the back of the hideout. Farm. The farmers are in position. Well, the ones who stuck around, anyway. Sabine said as Naruto nodded. Very well, Sabine. Turn on the fence. They then hear rumbling in the distance after the fence is turned on. Battle positions, everyone. The pirates came in on speedsters before the bounty hunters and Mandalorians started firing with Rumi on a roof using her rifle. The farmers also attacked with traps and their weapons. Embo rode on a stolen speedster and threw his hat around, blocking shots and hitting more men before stopping. Ad was hit with a blast from the tank. Embo. They ran to him as Suji dropped down in front of Embo. Embo, can you hear me? She asked as he groaned weakly. You'll be all right. We'll get you inside. Everyone, fall back to the barn. Naruto yelled as the tank started firing. That tank is going to tear the villagers apart, Suji said before Naruto ran ahead with Sabine. Get him inside. We'll hold them off as long as we can. Die, Jedi scum. No, Suji. Watch your flank. Naruto and Sabine ran up to the tank where Naruto fought Uldux, and Sabine ran in and turned the tank off before Naruto blocked several strikes from an electrostaff before quickly spinning and beheading the pirate. The day is won, Cassius yelled, getting the rest to cheer. There are crops to harvest, fields to till, huts to rebuild. Now, let's get to work. He then turned to the group as Naruto and Sabine joined. How can I ever thank you for saving our village? We didn't save your village, Cassius. Your people did, Sabine said, taking her helmet off. For the first time in my memory, my people don't have to be afraid. We will never forget you. Still need that ride back to the Republic outpost? Suji asked as Naruto nodded. If it wouldn't be any inconvenience. On the contrary, it would be my pleasure, Suji replied as they walked to her ship. Coruscant, Knight's billet, Naruto's room. Naruto was finishing working on the seal he had a vision of when getting his crystal before smiling. There, done. Homeward bound, Naruto Uzumaki has finished his seal to get back to his home of Konoha. Now he'll confer with Yoda not only about the seal but about going home for a visit. Coruscant, Jedi Council. Naruto stood in front of the council with his arms crossed. I've finished the seal to go back home. Good, Yoda said as he sat in front of the Jedi. Going home, good for you it will be. Yes, I know being far from home can harm a person mentally. Shakti said as she crossed her arms. Yeah, I shouldn't be that long either, Naruto replied before leaving and saw Zul was standing outside. How can I help you? He asked as BD looked over his shoulder. I would like to come with you. Naruto blinked at that. That's kinda out of character for you to ask. Are you sick? No, I am not sick. His Padawan yelled as she puffed her cheeks. I'm just curious to see if your people are as crazy as you. Ah, there's no one like me but me, Naruto said, ruffling her hair before walking away. Stop doing that. I will when you stop acting like a brat. Konohagakure. At the large opened gate, a small hut was just inside with two men inside sitting with scrolls and papers on the table. The first has brown hair and dark eyes. His hair is combed down and covers his right eye. He's wearing his forehead protector as a bandana along with the standard Konoha shinobi outfit which goes all the way up to his chin, and a flak jacket. This is Izumo Kamizuki a Chunin. The next man has long, spiky, black hair and dark eyes. He has a strip of bandage running across the bridge of his nose and a light-colored marking on his chin. He's wearing the standard attire of a Konoha shinobi complete with a forehead protector and a flak jacket. This is Katetsu Hagane a Chunin. Suddenly, they heard a tear before leaning out to see a portal open up and seeing Naruto in white armor and a tan tunic with orange pants walk out with Zool, Alpha, Fordo, and 10 clones that helped in Moonalinst that his other clones have dubbed the Moonalinst 10. Walking to the gates, Naruto stopped at the hut. "Hey, guys, still guarding? Granny here." Yeah," Izumo said as Naruto nodded before he turned to leave. Having the two CBD who hung on Naruto's back with one foot, and scanned them. Naruto looked around the village as they walked with people stopping to stare at them before he looked up. They added Granny's mug to the mountain. "What?" Zool asked, looking at Naruto as he pointed to the mountain at the back of the village. Zool followed and saw 5 faces carved in the cliff overlooking the village, 4 men and Tsunade on the far right. "Those are your leaders." "Yeah, the one on the far left was our first while the woman on the far right is our current and is the granddaughter and grandniece to the first one and our second." "Did they have a superiority complex?" Naruto blinked at that. "No, why do you ask?" "Because why would anyone carve their head on a mountain? It's more of a monument," Naruto replied, missing one civilian who ran into an alleyway as soon as he saw them. "That you do when a leader is still leading." "Yep. And other places do this." "I think they do statues," Naruto replied as they walked to the Hokage's tower. Hokage Tower, office. Tsunade was writing on a scroll before her doors were kicked open. "Hey Granny, I'm back Ak." Naruto stopped as a paperweight hit him in the nose forcing him on his back having BD run onto his stomach. "Damn it brat I told you." Tsunade stopped seeing Naruto on his back with BD, Zool, and 10 men in armor before jumping over, picked up Naruto, and hugged him against her chest. "Can't breathe." Looking down, she saw Naruto's face was blue before letting go, having Naruto take several deep breaths. "Man, wonder how many men would kill for that." He joked as Tsunade looked at him and noticed he was taller than her by a few inches. "You've grown Naruto," she said ruffling his hair and getting an annoyed look. "Well I think I should, I am almost 20 now." Not so fun now that it's you is it, master?" Tsunade blinked at that before glaring at Naruto causing him to sigh. "Get your mind out of the gutter Tsunade, that's what they call teachers in the other universe." "Teacher?" "Yeah, you're looking at a knight or a chunin for a ninja who has a padawan or genin. They only do 1 instead of a 3 genin team," Naruto said as BD jumped on his shoulder startling Tsunade. "Oh, this is BD4, a droid, or robot. He's my friend, kinda like the dogs for Kiba's family." Trills. "Yeah, I know she must have drunk her milk growing up." "What?" Tsunade asked as Naruto looked at her after patting BD's head. "BD was saying you got a big chest." BD suddenly dropped down as Tsunade punched Naruto into the wall. "Ow," Naruto groaned out as he lifted a hand. It was a compliment. After getting back to his feet and explaining everything that had happened, including him being in charge of a fleet, Tsunade looked at Naruto and noticed something missing. "Naruto, where's your Hyaden necklace?" "Oh, that's right here," Naruto said, picking up his forehead protector from a pouch he had on his lower back. "As I explained, the weapons over there can melt metal, so I usually keep it in my pouch." "And the necklace?" Tsunade asked as he grinned. "Oh, well, you see I met this brat of a kid who kept shouting he would be the leader of his town. And, like a dumb ass, I bet he couldn't and lost it to him in a fight. I mean, can you imagine anyone taking a stupid bet like that?" Seeing her eyebrow twitch, he reached and pulled the green gem out. "Relax, I don't like wearing it with my armor as I would need to keep it under the armor and that causes it to dig into my chest," Naruto said as BD jumped up and scanned Tsunade. "What's he doing now?" "Getting your measurements." "What?" "Kidding, he can't go that high, he's just getting info on you. And okay, yes, that does count, measurements with height and weight as well as blood type." Naruto said, raising his hands. He can do that. Yep. His model is obsessed with getting information. Tsunade looked at the droid, already thinking up ways to use him in the medical field. I'm starting to like him. See that, buddy, Naruto said, tapping BD on his head. She's already warming up to you. Boop trills. Yeah, it's a little harder after the impression you made, Naruto replied, putting BD on his back. Just then, Kakashi and Jiraiya walked in and up to Naruto. Hey, brat, Jiraiya said, walking up to Naruto. I see you found a way back. Yeah, seals have always been easy, pervy sage, Naruto said before Kakashi spoke. I see you've grown, Naruto. Naruto nodded before seeing Jiraiya hitting on an annoyed Zool. Careful, pervy sage, she's my apprentice and can cut you to pieces, Naruto said before going into his training and that he might need to relearn his chakra control. Oh yeah, I should see if it's fixed. Naruto finished before holding out his hand and had a blue ball of energy quickly form. You can do the Rasengan, spiraling sphere, one-handed. Yes, since right before going to the other universe, Naruto said before it disappeared. Then why did you do it two-handed? Jiraiya asked Naruto, who shrugged. It was quicker learning it in the time Tsunade betted on. And I hid how strong I was due to not liking growing up. Naruto explained before seeing a woman walk in the door. She is a young woman with straight, purple hair reaching down to her waist. She's wearing a porcelain mask resembling a cat with 3 red stripes, 1 vertical stripe on the forehead, and 2 horizontal stripes, 1 on each cheek. She is also wearing black and gray armor, metal arm guards, and a katana strapped to her back. She has a tattoo on her right shoulder. This is Yugao Azuki and Anbu. Lady Tsunade, a meeting has been called by the civilian council due to Naruto Uzumaki being back. Naruto groaned at that. Shit, he cursed before looking at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, could you take Fordo and my men to this spot? He asked, holding a piece of paper. Why? Naruto looked to see it was Tsunade who had spoken up. A mission Sarutobi gave me right before he died on saving the village. Tsunade stared at him for a moment before standing up. Kakashi, do it. Naruto then looked at Fordo. You know what to do. Yes, sir. Fordo saluted before following Kakashi and his men. Yugao finally noticed and was startled before seeing a swirl on them. They're Naruto's men from where he was sent, Tsunade explained before walking out with Jiraiya and Naruto and Zool following behind. Master. Jiraiya stopped at that before Naruto spoke. You had better get your mind out of the gutter, it's what they call teachers, Naruto said before looking at Zool. Yeah. Zool then leaned in to whisper. You said Tsunade was older than she looks, right? Yeah. Then does that mean all your females get that big a chest as they get older? Naruto smirked at that. I wish. Once getting to the large council room with 2 groups of people on each side in rows of seats with a desk on the other end, Naruto looked to the clan heads that made up the shinobi council on the right of him. He saw Asuma in for the Sarutobi clan before looking to the others. The first is a man who has his eyes obscured by dark glasses which feature a single tassel hanging down from one side. He has very spiky short black hair and a mustache. He typically wears a high-collared outfit, while carrying a gourd on his back that is used for holding more kikaichu. Parasitic insects. This is Shibi Aburame Jonin, leader of the Aburame clan. The next 3 Naruto remembered made up the previous generation of the Inoshika Cho. The first is a tall, plump man with naturally brown hair, but seems to be wearing a long, spiky red hairpiece. He has purple markings on his cheeks. He's wearing a samurai-like outfit which entails a black suit completed with armor that has the kanji for food on it. He also has a rope belt, hand guards, and instead of a forehead protector, a hachimaki tied around his head. This is Choza Akamichi, a Jonin of Konohagakure and the 15th head of the Akamichi clan. The second man has 2 scars on the right side of his face. He has dark hair tied up into a spiky ponytail, dark eyes as well as a goatee. His ears are pierced. He has a meshed shirt underneath his flak jacket, a deerskin coat over that, and handguards. This is Shikaku Nara, Jonin, and the head of the Nara clan. The final man has long ash blonde hair reaching into his lower back, which he wore spiky on top and ending in a long ponytail, light green eyes, and strong facial features, which included a well-defined jawline. He's wearing the standard flak jacket over a black outfit, complete with hand guards, a forehead protector, and a sleeveless red haori. This is Inoichi Yamanaka, Jonin and head of the Yamanaka clan. Naruto then glanced at another man who had long, brown hair, and featureless white eyes. He's normally wearing traditional, loose-fitting robes with a long-sleeved, brown haori. This is Hiyashi Hyuga Jonin, head of the Hyuga clan. And finally, he saw a woman sitting at the end by him. She has an animalistic look with long, spiky, untamed brown hair, and vertical slit-like pupils. She gave him a grin showing her elongated canine teeth that made Naruto feel like a piece of meat for a second as he saw her elongated nails. She also has red fang markings on her cheeks as well as markings over her eyes and a dark shade of purple lipstick. She's wearing the standard outfit of a Konoha shinobi consisting of a flak jacket and a black suit underneath with the sleeves rolled up and bandages around her legs. This is Sume Inuzuka, a Tokubetsu Jonin, special high ninja, of Konohagakure, and head of the Inuzuka clan. Laying beside her on the floor is an adult canine with a wolfish appearance. He has black fur with a white underside. He is missing his left ear and wears an eye patch over his right eye. This is Kuromaru, a Ninken, ninja hound, and Sume's partner. He then looked to the left to see the civilian side who were in charge of mainly the sales for the non-shinobi stores for the village. Then he saw 3 retired shinobi, 2 men and a woman. The woman has her hair in a twin bun locked by a traditional Japanese hairpin with pearls dangling off the side and tassels on the other end. She also has long earrings. She's wearing a simple long kimono, closed by an obi, a jacket, a sash over it, and is squinting. This is Kaharu Udatane. The man beside her has gray hair, a beard, glasses as well as a frown. He also has a strong jawline. As a member of the Konoha Council, he's wearing tan robes over a blue kimono. This Homura Mitokado. The last man caught Naruto's eye for a moment. He's a frail, old man, who has a cane. He has black, shaggy hair, and his right eye is bandaged. Danzo has an X-shaped scar on his chin and is wearing a white shirt, with a black robe over the top of it covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. The robe also conceals his right arm. This is Danzo Shimura. Naruto heard murmurs from the civilians as the clan heads mostly stayed quiet with Shikaku muttering, "Troublesome." His ears picked up as he heard Sume speak. "Damn, Brat sure has grown." Naruto couldn't help but smirk slightly at that before turning his attention to the front. "Okay, why was this meeting called?" "I'm the one who calls the meeting," Tsunade said, sitting at the desk as Jiraiya stood on her left. Shizune ran in and looked at Naruto in surprise before walking to stand at Tsunade's right. "We did," Kaharu replied. "And you don't have the authority to do so," Tsunade barked. "Only I do. We saw Naruto was back so we wanted to see where he had been," one civilian said as Naruto sighed. "And you don't need to know that. Only the shinobi part of this council does." "Who were those men you were with?" "Who is that girl?" "Classified for only the Hokage and the shinobi council," Naruto said before being berated, having him give an annoyed sigh. "You will all shut up for the rest of this meeting unless directly asked a question." Tsunade and the clan heads saw the crowd repeat what Naruto said and quieted down. Sume gave a grin at the way he imposed himself over the civilian crowd while shivering a little. "Damn, why don't I use that more often?" Naruto asked, crossing his arms before hearing a voice. "And we want to talk about a punishment for leaving," Danzo said, leaning on his cane. "Punishment?" Jiraiya asked, crossing his arms. "He got sucked into another dimension, plus I had permission to train him for these years to take on Akatsuki and get Sasuke." Naruto sighed at that before Danzo continued. "Be that as it may, Uzumaki has left without our consent. And without our weapon for these 2.5 years that left us vulnerable." "Oh, piss off," Naruto said, getting the civilians to widen their eyes. "Listen here," Kaharu said, getting Naruto's attention, "we are the council and you will treat us with respect." "Oh well, kindly go fuck yourself then," Naruto said as Sume let out barking laughter. "I'm not a weapon, I'm a human being. Plus Kyuubi and I are on friendly terms as it was he who clued me on being in a different dimension." Naruto explained as Alpha, Fordo and their men walked in with Kakashi. Besides, I don't take orders from a dead man or his finished route. Danzo snapped his fingers, having 3 men drop. 2 wearing cloaks with plain white porcelain masks and the other stopped by him who looked to be a teen with very pale skin. Before anything could be done, Alpha shot 1 man, startling everyone, while Zul turned on her blade and sliced the next man diagonally from the left shoulder to the right hip. Naruto threw his arms out, having Danzo and the teen froze as the air distorted around them before Naruto threw his shoto from his hip, having it spin and turned each blade on, beheading the 2. Naruto then called the blade back to him and spun the handle as it turned off before Danzo's head rolled over, having the bandages fall off. And revealed a Sharingan eye. They looked and saw his robe fall, revealing a head on his chest. And also a gold brace around his right arm. What the hell is that? Tsunade asked, pointing to the dead councilman. Another reason for Hiruzen wanting Danzo dead, Naruto said before reaching into his pouch, pulling out a black scroll, and throwing it to Tsunade. He gave me that mission before he died as he knew I was hiding my skills. He said to wait until I had at least a 90% chance of succeeding. Tsunade opened the scroll and saw her sensei's handwriting and a list of all of Danzo's crimes that Hiruzen knew of and the approximate location of Danzo's base based on where Hiruzen believed it to be due to past events. Fordo, Alpha report, Naruto ordered his men as he turned to them. No injuries or casualties for our men, Alpha said before Fordo continued. We eliminated 150 hostiles, and secured any documents and intel that wasn't destroyed. Good. Naruto nodded at them before looking back to Tsunade. Well, with that out of the way, my men and I are going to explore the village a bit. He then leaves the chamber with his men, having Tsunade rub her temples as she grumbles. Not even back for an hour and he is driving me crazy already. Relaxation. Naruto Uzumaki has completed a mission given to him by the Sandyame Third Fire Shadow Hiruzen Sarutobi before his death in killing Danzo Shimura and his hidden group route. Now he's spending time around the village and meeting friends. Meanwhile, in one of the longest and fiercest battles of the war, separatist forces are on the verge of claiming the planet of Malastair. If the Republic loses this planet, it will cost them vital fuel resources necessary for maintaining their armies. In a final effort to turn the tide of this battle, Supreme Chancellor Palpatine has authorized the use of the Republic's newest weapon, the electro-proton bomb. Now, at the Imperial Palace of Doge Urus, the leader of the Dugs, the Jedi count down the minutes until the detonation of their doomsday device. Konoha. Naruto was walking the streets of Konoha before coming to a restaurant. The shop's sign is in the form of a stick with a white-colored dango running through it. The hiragana for dango is painted red on them. The inside of the shop is simple with wooden tables, rectangular-shaped lights, and menus that hang all over the walls for customers to look at. He then saw Anko eating dango at a table with Hinata, who had her back to him. He then walked up, getting Anko to smirk with a stick in her mouth. Back already, huh? Hinata looked confused at her sensei's words before hearing a male voice. Yeah, finally found a way back home. Hey Hinata. Hinata looked to see Naruto before quickly jumping up to hug the blonde. I missed you too, he said before leaning back and blinked as he saw her attire. Wow, I can see her nip. Hey, wait until night to hump him, Anko said before dropping the stick on her plate. Hinata blushed at that before they both sat down as BD jumped on the table and looked at the two. Naruto explained what he was before BD scanned them. What's he doing? Anko asked before Naruto smiled. Getting info on you, like measurements, height, blood type, etc. He said to tease her, only to blink at her smirk. Well, we're both pushing on E-cups. I see you haven't changed. Anko stretched as she smiled and had her coat pulled back off of her, showing him her breasts and had him see her nipples due to also not wearing a bra. See something you like, Tilda? Oh, absolutely, Naruto replied with a smile as she leaned forward and had her breasts jiggle. Well, I think you can get it, Tilda, especially as you grew into quite a looker yourself. Plus it wouldn't be weird as I'm turning 20 and you're what? 22. Sure, let's go with that, Anko said, crossing her legs under the table as she enjoyed the banter. After talking for a while, Anko suggested that they have a spar to see how Naruto's improved before walking to a clearing behind the shop. Naruto had BD walk down as he took off his armor and belt, citing that it would protect him from a very strong jutsu before he and Hinata got in front of each other and each shot in a stance. Naruto was in a basic horse stance as Hinata brought a hand up. Byakugan. White eye. Veins appeared around her eyes as she got in her stance by leaning back with her left foot forward along with her hand as she pulled her right arm back. The Juken. Gentle fist. Naruto thought as he stared at her. Attacking a person's chakra pathway and even the simplest touch can damage it, hence the name. She then dashed forward to attack only for Naruto to sidestep her thrust. He then took a step back for another dodge, dropped and elbowed her in the stomach. Getting up, he then grabbed her wrist and pushed her hand away before punching her and jumped back. Good, isn't he? Enko jumped before looking to see Zul standing by her. You're orange. You can see color, good for you. I don't like you, Enko said as they continued to watch the spar with Naruto dodging or countering Hinata's moves. I don't care, I see Master can handle himself, Zul said as Enko raised an eyebrow. Master, huh, that's your kink. No, he's my teacher, that's what we call them. Keep telling yourself that, Enko said as they watched for several minutes before stopping. You've gotten better, Hinata. Thank you, so have you. I've never seen that style before. I think Gai-sensei would like it. Naruto took a breath at that as he remembered the Jonin who would always shout about the flames of youth before Enko broke him from his thoughts. Hey, hot stuff, I wanna crack at your brat here. Zul's eyebrow twitched at that. I'll take you on, bitch. Bring it. Naruto sighed as he sat under the tree that Enko had stood under before the two women walked out to where he and Hinata were. Hopefully, this won't go too bad. He thought before talking with Hinata, who had removed her jacket leaving her in only her mesh top and short shorts, having him take a calming breath. A calculated risk. Following a costly victory on the planet Malastair, Chancellor Palpatine orders Jedi Knights Mace Windu and Anakin Skywalker to transport a fearsome Zillo beast captured during the battle back to Coruscant. After seeing that not even a lightsaber could harm the beast, Chancellor Palpatine hopes to unlock the secret of its invulnerability to create new armor for the Republic's clone troopers. Tensions run high as the most dangerous life form in the galaxy touches down on the Republic's most populous planet. Coruscant. Naruto appeared in a portal by the hangar as his men and Zul followed. Well, let's see how much time passed, maybe that's fixed as well, Naruto said before walking inside and saw Ayla. Hey, how long were we gone? About 2 weeks. Oh good, that was how long I was home then. Naruto said before looking forward. Anything interesting happened while I was gone? Ayla then started explaining about a mission to Anakin, and Mace had that to get fuel and test the Republic's latest bomb super weapon on Malastair and found it did work, annihilating the separatist forces with a massive blast. But the blast woke up a massive reptilian creature. She continues that the clones fired at the beast with no effect as it just shakes them off and chases them until Anakin distracts it by flying around it in circles, allowing Windu and the clones to escape. And after the beast hits his ship forcing the Jedi out, he strikes the monster with his lightsaber, only to find that its armor-like scales are virtually impervious to even his lightsaber. She continues explaining the mission that the Dugs bomb the Zillo beast fruitlessly while Mace and Anakin find the Dug Urus and the Council observing the ancient script showing the weaknesses of the Zillo beast. And that Mace and Anakin argue that they will exterminate an innocent life form if they continue, but Urus threatens to cancel the treaty if they try to protect it. After talking with Palpatine shows that he supports the extermination of the Zillo beast, but Dr. Sion Veer Bol and Anakin additionally support the idea to preserve it for replicating its seemingly impenetrable armor for military use and propose an idea to stun it in the gaps of its armor using stun tanks. She finishes that they stunned the beast so the Dugs would assume it is dead and sign the treaty, while the Republic could move it to a secure location before it reawakens, where they can study the creature and possibly copy the armor. She then finishes by explaining the Zillo beast is transported to Coruscant for study. Mace Windu is skeptical and fears that the creature is too dangerous to have been brought to the planet, though Supreme Chancellor Palpatine assures him that determining the secret of its invulnerability will bring a closer end to the war. Only for Mace to bring his concerns to Obi-Wan, who believes that, regarding what the Zillo beast is capable of, bringing the creature to Coruscant is not worth the possible military benefits. When Mace explains that the Chancellor failed to heed his warnings about the danger, Obi-Wan suggests they let someone else try. Therefore, the study of the Zillo beast is taken under a personal study by Dr. Cianver Bol, who has it sedated and restrained. Lab. A female alien in white clothes was on a platform overlooking the operation on the beast to get its scales off. She has maroon skin, a slender body, a long thin neck, and a crested head with eye stalks. This is Cianver Bol. She looked up as the beast screeched in pain. It's 97 meters long and has a roughly serpentine body with a long tail that trailed behind its form. It uniquely possesses a third arm protruding from its back and has plate-like armor. And its eyes are glowing a pale yellow-green and its nostrils are located on the top of its skull. Roars. Moans. That's enough, Cianver said, having the droid who was pulling scales off, and the one who was administering sedatives stop working. Its scales are remarkably strong and light. If we could examine their composition, we might be able to synthesize them to reinforce our clone armor. She said, looking to her right to see Palpatine and Ameta on another platform. And what is stopping you? Palpatine asked, looking at the doctor. We need to remove the scales first. It's very difficult, not to mention painful. She replied, looking at a tablet. Would it not be more efficient to simply kill the beast? She looked up at that before Ameta spoke. Kill it, are you sure? Chancellor, I must protest. Besides being the last of its kind, this creature may be intelligent. I find that hard to believe. It is, after all, just an animal. Palpatine said before the Zillo beast growled. It didn't seem to like your comment. I applaud your high moral stance, Doctor. After all, principles are in short supply these days. However, every passing minute of warfare brings countless deaths that could be prevented once the beast's secrets are unlocked. If there is any way to hasten that process, it is our moral duty to explore it. Palpatine said, causing Cianver to sigh. I serve at your pleasure, Chancellor. I'm just not sure where to begin. The fact remains that the beast is indestructible. Nothing is truly indestructible, Doctor. Wasn't there something in Molastair fuel that affected the beast? It weakened the Zillo, yes, but, she trailed off as Palpatine nodded. Excellent. I suggest you start there. Doctor, you need to find a way to kill that beast, or we shall replace you with someone who can. Palpatine said before leaving. Later, she started working on the gas before Palpatine came upon a hologram. Ah, Dr. Bol, I trust you have some progress to report. Yes, Chancellor. I was able to convert the Molastair fuel toxin into poison gas. I believe it's now strong enough to kill the Zillo beast if that's still how you wish to proceed. Cianver said, gesturing to the canisters by her. I wish I saw an alternative. However, sadly I must ask you to proceed with your assignment. Palpatine finished before the hologram cut off and she looked to the beast. I'm sorry. Don't worry, it will all be over soon. Begin the procedure, she said, putting a canister on a flying droid and it moved up to the beast to spray gas on its nose. Vital signs are dropping. GROANS. It started groaning before breaking out of its restraints. Ah. No. It should have been enough. Roars. The beast then tore through the hangar and attacked the clones outside. Take it down. Take it down. Man down. You in the black, let's go. Heads up. Go, 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 go. Hold. Everyone, back. Cianver limped outside to see the wreckage and that the beast was close to the city. Oh, no, she said before she had a call and brought up a hologram of Palpatine sitting on his chair. Doctor, were you successful? We have a problem, sir. She said as an air raid siren went off, having Palpatine look back before turning. She spoke. We need time to convert Molastair fuel into more toxin, Chancellor. I suggest you hurry, Doctor. She then heard Padme talk to C-3PO. Evacuate the staff to the underground shelters. In the city, the beast started tearing through bridges, shops, and apartments as it rampaged with a warning from Palpatine coming up on billboards to evacuate. It then started attacking the gunships that started shooting at it before roaring as it hit an apartment with its tail. Palpatine's office. Palpatine with Anakin and Padme looked out the window of his office. It's coming this way, Padme said as she saw the beast quickly making its way to them. Perhaps now would be a good time to evacuate to the lower levels, Anakin said as the beast landed on the building and looked in the room at Palpatine. Boop trills. Yes, we are going now, Palpatine said as they went to another door to an escape ship. My security staff insisted on adding this emergency escape route, Palpatine said as they and guards got in and sat down before the doctor came up on a hologram. Chancellor, I think we may have enough toxin now. Palpatine nodded at that. My guards will be with you shortly. Hand the gas over to them immediately. Padme looked to the Chancellor before speaking as they started hovering. Does it have to be destroyed? The Jedi stun cannons will not eliminate the problem. Our advanced technology simply cannot contain it. She sighed at that. I wish we had never brought the beast here. Beeps. Pardon me, Mistress Padme, 3PO said as he saw the beast outside. But I believe something is following us. The beast then grabbed the ship and roared. We're doomed. Naruto and Ayla. Naruto was eating with Ayla as they continued to talk about the beast. I feel like that's going to bite us in the ass, Naruto said as he held her hand. Why do you say that? I thought you would be glad for better armor for the clones. Of course, but not at the expense of a living creature, especially one that's the last of its kind. Naruto then looked out the window before Alpha came up on BD's hologram. Sir, a beast is attacking the city. There's that karma, Naruto said, pinching the bridge of his nose. We'll be right there then, Naruto said before seeing Yoda on a floating chair going to the communications room before following Yoda talking to Mace. Desperately needed the tanks are. We're almost at the loading dock, Master Yoda. Dire the situation has become. Before more lives are lost, act quickly we must. As they left, Naruto then brought his comms up. Alpha, Fordo, order everyone for a search and rescue mission ASAP. Roger sir. They then met up with Mace and Obi-Wan where the gunships are as Mace was ordering clones on his comms. All tanks acquire solutions and prepare to fire on my order. Hold your fire. Mace and Obi-Wan looked to see Yoda, Ayla, and Naruto walking up to them. In the beast's clutches, the Chancellor is. Anakin might be with him, and Senator Amidala, Obi-Wan said as they stopped in front of him as Yoda sighed. If the beast falls, at risk their lives shall be. Naruto crossed his arms as a clone ran up to them. Sir, looks like the general's up to something. Mace walked up to look to see the Zillo beast, then used binoculars to see it was holding a ship and trying to destroy it. What is Skywalker doing? Naruto looked up as well. It appears to be one of Anakin's improvised plans. How can it be a plan if it's improvised? Not to worry. Just catch them when they fall. Naruto said, putting his binoculars away. Rex had walked up at that when noticing the crowd. A lot of the general's plans involve falling. Distract the beast we shall, to give Skywalker more time, Yoda said as he, Ayla, and Naruto walked to a gunship and flew up to the beast. Yoda and Ayla jumped out to attack and as Naruto was going to follow suit, but stopped as QB spoke. Wait, Naruto, try using the force on it, maybe it's sentient. Naruto placed his saber back on his belt and held his hand out as BD had jumped down and looked at the beast. Boop. Naruto attempts it but it's difficult due to the Zillo beast being enraged. However, he manages a small connection seeing memories of the Zillo in the containment facility being poked prodded and having some scales forcibly removed, and Palpatine ordering it killed to harvest its scales more easily. Right before the first gas rockets hit the Zillo, Naruto was able to fully establish a connection confirming it is sentient. Roars. Use the gas bombs. Copy that. Bombs away. Naruto then gained a connection and saw it was sentient just as other gunships fired gas canisters at the beast. Roars. No, hold your fire, it's sentient, it's sentient. Groaning. The beast groaned as it fell where Naruto saw Palpatine, Padme, Anakin, R2, and 3PO by the others. Naruto then ran to the beast that was dying. Naruto rushed over to Zillo comforting it as it died. It's a tragedy that the Zillo beast paid with its life for our mistakes, Anakin said before Palpatine spoke. I will make certain that sacrifice was not made in vain. The blood is on your hands, Naruto said walking up to Palpatine. I saw you ordering it to be killed after trying to remove its scales that caused the beast pain doing so. You were responsible for the extinction of a sentient species and the 100,000 deaths and injuries today. Naruto then turned to leave before speaking over his shoulder. I'm going to help my men search for the injured and dead before I do something I'll regret. As Naruto left, the Jedi followed before Palpatine turned to the doctor who was working on the beast. Doctor, a word if you please. He then handed her a tablet. Your new orders. What is this? She asked as Palpatine got in a gunship. You want me to clone the beast? Treachery in the Senate. The Jedi Council suspects that Senator Rush Clovis is secretly taking part in a separatist conspiracy. But to find out what the senator from Scipio is up to, the council will need a spy of its own. Meanwhile, Jedi Anakin Skywalker has been away from Coruscant on a lengthy tour of duty leading the clone army. Now Anakin returns for a long-awaited reunion with his wife, Padme Amidala. Coruscant, Padme's apartment. Anakin walked into the large apartment holding a blue box before seeing C-3PO walking up. Master Ani, what a delight to see you. I shall tell mistress. The droid stopped as Padme walked in from the balcony in a blue dress and a blue and purple headdress. Anakin, that will be all, 3PO. Are you sure, my lady? Yes, 3PO. Now go. The droid nodded before walking away. Oh. Very well. The two then embraced each other before spinning. I brought dinner. Anakin ate looking at the box. How did you manage this? I had to hitch a ride on a cargo freighter. Padme looked up at him at that. What happened to your military transport? It blew up, he replied walking to the curved couch in the middle of the room. Anyway, the freighter captain was bringing a shipment to a restaurant here, and he gave me something to bring home. We just have to, he trailed off as he saw her looking at him. What? You called this, home? What else would I call it? He asked before kissing her as she walked over to him. The Naboo ambassador gave me something. I think I still have it here somewhere. Padme said as they went to the couch. Anakin sat down and placed the food on the armrest. Must be something good. It is. It'll be perfect. 5-blossom bread, my specialty. You have a specialty? Anakin asked, raising an eyebrow. I know how to make lots of things. When I was little, I cooked every day. I've been saving it for a special occasion. She replied sitting down with him. An evening alone with you. I can't think of an occasion more special. Jedi Temple, Council Chambers. Involved with the Separatists, the banking clan is, Yoda said to the others who were in the room. Discover the truth in this matter, we must. Obi-Wan nodded at that. I couldn't agree more, Master Yoda. But if Senator Amidala has already refused to spy on Senator Clovis of the banking delegation, I'm not sure how we can change our mind. That is why we asked you to summon young Skywalker, Mace said leaning back in his seat. I have been signaling him all night. I don't know where he could be. Later in the conference room, Anakin jogged in to see Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Mace around the hollow table. Sorry, I'm late. What's going on? We believe Senator Clovis is conspiring with the Separatists. We need to find out what he's planning. Mace explained having Anakin nod. Do you want me to interrogate him, Master? Yoda shook his head as he walked up. No. Treat Senator Clovis as a criminal we should not. The slightest misstep could cause a major incident. Obi-Wan continued after Yoda. You feel if we provoke him, we'll never find out what he's up to. Anakin mused looking at his master. Exactly. We need someone who is not a Jedi to get close to him for us. Someone he won't suspect, Mace explained. If not a Jedi, who? A fellow senator. Selected Senator Amidala, we have, Yoda explained, getting Anakin's attention. You want her to spy on Clovis? I don't think that's a good idea. There has to be someone else who's more qualified for this. What about Naruto? Wouldn't he have someone? Anakin asked as Mace shook his head before explaining. No, he has no one in the Senate who could do it without raising suspicion. We chose Senator Amidala because she and Clovis entered the Senate in the same year. They served on the same committees. They were good friends. I didn't know that, Anakin said, crossing his arms. Personal matters for the senator, these are. Know them, why would you? Yoda asked as he put both hands on his cane. It's just that I wouldn't expect Senator Amidala to have a friend in the banking clan, Anakin replied before leaning on the table as Mace looked over. Master Yoda has already asked her to spy on Clovis for us, and she refused. Trust you she does, Skywalker. That is why convince her, you must. Yes, Master, Anakin said before walking out of the room. Next morning, Senate building. Anakin walked to the Senate building and saw Padme walking out of her room where he saw a circular platform with 2 seats. Senator Amidala. General Skywalker, you finally found some time for me, she said while walking down the hall with him following after. Are you still mad about last night? He whispered to her. Why would I be mad? I'm not mad. Good. Now tell me about your dealings with Senator Clovis. He asked her as he looked around. So, you're here on Jedi business, she stated as she looked forward. Sigh, I already told Master Yoda I don't want to spy on a colleague and an old friend. He raised an eyebrow at that. Old friend, how well do you know Clovis? Why does that matter? That was before we were together. He then directed her to another room to the seats and hit a button having the platform hover to the middle of the very large room. I'm just trying to get a sense of who this guy is. I'll need to brief whoever does end up spying on him. Oh, I thought you were here to talk me into becoming an agent for the Jedi, she said as he crossed his arms at that. That is not a job for you. I don't agree with the council on this. If Clovis is involved in a separatist conspiracy, the last place you should be is anywhere near him. Clovis is conspiring with the separatists. Yoda didn't tell me that. I can't believe Clovis would do that. This is terrible. I never expected that from him. Someone has to find out the truth. Someone does, just not you, Anakin said, having her look at him. Why not me? Because it's going to be dangerous. Whoever takes this mission will be putting their life at risk. I've been in many tough situations before. It never seemed to bother you. I never stopped you from facing danger. You're constantly getting shot at, she said, getting angry as he sighed. I've been trained for that. It's very different from spying on a traitor. You mean I can't handle the mission? She asked, narrowing her eyes. I mean I'm not gonna let you do it. You're not going to let me. It's not your decision to make. It's mine, she said, crossing her arms. Lucky for us, you've already decided to refuse. I just changed my mind. You've convinced me that it's vital to learn what Clovis is doing. I accept the mission to spy on him. Anakin frowned at that as he crossed his arms. Even though I'm telling you not to. Don't take it personally, Anakin. Duty comes first, especially in wartime. Jedi Council. Anakin and Padme stood in front of the others as she talked to them about spying on Clovis. First, I'll need to get back in touch with him. Clovis and I haven't spoken in a long time. A surprise that is, given your past, Yoda said, holding his hands out to gesture at her. What does that mean, Senator? Anakin asked, turning to face Padme. At one point, Clovis and I were close. It was my choice to return things to a strictly professional level. Clovis didn't take it well, she explained as Mace folded his hands together. Do you think you'll be able to rekindle your friendship with him? He asked before Anakin turned to him and put his hands behind his back. Master, Senator Clovis is a very dangerous man. If he realizes she's trying to trick him. I'm aware of the risks, Master Jedi, Padme said to Mace, interrupting Anakin. But I know I can regain Clovis' trust. Good, Obi-Wan said from his seat. The closer you can get to him, the better. Padme nodded at him. I understand. I'll do whatever is necessary to succeed in my mission. She then turned to leave as Anakin addressed the others. And I'll do whatever I have to protect her. Later, Padme was with Clovis in a restaurant as a female robot walked to them with their food before leaving. Clovis is a Caucasian man with short brown hair and 2 gold markings over each eye, wearing yellow clothes. It's been good to see you again, Clovis. I didn't realize how lonely I was until tonight. Perhaps I can do more to ease your loneliness once I return from Cato Nemoidia. Oh, you're taking a pleasure trip? She asked, causing him to shake his head. Hardly. I'm going there to put the fear of Scipio in those overgrown Trade Federation grubs. You know how they are. They love to borrow money from the banking clan, but they hate to pay it back. Maybe you can say a few words on my behalf. I'm on the Hollow Net with the Nemodians every day asking for trade concessions, but I can't ever seem to make progress. she said before he straightened up in his seat at that. I've got an idea. Come with me to Kato Namewadia and speak to them in person. I have leverage from the banking clan, you have diplomatic contacts. We can help each other. Are you inviting me for political reasons or because you want us to be friends again? She asked, making him smile. Both, of course, although I'm far more interested in your friendship than your politics. She nodded at that. In that case, I'll be happy to go with you. It'll be like old times. On the contrary, I hope it'll be much better than the old times. Morning, hangar. Anakin dressed like a pilot loaded the luggage in a silver ship before seeing Padme with a silver headdress on and then saw Clovis. Senator Clovis. Padme, you look exquisite, Clovis said before walking up to kiss her cheeks, having Anakin grit his cheeks. He then saw C-3PO and R2 go in as well before all three walked into the seats. If you get tired, you can rest your head on my shoulder, Clovis said to his fellow senator as Anakin walked between them and checked the three harnesses on the seats they walked to. Allow me, my lady. He then checked the one in the middle and broke it. And this one's broken. Too bad. He then walked to the cockpit where he saw a dark-skinned man with an eye patch over his left eye. This is Gregor Typho. We're ready for takeoff, Captain, Anakin said sitting in the empty seat. All I have to do is fly the ship. Kato Namewadia. As they arrived at Kato Namewadia, the group was greeted by Nemodian Senator Lot Dodd. Padme is shown to her quarters by two female droids while Dodd and Clovis go to talk about the number of credits needed to build the new droid foundry with Poggle the Lesser. Clovis then refuses to lend them any more credits. Padme walks down and attempts to spy on them while taking a walk, but they shut down the holographic blueprints when they notice her. As Clovis leads Padme away, Dodd and Poggle realize that she is Clovis' weakness and plan on poisoning her to force him to cooperate. While Anakin and R2-D2 wait outside for Padme's signal, she gets ready for dinner with the other senators. Dodd then tricks her into sharing his drink after smearing the rim with poison. Once dinner is finished, Clovis takes Padme on a tour of the palace, both unaware of the poison. While Clovis goes to fetch a drink after Padme said she was starting to get thirsty, Padme attempts to access the palace's files but is barred by the computer's demand for a passcode. She soon figures out that it is her name, and sees the diagram from Dooku's new droid foundry in a red hologram. She signals Anakin, who sneaks into her quarters. As soon as she takes the hologram disc with the plans, she hides it from Clovis, who then enters the room. When he asks to hold her hand, she spontaneously embraces him to hide the disc. She notices Anakin in the shadows, his face bursting with anger and jealousy, but she calms him down by brandishing the disc and dropping it as he uses the force to pull it over. As he slips away, Padme suddenly passes out. Clovis reports this to Dodd but is informed that Padme is a spy. At first, he refuses to believe it but is convinced when he finds the disc missing. He angrily confronts her for betraying him, but then Anakin then enters, demanding that he step away from her. Clovis realizes that he loves Padme enough to save her, so he offers to get the antidote in exchange for the disc. As they carry Padme back to the ship, they run into Dodd and his aides. Clovis attempts to bluff his way out, but Dodd refuses to let them leave, so Clovis pulls out a blaster. Dodd is forced to give up the antidote, and the three then run away. However, Anakin purposely leaves Clovis on the planet, who is forced to talk with Dodd, as he injects Padme with the antidote. A few days later, Senate building. Hey, Rio. Rio, in her room, looked up to see Naruto with BD walking in holding a red box. I was visiting Padme and had some extra lunch, so I thought we'd drop by. Thanks, Naruto, how are you? I'm good, you? Bored. Not much happens here in the Senate, I'm afraid. Rio replied before Naruto started setting up the food as they started talking to each other, with Naruto explaining he went back home while she explains she's been dealing with meetings with the others and other political missions as of late. The Maelstrom. Naruto was training Bats and the new droid, who's also red with a white swirl on his chest. Okay Bats, Rusty, I've upgraded your chips and batteries so you'll aim better, faster, and last longer. Thanks, boss. Yeah, thanks. Naruto nodded before looking at BD. Let's get you updated, buddy. Trills. Naruto walked to a workbench and put him down before picking up some wires and worked on BD. Okay, now you can pull me up zip lines, he said as RC rolled over. Hey, good timing, RC got new wheels, thrusters, and battery for you too. Whistles. Knight's billet. Ayla walked up to Barris sitting at a table. Hello Barris. Greetings Ayala. The Padawan greeted before Ayla spoke. There's something I wanted to talk to you about, but not here. Okay, where at? Barris asked standing up as Ayla turned. A friend's place, she replied as they walked out. Oola's bar. The two walked in to see Twi'leks dancing on their knees on top of tables before going to the bar. Why are we here? Barris asked as Ayla turned to look at her. To talk with a friend. They came to the bar and saw Oola cleaning a glass. Hey, Ayla, come for information. No, I'm here to talk about Naruto. Her fellow Twi'lek replied, gaining both their attention. He was able to get in touch and visit his home. Good, I believe you both said he was from a different dimension, Barris said as Ayla nodded. And he's the last known male of his clan, he's being put into what's called a Clan Restoration Act. What's that? Oola asked, crossing her arms over her chest. Sight Naruto needs multiple women to have kids with to bring his clan back, Ayla explained, getting the two aliens to widen their eyes. Really? Barris asked, having Ayla nod. That's not too strange, a lot of other races out there do that, Oola said, putting her hands on the table. Yes, and I've seen the way you looked at Naruto and Oola, I've felt your feelings for him, would you like to give it a try? Counterattack. With the clone army stretched in a desperate attempt to engage General Grievous, Starfleet, Separatists' planets that were once thought secure are now rising against the Republic. On Geonosis, Separatist leader Poggle the Lesser, safe in his newly ray-shielded factories, creates thousands of terrible new weapons that march off the assembly line against the outnumbered clone army. The Jedi, resolute in the effort to restore order to the Republic, mount a massive invasion to retake Geonosis and shut down Poggle's factories once and for all. Ellipsis. Atmosphere above Geonosis, Star Destroyer. Obi-Wan and Ki-Adi-Mundi were both looking at the planet from the main room. I cannot believe we're back here again, Obi-Wan said as Naruto, BD, and Zul walked in with BD jumping off Naruto and onto a console. It is unfortunate, Mundi said, looking to Obi-Wan. The resistance from the native Genosians was stronger than we anticipated. Naruto sighed as he crossed his arms. The same can be said for their loyalty to Count Dooku, he said as Anakin and Ahsoka walked in. A fact that is often overlooked, Mundi said, bringing his arms behind his back as Anakin stopped by them. You're late. Sorry, Master, Ahsoka and I were busy routing the Seppies near Doran, Anakin replied as Ahsoka stood just in front of the group. My squadron alone had 55 kills. Yeah, but mine had 76, Anakin replied as Naruto raised an eyebrow while Ahsoka scoffed. Show off. Well, I'm glad you two are enjoying yourselves, Obi-Wan said to the two, getting Anakin's attention. Hey, it's just a little friendly competition, Master, nothing to worry about. What I worry about is the way this war seems to be drawing out with no end in sight, Obi-Wan said, hand on his chin. Which is why our invasion of Geonosis must meet with success, Ki-Adi-Mundi said to the three, having Anakin nod. Agreed. Ahsoka, contact the Outer Rim Command. We're ready for our briefing. I called them already, they're already waiting for us. They then went to the briefing room where Yoda, Palpatine, and Mace were above the table in small holograms with the planet by them and a full-sized Luminara beside Ki-Adi-Mundi. Our ships are in position and we are ready to begin our campaign against the Genosians, Obi-Wan said to them before Mace spoke. And what about Poggle? Any report on his location? Obi-Wan nodded before bringing up a base to talk. It seems he's holed up at the primary droid foundry here. The factory is protected by a shield generator. Anakin, Naruto, Ki-Adi, and I shall attempt a four-pronged attack through their defense lines to a staging area just short of the shield. Once we've landed, we shall knock out the shield generator. That is our primary target. Palpatine looked worried at that. Isn't it risky committing 3 generals to one area of the attack? If something went wrong, we could be dealt a serious blow. Yoda turned to look at him to speak up. To ensure that rise again Geonosis does not, capture Poggle we must. Of course. As always, I shall leave the strategy to you, Master Jedi. Our thanks, Chancellor, Obi-Wan said before Mace spoke up. May the Force be with you. The holograms turned off, leaving only Luminaras before Obi-Wan continued as Cody, Rex, Alpha, Fordo, and a clone with an orange-colored set walked in. Good. Cody, these are the coordinates for the rendezvous. Yes, sir, when we hit the ground, we'll create a perimeter there. Alpha, Fordo we'll come up on the long way, Naruto explained, getting the two to nod. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Getting past their defenses here will be the trick. General Mundi will come across the defensive lines from the north. We will make our assault through the middle. General Uzumaki will come up the west. General Skywalker will make his attack on the defensive lines from the south, and we'll meet at the rendezvous point at 0700 exactly. Cody explained to the group. If we meet with strong resistance and are forced down away from the landing zone, hold out until we join our forces before attacking the shield generator, Ki-Adi-Mundi explained as Ahsoka looked at the map that came up when Cody spoke. Their front lines are heavily fortified. Look at that giant wall with all the gun emplacements. That won't be easy to get past. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere near that. Anakin told his Padawan before Obi-Wan glanced at him. Come, now. What happened to all the enthusiasm I saw earlier? Don't worry about us. You just make sure you get yourself to that landing zone in one piece. Yes, I shall be waiting for you, when you finally arrive. Gentlemen, if you are quite finished, we have a battle to begin, Luminara spoke, crossing her arms. Quite right. Cody, prep the gunships. I'll meet you in the hangar. Yes, sir. Naruto walked up to Alpha and Fordo before speaking. Since we're going the long way, send the bombers out first. They nodded at that before leaving as BD jumped back on Naruto's back. They all then walked to the hangar and got to their gunships as Naruto looked to see Obi-Wan talk to Cody as he waited for his troops to get in. Naruto also notices most clones were in camouflaged armor to match the ground of the planet. No, sir, I wasn't involved in the first assault on Geonosis. Well, you didn't miss much. Last time, I was chained to a pole and attacked by several humongous monsters. That sounds entertaining. It was, for the Geonosians, Obi-Wan spoke just as the doors closed and he flew off. Are we all ready, Rex? Yes, sir. General Kenobi is already underway. Rex said to Anakin. Well, he's got a head start. We'll have to catch up. Wolf then walked up to Ki-Adi-Mundi. Good luck, General. There is no such thing as luck, he said before flying off. Naruto looked to see his troops before speaking. Be ready for a large army this time. Yes, sir. They all replied as they started flying out of the hangar. They then started shaking as they were hit with pulse cannons. Good thing those bugs can't aim. One clone said before the gunship was immediately hit, bursts into flames, and the clone was thrown out but managed to survive by holding on to the side of the gunship for a moment before losing his grip and plummeting to his death. The flak is too heavy. We're down. Repeat, down. Location 5. Bones, send as many backups as you can as well as send a medical team to Location 5 and others you hear that need help, Naruto said over his comms. Got it. I just lost contact with Skywalker's team. The others will be fine, just focus on us, Naruto said before they landed and got out to see dead Geonosians and destroyed droids before seeing ships fly back over them. Good job guys, Naruto said to his bombers before they started walking to the rendezvous before Naruto looked to his pilot. Crash, go help the medical team. Roger. Why did he pick Crash as his name? Zool asked her master who shrugged. Sometimes they give each other names. I guess he crashed at a test sim. Anakin's team. Anakin and Ahsoka were blocking shots with their sabers as their troopers got in cover by wreckage. Come on, get up, we have to keep moving, Anakin said to them before blocking another blast and sliced several Geonosians. Here they come. Watch it, watch it. Ahsoka jumped up from the wreckage to look at her group. They're falling back, come on. Ki-Adi-Mundi's team. Get the tanks on the ground. Now, Mundi yelled in the gunship as they were hit by a blast. His commander brought his comms up to speak. Cody, get the tanks down. Come in, Cody. Cody, come in. Get the tanks down. Copy that. Pilot, begin landing sequence. Cody said as they continued before getting shot down and crashed. Medic clones ran to them from another ship as Mundi held his side. What are our losses, Captain? We got hit pretty hard. I think only Kenobi's forces made it through the flock to the landing zone. General Uzumaki landed and was heading towards it on foot. And what about Skywalker? Mundi asked as a clone helped him out of the ship. Captain Rex reported they're still in the middle of a firefight. Skywalker's tanks are gone and they're trying to contact General Kenobi's forces for support. In the meantime, they'll press on to the rendezvous point. The clone replied as Mundi nodded. Very well. Load the injured onto the tanks. We'll make for that ridge. With any luck, we can meet up with Skywalker or Uzumaki on their way to Kenobi's position. He said pointing to a ridge in the distance. Cody's team. Copy that, Commander. Have fun down there. Cody then opened the door. Move it. Move it. Here they come. One clone yelled out seeing Genosians as the clone tanks fell. Bugs incoming. Man down. Man down. One clone yelled as another was hit. Cody then brought his comms up. General Kenobi, don't land. The zone is hot. But there's nowhere else to go. Obi-Wan yelled out. We're hit. We're going down. Brace yourselves. Anakin's team. Rex ran behind Anakin on a hill shooting his pistols as he talked to Cody. Okay, Cody, I'll speak with General Skywalker. He then slid to cover the hill as Anakin blocked a blast and looked at him. Rex, what's the word? Can Obi-Wan send support or not? I don't think so, sir. Cody says General Kenobi never reached the landing site. They think his gunship got shot down. Anakin sighed at that. Great. The one time I ask Obi-Wan for help, he's nowhere to be found. Ahsoka dropped down beside them as more blats started shooting at them. Well, what if something happened to General Kenobi? He could be injured or... No time for that kind of talk. Anakin interrupted his Padawan before looking to Rex. Rex, we need to mobilize, now. Get the men together. We're going to rush the guns. Yes, sir. Rex nodded before running off. Ahsoka, you're with me. We need to give Rex cover when we attack. Anakin ordered as she nodded. Got it, just give the word. Hey, I'm worried about him, too, but you have to keep your mind in the here and now, otherwise we'll never be able to help Obi-Wan. All here, sir, Rex yelled running up with clones. Ready, now. Rex turned to his men before yelling. Go, 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 go. Take them out. Take them all out. Naruto's team. Naruto spun his Shoto in front of him as he walked, blocking blasts by a very large group of droids and Genosians as he turned to his men. Alpha, Ford flank them over there, there's an opening in their defense. Got it. On it. Zool with me to draw the blasts to us. Got it, Master. They then continued blocking blasts as Naruto swung his saber at any Geonosian or droid that got near him with Zool mirroring the action on his left. The clones all ran to dunes and wreckage to get into cover to shoot any droid and Genosians they saw. Cody. Not good. The bugs are splitting up. A clone said to Cody, who then looked to his left and saw two clones running to him in red camo armor. Boyle, reporting as ordered, sir. Waxer, reporting as ordered, sir. Cody nodded before giving them their orders. We've got a downed gunship 5 clicks east. We believe it's General Kenobi's. I need you to get out there and check for survivors. Sir, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. The two then ran to the gunship dodging blasts before Waxer looked to Boyle. Why do we always get the fun missions? Oh, this isn't the fun part. Getting back to the square is the fun part. They then got to the ship and saw an injured Obi-Wan and one clone moving. Waxer, Boyle, am I glad to see you. Trapper and I are the only ones still alive, he said as Boyle nodded. Good to see you, sir. Commander Cody has established the square just beyond this position. The bugs are on the move and trying to surround us as we speak, sir. Boyle replied, picking him up as Waxer helped Trapper. Up with Cody, a clone reported on what he saw through his binoculars. They've got the general. Cody then brought up his comms. At T 636, lay down cover fire at .35. Take it down. Take it down. The group then made it back as Cody walked to Obi-Wan. "Are you injured, General?" No, nothing too serious." "What's the situation here?" Obi-Wan asked as he was put behind cover. "Size, we've got no air cover. 3 generals on the ground beyond our position. And a mess of bugs surrounding us." Although General Uzumaki's last report said he was on his way, the enemy was more than prepared for our attack, sir. They knew our every move. Cody reported as a clone stuck Obi-Wan with a stim. "Well, I'm sure General Skywalker, General Uzumaki, and General Mundi will make it to our position. We just have to make sure we're still here when they arrive." Ki-Adi Mundi's team. The group got to the top of the ravine towards a cave as Jet was talking to Wolf about getting back up. "Negative, Captain. We will be unable to provide any air support at this time." "I understand that, sir, but we have 4 attack forces on the ground and only 1 at the landing zone. This is a planetary-wide invasion, Captain. If I divert resources to your position, it will mean sacrificing other areas of the campaign. All we can do at this time is to help you find General Skywalker." Jet sighed at that. "All right, sir. I'll report to the General. Commander Jet, out." He then jogged up to Mundi to give a report. "General, I left a squad to protect the tanks. Are you sure this is the shortest way to the landing zone?" "No, I'm not sure, Commander. All I can do is trust my instincts," Mundi said as they started walking inside the cave. Wait a minute," one clone said, bringing a hand to his helmet. "I have a wing vibration up ahead." Genosians attacked by flying down and grabbing several clones as the rest fended them off. "Don't stop. We must push on. Forward," Mundi yelled as they fought their way to the other side. Anakin's team. Anakin and Ahsoka ran in front as they came to a ravine, then to a large wall blocking them with droids at the top that started shooting at them. "Well, this is another fine mess you've gotten us into," Ahsoka said, turning her saber off after getting behind cover. "What? Hey, it's not my fault. You were supposed to study the holo maps," Anakin yelled at his Padawan. "I did. Remember when I reminded you about the giant wall, and you said, 'Don't worry, Snips, we won't be anywhere near that. Just get ready to climb.'" They then put on backpacks as Rex shot several times before looking to Anakin. "So, what's the plan, General?" "Just keep us covered, Rex. There's too much laser fire for all of us to make the climb. Ahsoka and I will handle this. Just be ready when that wall comes down," Anakin ordered before he and Ahsoka ran to the ravine and shot their grapple hooks up before they started to jump up. As they got to the top, they blocked blasts before Anakin turned to Ahsoka. "How many droids have you shut down so far?" 25. "Ah, you're falling behind. Let's go," Anakin yelled before dashing to the wall. Down below, Rex shot one of the guns off the wall that was shooting at them before seeing the 2 Jedi at the top. "Focus on the droids on top of the wall. Man down." On the wall, the Jedi took care of most of the droids before Anakin spoke to Ahsoka, who was looking on the floor of the wall. "Look for a hatch. We need to put the explosives inside the wall." "Found one," Ahsoka said, opening a hatch. And had a droideka jump out as well as one behind Anakin when he turned to help. As they blocked blasts, Ahsoka noticed Rex was on the top and walking behind the one that's focused on her before slowly put his hand through the shield and shot the droid's head, destroying it. It then started shooting, having the Jedi drop to dodge, hit the other droid, and Anakin slid under it and sliced it. "Hey, did you get them?" AB-1 droid asked, coming up through the hatch before Anakin and Ahsoka dropped their bags on him, having the droid fall back down into the hatch. "Catch." "Huh. No. Come on, Rex. Up and away," Ahsoka yelled as she and Anakin used the Force to throw Rex off the wall as they jumped. Boom. The wall blew up as the Jedi used the Force to land safely before catching Rex. They then used the Force to stop rocks from falling on them before getting up. "Next time, just tell me to jump." "Now, where's the fun in that?" Anakin asked, dusting himself off. "Come on, we can't keep Obi-Wan waiting." "You heard him, lads. Let's go." Ki-Adi Mundi's team. "We're almost through. Bring in the flamethrowers," one clone yelled as they got to the other opening as the fire came out from flamethrowers. They then came to the cliff and looked to see Anakin's team. "Master Mundi, do you read me?" We're here, Skywalker. We took a slight detour that put us out of communications for a bit. This has been a day for detours, Master. Mundi nodded before seeing black smoke to his right. Indeed, but now the road is clear. I can see the landing zone. It does not look good. Down below, Anakin looked to a clone. Can you get me Admiral Yularen? The clone nodded before bringing a hollow disc up and had Wolf come up via hologram. Admiral, we're at the breaking point. You've got to get some fighters down here. You are in luck, General Skywalker. I have one squadron available. Landing zone. Naruto's team made it to the landing zone just as other ships flew overhead shooting the droids and Genoshans. Reinforcements. The reinforcements have arrived. Master Kenobi. Naruto turned to see Anakin's and Mundi's team running up to Obi-Wan before gunships started landing as Anakin looked to Obi-Wan. Well, what happened to you? I might ask you the same question, Obi-Wan said as he sat behind boxes. Each Jedi and clone captain then gathered around him as BD brought the map up for Obi-Wan. Our combined forces should be enough to destroy the shield generator. Anakin, you'll need to take a small squad through the shield, as close as you can get to their gun emplacements. From there, you'll be able to temporarily jam their scanners so they are unable to target the incoming tanks. Once the tanks knock out the shield, Master Mundi can bring the rest of the troops in with the gunships. I'll help as well, Naruto said as BD turned the map of and climbed back on him. Consider it done, Master. They then went to the shield and waited for the orders before getting it and ran in. Let's jam their scanners. Droid poppers, ready. They threw EMP grenades powering the droids down before they ran ahead. Naruto saw one Geonosian about to shoot Ahsoka before pulling her to him, then pulled his blaster and shot the Geonosian. Ahsoka looked up to Naruto and smiled in thanks as he nodded before they attacked the others. Bring up the tanks. The tanks came in and shot the generator, destroying it, having the shield go down as the others ran in and had the Genosians surrender. Later, Anakin helped Obi-Wan to a gunship as Ahsoka looked at him. So, Master, what was your total? Not now, Ahsoka. Come on, are you afraid you lost this time? She asked, getting him to sigh. Fine, 55, that's my count. And you? 60. Looks like I won. Yeah, but I called in the airstrike. Tai, Anakin said as they got to the ship. You're impossible. I'll never understand how you can simplify these battles into some kind of game, Obi-Wan said as he was punted on board with Mundi. Well, take care of yourself. I expect to see both of you back here by the time we've destroyed the main factory. Anakin said to the masters. We shall do our best, Obi-Wan said before Mundi looked to Anakin. 65, Skywalker. I'm sorry. My total. 65. So what do I win? Mundi asked as Anakin looked at him. My everlasting respect, Master Mundi. Oh. That is a gift Anakin rarely bestows, I assure you, Obi-Wan replied as the ship started flying off as Naruto looked at it from his seat on a log. The final surge. Having learned of Warlord Poggle the Lesser's plot to rebuild a separatist droid foundry on Geonosis, Jedi Knights Naruto Uzumaki, Anakin Skywalker and their Padawans, Ahsoka Tano, and Zul'Zis prepare to assault this heavily fortified installation. Their mission: destroy the factory at all costs. Anticipating stiff resistance, Republic commanders send Jedi Master Luminara Unduli and her Padawan, Barriss Afi, to reinforce the attack. But time runs short for our intrepid heroes as the dreaded droid mill nears completion. Ellipsis. Geonosis. Luminara and Barriss are flying in a gunship to meet up with Anakin and Naruto. Captain, the only safe landing zone is south of Skywalker's and Uzumaki's position, Luminara told the clone pilot who looked back to her. Yes, General. Barriss, I assume you've made the necessary preparations. The Jedi told her Padawan who nodded. Precisely as you instructed, Master. She replied with a bow. Buckle your belts and check yourselves, soldiers. We're going in, another clone said as the others pulled their weapons and got ready. The others. Naruto stood off to the side with Zul and watched as Ahsoka tried to give the plan to their clones only for Anakin to keep interrupting. This bridge is our first waypoint, she said to a hologram of a mountain and a cliff connected via a bridge. Focus your fire on the gun emplacements, here and here, because it's only Because it's only after we neutralize the guns that we can push for the factory. Anakin interrupted, getting in front of Ahsoka. Yes, we can push for the factory. Now, expect stiff resistance from. And don't forget to top off your energy cells and ration packs. Once we leave, there'll be no resupply. Anything else, Ahsoka? Anakin interrupted again before looking back at Ahsoka. No, I think you've pretty much covered everything in my briefing, she annoyingly said as he nodded. Very well. Squad dismissed. Okay, what's next? Anakin asked as everyone left before Ahsoka followed her master. You know, master, my briefings might go better if you didn't interrupt me every time I tried to. I wasn't interrupting, I was trying to help you. Which I would appreciate if you didn't interrupt me to do it. I just think maybe you don't trust me to give the briefing, she said as they walked. See, and you say I treat you like a kid, Naruto told his Padawan as they followed behind the duo. You do most of the time, Zul replied before looking forward. It's not about trust, it's about getting the job done right, Anakin said over his shoulder. So you don't trust me to get the job done right? I knew it. Snips, I never said. No, it's okay. I understand. I'm the Padawan, you're the master, Ahsoka said, crossing her arms. Up ahead, Luminara's ship landed with Rex and Alpha walking up to her. Good day, Generals Skywalker and Uzumaki are waiting for you. Luminara nodded before walking up to see Anakin and Ahsoka arguing. At it again, are they? Again, Master? Barriss asked Luminara, who glanced at her. Let's just say that Anakin and Ahsoka have a penchant for playing loose with regulations and rules of command like Naruto and his Padawan do, she replied as they got close to hear the conversation. Yeah, but when I say it, they listen to me. Well, if you don't trust me, then maybe you should send me back. Ahsoka shot back as she threw her arms down. Don't tempt me, Snips. If you're both finished with your little discussion, Luminara said, getting the others' attention. We do have a factory to destroy. She then looked to her Padawan to address her. Well, Barriss, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Barriss then looked to Anakin and Ahsoka and bowed. Padawan learner Barriss Afi at your service. Glad to meet you. I'm Ahsoka, Ahsoka said, pulling Barriss up with her hand. Naruto smiled at the two. It's good to see both of you again. I wish it was under more peaceful circumstances, Luminara said before they walked to where R2 was. Naruto noticed Barriss moved in front of him and started swaying her hips, having him raise an eyebrow. Nah, he thought, not noticing Ahsoka looking confused at how her fellow Padawan's actions. They stopped at R2 and brought up the map again. A frontal assault is risky. Our losses will be high. But not as high as they'll be if that factory comes online, Anakin said, crossing his arms before Luminara nodded at that. And missed Barriss standing close to Naruto and brushing her hands on his sides. Indeed, but there is an alternative. R2 then showed a cluster of catacombs under the base. Every Geonosian building has a series of catacombs beneath it that run deep underground, she said before Barriss pointed to one that was connected to the ground of the cliff on the factory's side. Some of the tunnels are close enough to this cliff wall so that you could cut a hole and make an entry point. Once inside, we could find the main reactor, plant the explosives and blow the factory inside out. There's too many though, Naruto said, bringing a hand to his chin as BD looked over his shoulder. You'd get lost pretty quickly. For the unprepared, perhaps, Luminara said before motioning to her Padawan. But I have instructed Barriss to memorize the labyrinth, all 200 junctions. You always were thorough, Anakin said to the master who looked towards him. It pays for one to be prepared, Luminara told him before looking at Barriss. Right, Barriss. Especially when other people's lives depend on your success, she replied as Naruto looked at the map. How do we keep the Geonosians occupied while someone else is setting the bombs? Ahsoka spoke up, getting the group's attention. Good point, Snips. If whoever is going in there is going to be successful, we'll need to create a diversion. Anakin spoke before Luminara nodded. Precisely. That task will be carried out by us, Skywalker, and Uzumaki. You want me to be bait? Naruto asked as the master nodded. Oh come on, that's why I got Zul here. Love you too, master. While the destruction of the factory falls to the Padawans, Luminara was then interrupted by Anakin. Now, hold on. Who decided that? Walking into that factory could be suicide. Not if we're successful holding Poggle's attention at the bridge. Ahsoka then turned to Anakin to voice her thoughts. Master, I can do this. I've had riskier assignments. But unlike Barriss, you and Zul aren't prepared for this mission. While I agree with you that Zul wasn't prepared, she can handle herself, Naruto said to his fellow knight before Ahsoka spoke. See, Whiskers trusts his Padawan. That's because she's been with several masters. Not to worry, my Padawan is reliable. She can lead them both through the maze. Luminara spoke, breaking the fighting duo up. We'll be in and out, Master. See, dependable Barriss will get us through. Ahsoka said, hand on her hip. Don't worry, Master. As you well know, I can follow orders. She finished crossing her arms. It's decided, then, Luminara said as Naruto nodded. Yeah, be safe Zul. You as well Master, Zul said as Ahsoka put on a white backpack full of bombs. We'll monitor your progress on these chronometers, Luminara said, handing them the watch devices as BD looked on over Naruto's back. Synchronize on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. She said as they each pressed a button at the same time. Let's get going. After you, Barriss. Ahsoka said as Barriss ran in front before she and Zul followed. You feel Ahsoka is not up to the task? Luminara asked Anakin who sighed. I never said that. What is it, then? Nothing. Let's prepare the men, Anakin said before the trio turned to look at R2 who still had the map up. We'll have to make a bold move if we're to draw them out of the factory and keep their attention on us and not the Padawans. Naruto then had them with their clones and tanks marching to the factory on the hologram. The best way to do that is to march our troops straight up the middle, parade style. They can't resist that. With no cover, Luminara asked before Anakin shrugged. Well, we have to make it tempting. Factory. Inside the factory, Poggle was talking to a tactical droid. The factory is operating at 50% production capacity. We have 10 garrisons of new droids ready to deploy. Poggle then spoke in Geonosian before the droid shook his head. No, the super tanks are not ready, but when they are, the Republic forces will be routed. They have no weapon that can penetrate its heavy armor. On the bridge, the Jedi and their troops started walking to the factory. Here come the droids. Everybody steady. Steady. Keep marching. Anakin said as Naruto used the Force to bring both sabers up into his hands. I hope the Padawans have made it past the bridge by now, Luminara said as over in the distance on their side, the trio is still climbing down before running to the factory side. Up on the bridge, Anakin looked to see the B-1s and super droids walking to them. That looks like a lot of droids. Well, it is a droid factory, Luminara commented as both she and Anakin pulled their sabers up. As long as we can destroy them faster than they can make them, we'll come out on top. I love your simple logic, Skywalker. Naruto then crossed his arms to have his sabers on either side of his face before dashing forward. Here we go, he yelled, bringing his sabers down and sliced through several droids as the other two ran and sliced through them as well. Up in one of the towers, a Geonosian looked through a window before the droid spoke up on a hologram. Let them fall into the trap. Behind us, Naruto yelled, turning to see Geonosians flying out of the tower they passed. He blocked several blasts before putting his Shoto away and pulled his blaster up to start shooting the Geonosians. Down below, the Padawans got to the wall before Barriss felt the wall for the catacomb before pulling her saber out and cutting a vertical rectangle hole and used the Force to pull the slab out, showing the rock was red hot. Nice work. Well, here goes nothing, Ahsoka said, walking to step in. Only to be stopped by Barriss. I should go in first. I know the way. Zul shrugged at that. She did memorize the catacombs. Ahsoka stood aside and gestured inside. Be my guest. They then walked in with Barriss going first and walked down the mostly empty halls with nothing but bones once in a while. They then stopped, seeing two guards at the end of one of the halls before they flew away. They continued before stopping as they came to a group sleeping on each side of the walls. They're sleeping. We have to find another way, Ahsoka said, only for Zul to shake her head. We don't have time. This direction is the fastest, Barris said as they looked ahead. Maybe you're wrong. Trust me. They then walked ahead with Zul going first, followed by Ahsoka and Barris. Barris had to stop when a hand landed on her head. Ahsoka, Zul. They looked back before Zul walked over and held the hand in place with the force before Barris dropped lower, then crawled away before the others followed. And missed the Geonosian, opening his eyes. Outside, the forces continued fighting, finishing off the last of the droids before Naruto looked to the right, then to Alpha and his men. Okay men, I see droids on our right trying to flank us, half with me and Alpha, the rest stay here with Fordo. Yes sir. They ran to the side of the cliff as the other half started shooting at the last of the droids. They should have entered the catacombs by now. Luminara said as both she and Anakin were dirty from the dust. I sure hope they're not lost down there. The Padawans. Left at the next junction, Barris whispered to the others as they walked down a hall. Dead end, Zul said, holding a small flashlight. If we make a wrong turn, we may never find our way out, Ahsoka said to Barris. You do remember the way, don't you? Of course I do. It's not left. It's up, Barris said, looking to see a hatch. It's this way. They then jumped up to start climbing before the Geonosian from earlier holding a gun walked in, saw the hatch, then flew up. Outside, Fordo hid behind a boulder before popping out to take a shot at the next wave of droids before droidekas rolled in. Rex, a little help here, Anakin yelled out before Rex looked over his shoulder. Get up there, trooper. A clone ran up with a rocket launcher before firing it at the droidekas and blew them off the bridge. Inside the factory, the droid looked at Poggle. My lord, I beg you to let us use the secret weapons. We have 20 units ready now and many more on the way. Poggle thought for a minute before speaking. Thank you, my lord. Deploy the super tanks. Attack formation. Outside, the doors opened up and large tanks rolled out. They look similar to the MTT but are about half the size and have twin blaster cannons located on the same spot as the MTT. They also have one turret-mounted twin laser cannon located on the outside in the middle of the craft on either side. Concealed under a retractable section of its armor plating is a set of twin warhead launchers. They also have the logo of the Sith painted on both sides. Looks like the Separatists have a new toy, Luminara commented, turning her saber off. Rex, pick your targets. Yes, sir. Elevation 427. Rex said to their tank operators who started to get ready. Steady, steady, fire. They then fired on the tanks, only for nothing to happen to them. Sir, nothing could withstand that. They must be ray shielded, Anakin said, looking at the tanks rolling to them. They then ran to cover as Naruto slid down with them, covered in dirt before they heard beeping. They looked to see their communicators blinking with a green light. Green light. The bombs are active, Naruto said as Anakin nodded. The Padawans did it. And just in time. Get down, Naruto yelled as the tanks fired on them with a volley. The Padawans a few minutes earlier. Whoa, that's a lot of droids, Zul said as they got inside and saw the droids being made. Come on, the main control room is this way, Barris said as they ran. And missed the Geonosian coming up and saw them. They ran to the reactor room and started to place a bomb around the large reactor. And then had a super tank and Genosians with Poggle come in with the tactical droid. They sliced through several Genosians that flew to them before Poggle spoke and flew to the door. You heard His Highness. Collect their pathetic little bombs, then we will kill them. The droid said, having the Genosians take the bombs and fly off as Poggle closed the door while the tank used the turrets to fire on the Padawans. And had Ahsoka throw a bomb on the tank by his head. See if your stupid tank can take this. Fool. The super tank is impervious to all weapons. Boom. The droid blew up as the tank started rolling toward them. They fought off the Genosians back into the hatch they ran up in before Zul closed the hatch and welded it shut with her saber. Think that tank's impervious to a saber? She asked Barris as Ahsoka grabbed one of the Genosians with the bombs and fell onto the reactor and slid to the floor. Outside, the Jedi looked to their men before Anakin spoke up as their tanks started to get destroyed. Rex, tell the men to fall back. But, sir, you can't be asking us to turn tail and run. Know when to fall back. Naruto yelled over. Better to live and fight another day than to be stubborn and die. Besides, we're getting the tanks on the bridge, then we'll blow that up. Fall back. Fall back. Rex yelled, getting the now large group of tanks onto the bridge. Anakin handed Naruto and Luminara a bomb before they ran over, jumped off the bridge, and threw the bombs under it before using their grapple hooks and swung to the cliff before having the bombs explode and had the tanks fall to the bottom of the cliff. Alpha, Naruto said to his comms. Any sign of Ahsoka, Zool, or Barris on your side? No, sir. But this place is getting ready to blow. The evacuation ships are arriving. I suggest you get on one. Not without the Padawans, Naruto said as Anakin tried to contact his Padawan. Anakin, they might have the place scrambled. The Padawans. The Padawans were now inside the tank after Barris was able to cut inside when it tried to shoot them. The bugs took the bombs, Ahsoka said as she got in her seat. What are we gonna do now? I don't know what to do without the bombs, Barris said as Zool looked at the controls. Well, this tank could destroy the power generator, and probably us along with it. I guess that's our only choice. Master, can you hear me? Master, Ahsoka said in her comms. Ahsoka set off the bombs. We're trapped. I'm sorry, Master. We can't make it out. Can't make it out. Ahsoka, wait. Fire. The Jedi. Get down. Get down. Naruto yelled as he blocked a blast from another wave as the factory blew up. Boom. Ahsoka. Ahsoka, can you hear me? Come in. Master Luminara, don't worry. Be at ease, Skywalker, Luminara said to the knight. At ease? Naruto asked in disbelief. We need to act now. Zool, Ahsoka, and Barris may still be alive down there. There's not enough time. I sense them drifting away. Bullshit, Naruto said before looking to the factory, closed his eyes, lifted his hands, and tapped deeply into the Force, lifting nearly all the debris around them, shocking Anakin and Luminara. I can still sense them. He opened his eyes before turning to Fordo. Get anything that can dig and fast. Yes, sir. He then turned to Luminara before speaking. I can't believe you would give up on your Padawan that fast. You misjudge me. I, too, care for my apprentice. But if their time has come. Until you see a body that's not breathing, there is still a chance. I'll make sure to put this in my report. Disregarding any life, let alone your Padawan, is not the Jedi way. The Padawans. In the now destroyed room, the three Padawans turned their sabers on to see the tank was on its side. How deep do you think we're buried? Zool asked, rubbing her head. It's probably best not to think about it, Ahsoka said before looking at Barris. Hand me that power cell, would you? Doing that, she handed Zool her saber. Thanks. Mind holding the light? Whatever you're doing, I hope it works, because I'd sure rather have died fighting up there than starve to death down here, Zool said, now holding both sabers. Don't worry, we'll run out of air long before we starve, Ahsoka said as she started working on the device. That's a comforting thought. Thanks. I feel that I need to tell you something in case we don't make it, Barris said, getting the others' attention. I'm starting to have feelings for Naruto. Oh, Ahsoka asked as Zool sighed. But he's with Ayla. Yeah, he was told by his leader that he's the last male of his family and would need to marry multiple women to bring it back. Oh, Ahsoka said before blushing slightly at the thought of multiple women being around Naruto in that manner. Ahem. Well, Master Skywalker has taught me a trick or two. I think I can get this communicator working. Master, I know you're up there, and I know you're looking for me. She continued talking until they heard a noise. Someone's digging. Zool, Barris, Ahsoka, Naruto yelled as they saw a hole form in the ceiling. I knew they were still alive. I told you we shouldn't give up on them. I knew you'd come looking for me, Ahsoka said as they walked up. I never doubted you for a second, Anakin said as Naruto went to his Padawan. I did for a bit but knew you were with the others. Thanks for the confidence, Master. Zool sarcastically said before Naruto smiled and put a hand on her shoulder. Padawan, you did well, Luminara said walking up to Barris. Thank you, Master. But if it weren't for Ahsoka, we'd still be down there. Barris replied looking at her master. Indeed. Your masters never lost faith in you both. Luminara said to the others who smiled.